The sun was rising, and the dew was quietly sliding down the stems, ticked to make this morning seem more refreshing. In the forest, a child about 6 or 7 years old, carrying a 20-kilogram sandbag, was squatting. Maybe it's because he's too young and hasn't done it for long, and the child's face looks a little red. On the white forehead, fine beads of sweat also appeared. 30, 31, 32, 50, the child counted softly, and it was not until after 50 that he slowly stood up. After taking a deep breath, he sighed, "Ninja? It's just that I can't imagine how the physical technique of thick eyebrows is practiced. It's unimaginable." After smiling faintly, he shook his head and walked towards the street where he lived. "My mother is not a ninja, but because of my father's death, I've always been strict with Hitomi Uzumaki. No, I should say that I have been very urging. Of course, our Vortex pupil is also quite competitive. At least, in this year's school exam, I won the first place. It's just that, compared to the general chakra refining and the like, it seems a little helpless. I don't know if it's because I crossed over, or what's going on. At this time, others have already cultivated chakra." However, Hitomi Uzumaki was like one of those eyebrows who could only specialize in physical arts, and he didn't react at all. Of course, people still have a chakra foundation. It's just that our Vortex pupil still doesn't know what chakra is. That's right, the Uzumaki Hitomi has crossed over. In the 18 years of the previous life, there was no real achievement at all. Studying, I don't want to read after graduating from junior high school. Part-time job, never more than 3 months. Parents, this is just an orphan. My biggest hobby, of course, is watching anime. Before coming here, it seems that I made a wish in a car accident. The moment he woke up, it really frightened Hitomi Uzumaki. After all, an unfamiliar environment is not something you want to exist for. You can exist. It's okay, really get used to it. It's just that when I saw Keiko Uzumaki, who was a mother, holding herself who had been crying all night long, the feeling that touched her heart also made Hitomi Uzumaki recognize the world. Moreover, he recognized his identity. It is not an exaggeration to say that the abandoned son of the Uchiha clan is a failed experiment. Yes, my father is a man from the Uchiha clan. It's just that the scattered clansmen who took the vortex want to create the most powerful bloodstains. Of course, my father was also killed in a mission. The remaining orphans and widows were deprived of the treatment of the Uchiha clan and went to this civilian area. Back at home with only 2 cabins, looking at her mother, who had already been busy, Hitomi Uzumaki wiped the sweat from her forehead and said in a low voice, "Mother, let's leave Kanaha." Keiko Uzumaki, who was still making rice balls, instantly stopped what she was doing. Her thin shoulders trembled slightly, and then asked with a wry smile, "Have you ever been to the outside world?" Hitomi Uzumaki was stunned for a moment, and then shook her head. Speaking of which, when I watched Naruto before, the outside world was really chaotic. In particular, the Fog Ninja Village in the Land of Water, and the Rain Ninja Village in Nagato. It can be said that it is simply sad to urge the world. However, Kanaha is relatively peaceful. Of course, going to other ninja villages will inevitably be bullied by those people. In this Kanaha, at most, I was ostracized by the Uchiha clan. However, if you go to another ninja village, or some other towns, and you still have that kind of power in you, forget it. Let's go to school right after eating the rice balls, and right away, I'm going to the stall too. Scratching Hitomi Uzumaki's head, Keiko Uzumaki smiled sweetly. No matter how you look at it, at least, I still have children. Still, survive. Perhaps, this is the only sweet reason that this beautiful woman can think of now. As a traverser, although there is nothing to be achieved on the chakra. However, it is only with the skill of Kunao and the expertise of physical arts. Among his peers, he is also considered to be truly among the best. Of course, if you only take these 2 tests, you will definitely be the first place. It's just like the last assessment. It's just that the usual class time, no matter how serious it is. But when I returned home to refine the chakra, I still felt like a frustration. Carrying a school bag that had been used for a long time, he slowly walked towards his mother's stall. Today it is the same, without the slightest progress. Chakra? If memory serves, it's the energy that comes out of the cells. It's just that this kind of substance doesn't exist in my cells? I shook my head and thought, impossible. How could this be the case? The combination of the distant relatives of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan can't even refine the chakra. This is not scientific. In a flash, I have come to my mother's stall. It's just that the scene on the stall now makes Uzumaki Hitomi have another urge to rise with anger. Are those Uchiha guards again? Hitomi Uzumaki, frowning and looking angry, asked loudly. Keiko Uzumaki immediately covered Hitomi Uzumaki's mouth and looked around, then said reassuringly, "Don't be so loud. If you invite those people again, you will inevitably be beaten." Yes, when I didn't go to school before, Hitomi often went out with her mother to set up a stall. It's just that it has also become the focus of those Uchiha clan guards. Even now, many of the scars on the body were left at that time. smiled bitterly, looking at her nervous mother. Uzumaki Hitomi said helplessly, or, let's go find the third generation. Perhaps, he can help us solve it. As soon as the words fell, an angry voice sounded again. Oh, bastard, let's see how Uncle Ben kills you today. With that, he punched Hitomi Uzumaki's head. And Keiko Uzumaki also reacted at this time. When he tried to protect Hitomi Uzumaki's head, his son dodged his fist with a dodge, and jump off and spin and kick towards the ninja on the other side. With a snap, the ninja on the opposite side blocked it, and his hand also grabbed Hitomi Uzumaki's ankle. After lifting it violently, it fell to the ground. There was another dull bang, and in the dust, the ninja laughed. The little ghost who hasn't even graduated from the ninja school still dares to fight back. Ha ha ha. Have you done too much ninja games? Falling his head to the ground, his forehead and eyes were covered in blood. It's just that Hitomi Uzumaki still wants to stand up. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the Uchiha clan's garrison ninja. One move kills in seconds. Such a young body has no blood limit, and there is no body like a human pillar force, can only be bullied by others. With such a young body, chakra has not yet been refined, and this body technique can only be one of the best among its peers. In front of such a middle ninja, it's like a child. He took a deep breath and roared loudly, if you have the ability, you can wait for me to grow up, and when I grow up, I can definitely defeat you. Oh, is it? When Nakashinobu heard this, he seemed to be very interested and walked slowly towards the Uzumaki Hitomi. And Keiko Uzumaki was already in front of Hitomi Uzumaki at this time. Holding Hitomi Uzumaki's head, he begged, please, don't hit him. If you want to beat him, hit me. The failure of the Uchiha clan, eh? What about hitting him and dirty my hands? However, what you say is responsible. Don't you want to tell the 3 generations of old men, then, you should suffer a little today? Sneering and walking towards Hitomi Uzumaki, Keiko Uzumaki hugged her son tightly. I'm afraid that I will be beaten to death by this middle ninja after I don't hold it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, what kind of ability is it to bully children? If this is the case, the reputation of the Uchiha clan will be ruined by you. Although there were few people gathered next to him, most of them did not dare to come forward because Nakashinobi was a member of the garrison, can only hide in the distance and whisper. It's just that this voice doesn't sound a few years older than Hitomi Uzumaki. It seems like a child. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he was wearing a black short-sleeved ninja suit and black pants. The ponytail is tied at the back of the head, and the bags under the eyes are surprisingly lonely. Itaki. It was he who insulted the Uchiha clan first, and he even dared to make a small report. As the Uchiha clan, the existence of the two of them is a shame. It's better than bullying children like you are now. Look at the people around you, how do you think of us? The person who came was none other than Uchiha Itaki, a genius on the same level as Uchiha Shisui, and also the pride of the Uchiha clan. It's just that although the voice is childish, there is a sense of oppression. Zongnin gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to make a sound. As the son of the patriarch and a genius on par with Uchiha Shisui, he doesn't have the strength to shake Itaka's status. Uchiha Itaki? Hitomi Uzumaki asked with a furrowed brow and a confused tone. Although, Itaki was one of his favorite characters in the Hokage, but that's what reality is all about. When you really see the real body, you don't dare to be really sure. After all, a comic is a comic and reality is reality. However, if you look closely, there is still evidence. It's just that it feels colder and cooler than in the comics. Itaka tapped his head and said in an extremely calm tone, there are a lot of people gathered now, let's leave this place first, right? After all, the Uchiha is also a real clan in the village, but in recent years, he has been closely watched by the higher UPS, so he has begun to gradually detach himself from the center of power. Of course, these things are still not very clear to ordinary people. Even among the ninjas, there are few who really know the inside story. Hitomi Uzumaki was the first to react, and hurriedly said, then let's go to my house first, it's not far from here. Besides, my eyes need to be treated too. He pointed helplessly at his eyes, which were still bleeding a little though they were closed. It seems that it is really extremely miserable. After glancing at Keiko Uzumaki, Uchiha Itaka nodded his head. You also need to be properly treated. Eyes, they are the most important combat partners of ninjas. Stepped forward directly, picked up Hitomi Uzumaki, and followed Keiko Uzumaki's footsteps in one direction. As for the stall, to be honest, even if it were placed like this, no one would come and steal anything. In the room, on the wooden tatami mat, looking at the already wrapped Uzumaki Hitomi, Uchiha Itaki exhaled. Unexpectedly, that clansman would be so ruthless. Seemingly, the entire eyeball appeared a strange bloodshot. And, obviously, the vision is starting to blur. The originally handsome and deep face showed a hint of anger. Thank you for your help, Itaka-sama. Hitomi Uzumaki bowed deeply to Itaki. As a very poor family, the injury to his eye was still a little troublesome. I can't afford the medicine that only ninjas can use, and maybe my son's eyes will really have problems. Even now, it doesn't seem that the eyes of the ferret may be the same as before. Have you been bullying you like this? Asked lightly after taking a deep breath to calm his mood. I don't know why, it seems, now Uchiha Itaka's feeling, makes Hitomi Uzumaki feel very warm, although, it's still a cool face. It's much better, at least in some ways, though. Sometimes, there are still some emotional changes, but that's right, after all, after the training of the dark part. Plus, double agent after so many years, coupled with the extermination of the race in the future, this created such a ferret. Now Itaki really looks like a big brother man. Keiko Uzumaki was about to say something, but Hitomi immediately stopped her. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and after a faint smile, he said, It's the intolerable people of the Uchiha clan. Pointing his finger at himself, he continued, this is a failed experiment, and at the same time, an experiment that killed my father in battle. Just because he hugged our mother and son, he was abandoned by the Uchiha clan. But what did you get in exchange? The remaining one of his eyes looked at Itaki and said again, even if you want to help us now. But you don't have that power. Just like me, before I opened the writing wheel, even if I was in the same grade in school, what could I do? Was it killed by that middle ninja, one move? Uchiha Itaki was stunned for a moment, and his hands were tightly squeezed together. It seemed that the whole body began to tremble. However, Hitomi Uzumaki at this time was not finished yet. Again, he said, power is a good thing, it's fascinating. To tell you the truth, does the current Uchiha clan still have the same glory as it did back then? Itaka's eyes lit up suddenly, and it seemed that in an instant, it turned into a double-hooked jade writing wheel eye, and stared tightly at the eyes of the Uzumaki Hitomi. Oh, have you opened your eyes? So, let's talk about an extreme question. Since I was created, why don't I wait a few years? What if I really open my eyes? Moreover, with the foundation of a strong chakra? The current Uchiha clan seems to be. It's a bit of an urge to seize power. Keiko Uzumaki seemed to be surprised by Hitomi Uzumaki's thoughts, and at the same time surprised by Hitomi's boldness. In front of the pride of the Uchiha clan, would you talk about such a thing? What if the Uchiha Itake got angry? Moreover, even the middle shinobi just now didn't seem to dare to talk to this young master like this, right? Besides, why would a person who was only 7 years old think of this? It was buried deep in my heart, and even my mother, I didn't even tell it. What's more, he never even mentioned it. Do you have any resentment in your heart? Itake didn't answer directly, but asked in a turn. The writing wheel eyes of the double-hooked jade looked at the whirlpool pupil with a look full of appreciation. Hitomi Uzumaki also looked at Uchiha Itaki at the same time, and suddenly, laughed. It's a lie to say that there is no resentment at all. Of course, if it really counts, I really can't blame anyone. My father moved out of the Uchiha clan for us. At the same time, my mother has not said a word of complaint after so many years. If you really want to say anything, you should thank them. But, you want to say, the current problem with the Uchiha clan. Itaka's eyes once again sharpened. It's just that in the depths of the whirlpool pupil, it still feels funny. Now you may have considered such a problem, but you haven't really thought about it yet. After all, no matter how powerful you are, now you don't have this power. Shaking his head, he quickly said, but, at least, I'm still alive. When he heard this, Itaki was visibly stunned. Suddenly, he stood up and walked outside. It wasn't until he was about to disappear that he said, thank you, I'm still alive with your sentence. As soon as the words fell, the person had disappeared from the field of vision of the two. Although Keiko Uzumaki was still a little nervous, when Uchiha Itake left, she hugged Hitomi Uzumaki. Why don't you tell your mother our Hitomi has grown up? With her mother's chuckle, Hitomi Uzumaki closed her eyes. It's like a child surrounded by a mother's care. Of course, at this time, he was really just a child. The system has been activated. Do you need to start the first spin bet? A crisp, stiff voice sounded in Hitomi Uzumaki's head. It seemed that he was stunned, or she habitually, and said, turn on. Immediately, something like a gambling machine that I had played in my previous life suddenly appeared in my mind. In an instant, red, green, and green lights flashed. After calling out the stop word, the light stops within the area of a block. What's wrong? Keiko Uzumaki asked, but Hitomi Uzumaki still froze as if she were looking at her. Just as he was about to ask, the son instantly emerged from his mother's embrace, and stood still like a statue. After a few seconds, he suddenly burst out laughing, like a child who had suddenly obtained a treasure. In the excitement, with a look of confidence that seems to be getting stronger. At the same time, the ferret who drove to the river looked at the river in front of him with that questioning look. His eyes were full of hesitation and incomprehension. What's wrong? Itaki, a gentle voice sounded from behind Itaki, who took 2 steps forward and sat down beside Itaki. And the ferret, still sitting like that. Brother Shisui, are you right or wrong when you say that the current Uchiha clan? Asked Itaki a little dully, without looking back. Zishui seemed to be stunned for a moment, and after a haha, he touched Itaka's head. Whatever, we just need to enjoy this short period of peace. Hee, if we need to keep this peace, no matter what, I will do it. Yes, it's the strongest eye. Hee. It's just that I don't know if the strongest eye among the Full Metal Alchemists can play a role in this Hokage world. However, most of them have the ability to see the enemy. And the greatest power of this strongest eye seems to be the insight opportunity. I remember one episode where it seemed that even bullets could be split directly. Of course, bullets don't seem to be of much use in this world. However, the flow of air currents can be seen. Yes, that's pretty good. After taking a deep breath, Hitomi Uzumaki once again tied the gauze around her left eye. Now is not the time to show your abilities casually. Perhaps such the strongest eye is the blood inheritance limit that those of the Uchiha clan are looking forward to? Being a guinea pig is not Hitomi Uzumaki's hobby. He laughed coldly and walked slowly towards the outside of the house. Since you have obtained such an eye, of course, the most important thing is to practice it. If it's really strong, then it seems that your luck is quite good. At least, I didn't shake that kind of ninja bag or anything like that. With my bag on my back, it's time for school. As he slowly walked towards the school, the strongest eye could still make the Uzumaki Hitomi feel a lot. The flow of air, yes, is the flow of air. Every movement seems to be due to the movement of people, and the wind blowing is of course different. As long as you can really master this power. Also, if you have the strength and speed attached to the strongest eye, I believe that it should not be difficult to be a master of individual arts. When he was about to enter the school gate, Hitomi Uzumaki's left eye suddenly opened. After glancing towards a corner, he smiled coldly. The people of the Uchiha clan are still. What about the root people? In the moment just now, I felt a difference in the flow of air. See through enemy movements, plus the attached speed power. If you use it well, I believe it shouldn't be difficult to become a good ninja. It's just that at this time, someone is watching. This kind of thing, I don't know if it's the people of the dark department, or the people of the roots. However, I believe that it should not be done now. After all, he was just a 7-year-old child. His brows furrowed slightly, and he walked towards his classroom. It's just that it hasn't been long since I left. A figure appeared from the side of the tree next to him. His whole body was wrapped in a black ninja suit, shook his head slightly, and said with a smile, "How is it possible? A 7-year-old little kid is just an eye-opener, and he is not an eye-opener like Itaki. How can it be? Will it be discovered?" Ninjas have reasons not to believe, of course, when it comes to excluding the bloodline limit. If the current Hitomi is like a ferret's eyes open, so it's a different story. Hitomi Uzumaki, who was already sitting in the classroom, was a little bored, with about 30 people in a class. But, to be honest, none of this generation seems to have any surprisingly powerful figures. Of course, our ferrets still have to be excluded. At this time, he may have been performing some dangerous mission. Remember, when he was 10 years old, he was already promoted to the middle ninja. 10 years old. Suddenly, the whirlpool pupil with some emotion was a little helpless. At the age of 10, he was promoted to Zongnin, and such an achievement is indeed a little scary. Of course, in Kakashi's time, at the age of 12, he was promoted to Kami Shinobi. However, in terms of strength alone, it is not at the same level at all. After all, Itake, as a spy of the 3 parties, actually forced all 3 parties to woo him, and no, to drive him away. It can be seen that its real strength is strong. Moreover, in the end, it seems that they all dominate the world with their pupil power. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Hitomi not only burst out with a stronger confidence. He touched his left eye and muttered, "I still want to study Shi seriously." Even a genius like Uchiha Itaki and a genius like Kakashi still have to learn Shi from the ninja school. This teacher, named Kimura, is still teaching his lessons very seriously, and he doesn't notice the slightest desertion of Hitomi Uzumaki. However, at this time, the ninja school was still truly systematic. Every step has not been left behind. 3 body techniques, physical skills, combat, etc., all need to be assessed. In addition to ninjutsu, Hitomi Uzumaki is really not afraid of any other exams. It's just that this ninjutsu also needs to be built on chakra. At this time, the vortex pupil not only did not have the slightest chakra, but also didn't even know if the cell refining would work. Chakra refining. Uzumaki Hitomi frowned and folded her hands together and began to extract them tightly. I don't know what the hell is going on today. In just an instant, the cell seemed to come to life, and it burst out with an extremely powerful chakra. The wind-like attribute burst out in all directions. Suddenly, a mess appeared. In the entire classroom, the surroundings of the Uzumaki Hitomi were blown out at once. At the same time, the 2 classmates around him flew out in an instant. Bang bang too, and the 2 classmates fell directly to the ground. Wow cried out. Even the teacher Kimura had just reacted at this time. Instantly appeared next to the 2 classmates, and when he looked at it with some fright and skin trauma, he looked towards the whirlpool pupil with some surprise. Of course, at this time, the whirlpool pupil was also stunned. I really didn't expect such a situation to occur. What's more, I didn't expect that such a chakra amount could appear in an instant. Looking at his hands with some surprise, the already dull chakra airflow had disappeared. However, at this time, the Uzumaki Hitomi really felt the existence of chakra. Learn Shi skill chakra refinement, open the second turntable, is it on? Immediately, a voice sounded in the mind of Uzumaki Hitomi. There was another burst of joy, and there was inevitably a kind of sustenance in my heart. Only, this time you can shake a better skill. Well, maybe you'll be able to graduate right away. Perhaps, he can directly have the power to protect his mother. Of course, the premise is to shake out a power base of at least the 7 martial Cs among the pirates. Open. Hitomi Uzumaki, come to the office with me immediately. Hitomi Uzumaki, who muttered softly, instantly heard the words of her teacher, Kimura. At this time, Kimura had just comforted the classmates in the class, and at the same time, he also looked at Hitomi Uzumaki with some seriousness. The chakra just now burst out, and it seems that it already has the level of a middle ninja. Yes, it's the amount of chakra in the middle of the ninja. With such a chakra amount, at this age, you only need to learn a little ninjutsu. If nothing else, graduation alone is absolutely no problem. As Hitomi Uzumaki lowered her head and followed her, heading towards the office, it suddenly occurred to Kimura that it seemed that he was about to cultivate a genius. Thinking of this, Kimura couldn't help but start laughing. The whirlpool pupil behind him was quite depressed and black. The turntable just now has stopped. Do you know what your situation in the classroom just now means? Said Kimura, looking at this disciple who usually likes it a lot. Although ninjutsu is really not very good, in physical arts and other theory classes, at least they are the top-level children of their age. To be honest, in fact, Kimura is still a little lucky now. After all, with his own knowledge, such a powerful chakra broke out. In this way, you can train professionally. However, at this time, Uzumaki Hitomi was obviously a little depressed, so he said unconcernedly, maybe, it will hurt my companion. However, I didn't know that such a situation would occur. After all, I haven't refined chakra since last semester. Kimura was stunned when he heard this. Every student in the class, of course, he also knows the situation. The family situation of the Whirlpool Hitomi is also quite tense. Others may not know, but he certainly knows a little as a famous teacher in this ninja school. I heard that my father was a master of the Uchiha clan. It's just that after dying in battle, he was expelled from the Uchiha clan. But the specific situation is unknown. It's just that with such a family, it makes Kimura a little happy. In this way, it should be more obedient. No, like the children of those big families, so arrogant. Yes, in the case just now, if you hurt your companion, you will be ordered to repeat the grade. You may not know the amount of chakra you have. Even in the lower ninja, it belongs to the top existence. Kimura still didn't really say that the amount of chakra just now, even in the middle ninja, belongs to the top existence. Basically, it's not much different from the amount of chakra he has. Of course, the Uzumaki Hitomi himself knows a little bit at this time. He looked at Kimura with some suspicion, and then nodded and said, Teacher, I was wrong. Looking at Hitomi Uzumaki, who had already admitted his mistake, Kimura was even happier at this time, touched Hitomi Uzumaki's head, and said, Now, it's time to teach you the real use of chakra. The use of chakra. Hitomi Uzumaki was stunned for a moment, but she didn't react. After all, in such a world, the use of chakra seems to be really important. At the same time, if you use it well, you can exert extremely powerful power. After all, the long chakra output is still quite physically draining. Today, let's go here first, and you can go back to the classroom. Wait for me in the #1 training room in the school after school tomorrow, he said, and seemed to give him a familiar look. Let the whirlpool pupils, and there is a chill all over the body. When I came back to class again, I didn't seem to be interested at all. It's just that almost all the children are a little scared away from the position of the Uzumaki Hitomi. That's fine, it's clean, Uzumaki muttered before sitting back down. And Kimura has just returned to the classroom at this time. After carefully recalling the world of the Hokage, it suddenly occurred to me that this chakra scalpel was also a very good ninjutsu. From Tsunade to Pocket, all of them are powerful ninjas. It's just that the physical skills of these ninjas seem to be extremely powerful. With the addition of his left eye, it is good, and it can strengthen the training of physical arts. At the same time, he seems to be quite good in terms of chakra. Then, you can focus on training that powerful ninjutsu. As long as there is chakra, everything is easy to do. Thinking of this, Hitomi Uzumaki couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. In the evening, Uzumaki Hitomi, who had already finished school, carried the old school bag that could no longer be used, and slowly walked towards his home. At this time, he looked so innocent. Is it really this kid who suddenly burst out with a powerful chakra? Asked a ninja wearing a ninja vest that could only be worn by a mid-ninja or higher on the roof, looking at the ninja wearing a black ninja suit beside him. Yes, I didn't seem sure in the morning, but now I can be sure. At the very least, this guy has the physique of the Uzumaki clan. At the same time, he has some kind of ability to detect movements around him, said the ninja in the black ninja suit with a sneer, and the feeling of being suddenly locked in the morning still seems to exist. At the same time, after watching him for a day, of course, he also heard that a powerful chakra suddenly broke out. If that's true, then we may have another powerful ninja in our roots, Mototai. I'll inform Danzo-sama right away. If you can try to get in touch with him. This kid seems to have discovered us again. As soon as the best ninja's voice fell, he disappeared in an instant. And the ninja called Yuanta continued to squat and smile at the Uzumaki Hitomi, who stopped all of a sudden. It's not heading towards your own home, I don't know, will you surprise me, he said, slowly following the Uzumaki Hitomi, who was already running in one direction. Of course, the Uzumaki Hitomi was still quite nervous at this time. There is only one chakra scalpel, and his own physical skills are not very good now. If the other party is just a middle ninja, he may be able to kill himself. But thinking of the speed and power attached to his strongest eye, plus the chakra scalpel, perhaps he can still fight it. There is no actual combat experience, which is the biggest drawback of the current Uzumaki Hitomi. Without a real reference, you will never know your own strength. Just like in a previous life, if a martial arts master fights with a veteran on the battlefield for the first time, he is very likely to be killed by that veteran. When he ran to an alley not very far from the downtown area of the village, Hitomi Uzumaki stopped. He didn't know what he was capable of, and he didn't dare to take it to any remote place. In case, if you are really killed, it will be funny. Come out. Just now, it was 2 people, now, it should be 1 person. Hitomi Uzumaki slowly turned around and looked directly towards the roof next to her. Yuanta was also quite depressed at this time, and even the number of people could be known. So, can you kid really stop me? Thinking of this, the sword on his back had been pulled out, and it appeared in front of the Uzumaki Hitomi in an instant. With a straight knife, he slashed down on the head. It's like a move that Mount Tai is as direct as the top. It's just that the whirlpool pupil at this time is instantly happy. The moment he jumped from Yuanta, although the speed was extremely fast. However, he saw it. In addition, the opponent's movements are judged in advance. Gently turned to one side, and then the chakra scalpel in his hand stabbed directly into the opponent's dead end. With a bang, the stabbed body instantly turned into a cloud of white mist. Is it a stand-in? Hitomi Uzumaki frowned, and immediately, he kicked out towards Yuanta, who was already behind him, blocking his waist and slashing at him. With a click, the young foot was directly grasped by Yuanta in his hand. However, as if he could judge Yuanta's movements in advance, the chakra scalpel in his hand had already hit Yuanta's hand that had just grabbed his foot. Perhaps, the moment you don't let go of your foot, you can hit it. Poof, a sound broke through the air, and Yuanta still held his foot straight. And the Uzumaki Hitomi turned over a long distance after a few heels, looked at Yuanta with some vigilance, and his feet also looked a little trembling. Hey, you kid, have you already opened your eyes? No, I shouldn't have opened my eyes. Actually, you can see my next move. Really, it's a little unexpected. Looking at his right eye, which was not wrapped in gauze, Yuanta said with a sneer. From the moment just now, perhaps, it was really a few seconds of effort. Tisk. With the speed and strength of the lower ninja, he almost has the top physical skills of the lower ninja. Usually the morning training seems to be quite effective. Also, the kind of insight technique that knows in advance is really powerful. Yuanta sneered, and the words changed and said, however, if you really want to kill you, a middle ninja can definitely kill you easily. You don't have the slightest combat experience, even if you can predict other people's movements. If I had gone all out just now, maybe you would have died. Hitomi Uzumaki was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood. Although the amount of chakra has increased, at the same time, the strength and speed have also reached the level of the lower ninja. It's just a matter of combat experience. Yes, if your physical skills can be more powerful, perhaps, with the strongest eye and chakra scalpel, you can at least be promoted to the level of a middle ninja. And the final combat experience, the difference is quite large. A shinobi with a lot of combat experience can definitely easily kill a shinobi with no combat experience. It's like Naruto, who has mastered the power of the 9 tails, but if he fights a master like Itachi, it's definitely a dead end. Or, be my disciple, haha. How about it? Although it is not the strongest in the root, but at least, there is no problem at all in teaching you now. Hearing this, Hitomi Uzumaki was directly stunned. Really, is it the root person? However, doesn't it mean that there are no feelings in the root? However, I thought of the 2 bodyguards when Tuan Zhang went to participate in the 5 Shadow Summit at that time. It seems that they are quite emotional characters. Moreover, those 2 guys are also absolutely powerful. Frowned, slowly lowered. After taking a deep breath, he immediately said, what is a root? And then, why do you value me? Will you spy on me like this? In front of such people, of course, you must pay attention to what you should say and what you should not say. After all, a 7-year-old child, if he even knows the roots, then he has to be suspicious. Yuan Tai sneered again, stretched out a finger, and said, "First of all, what kind of organization is Gen will only be said after you promise me to become my disciple." After stretching out his second finger again, he said, "Secondly, why do you want to value you? Ha ha, you'll have to ask our head about this. However, I heard that you are the power that the Uchiha needs to get. Ha ha, I really don't know. As for the third point, why do you want to spy on you? Of course, to see if you will have a great power, haha. Now I suddenly find that the amount of chakra you have is really different from the ability to perceive other people's movements." At this time, the uninformed Uzumaki Hitomi didn't know what Gen would do. If you don't obey, you will kill the hidden danger? Or just let yourself go? Basically, no one can say for sure. However, Yuanta seemed to have thought of what Uzumaki Hitomi thought, and after laughing contemptuously, he said, "You can go back and think about it now. But next time, you may not choose to die." As soon as the words fell, he disappeared in an instant. The root capital has already appeared, so maybe the Uchiha clan will appear soon. However, judging from the current situation, there is absolutely nothing good to say about the Uchiha clan. Sensing Modotai's disappearance, Hitomi Uzumaki frowned and muttered, "I shook my head, but I'll talk about it then. Anyway, it's a big deal to be a 2- or 3-sided spy like Itaki." Thinking of this, Uzumaki Hitomi's heart suddenly relaxed a lot, and she ran directly towards home. When I walked in the door, my mother, Keiko Uzumaki, who usually doesn't come back so early, made dinner early. It seems that he is still muttering something. "Mother, why did you come back so early today?" Hitomi Uzumaki looked at her mother in some surprise, but she didn't know if her eyesight had really improved or what was going on. I saw that there were some tears in the corners of my mother's eyes. After being slightly stunned, he instantly ran to his mother's side. "No. It's nothing, it's just that my Hitomi has grown up." Keiko Uzumaki held the Uzumaki Hitomi very tightly this time, as if she was about to melt the child directly back into her body. Mother also knows, when I was in school, all of a sudden, I refined the chakra." Uzumaki Hitomi was a little depressed. How long had it been, and the people of the root knew, even the mother knew. However, when Keiko Uzumaki's body stiffened for a while, it seemed that it was not the case. Could it be that there is anything important? Frowned slightly, said with a smile, "Isn't that my mother no?" When asked like this, it seemed that Keiko Uzumaki also reacted. Touching the head of the whirlpool, he said, "You kid, do you still want to trick me? You're really a little adult." Her mother's compliment didn't make Hitomi happy. On the contrary, I became even more worried. It's just that if she doesn't say it, she can't go over and ask herself. Root's headquarters, underground. At this time, Tuanzang looked very busy, and it seemed that he had been writing something. At the same time, Yuanta also appeared in front of Tuanzang. "Is it really what you say? If you train it well, maybe that Itaki won't be anything, right?" said another ninja in a vest next to Danzu. It's just that Tuanzang's brows are furrowed. He snorted coldly, put down the pen in his hand, and immediately said, "Ji-Tai, never underestimate the power of the blood inheritance of the writing wheel. If you haven't fought against an opponent with the writing wheel, you will never know the power of the writing wheel. Unless, you have the same strength as the first and second generations." At this point, the ninja known as Ji-Tai immediately knelt down on one knee. Tuanzang stood up and asked in a deep voice, "What about his blood inheritance, has he awakened?" It seems that in Tuanzang's heart, he will always only care about his blood inheritance. Ji-Tai didn't speak, but Yuan Tai sneered and said, "I didn't see any writing wheels, but what is strange is that he can see my movements. Moreover, as long as we are a little closer, even if we are watching him, we can find out." "Oh, what's going on?" Danza seems to pay more attention to Ji-Tai's explanation than Modotai. Ji-Tai nodded his head solemnly, and then said, "When we were spying on him, he had already discovered it. And, plus the chakra outburst at school. So, I'm going back in a hurry. As for the test skills, it's Yuanta who went." Tuanzang then looked at Yuanta and said, "Tell me everything you did with him. Don't, it's perfunctory like just now. Otherwise, you know the punishment of the root," he said, sitting directly in his seat and looking at the original document again. "Yes, Lord Tuanzang." Seeing that Tuanzang still seemed to be a little angry, Yuan Tai also became serious. "Speed, strength, probably at the level of shinobi. It's just that the technique of predicting the next move, I don't know what's going on. Perhaps, it's the so-called blood succession mutation. Moreover, there will also be a chakra scalpel. Of course, I don't know if it's a chakra scalpel or not. After all, I'm not a medical ninja. However, in terms of combat experience, it is a bit surprisingly poor. There was no real fight. If you kill him, a middle ninja can absolutely suppress him." Tuanzang nodded his head as he listened. Fingers lightly pointed at the table, making a tuk-tuk sound. As if thinking about something, after a long time, he asked again, "Really, did you find the shadow of the pupil technique? Yuan Tai was slightly stunned for a moment, then shook his head again, and said, although, it seems that the ability to perceive other people's movements seems to be very similar to the pupil technique. But, well, that's okay, I see, you go down first. Danzo-sama. I want to take the Uzumaki Hitomi as an apprentice, please, permission. Yuan Tai said seriously after taking a deep breath as if he had made a lot of determination. In the early morning, when it was still cloudy, the sky had just turned fish white. A faint mist floated in the air, making the entire village look hazy. At the edge of the woods, Uzumaki Hitomi's daily cultivation continued. The sandbags on his back had become heavier, and at the same time, the sandbags on his feet and hands seemed to be heavier. Punched and kicked at the stake in front of him, and layers of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The sound of snorting, accompanied by fine beads of sweat, swayed through the forest. Yuan Tai, who was not far away, nodded his head slightly, and said with a smile, it is indeed a malleable talent, if you she really learn my swordsmanship, plus the ability to predict the opponent's next move, hee. This time, I really picked up a treasure. However, after just throwing a few punches at random, he sat directly on the ground as if he had something on his mind. Looking in the direction of the door, there was a trace of sorrow on his brow. Yesterday's mother could never have known about my chakra refinement. It's definitely because of other things. After muttering a sentence in a low voice, he sighed helplessly, and immediately walked towards the door. At this time, Yuan Tai snorted a little angrily, is it so unvigilant? However, looking at his expression just now, it seems that something is going on. The moment Hitomi Uzumaki walked into the house, she seemed to notice something unusual. Originally, my mother, who got up early, seemed to have overslept today. He frowned slightly, and then walked towards the bedroom. Mother, I'm in, knocked lightly on the door, and after seeing that there was no response inside, he opened it and walked in. It's just that after walking in, I found that Keiko Uzumaki seemed to have fainted. Her chest, on the other hand, was a dark red. It looks like blood. With trembling hands, he touched white sheets, some empty rooms. At this time, the whirlpool pupil was a little helpless, and even with some unassailable tears, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and he said in a low voice, it's armed color domineering again, and it's shadow clone technique, question, what's the use? I go you mom luck. Yes, this time, it's 2 consecutive skill draws. First of all, comprehension ninjutsu appeared a skill, is to use flesh and blood, but it is to block the armed domineering of the ninja knife. Although, it's not a very powerful domineering. However, it was enough to block that knife. Only used the bit of domineering that wrapped his fist, and it really blocked the ninja knife. And after defeating Saburo Ida, the skill lottery was once again opened. It's like doing a task. It's just that this time what made Hitomi Uzumaki even more depressed was that it turned out to be the technique of shadow clone. This technique, in general, is indeed very useful. Even if used well, it can definitely increase the combat effectiveness by several %. But the problem is that Hitomi Uzumaki, who has always wanted to shake out the skills of the medical system, has no intention of doing so. At the same time, it's really better to directly transform into Psychic Pikachu. Turning his head, looking at his mother on the hospital bed next to him, the Uzumaki Hitomi's fists clenched violently at this time. Now, the people of the Uchiha clan must have noticed themselves. Although, I don't know if it's the root who is taking the test. Moreover, I believe that the 3 generations of old men of Nace should have also noticed. So, who am I looking for help with? Danzang's words are too dangerous. The 3 generations, although very kind, I can't fully believe it. And the Uchiha clan, this group doesn't believe me even more. Thinking of this, Hitomi Uzumaki couldn't help but sigh. A ninja like Tsunade would never be invited by himself. Even the roots don't have this way. As for the other famous medical ninjas, then, there are only a few to wait. Boy, what are you sighing for? Defeated a middle ninja, you are still sighing here. Beside him, Yuan Tai's voice had already sounded. Hitomi Uzumaki rolled her eyes and got up directly. Okay, I know it's time to train, however, what I want to ask is, can you teach faster? Like in the morning, the Jui slash is really not enough. Yuan Tai was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth tilted slightly, and said, that's because you haven't exerted the power of the real Jui slash. Follow me and let you see the power of the real Jui slash. As he spoke, he jumped out of the window. After Hitomi Uzumaki quickly got dressed, she glanced at Keiko Uzumaki, who was unconscious on the hospital bed, and immediately followed. In the forest, Hitomi Uzumaki, who was eating steamed buns, looked at this swordsmanship teacher who didn't dare to compliment him with a strange look. At this time, Yuan Tai was closing his eyes. It is also known as the sword drawing, and it is also the most basic skill of the samurai. What's more, the most powerful move, only a samurai who has learned this trick well can be worthy of real swordsmanship. And this move, what is needed the most, is momentum. Momentum? What is that? The bun on Uzumaki's mouth stopped, and he asked a little puzzled. Momentum, like human courage, is indomitable. Perseverance, bravery, sacrifice, fearless, formed a person's momentum, plus his own ideal sword. Look at it. Ju-he slash. Yuan-Tai shouted angrily and instantly drew his sword, even with the strongest eye and the writing wheel that opened the double-hooked jade. The whirlpool pupil at this time almost didn't see the arc of this move clearly. With a click, the ninja knife was already in its sheath. At the same time, there was no reaction at all where the knife was swung. It's just that when Hitomi Uzumaki looked past with his writing wheel eyes, he really found out. Within a radius of 10 meters, all the trees were divided into 7 or 8 stumps. It's just that the sword chi chakra at this time is too fast, and it hasn't really broken yet. When the Uzumaki Hitomi wanted to say something, those giant trees made a clicking sound, and they fell to the ground one by one, smashing out a puff of smoke and dust. If you had such a powerful IAI slash at that time, maybe Ida would have been killed by you a long time ago. Instead, he fainted directly from exhaustion in the end. Yuan-Tai said seriously, and at the same time, he also wanted to see Hitomi Uzumaki's expression. It's just that the Uzumaki Hitomi rolled her eyes a little at this time. Fainting directly is not exhaustion, but 2 consecutive acceptance skills, so the spirit is a little unbearable. Besides, if you win, you definitely have to take a break. That's why I fainted and fell asleep. However, the strongest eye had indeed noticed the flow of air with the knife just now. At the moment when Yuan-Tai took out the knife, it seemed that the momentum of the whole person had changed. Is this what this guy is talking about? He closed his eyes slightly, and put his hand on the ninja knife on the back of his shoulder. At the same time, I began to think about the form of the momentum just now. Already, slowly put forward the trace of anger and sadness in his heart. At this time, Yuanta was stunned for a moment. No, this kid can't really watch it once, right? Then what is the use of me as a teacher? Is it just a demonstration move? However, swordsmanship is not just a move. However, Yuan-Tai, who was thinking like this, suddenly found that this kid's momentum had indeed changed. It was extremely sad, and for a moment it seemed as if the whole space was cold. At the same time, it is also extremely angry. It's like a volcano about to erupt. I slowly drew a teardrop. At this moment, the sword was out. In an instant, the action was completed, and the ninja knife returned to the scabbard with a click. At the same time, the big tree in front of the Uzumaki Hitomi didn't move. It wasn't until Hitomi Uzumaki exhaled and stood back behind Mototai that the tree made a clicking sound. In an instant, dozens of stumps rolled down from the tree. At this moment, Yuan-Tai was taken aback, even looking at the Uzumaki Hitomi with some fear. This guy is really a monster. I've found a treasure, I've really found a treasure. This guy's swordsmanship talent is simply a real peerless genius level. But, I finally got it. The so-called momentum is that after the essence is deified, it is bravely swung out with chakra. Think about the power of courage and your own emotions. So, I learned this trick, but it was impossible to use such a sword often. After all, in a long time, I might have a breakdown. Ju-he slash, this move is really powerful. Yuan-Tai laughed and patted Uzumaki Hitomi's head. You are very smart, but sometimes you are too smart. Not every sword uses such emotions to blend in. Rather, determine your heart. Samurai, first of all, must be sure of their hearts. Let yourself persevere and strengthen your heart, so that you can play this trick. Uzumaki Hitomi nodded his head thoughtfully, and then suddenly looked up at Lin Zikang, who, come out. Yuan-Tai reacted this time, frowning and looking out of the forest. Outside the woods, footsteps began to appear. At the same time, as he walked to this side, he clapped his palms. When the figure appeared, even Hitomi Uzumaki was stunned. The person who appeared turned out to be Uchiha Fugaku. At the same time, that smile made Hitomi Uzumaki feel a chill. This guy is the same style as Kakashi's father. Really, might as well be cooler if you don't laugh? Why is it so disgusting when you laugh? When Mototai saw that it was Uchiha Fugaku, he immediately bowed. Lord Fugaku, your disciple is very good. What is your name? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a chuckle, but the corners of Hitomi Uzumaki's mouth twitched. Why haven't you seen this guy laugh at Itaki and Suzuki? Hitomi Uzumaki. My name is Hitomi Uzumaki, Hitomi Shinobi Uzumaki, who just graduated yesterday. Now, there are no ninja numbers yet. Hitomi Uzumaki replied directly. However, in my heart, I thought, sure enough, the people of the Uchiha family really came quickly. Are you interested in joining the Konoha garrison? This can be the Uchiha clan's garrison? I believe that it will be helpful for ninjas who use fire escape. Is the temptation of fire escape? It is said that the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are the most powerful ninjas who use fire escape. It's just that this guy is too arrogant. Actually, he shook off the temptation directly in front of the root. Perhaps, the Uchiha clan is indeed a somewhat arrogant clan. After all, with the strength of one clan, you want to directly seize power. But, really, you have to pretend to be very tempted. At this time, Uzumaki Hitomi looked a little embarrassed and glanced at Yuanta. As for Yuanta, he looks at his nose and looks like he has nothing to do with himself. Of course, he also knew the task that Hitomi Uzumaki wanted, and directly entered the Uchiha clan as the internal response of the group. Captain of the garrison, to be honest, you really don't look good when you smile. Besides, I'm not a kid anymore. Suddenly, Hitomi Uzumaki said seriously. Even Uchiha Fugaku was a little stunned for a moment. It was Yuentai, who almost laughed out loud. Yes, this kid is no ordinary child. Do you really think that the Uchiha clan can be attracted? Moreover, it's just a small Konoha garrison. Coupled with an Uchiha clan, even if he has not received an orthodox Uchiha education, this kid has also opened the writing wheel eye of the double-hook jade. Uchiha Fuyu's eyes also cooled down at this time. At the same time, he frowned, and said lightly, you were originally a member of the Uchiha clan, and speaking of which, it was also because of the patriarch of the previous generation. However, now you are either an enemy of the Uchiha clan, or you are accepting the Uchiha clan. That's what this is all about, being a bloodline. However, it really looks like the Uchiha clan who want to seize power. But even if you join the Danzo side, or the three-generation side, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan is destined for you not to be trusted. Fugaku glanced at Mototai, and then said again, on the contrary, if you return to the Uchiha clan, you can get the best treatment and you can learn the power given by the Uchiha clan. The real system. Hitomi Uzumaki knew that he should be talking about the power of the Sharingan. After all, if you don't have a systematic learning of the writing wheel, even the illusion is much worse. Moreover, to a certain extent, perhaps the best choice for other ninjutsu is indeed the Uchiha clan. After all, it has the fire attribute, and then it is the writing wheel eye. Moreover, there is also that kind of Uchiha's unique technique of manipulating shuriken, as well as the method of throwing kunao. These things, Tuanzang can also find someone to teach. It's just that Tuanzang, the old guy, always feels that it's too extreme. Moreover, there seems to be some dangerous existence. After thinking about it carefully, he was going to enter the Uchiha clan anyway, and said with a smile, then, I can still learn swordsmanship from Mer. Yuanta. Fuyu glanced at Yuanta, then nodded his head seriously, and said seriously, it's best, don't think about the benefits of the Uchiha clan, and at the same time, think about the benefits of those adults. In this case, you will really suffer. After finishing the warning, before leaving, he said again, tomorrow, go to the Uchiha clan land to find me. Lin Zi once again regained his calm. At this time, Yuentai looked at the whirlpool pupil with some playfulness. Speaking of which, this guy really feels like a freak. How could you know so many things at such a young age? Just now, I originally wanted to join the Uchiha clan. However, even if it is a route, this kid is definitely dangerous. After all, such a 7-year-old guy can defeat a middle ninja. If it continues to develop like this, who knows? You kid, I really admire you more and more. Are you really not afraid at all? What if something happens? Yuentai also changed to a serious tone, and at the same time, with some unexpected feelings. Of course, the Uzumaki Hitomi can also feel it at this time. After taking a deep breath, the Uzumaki Hitomi at this time was very serious and said, so, teacher, I beg you, if something really happens to me, then, my mother, please leave it to you. Yuentai was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, patted Uzumaki Hitomi's shoulder vigorously, and said, boy, I don't agree to this. Your mother, of course, you have to protect it. After speaking, a body disappeared in an instant. Looking at the figure that had disappeared, Hitomi Uzumaki suddenly smiled warmly, and said in a low voice, it's really an emotionally important guy. In this world, it's rare to see it. In the Hokage world, there are very few people who really value feelings, and the main revolves around those who treat themselves and their partners sincerely. Xiao Qiang. Moreover, the ninja who was originally subordinate to the root would have such a strange thing. Shaking his head, he was about to leave. Instantly, I looked to another place. Unexpectedly, just two have gone, and now another one has appeared. And this one, however, is a little bright. Unexpectedly, it has been walking in its own direction. Judging from the air fluctuations just now, it seems that it has not stopped. He smiled lightly, and then said, then friend, what's the matter with you? When the figure appeared, it really made Uzumaki Hitomi stunned for a moment. It turned out to be Uchiha Itake, with a unique deep eye bag, and a black ninja short suit with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on it. Looking at the eyes of the Uzumaki Hitomi, it was a little cold. After frowning slightly, he suddenly asked, last time, when you were beaten by that middle ninja of the garrison, you pretended? Hitomi Uzumaki smiled, and the smile was very frank. To tell the truth, I still hope that at that time, I have such a strong strength. Speaking of which, if I say, it has grown in the past few days, do you believe it or not? Itaki hesitated, but after a few seconds, he suddenly laughed, nodded his head, and said, believe it. However, I believe that it doesn't necessarily mean that the people of the Uchiha clan will believe it too. At this time, Hitomi Uzumaki laughed even more. The hands quickly sealed, shadow clone technique. Suddenly, two identical shadow clones appeared next to him. Again, he said, this technique is what I learned yesterday. I started learning to seal when I was 3 years old, and unfortunately, I couldn't even refine chakra. However, these prints were quite familiar to me by then. So, in yesterday's battle, I used it. Itachi nodded his head and listened very carefully. However, almost everyone doesn't believe it. In fact, before I opened the writing wheel, I had the ability to perceive others and predict. Pointing to his own eyes, Uzumaki Hitomi said again, it doesn't matter if others believe it or not, but as long as there is a friend who believes it, I will be content. You know so well that I can treat you as a friend? Itachi really can't figure it out at this time. This guy is stranger than he imagined. The current Uchiha clan is burdened with fame, power, and self-centeredness. Are you really happy in such a race? And, you don't need to have many real friends, you can just talk about one. At this time, Hitomi Uzumaki was actually gambling, betting that the Itachi in his image was such a person. However, when he saw Itachi smiling, he began to laugh himself. This guy is a 7-year-old man who thinks like a Hokage. Therefore, with his intelligence, he may have known his purpose for a long time. Of course, it is also in the state of knowing the information. Tomorrow, come to the Uchiha's clan land. With me here, at least you'll have a little better off. And, now, you're a ninja too, you must be a good ninja. After saying that, he turned and left. The words are still so simple and clear, and at the same time, they care like a friend. It's more, like a big brother-like protection. Looking at the sky, the sun has really risen at this time. Soon, it may be the real winter. Actually, I want to sit and bask in the sun every day. The Uchiha clan, the roots of the group, and the dark part of 3 generations. And, the other elder advisors, maybe I'll become a multifaceted spy like Itachi. After carefully counting them, there were quite a few spies among the Hokage, but really powerful spies. The spy who can make all parties scruple seems to be Itachi alone. The rest are just small fish. Standing at the gate of the Uchiha clan's clan land, it looks like a flame that devours everything. At this time, there were several Uchiha clansmen standing at the door. It seems that they are all members of the Uchiha garrison. In particular, one of them turned out to be the Uchiha who injured his eye. At this time, the swirl pupil, the gauze on the left eye has been removed. Instead, the bangs are angled to the left, just enough to cover his left eye. I don't know if it's genetics or what's going on, but the bloodline of the Uchiha clan is quite handsome. Even if he's only 7 years old, he looks like a beautiful Shota. A black short-sleeved ninja suit with a pair of plain trousers, and a ninja knife like a shadow on the back of his shoulders. Just like that, he stood quietly at the gate and looked at the 3 guys. Of these 3 guys, one of them is particularly ferocious. The eyes instantly turned into the writing wheel eyes of the double-hooked jade, and at the same time, he also looked towards the whirlpool pupil with some playfulness. Hey, kid, although when I applied for graduation, I defeated a middle ninja. However, that kind of garbage doesn't exist in the Uchiha clan. Remember, the person who killed you is called Uchiha Kurihara. As soon as the words fell, he disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a kick was kicked towards Hitomi Uzumaki's head. The speed was still higher than that of Saburo Ida at that time. It's just that the whirlpool pupil at this time is also like being reborn. Although the speed is not so fast, what about the ninja knife? Draw the sword. I/slash. After his eyes were already closed, he pulled out the ninja knife on his shoulder in an instant. After a bang, Uchiha Kurihara suddenly retreated at least 10 meters before he could stop. At the same time, he almost fell to the ground. And the hand that was originally holding Kibyu Supreme also trembled and dripped blood. Kunao was only left with the general, and at the same time, 3 ninja knife marks appeared on his entire hand. Trash. Hitomi Uzumaki was not as cool as he was performing outside, only in his heart he knew that his current self-drawing knife was not very smooth. Just now, in fact, I have been prepared for a long time. At the same time, it also shows a kind of deterrence. However, these ninjas seemed to be intimidated. Unexpectedly, they didn't dare to move. Just now, I did open the writing wheel eye of the double-hooked jade and came up again. It's just that, even so, I can't keep up with my speed. At this time, Uchiha Kurihara suppressed his anger extremely, and his whole body began to tremble. I said, there's no need to be so nervous, a gentle voice sounded, and at the same time, slowly walked around the corner. When he looked at the whirlpool pupil, he had an appreciative look. This is... Uchiha stopped the water? Hitomi Uzumaki's eyes narrowed slightly, looking even more nervous than before. After all, it was the Uchiha clan who was bullied just now. The current Uchiha clan may have that idea of rebellion, but they haven't really acted yet. And the Uchiha stops the water, who knows who will help? Don't be so nervous, Hitomi Uzumaki. Come with me. After Zishui finished speaking, he stopped. After turning around, he walked further into his residence. Hitomi Uzumaki sneered, didn't look at the three ninjas, and directly followed the footsteps of Shisui. However, such a performance fell in the eyes of Uchiha Kurihara and others, and it was like a nail in their hearts. The Uchiha clan is a proud clan. The three of them instantly attacked from three positions, upper, middle and lower, towards the Uzumaki Hitomi. Under the scorching sun, Kunao reflected a dazzling cold light. How are you going to dodge this blow? Stopping the water paused, thinking to himself. By the time the Uzumaki Hitomi turned, it was obvious that the seal had already been formed. With a puff of mouth, he roared, "Fire escape, how fireball technique." Suddenly, a fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared. It's as if you can really predict the action. It covered the three of them in an instant, and with a bang, the three of them flew out with flames all over their bodies. It smashed on the ground, and there was a puff of smoke and dust. This kid seems to have been paying attention to the movements of a few guys. As soon as Zishui's eyes opened, the series of actions just now seemed to be in full view. As I said, you are garbage, immediately turned around and continued walking. After all, it was the residence of the Uchiha clan, and many clansmen appeared in an instant to help extinguish the fire and treat it. Among them, the 3-year-old child on Itaka's back said with some envy to the back of the Uzumaki Hitomi, "Brother, this guy seems to be very strong. Who's more powerful than my brother?" Itaka smiled and said, "It's hard to say, I haven't fought him either, who knows, but, Suzuki, can you call this guy? He's older than you, so he should be called brother." However, the weasel is obviously more relatable. Put down Suzuki, pat Suzuki's head, and said with a smile, 3-1, or a sneak attack, this is not bullying anyone, it's a fight, obviously, he won the battle. Suzuki nodded his head as if he didn't understand, and then said, "Brother, carry me." Itaka nodded his head, and then picked up Suzuki again. In the patriarch's study, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uzumaki Hitomi with some seriousness at this time. He already knew what had just happened. It's just that I didn't see that this kid's swordsmanship talent was so strong. Moreover, it seems that the power of observation is extremely powerful. So, do you want to give it a try? In an instant, the writing will I became a state of 3-hooked jade. At the same time, the Uzumaki Hitomi seemed to have fallen into an evil for a moment, and it actually froze. Like a statue, motionless. Lord Captain. Zishui didn't expect that the Uzumaki Hitomi, who had just come in, was instantly entered into the illusion. At the same time, it is with a kind of supplication. However, Uchiha Fugaku smiled, nodded his head, and said with a smile, he was not hidden by the group, and besides, you look at his eyes? Double-hooked jade writing wheel eye? When Shisui turned to look, he was instantly frozen. This kid, if he had started the double-hooked jade battle, would it have been more relaxed just now? And at this moment, Uzumaki Hitomi shook his head and sat down on the ground weakly. I thought in my heart, who said that Itaki and Obito to destroy the Uchiha clan were easy, just this patriarch was so strong. Unexpectedly, it put me into illusion in an instant. If it weren't for these eyes, I really wouldn't be able to break free. Thinking of this, the eyes that looked at Uchiha Fugaku became a little serious. Don't be nervous, I just want to see if that guy in Tuanzang has made that kind of curse mark that makes people angry. He. It seems that you have also got a lot of chips on the side of Tuanzang. At least, he didn't put a curse mark on you. Hitomi Uzumaki rolled his eyes. Wouldn't Danzang be so kind? It's just that since he came to your Uchiha clan to be a spy, if he still has a curse mark, then he will be a fool. Moreover, even if your Uchiha clan is weak. But he didn't dare to face it directly. After all, at this time, maybe Ape Fei Arichop would not agree. Although, it seems that Sap Fei Arichop has connived at Tuanzang in many things. However, it is also for the sake of Konoha's political situation. And the so-called rebellion of the current Uchiha clan should not have appeared yet. Even if it is only a little symptom, it is impossible to directly exterminate the clan as it will be in a few years. Are you afraid that I will become a spy of the group? Originally, he had the idea of casting a curse mark like this. It's just that, in the end, I said, since I was asked to be a spy, of course I had to give a complete writing will therefore, he didn't cast a curse. Hitomi Uzumaki said confidently, with a kind of arrogance. Hearing this, my head was big for a while, and a bead of sweat the size of a bean appeared on my head. However, Uchiha Fugaku laughed out loud in an instant, stood up, and patted Hitomi Uzumaki's head. In the future, he will be your instructor, and at the same time, your leading teacher. This is your ninja status, perhaps, you'll like the Uchiha right away. With that, he turned and walked out of the room. 073-442-6538, this is Hitomi Uzumaki's ninja registration number. Standing up, the writing wheel has returned to its original state. Looking at Uchiha Zishui, he knelt down on one knee. Teacher. Zishui laughed at this time, and when he said it, he actually let himself bring this kid. With the addition of Itaka, then, is it a truly complete genius combination? And at this time, the Uzumaki Hitomi has entered his own world. How many years older than the Itake? Unexpectedly, they were already 13 or 14 years old. Well, at least 5 or 6 years older than Itake. That's right, if you have fought with the blue capital of the Misty Shadow, it is impossible to fight a person in your 20s at the age of 10. Of course, Itake has some exceptions. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On the first day of the new year, the snow has stopped. A white expanse, with a hint of silence in the silence. It's the first day of the new year. I didn't expect to go on a mission, Hitomi Uzumaki said with a depressed expression on her face. Originally, I was planning to spend time with my mother on the first day of the new year. Unexpectedly, there was a mission. Moreover, it is the task of stopping the water and leading the team. I believe that this task should also be extremely important. Zishui turned around and looked at the 8-year-old child. Although, it's really only 8 years old. But if you talk about combat effectiveness, maybe the average middle ninja is definitely not an opponent. Of course, it is also in the middle of forbearance without cognition. Otherwise, even the elite shinobi may not be the opponent of this child. At the same time, he also looked at the weasel. This kid is even more powerful. Writing wheel eyes, in the end, is it the right power, or the power of mistakes? Patted Hitomi Uzumaki's head and said with a smile, the Uchiha clan has accepted your mother's illness and believes that it will get better. Now, our main task is to complete this mission. Hitomi Uzumaki and Itake glanced at each other and nodded. The moment she walked out of the village gate, Hitomi Uzumaki turned around and glanced at the village. This is the first time I've gone out of the village on a mission. If only I could meet Orochimaru or Yakushido. Or, if I can meet Tsunade, then I'll be even luckier. Of course, it was a lie to not want to go out of the village to accompany my mother just now. At this point, Hitomi Uzumaki wanted to go out and find these people. Glancing at the telephone pole, Hitomi Uzumaki laughed. Unexpectedly, Yuanta would really come to see him off. This teacher seems to be really good to himself. Let's go. After Zishui said a word to the two teenagers, he went out instantly. At the same time, Hitomi Uzumaki and Itake also followed in an instant. This mission is mainly to assist in the investigation. At the same time, help Konoha's follow-up troops explore their way. If you can, it's a good idea to find out how many countries have ninjas near the mission point. Speaking of which, it seems to be very lighthearted. However, these are extremely difficult tasks. It's like, if you want to be a ninja in the shadows, then the first thing is the upper ninja of speed, power and tracking. At the same time, a certain amount of luck is also required. However, what Hitomi Uzumaki didn't expect was that such a task would be given directly to the Uchiha clan. Of course, such a task is extremely dangerous. Perhaps, it is because he wants the Uchiha clan to die. However, it seems that both Shisui and Itake are used to such tasks. The level of this mission is an A-level mission, and at the same time, it can be regarded as a crucial task for Uchiha Fugaku to test Hitomi's ability. Yunin Village, this is perhaps Jiraiya's favorite place. Thinking of this, it suddenly occurred to me that it seemed that Fei Duan was also a traitor from Tang Ninja Village. At this time, the flying section should not have joined Zyaki, right? Moreover, in general, if all the members of Xiao's group are here, it should be a few years away. After all, the weasel at this time was only a few years old. Deodara, maybe a year or two younger. At the same time, the ghost shark should still be in the Fog Shadow Village. Then, maybe this mission can really run into the flying section. Thinking of this, Hitomi Uzumaki was a little looking forward to it. The guy in the flying section, although the physical ninjutsu is terrible, perhaps, one of Konoha can't even compare to the extent of a shinobi. However, that kind of immortal power is really strange. If it can be captured, then, is it possible to restore the mother? Uchiha Shisui seemed to have discovered Hitomi Uzumaki's emotions, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry about your mother. If you are on a mission outside, you must be alert to carry out the mission." Now, I think I can say it. The attacker turned around and looked towards the water. At this time, there is some dimness under the stars. A bonfire crackled and burned. Picking up a branch, he shook the bonfire, and said with a smile, a technique that is said to be immortal. Now, although we are almost at the village of Yunin, however, maybe other ninja villages have already started investigating. However, we were invited by the Tang Ninja Village, so we can basically investigate it openly. What do you mean? Immortal art? Itake at this time seems to be a little difficult to accept. Immortal art, is there such a technique in this world? What's even more strange is that it seems that this technique is also very concerned about the ninja villages of other countries. Zishui chuckled and said, "Here, I'll give you another lesson on the most important theory. Any technique has its own unique powers. Moreover, there is no truly perfect technique in this world. However, not all techniques are the most powerful. Take, for example, any ninja seems to be able to do physical arts. But how many good ninjas are there that can really be used? Itaki and Hitomi were both stunned, especially Hitomi, who seemed to be familiar with this sentence. By the way, when I read the comics in my previous life, it seems that the previous sentence was also said by Itaki. No matter how perfect the technique is, as long as you analyze it carefully, there are still flaws. Or, it's the caster, or maybe it's the purpose of the spell itself. As he said this, the writing wheel of the three hooks suddenly appeared. Pointing to his eyes, Shisui said again, let's take the eyes of the Uchiha clan as an analogy. Rather, it really makes a difference. Hitomi nodded her head, and that was indeed the case. There is a big difference between a person who can't use eyes and a person who can use eyes. If you compare Itaki and Suzuki in the future, it's simply two extremes. Itaki is using Hitomitsu tactically, and Suzuki's words, it seems, are simply to the point of abuse. So, I lost my sight very quickly. Our three-hook jade is actually very strong, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye above is even more so. Each pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes has its own special power. Like, mine is illusion. Itaki nodded his head, and then fell into deep thought. And Hitomi, who is a little unsatisfied, looks at Zishui expectantly again. The strongest illusion, I don't know how strong it is. Zishui laughed, patted Hitomi's head, and said with a smile, don't always cling to the same thing. Perhaps, others are more sad than you. And don't always be obsessed with the arts. The most important thing is not the technique used by the ninja, but the spellcaster uses the most correct technique at the most correct time. At the same time, if you are using the ninjutsu of the fire escape system, you can't always waste chakra, but you should use it at the right time. This is the real caster. And the thunder escape type of ninjutsu, to be honest, I'm not very good at it. However, they are said to be extremely fast. And if the wind escapes, I won't either. Saying this, Zishui decisively closed his mouth. Because, I suddenly found that this kid's strength is really a little weird. For example, the chakra that is born with the attributes of the three lines. I don't know, it's a kind of blood inheritance. Of course, this kid's writing wheel eye doesn't seem to be used often to defeat a middle ninja. And judging from the battles over the past few months, this kid is definitely a tactical genius. It seems that it is always possible to master the rhythm of each battle. Itaki, you say, will we have a fierce battle this time? Hitomi tilted her head and looked at the stars in the sky. It's flashing, it's beautiful, and it also reminds people of a sense of home. At this time, Itaki also seemed to be looking at the stars in the sky, and replied lightly, who knows? However, it is better to have some amiable ninjas, and the fight between ninjas is really a bit of a headache. Hitomi Uzumaki almost laughed out loud. This guy, even if he is on a mission, will he have a kind of idea of wanting peace? The corners of his mouth hooked, and said, you say, will your brother Suzuki be too clingy? It seems that every time I come to you, I will bump into him. Itaki was stunned for a moment, and then a more gentle smile appeared, patted Uzumaki's head, and said, actually, sometimes I find that you are quite clingy. After saying that, one turned around and grabbed his sleeping bag and covered his head directly. The shadow of Yunin village looks like an ordinary old man. What's more, there is a feeling of twilight. The crutches in my hand, I don't know how long I've been using them. The paint seems to be starting to peel off. However, the person finally seemed to be in good spirits. After smiling and nodding his head at the three of them, he immediately looked at the ninja beside him. The ninja stood up, nodded his head at Shisui and the others, and then said, I believe that Hokage-sama has already told you the real reason for this mission. Nearby, you can also hear the sound of rushing water. At the same time, it was even more with a sense of comfort. Zishui replied seriously, we already know, it's just that I want to hear your information. After all, we may suffer a loss just by looking at the written information. In terms of tasks, Zishui is still not sloppy at all. This is about the interests of the ninjas, the interests of the village. So, this kind of thing must not be sloppy. First of all, that organization seems to be a kind of evil god organization. And then, their philosophy is a little unbearable. That is, to kill all those who do not believe in evil gods. Speaking of which, even I was the first time I had seen such a crazy cultist. Previously, we sent a scout team over. But, unfortunately, I haven't been back until now, and last time, one of the cultists fought against me. I am no match for it. If it weren't for the help of my companions, I would have died by now, said the ninja, ripped off his clothes. A terrible-looking scar appeared on the shoulder, as if it had been slashed directly on the shoulder with a sharp weapon. Another ninja beside Tang Ying also ripped off his sleeve at this time and said, if it weren't for Xiao San's desperate rescue at that time, maybe Yukimura and I would have died. Xiao San himself is. Yukimura got dressed again and shouted, Shinchi, don't mention the matter of the junior. At the very least, tell my friends about the tricks of those cultists at that time. Shinchi, who put down his sleeves, nodded his head and said, their tricks should basically be spells, and they should be related to the so-called evil god Sama. Moreover, the physical skills are quite powerful characters. In particular, one of the cultists, wearing the mask of a ghost head, was supposed to be their leader. His physical skills are very powerful. The ninja used is a 3-stage scythe. The spells used can imprison or hallucinate people. At the same time, illusions can also be turned into real damage. Can hallucinations be turned into real damage? Zishui frowned and pondered. At the same time, Itaka seems to be wondering what kind of technique it is. And Hitomi thought of the flying section at this time, and it seemed that the flying section at that time used such a ninja tool. Moreover, his damage doesn't seem to be an illusion. Could it be that what this cult is studying now is the ultimate immortal technique of Fei Duen? Or is it that the kind of immortality technique at this time has not yet been developed? In other words, what we're going to explore now are their strongholds, personnel and technical weaknesses, and so on, asked Zishui solemnly. Hitomi and Itaki also became serious when they heard such a question. In this case, the danger is greatly increased. And if you're not careful, you might actually die. Besides, there are other ninjas from the ninja village. For example, as I just said, the stronghold seems to be relatively close to the distance of the mist shinobi. At the same time, maybe Yunren will also get a piece of the soup. In short, it is related to the safety of the three of them. Yukimura smiled bitterly, nodded his head, and said, to be honest, I thought that Konoha would at least send a more heavyweight team, but I didn't expect it. Indeed, if you add age to the sophistication of stopping water, you may be young. However, Konoha has the cradle of the strong. At such an age, he may have become a powerful ninja, but the other two imps, isn't it too child's play? Itaki is nothing, and Hitomi doesn't seem to hear it. Instead, he stopped the water and laughed. Pointing at Itaki and Hitomi, he smiled. The words of these two guys may be more useful as reconnaissance. Moreover, Konoha will send the Dark Department to connect with us in the future, and we can only be regarded as an advance team. Yukimura and Shinchi both breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it. Such a team, they are really a little worried. After all, they are the guardians of the shadows. In terms of strength, they also have self-confidence. However, it is not a loss to meet those disciples. However, these three teenagers, although they don't know the strength, they don't believe that they can surpass themselves and others. Perhaps, it is because of some reconnaissance that he has outstanding powers. Well, please take a break here first. By the way, here in our Yunin village, there is a peerless soup bath. Do you want to give it a try? Yukimura looked at the three of them with some expectant eyes, and Hitomi's only thought now was, wouldn't it be the same type of soup bath as that guy from Jiraiya? Thinking of this, Tender's cheeks seemed to start reddening. Of course, after seeing such a Hitomi, Shinchi laughed, patted Hitomi's shoulder vigorously, and said, brother, you think too much. It's just a hot spring that I want you to have a good rest. Both Shisui and Itake looked at Hitomi a little strangely. This kid, at such a young age, thinking about something all day long. At this time, Hitomi's cheeks were even redder. I want to find a hole in the ground to get into. It's too embarrassing. The starry sky of the Hokage world will always be so blue and clean. Hitomi, who was lying in the open-air hot spring, looked at the clean sky at this time, and felt comfortable for a while. Even, there is a feeling of drowsiness that wants to fall asleep directly. Half closed his eyes and asked, Zishui, aren't you afraid that if we go on like this, we will not have fighting spirit? At this time, Zishui, who also half closed his eyes, raised his head very reluctantly, slapped Hitomi's head, and said with a smile, how can a ninja with firm beliefs not have fighting spirit? Enjoy it. Starting tomorrow, you will enter a state of high mental vigilance. Itake glanced at Hitomi and smiled. This kid always seems to have something on his mind. Why don't you enjoy it when you can enjoy it? But what if there are other ninjas in the lounge next to us? Hitomi said with a helpless face. What do you mean? Shimizu and Itaka sat up in an instant. Looking at Hitomi's eyes, something is different. This kid has always been the most careful person. My shadow clone, when he was about to go to rest to get something, seemed to hear something he shouldn't have heard, and was discovered by those two guys. It seems that you want to kill me now. Hitomi said with a sneer, but there seemed to be no intention of standing up to save the shadow clone. You're so dignified, what are you doing with the shadow clone, and, when? Zishui also looked helpless. This kid can't be seen according to common sense. Hitomi pointed at the two people opposite and smiled. Just now, you two ran too fast. So, I also chased after it. So, when I chased you, I split up to get the bath towel. At this time, the water stop and the weasel were sweating a lot on their heads. Like, this kid really can't look at it according to common sense. At the same time, in the lounge, the two ninjas on the opposite side were wearing bathrobes. However, the action was not affected in the slightest. Speed, strength, plus his 2 siege to 1. In an instant, the shadow clone was a little unbearable. However, it doesn't seem like the shadow clone is just that. After receiving the 2 moves, he quickly ran towards the rest outside, and at the same time, his hands quickly sealed. Hey, boy, I don't think you can run away. The ninja on the other side looked extremely relaxed when he caught up, although, just with physical techniques. However, this kid doesn't seem to have a lot of chakra. At most, it's just a top-notch shinobi. At the same time, you can try it out with just 2 moves, and the type of combat experience is not very sufficient. It's just that when he was about to reach the door of the lounge, the shadow clone turned around abruptly and shouted, "Fire escape, how fireball technique." Suddenly, a 2-meter diameter fireball rushed out. Boom! The entire lounge suddenly exploded, and at the same time, the shadow clone also turned into a cloud of smoke at this moment. Next to the recliner in the lounge, the 2 ninjas glanced at each other, and then their heads flashed out of the lounge in an instant. At the same time, in the locker room, the 3 people who had already changed their clothes sneered, and then immediately dodged out. On the streets, quite a few ninjas and security guards have already run towards this bath. In the woods outside the village, a few ninjas with their foreheads protected by fog are gathering with a few ninjas dressed in the dark, at the same time, whispering something. However, looking at the appearance of a few fog ninjas, it seems to be very angry. One of the shadows, after a sudden gesture, instantly dispersed, heading towards the location of the Yunin village. On the branches on the other side, Shisui and Itaki and Hitomi appeared one after another. Although the sun was shining outside, in this dense forest, it was like entering a dark world. Although it did not reach the frenzy of reaching out and not seeing the 5 fingers, it also affected the eyesight somewhat. However, to the 3 Uchiha clansmen who have all opened the Sharinanai, it doesn't seem to be anything. Standing on the huge branch on the other side, he observed the deep building 100 meters in front of him in a 10,000 figure formation. The building, like a giant beast, lay on the ground. It looks extremely weird and gloomy. At this moment, a crow flew in, stopped on the arm of the water stop, and quacked a few times. Suddenly, let Zishui's face turn a little cold. Here, for 2 days in a row, a corpse was thrown out. And, my friend said, it seems that screams can be heard in this ruin-like building for the past 2 days, Zishui said coldly, and with a wave of his arm, the crow suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke. This crow is the psychic beast that stops the water. At the same time, it can also be regarded as a weasel psychic animal. It's been 2 days since I've been around here, but there seems to be a strong barrier outside this building. So, only crows can be sent to monitor this place. Of course, the 3 of them have not done nothing in the past 2 days. The entire forest and land of this place seems to have been carefully explored. At the same time, in some important positions, traps were made. Moreover, those black-robed disciples who came out in the past few days, although they didn't catch one of them for torture, at the very least, a few of the speeches did get the attention of the trio. A few days ago, it seems that a few ninjas actually came here to investigate. It's just that it was discovered by these cultists. Of course, they have now disposed of it. At the same time, it can be seen that several ninjas were also escaped. According to the dictation of these disciples, it should be a little more likely that the fog ninja should be. Perhaps, it should be the 4 fog ninjas a few days ago. Apparently 2 have been hung up, though. Until now, there has been no direct contact with these followers. However, Konoha obviously didn't send any information. Therefore, the water stop at this time is relatively stable. Take your time, stay steady. Otherwise, the mist shinobi will be the end. Then let's catch one first and torture it, Hitomi asked with a frown. The strongest. Originally, the place where the battle with the fog was hidden had already come to the first wave of ninjas at this time. At this time, Darui's brow furrowed even more as he looked at the extent of the destruction on the ground and the traces of battle in the forest. After taking a deep breath, he said, I didn't expect that one of the 2 groups of people was so powerful. What's the matter? However, at this time, Cut carefully looked at the sword marks on the tree. After touching it with his hand, he said, one of the teams is extremely powerful. Among them are swordsmanship masters, fire escape masters and thunder escape masters, and very powerful tacit understanding. How do you see it? Akiyi looked at Kurt a little depressed. This guy is too powerful. Obviously, it seems that the number of people in this team is relatively small. Coulter glanced to the other side again, then pointed to the footsteps on the ground and said, now, it's a rainy day. From these steps, it is clear that these guys do not seem to be very old. However, it is clearly in a state of siege. In the meantime, you take another look. This side seems to be using water escape. However, there is no trace of being released at all. But the body, though, was disposed of. But don't you notice that there seems to be something different? It looks scorched, Akiyi said in some surprise after being stunned for a moment. Seeing that Cut came to a tree again, he immediately pointed to the grass under the tree and said, look here again. Well, a human form. Samayi suddenly thought of something and said, this guy fell after being attacked by thunder. Moreover, the power of this thunder escape is quite good, and the grass seems to be scorched. Then why are you sure that it is being besieged? Said after seeing Cud's head for a moment. It seems that he is very unconvinced. This guy, in terms of tracking and probing, is really a real Grandmaster level existence. Kurt smiled coldly and quickly explained, from the beginning, I have been observing all the environments. Starting from the tree over there, though, a lot was washed away by the water escape technique. But, didn't you notice? The water escape seemed to rush through and didn't hit these guys. However, there are only 3 people, that is to say, one is good at swordsmanship, one is good at fire escape, and one is good at thunder escape. Moreover, their shuriken skills can definitely be called powerful twice. Speaking of this, even Darui seemed to begin to wonder if these guys really saw it. At this moment, the strongest ninja was suddenly stunned, and then said, "It seems that there are other ninjas coming. Since there are other ninjas coming, then, let me try their skills first." In an instant, he pulled out the ninja knife on his back. However, at this time, Darui had a headache and wanted to cut people directly. These guys don't take themselves as captains in their eyes at all. With a wave of his hand, he said lightly, "Retreat, otherwise, we may suffer a loss." In the deeper dense forest, Hitomi, who was sitting on Pikachu's shoulder, was also extremely depressed at this time. That's right, just after killing other ninjas, it turned out to be the first time that the simulated killing was successful. Unexpectedly, the skills were assigned to one. It's a pity that this time, it's also a depressing ninja version of the summoned beast, Spiritism. Thinking of Pikachu's effect just now, Hitomi was also a little relieved at this time. Although, there is no skill to shake to real medical ninjutsu or other medical masters. However, it is certain that this psychic beast also has its own power. I was slightly stunned, but I didn't hear what I said just now. Scratching his head a little embarrassedly, he asked, "Teacher, what did you just say?" The corners of Zishui's mouth twitched, and he also had some urge to flatten people. What is this kid doing in such a dangerous place? Pointing to Pikachu on his shoulder, he said, "Since the psychic beast doesn't seem to have chakra at all. However, the strength is indeed absolutely strong. I have never seen that kind of ninjutsu, so, can you send him to spy on the disciples in the behemoth castle? There's no chakra, but I want to see, those guys. How the hell do you know?" Hitomi and Itaki were both stunned, but it seemed that this was indeed the case. However, Hitomi was a little embarrassed at this time. Pointing at Pikachu, he said, "Although, the psychic beast can release ninjutsu without the help of chakra. But, this, I don't know if he understands the world. Besides, I don't understand his language. His own psychic beast, his own ninja beast, he didn't even understand his language. In other words, we don't do anything at all. Then how did your ninja beast come about?" At this point, even Itaki was a little depressed. After all, ninja beasts may also be passed down from generation to generation, or they may catch them themselves. However, it seems that the Uzumaki Hitomi family. It doesn't seem like there is. What the inheritance of psychic beasts? It seems that I have never seen such a ninja beast. Unexpectedly, you don't even need a chakra to release ninjutsu. It was taught to me by Mr. Uenta. Speaking of which, I've never seen it before, said Uzumaki. Hitomi Uzumaki couldn't understand what Pikachu was saying. However, it seems that Pikachu heard it in general. With a twist of his head, he hugged his hands. "Pika, what does that mean?" Itake pointed at Pikachu and said, as if this Pikachu was very angry, "It's a pity that Hitomi at this time is also a burst of fog. I don't know what to do. No, there are 3 people close to us." When Hitomi Uzumaki had just detected it with her strongest eye, she immediately prepared for defense. However, what appeared at this time turned out to be a member of Kanaha's dark department. The person in the lead, although he doesn't seem to be very tall, is about the same as Zishui. However, judging from the body shape, it seems that he is also a relatively young ninja. "You are the advance force. We are the 3rd squad of the secret detachment that has come to support you." The leader of the dark department said this, looking towards the 3 of them. However, at this time, he seemed to be a little stunned. Unexpectedly, there was no reaction for a moment. It turned out to be the 3 geniuses of the Uchiha. I didn't expect to send such a lineup out. Thinking of this, the dark department led by him said, "You guys, have you just been through the battle?" Of course, when the other 2 members of the dark department behind him saw these 3 people, they were also stunned for a moment. All Uchiha people, no, that guy's words, it should be Hitomi Uzumaki. However, he can be regarded as a member of the Uchiha clan. After all, this guy is now living in the land of the Uchiha clan. Zishui took a step forward and said solemnly, "Yes, I killed a few ninjas in the fog just now. Moreover, it seems that there are ninjas from other countries." "Oh? So, we must have already discovered the strongholds of the cult and some other things." "Yes, we've learned." After more than half an hour of explanation, several members of the dark department looked a little dignified. Although he was wearing a mask, he could feel the difference in the atmosphere. At this time, Hitomi was always looking at the one who was in the lead. It always feels like it's a little familiar. At the same time, there are also some doubts. It seems that this mission is really tricky. Let's find a place to rest first, and after you have recuperated your spirits, go back and try it. After saying that, one of them led the way to the other side. At the same time, in the basement of the behemoth castle. At this time, the old man looked extremely tired, and after taking a deep breath, the old man's voice appeared. It seems that it has almost succeeded. Now, open the secret passage. We have to change the location. It's time to go to that place. Unexpectedly, it really succeeded. Congratulations to the great sect master. If we succeed this time, then we can truly dominate the ninja world. The tall and thin figure also looked surprised. The old man nodded, but it was obvious that he looked a little sad. Glancing at the boy on the test bench, he coughed, and then fell into the darkness again. A genius is a genius in learning shi, and only ninjas who have really experienced blood and water can survive. Such a ninja can truly be called an elite. And at this time, one of the people sitting opposite can be called such an elite. Hitomi looked at Kakashi at this time, though he didn't have the kind of adoration he had in the manga. But at least one thing, this guy is really strong. However, at this time, as a member of the dark department, he seems a little immature. Of course, this immature is only the face. Instead, what kind of experience or something? At this time, he was about 18 or 19 years old. However, judging by the level of respect that the other two members of the Shadow Division have for him, at least, he's an elite-level figure in the shadows. Even in the dark, when eating, you have to take off the mask. However, I don't know how Kakashi, this guy, seems to eat extremely fast. It was just an instant, and it was eaten. Also let Hitomi, still haven't seen the true face of Lushan. In other words, you have directly disabled the ninja team of the Misty Hide. Kakashi was a little surprised by the strength of the three imps. Of course, in the ninja world, it's not about the age gap. Looked at the water and nodded, which surprised Kakashi again. This guy seems to be 2 years younger than me. I didn't expect it to be so strong. The three geniuses of the Uchiha clan are really not ordinary. Not necessarily. Last time we were prepared. Moreover, those foggy guys don't seem to be prepared and coordinated. If we do this again, we'll have a hard time. After all, although we crippled them, we didn't have much chakra in the end, so we had to give up chasing. Hitomi said more objectively, shrugging her shoulders helplessly. Kakashi and the others are also nodding their heads. Yes, after all, those guys are also the elite of the Foggy Hidden. Moreover, it seems that the combat effectiveness is also extremely strong. If you run into an average ninja, it's really not certain who wins and who loses. At the same time, these three guys really work together seamlessly. The tacit understanding has reached a certain level. If you let yourself meet such a tough master, you may also have trouble. After all, his class has only been established for a long time. And these guys on the other side, although it seems to have not been established for long, but at least, it has been cooperated to a tacit degree. Of course, the power of the writing will I should definitely not be underestimated. Almost, we should set off a little more to the castle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the first opportunity was obtained by ninjas from other countries. Kakashi stood up and said coldly. Everyone also stood up, nodded their heads, and flashed in an instant. Near the behemoth castle, ninjas stood in all directions at this time. They all looked like they were facing a great enemy, and they were ready to shoot at any time. The castle on the opposite side didn't know what was going on, but a group of hundreds of disciples appeared in an instant. At the same time, several of them are clearly never seen. However, they are all powerful characters. Moreover, in the sky above the castle, the yin chi has become heavier and heavier. If we don't act quickly, we may be able to succeed. Of course, these ninjas are here for the sake of the immortal technique. And in the hands of the disciples on the other side, there really seems to be such a technique. It seems that these guys have started their final experiments. Perhaps, success or failure is in one fell swoop. Hitomi frowned slightly, and said with some seriousness. Kakashi nodded his head and sneered. Right now, we're all more patient than anyone else. A few ninjas on the other side should have spotted us too. Zishui nodded his head and chuckled. The ninja of the fog is powerful, but he has the power of white eyes. They may be the ones who can see it most clearly. As Zishui said, Ching at this time is indeed the group of teams that can see it most clearly. Because, in the state of white eyes at this time, even if the evil chakra is green, the beads of sweat are falling. Not to mention going to attack directly, at all, there is no such courage. Of course, if there is really no way, perhaps, he will still appear. However, the ninjas in the forest in the northwest corner seem to be the most popular. It appeared in an instant, and it was even more eerie and walked towards the giant beast castle. It seems that I want to attack it directly. However, the strength of these ninjas is still quite good. Just by virtue of his physical skills, he actually killed more than a dozen disciples in an instant. Moreover, these guys only had some disciples' blood on their bodies, but they didn't look injured at all. The disciples all retreated behind them. At the same time, a tall, thin figure walked slowly towards the outside of the castle. The black robe on his body automatically rose without wind. Behind the tall and thin black robe, there were 4 people standing, and they also slowly followed the black robe. One by one, it looks like there is an eerie feeling. is this guy the so-called great sect master? Hitomi thought for a moment and said secretly in his heart, this guy does look quite imposing. I just don't know what the strength is. In the world of the Hokage, there are many masters who are very powerful, but there are very few who can really be called masters. Only master a person's weakness. Then, no matter how strong he is, he may be able to be defeated in an instant. Just like Orochimaru, though, ninjutsu is indeed powerful to a certain extent. However, because of the technique of turning, the mental power is extremely poor. Therefore, it can be seconds by the attacking god in an instant. And like Pain who appeared at the time, even if it was so powerful. However, after being found by Jiraiya, it doesn't seem to be very strong. Of course, also at the same level. You are. Hehe, I didn't expect you to be the first to come out. But, other ninjas, won't you come out and meet them? Hitomi turned her head to look at Kakashi as she looked at the tall, black-robed man who was somewhat grim. Kakashi seemed to hesitate for a moment, but in the end, he just dodged out. And the other ninjas also seemed to flash out in an instant. One by one, they all looked extremely serious. No, the slightest flaw. No. When the ninja of the fog appeared, there were still quite flaws. After all, these two guys still have a lot of hatred for the three of them. One after another, they looked at the three of them with extremely powerful eyes. It seems that he is about to rush to a duel. Tisk, they actually dispatched their own elite squads, hehe. Kanahas, mists, and clouds, well, you're the most chilly. Hearing this, almost all of them were stunned for a moment, and turned to look at the ninjas of the three major countries. Yes, these three countries are ninjas of the 5 great ninjas, and these ninjas themselves. But it is a really small country, a country that can be destroyed in an instant as long as these big countries do not want the peace that has been lost for a long time. Hey. However, speaking of which, the confinement technique of your Kain village is still quite powerful, but it is similar to the technique on our side. Do you want to help us destroy these great ninjas first? The tall and thin man at the head sneered, and said with a few seductive voices. However, it was only for a moment that Shishui seemed to be aware of it. After making a seal on his hands, he shouted violently, "Solution! Humph! I didn't expect that I was still a master of illusion. Now you are not a question of who to woo, but a problem of facing us." The 4 ninjas of Grass Hidden Village instantly seemed to wake up. Instead, he glared angrily at the black-robed man at the head. This guy actually let himself and others enter the illusion in an instant. If this is really the case just now, then Kain Village will also be destroyed. After all, the ninjas of the 3 major countries are here. Those who can perform such a task are not elites. Although, it seems that there was some friction between the Fog and Konoha a few days ago. However, at this juncture, rather, it was time to actually fight together. After all, there were too many of these cultists. Moreover, just now, the Grass Hidden Village rushed directly up, and it also had the idea of pulling those big ninjas out and dealing with them together. Although, that kind of yin chi is indeed powerful and makes people a little frightened. It's worthy of stopping the water. Actually, I saw through the illusion in an instant. Ching also walked out slowly from the other side at this time. At this point, the fog began to spread as well. What a cute guy. Samui and Darui looked at Pikachu on Hitomi's shoulder as they appeared. Of course, they just think of it as pets for children. However, Kurt did notice the way Green looked at Pikachu. The ninja beast on this kid's shoulder is definitely a powerful ninja beast. Otherwise, this guy Ching would never have such a look. Oh, so, are you planning to attack directly like this? Said the black robe who was the leader, sneering. It seems, with great confidence, that he looked towards the ninjas. And the 4 black robes behind him directly shook off the black robes of the sect disciples, revealing their true bodies. The clothes inside are almost the same as the ninjas' black ninja suits. At the same time, the height and size of the 4 are basically not much different. All over the body, from the black ninja suit, an explosive power was revealed. The 4 of them sneered at the ninjas in front of them, and the hundreds of disciples behind them, as if they had a reassurance, slowly approached each other. It's really boring. Darui patted his forehead, as if he had no energy at all. But behind him, Akii looked extremely belligerent. At this time, he made a move in an instant. On the ninja knife, a flame protruded, roaring towards the man who was still wearing a black robe. This kind of bloody battle is what I really want. After speaking, the ninja knife with flames was about to touch the black-robed man led by him. When he was about to attack, in an instant, one of the 4 people behind him appeared. Unexpectedly, he directly blocked Akii's ninja knife with his bare hands. At the same time, another cultist kicked Akii in the chest. With 3 snaps, Samui snatched back Akii after a few moves in a row. A little depressed looked at Akii. This guy is simply a brainless representative. The one who caught the ninja knife just now was covered with thick chakra. Moreover, it seems that the power is extremely powerful. The other is speed. He seems to have poured all the chakras into his feet. Ching had directly observed from the beginning of the battle, and now began to tell the other ninjas about the form of the art of these guys. At the same time, a step towards the back was withdrawn. "So, is the alliance an alliance?" Hitomi asked as he turned to Kakashi, looking a little innocent. Shisui patted Hitomi's head, and without waiting for Kakashi to answer, he said directly, "Of course, now, it's a real ninja versus a cultist." As soon as the laughter came out, all the ninjas scattered in all directions. At the same time, Kakashi led his team and rushed towards the cultists. The ninja knife on his back was gone at this time, but it was replaced by a proprietary ninja knife in the shadows. If you look closely, you can find that this guy's swordsmanship is also extremely powerful. In terms of the coordination of physical skills and swordsmanship, even Hitomi is not Kakashi's opponent. The same knife made Hitomi a little depressed. The current Kakashi, maybe he is no match for him. However, if Itaki and I join forces, then we can definitely defeat this guy. I believe it's not a very rare thing, the black-robed cultist said with a sneer, and the 4 people behind him flashed to the battlefield outside in an instant. However, it is clear that Kusakure and Fog Cane seem to have formed a team. After all, the number of people in the fog is now the smallest. Moreover, there is a thick fog that can temporarily cause other cultists to fall into a state of lack of vision. It was Kakashi's team, a little depressed. Unexpectedly, he bumped into 2 of the 4 major cultists. I believe that this pressure has also increased a little. We are not those cultists who can be tortured and killed by you at any time. We are the true protectors of the Dharma. You have to be careful. Sekiya Yushin, on, I'll go first, Hasegawa. It's called Sekiya Yushin speed, extremely fast. Can appear in front of Kakashi in an instant, and at the same time, smash a punch into Kakashi's head. And if you really want to talk about it, Kakashi's physical skills are also quite powerful. The ninja knife jumped, and despite the fist that was about to approach the head, it stabbed directly into the opponent's eyes. However, it is clear that this guy does not seem to be afraid at all. The dark part behind him directly grabbed Guan-gu Yushin's arm and couldn't move. At the same time, Kakashi's ninja knife also directly touched this guy's eyelids. I only heard a sound, and after that, there was a flash and a sound when the metal came into contact. Kakashi and the ninja in the shadows were stunned for a moment, and Sekiya seemed to be able to foresee that they might be stunned, so they kicked out directly. It's a pity that before the foot was kicked, it was kicked out by the sudden appearance of the water stop in an instant. Smashed on the ground and rolled 3 or 4 times in a row before it stopped. These guys are obviously much more powerful than the original disciples. These current disciples are even inferior to the ones we met outside at that time, Shisui said as he looked at Kakashi and the shadow ninja, who were a little surprised, and at the same time, frowned. It seems that Ching is right. These guys, no matter what kind of ability they are improving, chakra will be concentrated there, and at the same time, the defense and speed power of this part will be extremely huge. Hey, it seems that these guys seem to know something about us, Sekiya said coldly, and at the same time, Hasegawa suddenly moved at this time. After leaving a series of phantoms, he has appeared in front of Zishui. The sickle in his hand slashed down diagonally, and his mouth opened suddenly. A stream of black poisonous gas spewed towards the water stop, and the speed was so fast that the captain, who was called the instantaneous water stop, was almost caught in the way. Of course, it's only a little bit. Instead, the real one was sprayed. The instantaneous technique of stopping water is not something that ordinary people can catch up with. The man was in mid-air, but his hands were quickly sealed, and Hitomi and Itaki appeared by Zishui's side in an instant. The sound of ping-pong weapons clashing appeared, withstanding each of Hasegawa's side swings. At the same time, the writing willy has also appeared, and Itaki, although helping Hitomi block Hasegawa's barrage of attacks. At the same time, one hand began to slowly stamp. Fire escape impatience claw red. The technique of stopping water had already appeared, and at the same time, the ninja knife in his hand also swung directly towards Hasegawa. And at this moment, the weasel seal has also been formed. Just as he was about to start, Hasegawa turned his body in an extremely strange twist in an instant. At the same time, the sickle in his hand was slashed at the weasel. At the same time, after trembling twice, he fell to the ground. Bang! After a bang, some smoke and dust came out. And Itaki's technique seems to have been completed. Fire escape dragon fire technique. In an instant, a fire dragon appeared in mid-air. In an instant, he roared towards the Hasegawa River, which landed on the ground. Boom! There was an explosion, and puffs of smoke and dust rose. The 3 people who stopped the water also landed at the same time. Looking at the explosion, the figures who seemed to be slowly standing up frowned. Of course, the shadows who were fighting against those ordinary cultists at this time, and Kakashi, who was still fighting against Sekiya Yuten, all had surprise in their eyes. The cooperation of these 3 guys is truly seamless. Moreover, just now, from the guidance of stopping the water, to the addition of Hitomi and Itaki, and then, the combat missions assigned to the trio, it seems to be as smooth as Kanaha's pig deer butterfly trio. In the distance, in the north, even Cut was stunned for a moment when he saw it at this time. These little ghosts are definitely the ones who killed the 4 fog ninjas a few days ago. Indeed, the cooperation is simply a seamless master. However, Coot noticed the mouse-like thing on Hitomi's shoulder. Unexpectedly, without the fluctuation of chakra, ninjutsu can be released. Just now, if it was an ordinary ninja battle, he might have died. It seems that the other side of the dense fog is the most dangerous now. Do you want to help? No, let's go and deal with those guys who are hidden in the clouds first. Unexpectedly, the physical skills are so good, in this case, Shuhei will suffer. Saying this, he disappeared in an instant. At this time, Yunyin's side is absolutely pressing. Especially Kiribi's attack. This guy is definitely a swordsmanship machine. Teacher, it seems that with such an attack, it doesn't seem to have any effect on him. Samurai said coldly after killing an ordinary disciple with some helplessness. Yes, then my lord. If we continue to consume it like this, maybe our chakra will be exhausted, and this guy seems to be still alive, Kurt said depressedly after killing one of the cultists. These few disciples standing behind the man seemed to be much more powerful than the kind of spells they used. Kiribi was also clearly aware of this, and at this time he put away his 7 knives. At the same time, he twisted the joints of his neck and his whole body. It seems that it's time to release the rhythm of the ultimate. At the same time, it is also the appearance of moving muscles and bones. In that case, then I can only do this. As he said this, Kiribi's speed suddenly increased for a moment. It's like a cannonball that has been ejected from the chamber. Even Shuhei didn't react, and his head was thrown high. With a pop, it landed on the ground. It seems, and bounced a few times. Thunder escaped thunder plow hot knife. Kiribi, who had already appeared behind Shuhei, roared angrily for a moment. This trick is better than speed. Speed, extremely fast. Even the pupils under the eyes of the riding wheel don't seem to really see clearly. At this time, looking at Kiribi in the distance, not only did his heart become empty. This is the real master. This guy's speed and strength are on par with Thunder Shadow. If it is to add the 8-tailed chakra coat, perhaps, in addition to stopping the water, it can sweep the entire battlefield. Patting his shoulder, Kiribi looked extremely relaxed at this time. I didn't care much about the injuries on my arms and thighs, because, under the influence of the 8-tails chakra, it seemed that they were about to get better. The teacher is still so strong, Samyi said coolly, and once again attacked those ordinary disciples. Darui, on the other hand, looked depressed. But Coot always felt that something was wrong, especially the believer who seemed to have fallen to the ground did not seem to be dead. In particular, there is a very special chakra that wraps around the neck of the corpse. Slowly stepping forward, as the brain and perception ninja of the squad, he had to determine whether he was dead or not. Of course, at this time, Kut's whole body was already tense. At any time, ready for battle. When Coot came to the corpse, an instantaneous incident made the entire team open their mouths wide. On the neck, black chakra lines appeared in an instant. At the same time, the head flew up as if it could be pulled back. And the black spear in Shuhei's hand had already shot, and the speed was extremely fast. It was just the blink of an eye that he had already appeared in front of Kut, and even in a prepared state, he was startled. After the ninja knife in his hand blocked the black spear, he retreated 3 or 4 steps backwards in a row before he could stop. Behind him, Akii stepped forward and grabbed Kut, which really stopped. The speed and strength of this spear have reached a certain level. If it hadn't been for Kut's preparation, he would definitely have died. Poof! Originally, Kut, who was already relieved, suddenly shook his whole body. Akii's eyes widened, and for a moment, he didn't even react. A black spear had pierced Kut's chest, and the blood, at this time, also dripped to the ground. Splashed some dust and blood. Kiribi was stunned for a moment, then appeared in front of Kut, and in an instant, he cut off the black spear that suddenly appeared on the ground, and in an instant, the figure holding Kut flashed to Samui's side. This spear made everyone stunned. Even a ninja who was as calm as Darui trembled at this moment. Even, with a deep sense of self-reproach. Yes, it's the black-robed man just now. Akii pointed to the position of the black-robed man who had disappeared, and said with some self-reproach, Kiribi. Coot looked very struggling at this time, and his whole body began to tremble when he said a word. After coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems to be a little smoother. I finally understand what the hell is going on with these guys. You guys, don't hesitate to attack these guys. Kut, you. Kiribi tried to stop Kurt from continuing, but Kurt smiled and stopped him. Turn all the chakras into the power of life. Or, as just now, transform into armor-like power. Or, it is to make the whole body more powerful. Just like that guy, even if his head falls to the ground, it seems to be able to survive for a long time. And, you can continue to put them together and continue to live. However, there seems to be something wrong with their chakra. As long as you keep destroying their bodies and keep attacking, if you use up their dark chakra, you will definitely die. That is, their technique. Target. The real meaning said this, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in a row. Darui stood beside Koot and looked at Kot with some self-reproach. It's all my fault, I didn't really take on the responsibility of captain. What you want to protect is Lord Thunder Shadow. He. At least, you can be recognized by the Thunder Shadow as a ninja. Koot smiled. It seems that I saw the moment when I was trained as a Thunder Shadow guard when I was a child. See, those comrades who have died on the battlefield in succession. See, those companions who were originally fine, but couldn't even find their bodies. See, the last parents. At this time, although his eyes were open, he didn't have a little breath. Kot. I know how to deal with these guys, leave it to me. Kiribi slowly put down Koot, and at the same time, a thick chakra aura began to appear throughout his body. On the other side, those black chakra threads also stitched up Jukai's skull. Slowly stood up and looked coldly at Kiribi with a strong chakra aura. Thunder escaped black spot. Darui's hands quickly sealed, and a black lightning leopard directly hit Shuhei at the moment when Shuhei didn't react. Suddenly, there was a boom. The black spots began to skyrocket, scattering towards the cultists in all directions. At this time, Kiribi didn't really let go of the sea of trees that had fallen. Had 8 cuts. Kiribi, who had already wrapped the cloak of the tailed beast, disappeared directly and appeared beside Shuhei. Shuhei's entire body was split in two. At the same time, the fists attacked the two halves of Shuhei's body. Thunder done, thunder plow hot knife. After another trick, Shuhei's head seemed to be separated. But that's not all. At this time, Kiribi simply erupted like a real tailed beast. The huge power makes the people of Shuhei still in the air. However, the body was directly torn apart. Hands and feet, upper body, lower body, head. It's just a real slaughtering scene. In the distance, Ching in the dense fog was slightly stunned, and then immediately said, it turns out that it is the human pillar power of union. However, we finally understand how these guys work. Just keep slashing until he doesn't really let his body take shape again. After saying that, the Qinglong piercing hand and the ghost lantern smoke ninja knife also appeared on the body of one of the 4 protectors at the same time. Both of them can really act in the thick fog. However, this Dharma protector is obviously not allowed. Similarly, those ninjas in the grass-hidden village could only hide in the dense fog at this time. They, likewise, have no vision. The movements of King He Ghost Lantern Smoke are extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, you can slash at that protector a few times. At such a speed, even the Dharma protector seems to be unable to bear it. Now that we've mastered the weaknesses of these guys, shouldn't we act? Hitomi sneered, and then the ninja knife in his hand turned slightly and rushed straight over. At this time, Kakashi also felt a lot. Yunyin's movements, of course, are absolutely known. However, at this time, Kakashi, who remembered some of the past, also seemed to suddenly have a feeling of hatred for these cultists. We're on, said to the 3 people who had rushed over, and to the 2 members of the dark department behind them. Immediately, kill those believers. Hasegawa and Sekiai Yushin glanced at the sea of trees over there, and snorted coldly, this stupid, however, I want to see if it is your chakra strength or our vitality is tenacious. In an instant, almost the entire battlefield showed a one-sided trend. Aren't you tenacious? Well, I'll kill you a few more times. Moreover, Kiribi, who had already appeared in the cloak of a tailed beast, was even more powerful at this time, which made those disciples tremble. Those disciples didn't have the spell seal skills of the Dharma protectors, so almost all of them were killed in an instant. Moreover, these ninja chakras are rarely used, and they can kill themselves directly. At the same time, the situation on Hitomi's side is even more obvious. The body has 2 members of the dark side and Hitomi resisting, while Itaki, as well as Shisui and Kakashi, behind him, are auxiliary attacks. It can be said that Hasegawa and Sekiai Yushin are simply pressed and beaten. I've already died twice, and if I continue like this, I may not be far from death. At this time, they are also looking for opportunities to start. It is necessary to bring out the value of one's indirect death. The black-robed cultist led by him slowly raised a head from the ground, and after sneering, he drilled back again. At the same time, in the secret room, the old man sat a little tired next to the test bench. There was a deep coldness in the wrinkles on his face like a ravine. After glancing at the corner, he immediately sneered, it seems that the situation outside is not very good. Moreover, what happened when you came back at this time? Teacher, now is the most critical time, I must come back to see how you are doing. Otherwise, what if you are corrupted by the magic of the evil gods? The black-robed man slowly stepped out of the wall and looked at the old man with a smile on his face, seemingly, with a flattering taste. However, the old man at this time seemed to be a little helpless. After a faint laugh, he asked Zinzi, how many years have I taught you the art of earth fusion? Sighed with a sense of twilight. Teacher, why do you ask this question? It's been 8 years. At that time, I was just a shinobi in Tangian village. Yes, it's been 8 years. Looking at Zinzi's memories, the old man became melancholy again. Of course, if Hitomi were here now, he would definitely be surprised. Unexpectedly, this guy who was called the Great Protector turned out to be the new wisdom of Tangian Village. At the same time, it seems that he has known the old man for a long time and is known as a teacher. At that time, you really didn't have the slightest tyranny. It's also one orthodox Yugakuan village ninja, hee. However, now you don't even let go of your own apprentice. After the old man sighed, he pointed to the flying section on the platform and said, the guy you have cultivated is actually full of anger. Moreover, I worship the imaginary evil god Sama. Shinchi had already come out of the earth, and after laughing coldly, he said, Teacher, aren't you looking for such a container? Only in this way can we really complete that experiment. However, such a ninja, even if he really succeeds, is of no real use. His body, even if it's really immortal. But the body arts, ninjutsu and other spell seal techniques are not very good, and in the case of such a ninja, I have failed. My container must require a truly powerful ninja to do it. Moreover, even if I occupy his body, his obsession will affect me. Saying this, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zinzi coldly. Fuji Ringa has been going on for so many years, and I seem to have understood a truth, that is, before true immortality, you must first choose your emotions. Only if I can cut the shackles of this world, can I truly gain power. What do you mean, teacher? Zinzi was stunned for a moment, but Fujilinjia appeared in front of Zinzi in an instant, grabbed Zinzi's neck and roared, that is, cut off the relationship with your master and apprentice, and then, eat this kid's soul again. The whole body was twisted like the waves of the earth. Hitomi looked at the corpses all over the ground, as well as the 4 Dharma protectors who had been cut into 8 pieces, and turned to look at the ninjas on the other 2 sides. At this time, Yunyin and Wien seemed to be ninjas who were wary of Konoha. To Yunyin, these guys don't seem to have any level of threat. There are only 2 fog ninjas left, and the ninjas in Grass Hidden Village are nothing to Yunyin at all. It's these guys in Konoha that those 3 little ghosts killed most of the Foggy Hide. In particular, there are 3 people who are still from the Uchiha clan. Even Kiribi doesn't dare to hold it up now. Koot said that the riding wheels of those 3 guys are definitely powerful to a certain extent. At the same time, the 8 tails in the body also seemed to say, the guy who stopped the water was definitely not easy to deal with. However, Konoha's riding wheel eye is the most troublesome. Moreover, the cooperation of these guys can definitely play the greatest power. Moreover, they remember the previous hatred very well. At all, there was no hesitation in looking at Konoha at all. Looks like these guys want to kill us first. Hitomi smiled helplessly, and then looked towards Kakashi. However, at this time, Kakashi suddenly thought of something. After looking around, he immediately waved his hand of retreat. In an instant, he dodged towards the forest. After glancing coldly at Ching, Zishui immediately flashed away with Hitomi and Itaki. This time, it made Yunyan's side and Wien's side stunned for a moment. It seems that I can't react a little. At the same time, there are also some doubts. These guys won't give up that immortal technique, right? Moreover, looking at the current Yinchi and resentment, it seems that they are all about to succeed. At that moment, the whole earth seemed to begin to shake. As if on the water, from the castle of the beast, circles of ripples slowly appeared outward. Not good, flash mob, Darui yelled in a daze. The moment everyone jumps, boom, a loud explosion appeared, and the entire land that was flashed by the ripples exploded in an instant. Clumps of rocks and earth exploded like sand. At the same time, the entire behemoth castle seems to have been hit like this. One after another, it turned into sand and began to collapse towards the ground. I see, I didn't expect that these disciples would start fighting among themselves. 2 extremely amazing forces are about to appear. Ching immediately opened his eyes and observed. At the same time, the voice just fell. Everyone had just landed on the trees in the forest when there was another boom, and countless sands burst out. The 2 figures flashed out at the same time, leaping in midair, but in the blink of an eye, they immediately separated. But looking at the sparks in the sky, the collision of weapons, at least, it looks like a dozen moves are right. The moment Zinzi appeared, even Zishui and Itake were stunned for a moment and didn't react. Unexpectedly, this last black-robed protector turned out to be the Shangnan Zinzi of Tangian Village. At the same time, what is the situation with this guy now fighting against that old man? Although, he still wears a black robe. However, the hood had already been removed. It was revealed, with gray hair and an old face full of ravines. It's just that, what looks extremely strange is that this old man is holding a 3-stage bloody scythe in his hand. Moreover, the other hand is one-handed with the seal. This scene, in front of all the ninjas, was stunned. This old man is the so-called Great Sect Master. However, the strength is very strong. Just now, though only for a moment. However, he slashed more than a dozen moves in a row. Moreover, it also hurt the young guy. Zinzi? I see, no wonder, after inviting Konoha to come, he even let us come to mix with the Foggy. It turns out that this is the case, and he also wants this kind of technique. Ching Luo said in a cold voice not far from Zishui. When he said this, he looked extremely angry. Unexpectedly, I was tricked by such a guy. You mean, you suddenly attacked us last time, and it was because of this guy? Zishui frowned slightly, looking a little surprised. Ching nodded his head, and after glancing at the ghost lantern smoke, he immediately said, this guy told us that originally, he joined forces with us, but Yukanaha forcibly intervened. That's why we were so hostile last time. However, this guy definitely wants us ninjas from big countries to fight each other. Ching, it seems, this time it's really a bit dangerous. We were almost wiped out, and we don't know what the situation was, said Ghost Lantern Smoke solemnly. As soon as he heard that tone, he knew that he was also very annoyed at this time. In the distance, the master and apprentice were still holding each other. Fuji Linjia looked at Zinzi coldly and said, do you think that your earth fusion technique is already very powerful? Then, let you see, an even more powerful earth fusion technique. As soon as the words fell, the entire earth shook again. At the same time, the sandy earth began to spin like a whirlpool towards the middle. And after Fuji Lingjia made a seal again, he roared, seal, 10,000 laws are banned. Suddenly, a powerful suction force made Zinzi lose control in an instant. The whole body began to fly towards the center of the vortex. Along the way, even clumps of sand were summoned by Zinzi, trying to hold him back. Unfortunately, even the sand was swept away. Teacher, I know it's wrong. I don't dare, please let me go. Loudly yelling and begging for mercy. It's just that Fuji Inga still didn't have the slightest reaction. Moreover, the whole person jumped high, instantly appeared in the new wisdom that was about to approach the center. The scythe in his hand slashed out. Poof! The new wisdom, which has been turned into two halves, wants to attack Fuji Linjie, but is instantly pinched by the sand that has rushed up. After directly dressing up Shinchi's entire body, the scythe swung again. In an instant, Zinzi's entire body was torn apart. One after another, they fell into this sea of sand. At this time, Hitomi suddenly thought of someone. Do I love Luo? This technique is really very similar to my arrow's technique. Moreover, this old guy's chakra is really powerful. In an instant, he can unleash such a technique. When Zinzi disappeared into the sand whirlpool, Fujilinga looked towards the forest. At the same time, the three-stage bloody scythe in his hand swung a little. What are the ninjas over there hiding? Aren't they coming out? Said Fujiringa after sneering. From just now, Kakashi had felt an extremely powerful force. Now that I see the real person, I seem to be relieved. This guy is really strong and a little scary. The Kiribi just now, although he didn't have a complete tailed beast, had already shocked Kakashi a little. It's just that this old man at this time seems to be extremely terrifying in terms of chakra. It seems, with a dark feeling, Hummer said to Kiribi. Kiribi was stunned for a moment. Did even the tailed beast begin to hate this power? What kind of power is this, Haki-chan? Seemingly, I don't have a clue. Kiribi frowned, looking serious. From the death of Koot just now, Yao can clearly feel that Kiribi seems to have a little more anger in his heart. At the same time, what also made Hohamio a little depressed was that he didn't seem to know much about this force at this time. I don't even have a clue how it came about. Therefore, at this time, the Hummer didn't know how to answer. Kiribi's fist clenched and gurgled, and his entire body was directly wrapped in the tailed beast's clothes, and he rushed over in an instant. First 8 knives. After a loud shout, he had already appeared in front of the old man. However, the old man at this time did not look surprised at all. The scythe in his hand spun twice, instantly blocking Kiribi's moves. At the same time, with his other hand, he took out a short black spear and stabbed it into Kiribi's head. Kiribi's speed was also extremely fast, and after tilting his head, his foot swept straight over. The rope linked by the three-stage scythe and the black spear suddenly stretched out at this moment, and after directly blocking this kick, the two separated. With such a fast speed, it has already passed a few moves. Even with such white eyes as blue, I couldn't help but tremble a little when I saw it at this time. These two guys are completely monsters among monsters. At this time, Hitomi didn't expect that the old man to have such strength. The strength of the 8-tailed human pillar Licky Rubby can be clearly displayed in the back. Before Suzuki didn't use Amaterasu, even the three of Mizuki and Shigigo were not his opponents. Moreover, it almost hung up directly. Moreover, Kiribi has not yet become an 8-tailed state. Such ninjutsu strength, coupled with the cloak of the tailed beast, could only be tied with that old man. However, it seems that the current Kiribi has not become the power of the 8-tails. At most, it can only enter the second stage. After Kakashi's hands were sealed, Rachel's light appeared on his hand, and he said coldly, let's go. In an instant, he flashed out. Shisui glanced at Kakashi's left eye, smiled helplessly, and quickly followed. On the other side, the others of Yun Yin, as well as Wu Yin and Cao Yin, also dodged out. After seeing the strength of this old man, it seems that he can only win by joining forces. Otherwise, with the power of that person's pillar force, I really don't know if I can do it. Thunder escape black spot. Fire escape Hall on fire technique. Water escape great waterfall technique. In an instant, the strength of the three parties all launched a powerful ninjutsu, sweeping the flying sand and attacking towards the old man. At the same time, Kiribi jumped back and forth. Fujiinga swirled and swung three bloody sides, and after a slam of blows, his eyes exploded. In an instant, a slash towards the ninja was issued. Suddenly, after a loud bang, Fujiinga's entire body soared into the air, of course, not by those ninjutsu. It's the result of jumping directly after splitting those ninjutsu. What? Kingdu, who had just jumped out, exclaimed directly, this guy actually directly split that level of ninjutsu. This guy is really an absolute monster. At this moment, Kakashi and Kiribi also jumped up. Rachel stabbed at the old man's chest, while Kiribi used Thunder Escape to jump directly onto the old man's head, as if he wanted to smash it down. With a pop, the great sect master had fallen into the sea of sand. It's like falling into the water, and even splashing up a cloud of sand. And Kiribi, of course, rushed down directly after him. Just as Kiribi was about to fall into the sea of sand, Ching Meng shouted, "Leave quickly, there is something wrong with that sea of sand." Similarly, Zishui and Itaki also instantly felt that something was not right. It seems that the entire sea of sand is like a giant beast that can devour anything. Unexpectedly, there is still a flow of chakra. However, how could an ordinary ninja have such a huge chakra? Sure enough, he was hit by Ching and had not fallen directly into the sea of sand. The sand stretched out like tentacles. However, at this time, Kiribi was in a very tyrannical time. In an instant, all these tentacles retreated into the sea of sand. With this speed and power, the power to cut through the sea of sand is really superb, which is a bit unbelievable. But the arm that appeared again below made Kiribi reluctantly give up the struggle in an instant. A human arm reached out and grabbed Kiribi's foot. At the same time, a large number of chakras actually entered the sea of sand along their arms. It only took a dozen seconds to make Kiribi's tailed beast cloak disappear. At that moment, Kakashi's Rachel swiped across again. In an instant, the human's arm was severed. However, when the human arm fell into the sea of sand, no blood was found to flow out. Tu Dun, Tu Lu Wall. The two members of the Dark Department sealed their hands, and in an instant, an earthen platform appeared from the sea of sand. Everyone, including Kakashi, stood on the platform. At this time, Kiribi was standing on the top of the earthen platform. But he was still a little shocked, and in just a dozen seconds, he actually absorbed almost all of his chakra just now. If I use the trick just now a few more times, even I am not an opponent, said Humbil a little helplessly. At this time, Kiribi did not have the power to directly turn into a tailed beast. Therefore, if you continue to fight like this, it will be a great loss for Kiribi. Hitomi was a little stunned from just now. How could such a powerful teacher, that guy from Feijuan, be so weak? There is only one immortal technique, and the physical technique is the slowest one among the Xiao. Ninjutsu? That guy doesn't know ninjutsu at all. At most, that is, after being stabbed by others, blood is taken in an instant. Moreover, if you know the ability, a master of physical skills. A master like Akai might be able to finish the flight in just a few minutes. However, only now did he realize that this great sect master was simply a monster among monsters. Such a powerful earth escape spell can absorb the means of chakra. Moreover, judging from just now, the physical technique is even more powerful and outrageous. Unexpectedly, he can catch Kiribi's thunder plow hot knife with his bare hands. This guy, I don't know if the illusion is useful to him. Oh no, this earth platform is slowly starting to melt. The members of the Dark Department were stunned for a moment, and then reminded loudly, if this earth platform melts, I am afraid that it will go directly into the sea of sand at that time. Well, it's really in the hands of that old guy. This can't be done, even if it is the tailed orc pillar force, it seems that it can't withstand the absorbed chakra. However, at this time, Ching and Hitomi both turned violently towards the place not far behind them. At the same time, Zishui and the others also turned around. Behind him, the old man had already appeared on the sea of sand. At the same time, the right hand, which had been lost, slowly absorbed the sand of the sand sea, and began to replace it with an arm. This kind of thing made all ninjas stunned. If, like those Dharma protectors, the black chakra threads were used for stitching, it would be believed. However, in this case, it is simply an elementalization technique. When the arm was attached, in an instant, the mouth ejected directly. The sand knife spun and flew at such a fast speed that it shot through the stomach before it didn't even have time to dodge or resist. It's just that the moment it was shot through the stomach, it was directly liquefied. Immediately, he slowly returned to his physical appearance. This made the other ninjas stunned for a moment. This kind of blood inheritance is really powerful. However, it seems that the old man just now also seems to have such power. However, one is water and the other is sand. Oh, that's it, humph. The old man fell into the sea of sand again, but in an instant, he appeared under the earthen platform again. Knock! After a loud bang, the entire earthen platform was split in two. One after another, sand knives appeared, and in the state of extremely high-speed rotation, they could break the Earth platform in an instant. The old man's meaning is already obvious: let you come down, fall into my sea of sand, so that he can fight a long battle. Moreover, you may be able to instantly absorb the chakras of yourself and others. After a few clicks, everyone seemed to have no choice, and they all landed on the sand sea. Of course, it is impossible to fall into the sea of sand. This kind of ninjutsu, which is like treading water, will still be possible. Ghost Lantern Yan's hands quickly sealed, and shouted, "Fog concealment technique." Immediately, a large area of dense fog began to appear, covering all the people in an instant. At the same time, Ching said coldly, "Now, I can see that guy in the sea of sand. At 10 o'clock, it seems to be coming at a very fast speed." Of course, Hitomi at this time can actually be seen. The sand below seems to be flowing differently. Of course, even the writing wheel does not have the function of perspective. Darui took 2 steps forward, in the direction of 10 o'clock, and quickly sealed his hands, thunder and land. Suddenly, flashes of light and the arc of thunder and lightning could be seen in the entire dense fog. How is it possible, this old fellow is not afraid of thunder and lightning? No, his speed seems to have slowed down. Ching was startled at first, but reacted immediately. Hearing this, Kakashi also took 2 steps forward, and quickly sealed his hands. Thunder escape ground go, is the same technique as Darui just now. After going out in an instant, Ching announced once again that the old guy had slowed down again. In other words, this spell doesn't seem to be much different from ninjutsu. It seems that the property of mutual restraint will also be produced. Instead, the sand under the fog began to riot again. At the same time, Fuji Inga seems to have shifted direction. Boom! After a loud explosion, all of a sudden, the entire sea of sand tilted. In an instant, all the sand shot towards the sky. With a few clicks, the ninjas ran towards the forest next to them at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Ching still pays attention to the figure of Fuji Linjia. "This old fellow, keep up." 7 o'clock, 100 meters away, shouted as soon as everyone landed. At this time, Kiribi once again conjured up the cloak of the tailed beast. In an instant, he dodged out and rushed towards that side. Of course, at this time, he seemed to have added the effect of thunder and lightning to the coat of the tailed beast. Boom! After a loud explosion, Kiribi was covered in sand. At the same time, the figure is gone. Hitomi opened her eyes abruptly and shouted, "Ching, watch your back." However, at this time, it seemed that it was too late for Ching. The ghost light smoke appeared instantly, but it was still a little far away from Ching, but fortunately it flew out with 1 foot. Directly, after kicking Ching, his entire body was hit by the bloody March scythe. With a bang, it crashed directly into the giant tree not far away. However, the liquefaction was not successful, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, there seemed to be a red glow on his chest. It turned out to be a spell seal technique, and at this time, a big hole was also cut out of the abdomen. Writing wheel eye. Ji Shui instantly turned in front of the old man and instantly opened the writing wheel eye. However, the old man only hesitated for a second before exploding again. It turned out to be a clone made of sand. What's going on, old fellow?" said Darui, skeptically. The whole body tensed up to prevent a sneak attack at any time. At the same time, the figure of the old man is heading towards the water. It was only a second between the explosion and the doppelganger just now. "Teacher!" Hitomi shouted, and Pikachu used 100,000 volts again. Hit the old man Fuji Linjia directly. Boom. Is it a sand clone? Or is it a stand-in technique or something? Aoi muttered at this time, and Kakashi even had beads of sweat on his forehead. This old man is simply a super movie-level master. This guy can surround so many elite ninjas to fight. At the same time, even his figure does not seem to be found. Kakashi, 100 meters behind you. Hitomi was always checking with his strongest eye, and at this time, it seemed that the blue-white eyes were useless. It's Hitomi's strongest eye, and as long as there is any wind and grass, it seems that it can be discovered in an instant. Kakashi leapt onto another tree, his hands quickly sealed. This guy seems to be afraid of thunder-based ninjutsu. Well, relatively speaking, Rachel is also definitely useful. By the time Fujiringa reappeared, Kakashirek had already been completed. A handful was inserted into Fujiinga's chest, but unfortunately, the figure exploded directly again. What the hell is going on, this old fellow, is it made of sand? Ching stood beside Ghost Lantern Yan, looking at the dying Ghost Lantern Yan, and roared violently. "Van, it seems that the ninja just now is right, this old guy is really made of sand, and the loose sand on your body is actually absorbing our chakra. This kind of thing is too terrifying. Even a bull who has lived for so long has never heard of such a thing. Not to mention, I've seen something like this. Oh no, my chakra seems to have been sucked by something." Darui yelled and fell straight down the tree. Immediately, one by one, they fell to the ground. It seems that they have all become paralyzed children without the slightest combat effectiveness. "Ching, it seems, our mission this time is really a failure. Ghost Lantern said weakly, looking at the fine sand in the sky. The corners of his mouth began to close. Blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth, drop by drop, dripping on the original grass. Shisui and Itaki also followed Kakashi and fell from the tree. However, among the 5 people of Konoha, they were all caught by Hitomi and placed next to the big tree. At this time, the ones who can really stand are Kiribi and Hitomi. Even if Hitomi didn't have a chakra, it wouldn't have started to be made directly and automatically. Moreover, he has been here for so many years. Therefore, you can adapt well. And Kiribi, although he had lost his tailed beast coat at this time, he still stood firmly. Unexpectedly, the last person standing here is actually the 2 of you. It seems that among all the ninjas, that is, the 2 of you are the ninjas who are the least like ninjas. You should be a true swordsman. At this time, no sand had fallen in the sky. At the same time, the figure of the old man Fuji Linga slowly gathered from the sand. The bloody march scythe on his right hand was still so dazzling, and the gray hair looked like a real old man in the armor at this time. However, the speed is still extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared beside Kiribi, and the bloody march scythe in Kiribi's head were only a fraction of a second. With a bang, Kiribi's ninja knife had already blocked the bloody scythe. Although, Kiribi's strength is indeed strong, however, he is also extremely powerful in swordsmanship. In just a moment, he can block more than a dozen moves of the old man. However, it is obvious that Kiribi at this time also seems to be struggling. After all, the chakra consumes too much, and the old man's physical skills are too powerful. Hitomi, come over and help, we don't care. Zishui tried to stand up with some difficulty, but fell down directly. Looking at the battle over there, he urged Hitomi to say. Hitomi shuddered for a moment, and of course knew why she couldn't fall. With the power and speed of the strongest eye, though, it may not be enough to see in such a battle. However, the strength of the Uzumaki clan's physique and armed color domineering, coupled with the swordsmanship taught by the usual Gentai sensei, perhaps, it can really be a fight. The current Kiribi is still holding on, but the old fellow clearly wanted to force him into those sandy places. Moreover, at this time, Kiribi even has the support of a tailed beast. It seems that it is starting to be insufficient. The hand slowly put on the handle of the ninja knife, and instantly appeared beside the old man, and shouted violently, "Jui slash." In an instant, a sword aura appeared. At the same time, that oppressive aura also appeared. When, after a crisp sound, the old man retreated again and again, and the black short spear was thrown out in an instant. Directly hit the unsuspecting Kiribi. Of course, it may be that Kiribi at this time is indeed too hard. After pulling out the short spear directly, he knelt on the ground on one knee. Little ghost, this time, it's really up to you. This guy seems to be able to manipulate the sand on the ground to absorb other people's chakra. Hitomi nodded his head, patted Pikachu on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Pikachu, this time, it's up to you. At this time, everyone finally found out. The ninja beast on his shoulder didn't even fall. Moreover, it seems to be very spiritual. In my heart, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. What kind of ninja beast is this? Can you not rely on chakra? It's on. After the ninja knife in his hand was horizontal, Hitomi instantly flashed and rushed forward. At this time, the old man was also extremely surprised, and after the two exchanged more than a dozen moves, Pikachu took advantage of the time when he was not paying attention. After 2 consecutive 100,000 volts, 2 knife marks also appeared on the old man's body. Blood, slowly dripping down. There is a feeling of twilight in the 60th year. It turns out that the most dangerous thing is that you little ghost, hehe. I really didn't expect it. Fuji Ringa said lightly after moving his body for a while. And Hitomi has always felt that this old guy's physical strength is getting worse and worse since the fight just now. After so many chakras, all of them were sucked away. Where did they go? Hitomi, this guy, can even draw with this old guy just by virtue of his physical skills. Hey, no, this old guy's speed and movement strength have begun to decrease a lot. Zishui first looked at his disciple and laughed, but immediately laughed. Hitomi, this guy may not be able to use chakra at all. This guy, maybe everything is powered by those spell marks, and those spell marks should be time limited. So, this guy doesn't have much strength at all, said this, and it seemed that all the ninjas understood. One after another, towards the ninja who was young but protected everyone. So, that's what happened. Although it is an old man who is about to enter the coffin, I can only sacrifice you. Hitomi laughed coldly and patted Pikachu on the shoulder again. At the same time, he slowly walked towards the old man with the ninja knife. The old man snorted coldly, and after the black mark on his forehead flashed again, Hitomi, who had originally intended to defend, was stunned for a moment. This old guy actually fled directly towards the location of the original giant beast castle. At this moment, the corners of Hitomi's mouth began to twitch. Unexpectedly, I was tricked. I used my foot hard, and at the same time, I followed. The two of them fled one by one, and they were extremely fast enough to approach the castle of the giant beast that had turned into a pile of sand. Taking advantage of this time, Hitomi's hands were sealed, quickly refining the chakra. With this kind of physical skill, it is indeed difficult to catch up with that old guy. And what if the old guy had any tricks? Drink, the old man jumped high and slashed at the sand with a scythe. Suddenly, the sand began to burst open. At the same time, dodge in. After hesitating for a moment, Hitomi's hands quickly sealed, and at the same time shouted, psychic technique. After a bang, a pair of black wings flashed out of the white smoke that enveloped Hitomi's figure. After a little fanning, Hitomi flew into the cavern. It wasn't until I went in that I realized that it was indeed a little chilling. Along the way, the street lamps on both sides were all made of skulls. The wax of the red candle dripped on the skull, making it even more eerie. Demon beast, can you feel that guy's breath? Hitomi asked in a cold voice. Yes, this is the psychic beast that was shaken last time. It turned out to be the demon beast among Digimon. Speaking of which, it made Hitomi a little stunned. However, based on the strength of the demon beast, at least, it should be no problem to take out a Shangnan, right? Of course, it is also in a state of sneak attack. Fuji Linjia's whole body seemed to be wrapped in a thick black aura. At the same time, on the test bench beside him, it seemed that this black aura had been transmitting to Fuji Linga. The demon beast frowned slightly, and after sneering, it went directly into the wall next to it, and the voice appeared, this guy, it seems that there is that evil aura all over his body, much more evil than me. Hitomi nodded his head slightly, and slowly walked towards Fuji Linjia. The ninja knife in his hand also became extremely heavy at this time, and it was slightly pointed at the ground. Is it really interesting to do this for the sake of that so-called immortal art? You already have such a strong strength, if you really go to the ninja world, you will definitely be in existence like the Five Shadows. Hitomi sighed a little at the old man's thoughts, but how many people defected or killed and robbed for the sake of immortality? Among them, the most famous should be the Great Snake Pill. The old man shook his head, and his eyes became a little sad at this time. Looking at the little ninja in front of him, he suddenly laughed. I am the one who has been alive since the Second Ninja War. So, I also witnessed everything in the ninja world. There are no real friends, and there are only relationships of interest. But what do we ordinary people get? You ninja fights only by relying on us to really get benefits. But what about us? After raising his head, Fujiinga said softly, my name is Fujiringa, what about you, little ghost? No matter whether this time is my death or yours death, at least, you have to know the other party's name. Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then nodded her head with some empathy. Uzumaki Hitomi. Although I have the blood of the Uchiha clan, I don't recognize the proud little ghost. Ha ha ha. Hearing such an answer, Fuji Linjia laughed directly. Pointing to the wall that the demon beast had drilled into, he said, it is precisely because of the ninja, it is precisely because of this powerful power, that this world was created. My goal is to destroy this ninja world. With this technique, then I can create those undead warriors who hate you ninjas. Then, you ninjas, it's over. Hitomi's shock was really a little too big for me to stand it, and it was such a guy again. Moreover, this guy seems to be even more shocking. If he could have been fighting like that just now, perhaps, it was really possible. This kind of technique is unbearable even for tailed beasts. After all, the kind of sand that can devour chakra, even Kiribi and Yao haven't been directly put down. Then your technique just now may be fine. Hitomi asked a little strangely, and at the same time, she said with some extremely objective understanding. Fujiinga shook his head and pointed at the experimenter on the test bench, just like this guy, because he has a tyrannical heart, he endured the evil god turning technique this time. At the same time, it also has that kind of immortal power. However, if I want to kill him, I can kill this guy in an instant. None of the physical arts, ninjutsu, and my spells are really good at it, so what's the use of not dying? As long as I cut off his limbs, then this guy will really be in vain. Moreover, the earth fusion technique like the one just now also requires a small amount of chakra to draw a formation with blood before it can be used. I don't have that many dark chakras. Dark chakra? Fujiringa sneered, and said again, do you still want to trick me? As long as you can beat me, then I may be able to teach you such a technique. As soon as the words fell, Fujiinga got up and stepped forward again. The speed is extremely fast, perhaps, it is really half a second to swing 3 knives. It's a pity that after Dang Dang's 3 sounds, Hitomi directly blocked the bloody March sickle with his body. They are the 3 knives on the head, neck, and waist, and they are not even a little skin broken. After 2 consecutive fights, Fujilinga half knelt on the ground, frowned and said with a serious face, it seems that when you were outside just now, you have been hiding your strength. Yes, I really didn't use this ability. As you said, there are many factors in such a ninja world. I'm really afraid that I'll be caught as a guinea pig when the time comes. Hitomi said earnestly, and at the same time, the figures of Danzu and Orochimaru appeared in his mind. These 2 guys are based on the experiment of this ability. It seems that you have suffered such a thing in this ninja world, so why don't you join me here? Fujirinka said seriously. However, at this time, Hitomi shook his head, no, you have already attracted the attention of ninjas in so many countries. Moreover, you don't have such strength now, and there are also people who need my protection. As soon as the words fell, they appeared in front of Fuji Linga. Both of them are extremely fierce in their moves, and they don't seem to be afraid of being slashed by each other at all. At this time, the demon beast slowly stretched out its head. Looking at the scene of swords coming and going, he sneered, "This kid, his strength is not bad." From time to time, Pikachu would release 100,000 volts to attack Fujilinga, making him also paralyzed for a moment. It's just that at this time, Fujilinga seems to have that kind of sand possession technique again. Unexpectedly, it can melt into sand in an instant. At the same time, Hitomi can be countered from another angle. Fortunately, Hitomi's armed color domineering at this time also has a certain amount of fire. So, you can defend against this kind of attack. Otherwise, he would have been killed by this guy a long time ago. However, Hitomi at this time also seemed to have discovered that Fujilinga's movements and speed were getting faster and faster. It's like, in this place, he can restore what he called the dark chakra. At the same time, a dark black mist could appear on the bloody march scythe. It seems as if the chakra fog had melted. The more I continued to fight like this, the more frightened I became. Gradually, Hitomi at this time seemed to be a little irresistible. At the same time, after a knife slash, a bloody mark had been cut on the arm. Hee, it seems that your ability can't be used for a long time. Fujilinga sneered twice, and then attacked again. This is the time, Deathclaw. The demon beast has been waiting for an opportunity. At this time, as the most competent assassin, perhaps now is indeed the best time. Arms, flying straight out of the ground. In an instant, the hole pierced Fujilinga's chest. It's a pity that at this time, the Vine Linga was sandy again. At the same time, a new body was slowly formed from the other side. Ha. Your move like this is useless to me. Laughing at the attack of the demon beast, Fujilinga seemed to be extremely arrogant at this time. Stop! Suddenly, Fujilinga's body became motionless, and at the same time, the shadow of a spell appeared on his body. In the faint dark black light, Fujilinga's body stood straight. Poof, the ninja knife had stabbed into Fujilinga's heart. This time, he finally didn't have no sand. At the same time, blood began to flow slowly from the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect your psychic beast to even spell seals. Yes, very good, said Fujilinga with some calmness. Ha. Now, it's up to me to defeat you. On the test bench, the flying segment that jumped up in an instant kicked Hitomi's shoulder one by one. At this time, even Fujilinga looked a little surprised. 100,000 volts. Claw of Death. Pikachu and the demon beast directly released their special moves, and suddenly, the flying segment in midair was grabbed and shot out, hitting the wall with a thud, and slowly sliding down. However, at this time, there still seems to be nothing going on. Great sect master, I didn't expect the power of this evil god to be so powerful. It's like this, and it's still not dead. Fei Duan was stunned for a moment, and then roared loudly. How about letting him go? Let's see where he goes. Fujilinga said in a very strange tone after coughing. Hitomi glanced at Fei Duan, who seemed to want to continue attacking, and said with a smile, just look, this guy can't go by himself. Fei Duan, listen to me, run away now, run as far as possible, you are definitely not this guy's opponent. He understands your technique very well, listen to me, and pass on our evil god sect. Fujilinga said with some difficulty, and directly pulled out Hitomi's ninja knife, and sat on the ground. Fei Duan was stunned for a moment, but Hitomi could see that there were still some tears in his eyes. It seems that he really wants to protect this great sect master. Let's go! After a roar, Fei Duan finally sped out. Hitomi knew that this guy was actually lying in ambush outside the secret room. Is it possible? Do you want to give me a blow when I go out? Hitomi thought a little depressed, and at the same time, shook her head helplessly. Now, can you tell me what the dark chakra is? No, the 6 Dao immortals. Fujilinga said with some difficulty, and at the same time, he took out a scroll from his arms and threw it directly to Hitomi. The 6 Dao immortals can use chakras of any attribute, but everyone doesn't know that the chakras of all attributes are actually from yin and yang escape. Yin and yang escape? Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then thought of the Nara family and the Autumn Dao family. Their skills seem to lie in the relationship between yin and yang, and all the spell seals I use have evolved from the shadows. Even the immortal body of the flying section has evolved from the yin escape. Of course, as you just said, my earth fusion technique seems to be a very powerful technique. But, this technique can only be truly realized by the formation drawn by my yin escape chakra. Yes, it's a formation, just like that kind of enchantment. It's a pity that those sand swapping techniques cost me a lot of yin retreat chakra, otherwise, I would have been invincible a long time ago. Moreover, it is impossible for me to go to the 5 great ninja villages to draw a formation. This is very unrealistic. Besides, I don't have such a powerful chakra, hee. As for those spells, they are in the scrolls I gave you. After looking at the pile of loess that had turned into sand and directly turned into the secret room, he immediately looked towards the outside of the secret room. At the same time, with a hint of pleasure in my heart. No matter how bad this flying technique is now, how much he doesn't understand his own technique. However, one thing is for sure, this guy will definitely be a member of Akatsuki in the future. At the same time, it can be regarded as a real S-class rebel. Unexpectedly, at this time, you can abuse a traitor. At the same time, there was also a kind of sadness in my heart. Just like what Fuji Ringa said just now, the battle of ninjas, the world of ninjas, are all built by ordinary people. However, those who are injured and cannot be avenged are always ordinary people. There is no cheerfulness like Naruto, nor is there darkness like the Uchiha. However, at this time, Hitomi still had a sad feeling in his heart. However, the flying section's attack made Hitomi break that state of mind all of a sudden. Pikachu went straight to 100,000 volts when Hitomi didn't move. At the same time, the demon beast also came out at this time, and the claws of death in an instant made the flying segment hit the wall again. As Fujilinga said, "Now you can't even touch my body, why do you want to kill me? Moreover, if I cut off your limbs, you will still have no ability to move. Then, it's a dead word." After frowning slightly, Hitomi instantly made a move, and Fei Duen's limbs had been cut off at this time. Those elite ninjas have already come, or they will be killed right now. Or, just wait to be taken back for the guinea pig experiments. I'll sew it up for you when the ninjas are gone, and you'll have to go back to Yugakure right away. At least, you can only really come to me if you have the strength to be a ninja. In this case, do you agree? Hitomi said very clearly at this time, and after Fei Duen gritted his teeth, he immediately nodded his head. He was originally a ninja in Yugakuen village, and he was also brought out by Zinzi. Then, if you go back directly when the time comes, I believe that not many people will care about themselves. Hitomi, are you okay? Hitomi, are you okay? A water-stopping technique appeared next to Hitomi, and he asked with concern as he watched a huge opening appear on Hitomi's arm. And Kiribi and the others also walked into the secret room one after another at this time. All that remained, the flying segment that was playing dead, and a pile of yellow sand. Plus, a Hitomi who seems to be injured. At this time, everyone looked at Hitomi with some suspicion. Hitomi shook her head sadly and sighed, "It's nothing, it's just a little touching. After all, is it the fault of this world, or the ninja itself?" Shisui was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly pondered. On the other hand, the ninjas from other countries all looked at Hitomi, as if they wanted to ask about the art of immortality. Hitomi turned her head, glanced at Qing's Mist, Kaien, and Darui, pointed to the flying section on the ground, and said, "Do you think this is the success of the immortal technique?" Immediately, he nodded his head with some relief. Of course, even Hitomi is a little frightened now. This kid really has a set of pretending to be dead. Actually, it can be avoided this way. After all, the white eye can observe the flow of chakra. It's just that Hitomi doesn't understand now. Originally, the technique of flying section did not require much chakra. Moreover, he had just emerged from the immortal body, and he didn't even have time to grasp the chakra. The current flight section is like a corpse. Kiribi stepped forward and hugged Hitomi. Immediately, he slapped Hitomi on the shoulder vigorously. "No matter what others say, anyway, I believe in you, brother. Kiribi, I owe you a life." As soon as these words came out, the entire ninja present was ashamed. Yes, all the ninjas present owe Hitomi a life. If there is no pupil, even the water stop seems to be dead. No matter how powerful your riding wheel is, you can't keep an eye on people. Without chakra, then, that is, the share of death. Just like a ferret, he is so powerful, but in the face of disease, he is not the last to exhaust his life and die. In the study of the patriarch of the Konoha Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku at this time listened carefully to the contents of Itake and Shisui's report, with a look of surprise. "I didn't expect that old guy who used spells would be so powerful." Unexpectedly, when Renzhuli encountered such an opponent, he would only be abused. Unexpectedly, it was Hitomi who saved everyone in the end. This kid's talent, even Kakashi seems to be absolutely sure when he reports on the third generation. It's just that this kid doesn't seem to identify himself as a member of the Uchiha clan. In other words, that kid finally defeated that old guy just by using swordsmanship and that strange psychic ninja beast. It seems that that old guy is not that weak. At this time, Fuyu still didn't believe it. After all, even if it was just physical skills, this old guy definitely had the strength to fight against Yunyin's human pillar force. Zishui smiled faintly, and then said, "As I said, although the old guy doesn't know what kind of power he uses, he can't even use chakra. Moreover, the old guy's physical consumption is very huge. In the end, even Hitomi's swordsmanship couldn't resist it. These can also be testified to by ninjas from other ninja villages. But, we don't know how the boy who got the immortal technique died. The boy's limbs were all severed. The head fell to the ground. If you don't die like this, hee." Itaki also nodded his head and explained, "Those immortal techniques, although even if the head falls to the ground, it seems that they can be connected with chakra. However, the boy didn't seem to have the slightest chakra in his body, and the guy with the white eyes didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Of course, the secret room was also buried directly underground. Besides, Hitomi's swordsmanship is quite good, said Zishui seriously. This guy, following Yuan Tai to learn Shi's swordsmanship, it can be said that the swordsmanship talent is even better. After pondering deeply for a while, Fuyu immediately nodded his head. You guys go out first, take a good rest. It wasn't until Zishui and Itaki all went out that Fuyu said, it seems that it is necessary to let this kid be marked by the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, if you throw yourself on the side of the group, maybe it's really. In Kanaha Hospital, looking at Keiko Uzumaki lying on the hospital bed, Hitomi was a little excited at this time. On the way back, taking advantage of the time when others were sleeping and the time of his own vigil, after carefully studying the old man's scroll, he even discovered the healing technique. Although, it seems to be a little different from medical ninjutsu. However, I believe that it should make my mother better. Of course, Hitomi has also tried other animals. The effect is not as good as that of a medical ninja like Tsunade, but it is still very powerful compared to ordinary medical ninjas. Just like the spell of Fujilinga, after careful study, it can be discovered that this Fujilinga is definitely a genius among geniuses, even more than the spirit of Orochimaru's research. Of course, Hitomi at this time is not the kind of strength that it seems on the surface. If you add the demon beast and the skill obtained from the latest lottery, you definitely have the strength to fight with Kakashi. And at this time, Hitomi also has the heart of an absolute strongman. It seems that every time a mission is completed, a lottery can be drawn. Just these shaken skills are definitely shadow-level existences. However, if you fight against Shisui, it will be difficult to say. Other people's illusions are the strongest illusions, and besides, they are not Fujilinjia, so they can use the art of fusing the earth. This kind of surgery is very demanding for chakra. At a minimum, a negative chakra is required. Introduced in the scroll, Fujirinka's genius place is also here. All the attributes make up the yin and yang retreat. And Fujilinga didn't study other attributes, because of physical reasons, so this guy's research on negative chakra has reached a certain extreme. For example, those spell seals of immortality are actually to strengthen one's own physical strength. He called all psychic powers a type of feminine chakra. As long as the spiritual power is still there, then he can be invincible. Of course, also in the presence of a negative chakra. Why did those protectors lose their heads and continue to fight? That is, the negative chakras of their whole bodies have been connected. Even if a part of it is cut off, as long as it is not destroyed, it can be rebuilt again. And those spells of acceleration power are actually spells that increase part of the strength of one's body. Speaking of which, it's different from the place where Orochimaru studied. Fujilinga pays more attention to the chakra attribute and application on the body, and Fujilinga's earth technique is even more weird. He was able to transform his body power chakra into a pattern similar to the formation he had originally drawn. In this way, he can directly merge with the earth of the formation that is encircled by the formation. Moreover, although he can't use the absorbed chakra, he can transform it. If Hitomi's speed was a little slower at that time, if Fujiringa had directly converted the absorbed chakras into all the negative chakras, then Hitomi would have come back lying down now. Of course, the medical spells are even more powerful. In fact, the principle is similar to Tsunade's sealing technique, but this Fujirinka has made him more physical. Although, there will be a lot of cells missing, it may even cause a lot of damage. But at least, your fate is in hold. Moreover, if you use the chakra to activate this spell, then it will be even less harmful. And at this time, Hitomi is going to do this. After frowning slightly, Hitomi at this time was concentrating on drawing the spell mark. Of course, this spell mark requires chakra. At the same time, the central point of all is of course Keiko Uzumaki. When the whole room was full of formations, Hitomi took a short rest. It seems, began to restore their own chakra. It's like Ning Ci tracking down the 5 people at that time. When he came back, he actually used some kind of sealing formation and medical ninjutsu to save him, until his chakra feeling had returned to his heyday. Hitomi immediately split into a shadow clone and stayed on the other side. As for himself, he slammed out the chakra into the formation. Suddenly, an extremely powerful green light flashed in the entire ward. It's like, bursts of chakra are flashing. However, Hitomi was also a little surprised at this time. I didn't expect that using ordinary chakra would be so costly. In the record, it seems that if you have a negative chakra, you won't need so much. It seems that his own chakra is not pure enough. Beads of sweat covered Hitomi's entire forehead, and if you look closely, it seems that water is about to drip from Hitomi's back at this time. Moreover, with a feeling of exhaustion, the shadow clone uses the chakra refining technique instantly, and when it reaches a certain level, it directly unlocks the shadow clone's technique. Suddenly, another state of chakra appeared. Just now, the usefulness of separating a shadow clone is here. Hey, I'm not going to give up. Even if the chakra runs out and dies, I'll stick with it. But I once swore to my mother, muttered as if to cheer himself up, and his eyes, which were about to be opened, suddenly increased the output of chakra when he saw his mother's fingers move slightly. At the same time, Keiko Uzumaki's entire body seemed to begin to fluctuate. It's like the water ripples in the lake, and there is a feeling of water movement. This spell is to improve one's self-healing system. At the same time, in such a large amount of chakra, the human body is more refined. However, the output of this chakra is too powerful. One eye was closed, and beads of sweat wet his entire body. And the mother's body is generally faster than the ripples. When Keiko Uzumaki sat up, Hitomi Uzumaki at this time also sat on the ground exhausted. Mother, you've been asleep for a long time. Hitomi Uzumaki said softly, but the relaxed tone and happy look couldn't hide it. At the same time, chakra's formation began to crawl slowly. Slowly, he burrowed into the body of the Uzumaki Hitomi. At this time, he had the strength to stand up slowly. Hitomi! Keiko Uzumaki was a little stunned at this time, but when she saw such a situation, she seemed to understand immediately. He stepped forward and hugged Hitomi, who was covered in sweat. The most painful thing in life is that when I was sick, I had my mother cooking. The happiest thing in life is to have a mother who loves you and will be busy for you. And at this time, the whirlpool pupil is enjoying such happiness. Looking at his mother who was feeding himself a spoonful of porridge, he smiled and said, "Mother, I'm not a little ghost now, I can be a ninja on my own." Keiko Uzumaki rubbed Hitomi's hair and said with a smile, "Our Hitomi has grown, but don't be so desperate next time. The moment my mother woke up, she was really scared to see you prostrate." Hitomi just smiled in the face of such a question. At this time, Hitomi smiled like a child. Perhaps, this is the most innocent smile. After flipping over the quilt and standing up directly, he said, "I can get up, there is no need for this. It's just that the chakra is too much to consume, and nothing else is going on," he said, jumping vigorously a few times. At this moment, the figures of Zishui and Itaki appeared in front of Hitomi, looked at their teacher and best friend, and smiled, "Why are you here?" However, at this time, Itake and Zishui's expressions were extremely serious. "The patriarch asked me to take you over, and you suddenly used medical ninjutsu to pull back Auntie's life, which surprised the clansmen." Keiko Uzumaki was stunned for a moment, and at the same time, Hitomi also had a headache. As early as when he used this technique, he was a little scrupling. "Now, I can only bite the bullet." However, Keiko Uzumaki was a little worried. Will it be? Something went wrong. The last two words are like mosquitoes, and people can't hear them clearly. Glancing at Zishui and Itaki, Hitomi smiled. "How can something happen? This time, thanks to the patriarch, you can recover so quickly." Mother leaned against the door and looked at Hitomi in the distance a little nervously, of course, in Hitomi's eyes. When the three of them arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's study, Hitomi was still a little nervous. Fuyu quietly looked at the information in his hand, as if he was analyzing something. "Patriarch." Zishui just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fuyu. "Father-sama, Hitomi was originally a ninjutsu who knew chakra scalpel," Itaka said directly. As if he was stating something, he was calm, so Fuyu nodded slightly. "You guys go out first, I just want to have a good talk with Hitomi." Itaki and Zishui had no choice but to leave this study, and Fuyu still looked at Hitomi so casually. After a long time, he asked, "Are you the one sent by the group?" As soon as these words came out, even Hitomi was nervous for a moment. "Yes, it's indeed someone sent by Tuanzang. It's just that there are no ninjas who are forbidden on the body." However, at this time, he was a little shocked by Fuyu's IQ. This guy, it's no wonder that when Itaka slaughtered the Uchiha clan, he calmly said that you had already made a choice. Studying directly at the age of 7 she graduating is the same as Itaki, although I haven't opened my eyes at that time, but 8-year-old you really make everyone blush. At least, medical ninjutsu, fire escape ninjutsu, powerful swordsmanship and physical arts, and the most bizarre psychic ninja beasts. Especially psychic ninja beasts, your kind of psychic ninja beasts make me very confused. At the same time, when he was 7 years old, his eyes were also turned on double-hook jade. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fugaku paused for a moment, and then said again, "It's the kind of body that can fight against metal, and it seems that it has never been used again. With these abilities, it can be said that you should be able to fight against a shinobi now." Yes, if the average shinobi doesn't know Hitomi's abilities, they may lose directly. A ninja like Kakashi, although he is strong. However, if Hitomi works hard, he can still fight. Perhaps, it will win. However, Hitomi is only 8 years old now. "If I was really sent by Danzang, what would you do to me?" Hitomi calmed down for a moment and said as if it were true. "Will you become a member of our Uchiha clan? Then, go kill those guys. Our Uchiha clan, after leaving Madara, is really getting worse and worse. And, didn't you find out? Is the current police team like a cage to lock us off?" Uchiha Fugaku said, his whole body trembling. The fist was even more clenched, as if he wanted to vent his anger. "Do you mean to let me join you and then go back to being an undercover agent?" Hitomi finally asked, a little shocked at the same time. Didn't the idea come to fruition on the Itake? Why, all of a sudden, it came to me. It seems that in this way, he will be even more noticeable. Perhaps, even the old guy of the third generation will pay attention to himself. The Uchiha clan seemed to see what Hitomi was thinking, and after sneering, he said again, "Don't worry, Itake will help you when the time comes. You have to think clearly who Tuanzang is. And what kind of race are we, the Uchiha clan? Although, you don't seem to be willing to accept the Uchiha surname," thought of Danzo's face, and moreover, those extreme actions. It's also a little chilling. Let's take a Nagato, for example. If it weren't for Danzo's intervention, maybe this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. What's more, there will be no tragedy like Orochimaru. Moreover, even in the end, it seems that he wants to seal the mask off. However, do you really have such strength? Almost many of Konoha's major events have a lot to do with Tuanzang. At least, that's what Hitomi thinks. The Uchiha clan, aren't they being watched by the shadows? What if they threaten me with my mother? At least, what if the time comes, when the time comes, the Itaka's 6 relatives who have opened the kaleidoscope don't recognize me, even kill me? Moreover, the safety of the mother is the first place in Hitomi's heart. Uchiha Fugaku also smiled very happily at this time, walked past the desk, and patted Hitomi's shoulder vigorously. "Do you think that your mother may let Tuanzang arrest him? So, what's the use of our Uchiha clan? This is true, at least, it is impossible for the current Tuanzang to directly do it to the Uchiha clan. They don't have that strength. Moreover, it seems impossible to turn around all at once. There are at least 4 years left before the extinction of the clan. 4 years is enough time for me. Tonight, Tuanzang is very likely to recruit me. Ask me about this mission. Moreover, the situation of your Uchiha clan may be what he wants to know the most." Hearing Hitomi's words, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his brows furrowed deeply. In this study, which was not very large, after walking back and forth for a few steps, he turned around and said, "So, what do you want to say?" Hitomi thought for a moment, and then immediately laughed. "I will say, the Uchiha clan seems to be moving a little bit recently. Perhaps, more surveillance should be intensified. Moreover, I will focus on pointing out where the surveillance needs to be strengthened." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku didn't have any face. Unexpectedly, Haha laughed. He patted Hitomi's shoulder hard. "Not bad, boy." Late at night, when Hitomi arrived at Root's underground headquarters, she was still cautious. Tuanzang, this guy, is not so easy to be deceived. When Mototai came to Tuanzang with Hitomi, Jita seemed to be a little unhappy. Looking at Hitomi, he snorted coldly and said, "What's the matter with your mission this time? In this way, can you monitor the Uchiha clan?" Although this mission, Tuanzang also agreed. However, to be honest, I was still a little angry. After all, the problem of the Uchiha clan doesn't seem to be so easy to solve. Hitomi shook his head, and suddenly said, "After this mission, I really know how powerful the power of the writing will is. If it weren't for the Uchiha Shisui using the strongest illusion of the Sharingan, making that old man think that his physical strength couldn't keep up, do you think I would have been able to beat the enemy of the opponent who was not even the strength of the human pillar?" After sneering, he said again, "Do you think that if I hadn't completed the task well this time, Uchiha Fugaku will tell me, are those places where the real Uchiha clan's power lies?" These two questions, Jitai, who asked them directly, was speechless. "I don't even know how to answer." Instead, Tuanzang nodded his head and asked, "Of course I know the strongest illusion. I didn't expect that the little guy back then would now have such a strong strength." "Then, in other words, that guy from Fuyu has already recognized you." Hitomi immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Yes, today." He checked again to see if I had any prohibitions. "Then, tell me where the Uchiha clan's real gathering place is." "Oh?" After 2 hours of negotiation, Hitomi was finally able to come out. "When I was with Uinta, there was also some silence at this time. However, at this time, Uinta has been smiling since he saw Hitomi. It seemed that something made him extremely happy. Spring goes to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, another year has passed. It's been a year, actually. Hitomi's task can only be regarded as okay, but Itaka seems to have suddenly become the focus of the village, and this guy's genius is also recognized by everyone. At the same time, at this time, he has also become the level of a middle ninja. Of course, at this time, Hitomi, although it is a lower ninja, but his strength is already so strong that the average upper ninja is not his opponent at all. In terms of swordsmanship alone, it can definitely be called a shinobi. In the past year, Uinta's training has been fundamentally crazy, and it can be said that in order for him to better inherit his swordsmanship, he simply trained Hitomi with abuse. Of course, Hitomi was also abused at this time. But even with the strength of the upper ninja, the current Hitomi is still a headache. The double agent alone made him uncomfortable. Moreover, the Uchiha clan seems to be monitoring their mother and son more and more. If you look closely, you can also find that sometimes, even 3 generations, seem to have begun to pay attention to him. it makes him extremely troubled now. For example, even if you know how Chidori's seal is knotted, I still have the thunder attribute, but it took a year to learn. When watching anime, Suzuki learned it in a month. Of course, Hitomi doesn't admit that her talent is better than anyone, or worse than anyone. Anyway, as long as you work hard. When Hitomi arrived at the root headquarters, Yuanta was already standing at the door with some seriousness waiting for Hitomi. At the same time, it also brought a look that seemed bad. It seems that he wants to remind Hitomi that maybe today's mission is a bit dangerous. It's just that the current pupils are also a little cloudy. After all, there is no such ability as mind reading in the eye. And Yuanta, who was originally not good-looking, really made Hitomi a little depressed at this time. At least, he had some thoughts of directly filtering Yuanta's eyes. When Hitomi appeared in front of Tuanzang, he did find that today's atmosphere was not quite right. What's more, it made Hitomi feel a strange sense of seriousness. As Danzo looked at Hitomi, he seemed to be starting to become a little distrustful. For a long time, it seemed that there was silence between the four of them for a long time before Tuanzang spoke. Now, there is an extremely confidential mission, but I don't know if you can trust it. However, one thing is certain, Hitomi may have the ability to perform this task. You think I can trust, then, you can trust, but if you think I'm not suitable, then you can only say that I'm not suitable. Hitomi looked a little open-minded when she said this. In the year when his mother woke up, it was perhaps the happiest year for him. At the same time, it is also the year when he has not been troubled, even if it is sandwiched between the two major forces. However, with his flexible brain, I believe it should be no problem. At least, there hasn't been the slightest movement pointing to his own appearance until now. Tuanzang was stunned for a moment, and then sneered, "What if I ban you?" Looked at Hitomi's eyes with a hint of coldness. Banned, but the Uchiha clan's side. Hitomi hurriedly explained, but when she looked at Tuanzang's eyes, she seemed to be speechless all of a sudden. However, at the same time, I also thought of this mission. It depends, this mission is definitely because the Uchiha clan is not needed, and the other party is definitely an extremely dangerous character. But, if it's a ban. Thinking of this, Hitomi couldn't help but shudder. I don't know what kind of ban will be placed in the group. If it's the kind of life and death that is not as good as life, it's best to go to Uchiha Fugaku. In the secret room, Tuanzang's hands quickly sealed. In an instant, the entire palm of his hand grabbed Hitomi's head. However, Hitomi seems to be able to feel it clearly at this time. An extremely strong chakra directly penetrated the entire head, and it seemed that the entire head was wrapped in that chakra. If you have the slightest thought that something is wrong, you may die. 10 minutes later, after a sneer, Tuanzang slowly withdrew his palm. However, Hitomi at this time was really stunned. In his mind, a voice suddenly appeared, "Found the chakra substance, do you absorb it and keep it for backup?" Hitomi was surprised at this time, and her jaw was about to drop, and it turned out that such a situation could occur. In other words, can any prohibition placed by the group be directly converted into chakra matter and absorbed by the skill machine into its own power? Thinking of this, of course, he directly chose to absorb it for backup. Slowly stood up, looked a little coldly towards Tuanzang, and said, "So, can you say this mission, right?" The kind of coldness that Hitomi showed made Tuanzang very happy. As long as, under the ban, then, this kid will always be his subordinate. Moreover, such a powerful talent. If you open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, maybe you can really become a genius boy like a ferret. Orochimaru. Tuanzang slowly spit out a few bites and smiled coldly. I want you to connect with Orochimaru and bring him something at the same time. Orochimaru, you actually cooperate with Orochimaru. I heard that he studied forbidden arts. Moreover, it seems that he has become a traitor now. Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and he didn't expect to let him connect with Orochimaru. And, bring something with you. In other words, at this time, the Great Snake Pill should have some achievements in the research of the first generation of cells. Moreover, should you also start studying the writing wheel? Tuanzang sneered again, "What's the matter?" Orochimaru, this guy, always thought that he could get the position of the fourth generation, but unfortunately, he didn't have such luck now. Moreover, what if it is a study of forbidden arts? As long as it works for me, then, can help Konoha achieve the status of overlord. Tuanzang's words made Hitomi stunned for a moment. Immediately, after handing Hitomi a scroll, he said again, "Yuanta will take you to the street with him, and after you hand over this thing to him, you still need to stay with him for a while. Of course, you can also heal ninjutsu, and if you can successfully bring it back, you will also become the number 2 person of my route." When he said this, Jitai next to him was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Hitomi with jealous eyes. It seems that he, the number 2 character, is about to get out of class. Hitomi, who was holding the scroll, nodded his head coldly, and then followed Yuanta out. As soon as the two of them came out, Yuanta looked a little anxious. He turned his head abruptly and shouted, "Stupid, how can you accept that kind of ban?" He chuckled lightly, and then looked at Yuanta. "Then what about you? Do you think that old guy from Tuanzang might be relieved?" Yuan Tai sighed, shook his head helplessly, and just when he was about to say something, Hitomi suddenly grabbed Yuan Tai's hand. Teacher, go to the forest where we train swordsmanship at night, I can find a way to help you lift the ban. But at this time, Yuan Tai had already reacted. With a look of surprise, he looked in the direction of the disappeared Hitomi. After a long time, he said, this kid is still so mysterious. Obviously I'm supposed to be scared of Tuanzang, but it's always surprising, hee. Tuanzang, old boy, do you think you can really master my apprentice? After muttering a few words, an instantaneous technique disappeared. At this time, in the study of Uchiha Fugaku, it was still brightly lit. Hitomi knelt opposite Fugaku with a serious expression. What do you mean? Tuanzang has already banned you. Moreover, it seems that you are going to contact that guy from Orochimaru. Fuyu's words at this time were very angry, as if he had been taken away by someone else. Hitomi nodded her head solemnly, and then said, this time I went out on a mission, and the time will definitely not be interrupted. However, what I do know is, Gen may already have some idea of what the Uchiha clan is doing. At the same time, you should pay attention to the third generation, although he does not advocate a real offensive. However, if you don't hide it, maybe he'll agree with the current group's idea. After all, he's the current representative of the Thousand Hands clan. Fuyu frowned and nodded, looking at Hitomi with some concern. However, this guy is a rigid face. Even if I am a little worried and a little happy, it is actually the same thing. Of course, at this time, Fuyu still seems to agree with the existence of Hitomi. At least, under his spy intelligence, at least many of the shadows and the locations have been clearly discovered. At the same time, although the relationship between the current Uchiha clan and the top is becoming more and more obvious. However, it seems that it is also clear where their bottom line is. Moreover, the strength of his own clan, even Hitomi, is not very clear. Now Fuyu has come to see Hitomi as a nephew. Patriarch, to be honest, I don't think we should discuss the rebellion now. At least, even with a ferret, it can't be a match for those high-level players. After all, you have to understand the existence of the power of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the current 3 generations are still good to speak, in case. What about those high-level leaders? Early in the morning, under the gray sky, Hitomi turned around and glanced at the Konoha village behind him, and then immediately followed Yuanta to hurry away. Orochimaru, who is in Xiao's headquarters at this time. However, it seems that each member of Xiao has their own base. At the very least, there are experiments in every base. Of course, where these experiments came from, then, it is not known. At this time, Hitomi was standing in one of Orochimaru's bases. This base turned out to be in a corner of Yuin village. From the outside, it looks like a lush forest. It's just that there is something else inside that looks like a cave. And this place is extremely close to Kain village. It seems that after crossing this mountain, you can directly enter Kain village. When Yuanta came to the door of this base, the bushes seemed to be alive and moved slowly. In the middle, a very quiet-looking teenager came out. With a pair of glasses, the figure is slightly skinny. At the same time, I feel a little shy. It's actually a medicine man. Hitomi's heart was stunned for a moment, and then he was relieved. As the first visitor to Orochimaru's base, he can be regarded as the first real subordinate. Then, at this time, the pocket should indeed be in the base of Orochimaru. When you follow the pocket into the base, you can realize the huge size of the base. However, Orochimaru should be very good at earth escape ninjutsu. Therefore, it is normal to create such a base in such a deep underground. When Do took Hitomi and Mototai to a place like a living room, Orochimaru was already sitting there and waiting. Slowly stood up, glanced at Yuanta, and then looked towards the Uzumaki Hitomi again. Those snake eyes, as if they could penetrate other people's hearts, made the whirlpool pupil carry some coldness in his heart. However, after thinking of Tuanzang's mission, he immediately calmed down again. From the ninja bag on his waist, he took out a scroll, immediately handed it to the pocket next to Orochimaru, and said seriously, Root Team, Shinobi Vortex Hitomi. Yuan Tai nodded his head at Orochimaru. It seems that he is a character of the same generation as Orochimaru. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked towards the Uzumaki Hitomi. The cold and magnetic voice asked, this is the Uzumaki Hitomi among the Uchiha 3 masters. I didn't expect it to be smaller than a weasel. This kind of look, I have to say that it makes Hitomi feel very disgusting. However, it may be a long time to stay here. Perhaps, at this time, it is impossible for Orochimaru to have his own body. But what if you want to study it? If you really study it, then you will have to fight hard. However, he is not Orochimaru's opponent now. Perhaps, he will die a miserable death. How can the person that Lord Tuanzang values be a mediocre talent? Yuan Tai hurriedly interjected, and at the same time, he also revealed the identity of Hitomi Uzumaki. The person that Tuanzang values, then, you can't move this kid. Otherwise, you have to weigh the energy of the group. I have to say that Yuanta is a little sluggish in some places. However, when it comes to speaking, there is also some measure. At least, after saying this, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then sneered and turned to look at the scroll that was handed to him. After looking at it for a while, he immediately put the scroll directly on the ground. After the hands were quickly sealed, only a bang was heard, and suddenly, a lot of containers and bottles appeared. Yes, it seems to be a writing wheel with some three-hooked jade. Others, on the other hand, look like some scraps of meat. Hitomi frowned slightly, knowing what Tuanzang was selling. That old guy actually began to study the power of the writing wheel eye and the immortal body. Only in this way can you use the Izuna branch without overwhelming your body. At the same time, you can also permanently use the power of the writing wheel. Look, at this time, Danzang and Orochimaru are really a pair of good alliance friends. Oh? This time, that old guy brought something very good. Looks like I've been busy lately. You can arrange it. After saying that, Orochimaru had already taken those things and started to study them directly. As for Do, he shook his head with a wry smile, and then looked at the two of them. Yuanta is more direct, just saying that he sent the pupil over. It's Hitomi, who suddenly became more interested in the pocket. At this time, the Great Snake Pill should still be in the middle of the day. To be exact, it shouldn't have been long since I entered Xiao. However, in the same way, Orochimaru has not yet formed the appearance of Oda in village. However, he should have already started to collect his subordinates. Moreover, this guy Orochimaru should have some achievements in forbidden arts. When Daodu came to the place where Orochimaru studied the bodies of those ninjas, Hitomi almost began to vomit directly. Fortunately, his will is relatively firm. Immediately held back and didn't vomit, but looked at the corpses with some helplessness. Here, it may really be much more terrifying than the sky burial I saw in my previous life. Everywhere, it's all organs and stuff. At the same time, there are a lot of human skins and the flesh of the whole body. Of course, it's all in the container. Do glanced at Hitomi, smiled faintly, and said, "It seems that you can't accept these things from Lord Orochimaru. Ghosts can accept it, and it's just you little pervert." However, if you look closely, it seems that this is what is going on. Do still smiled like that, set his eyes for a moment, and then said, "When you see the techniques that Orochimaru-sama has studied, you will be surprised." The corners of Hitomi's mouth twitched slightly, and then he thought in his heart, what is there to be surprised? The technique of turning the dirt was invented by the second Hokage, and Rashomon is the stunt of the first Hokage. The other snakes, to be honest, are just faster. And the serpentization of his own body made Hitomi a little disgusted to see. Especially that stand-in technique, it's disgusting to the extreme. I heard, you're a very powerful medical ninja? Hitomi suddenly turned her head and asked, and at the same time, after the corners of her mouth tilted, she asked again, now, Yakushi Nanoya should have just died not long ago. What? Do's eyes suddenly exploded, and at the same time, he looked at Hitomi with a look that seemed to be about to collapse. Trembling all over, after a few minutes, he asked a little coldly, it seems that Gen's investigation of Orochimaru seems to be very strict. Hitomi stretched out a finger and began to shake it. No, no, no. That old guy didn't know you existed at all, but, Mr. Yuanta, that is, the ninja just now, after my swordsmanship teacher found out, but I covered it up. To be honest, you are indeed a small person now, but, like me, they are just little people. In my heart, is there really no ideal? Strong strength, or the care of close friends, or, regain your old self. Hitomi walked out of the lab directly. Walked towards the other side. There, it seems, there are still a lot of people who need to be tested on human beings. However, at this time, Do was a little confused. Hitomi was right, from the beginning, when he reflected on why he was forgotten by the most important person to him, it seemed that he could be called the frustration of the little people. However, after following Orochimaru-sama, he also seemed to be a little dazed. However, the results of recent research have made me even more happy. At the same time, I seem to like this kind of life. However, after all, he is just a small person. In the eyes of the big guys, they are so unimportant. Turned around, in the direction of Hitomi's departure, and chased after him directly. In my heart, the heart that was originally touched seemed to have been touched by that kid. But now, do you have that ability? Of course, after seeing all of Orochimaru-sama's works, perhaps, you will also be shocked. At the same time, in Konoha, Keiko Uzumaki was looking at Naruto, who was eating ramen with a smile on his face. After asking the name, it turned out to be the surname Uzumaki, which made Keiko feel a little intimate. At the same time, it also made Keiko have a kind of hometown plot. Yes, the Vortex clan has been wiped out. However, in the same Konoha, it seems that this little guy is still an orphan. Now my son, the task is very busy. Otherwise, just take care of this little guy. And Keiko, is the big brother you are talking about really a ninja? After eating 2 large bowls of ramen, Naruto Uzumaki asked with some envy. Keiko smiled faintly, and immediately, patted Naruto's head. Yes, Hitomi is a very powerful ninja. Not only can he use powerful ninjutsu, but he can also use medical ninjutsu. However, in an instant, Naruto raised his head abruptly and said, "Auntie, I definitely want to surpass Hitomi's big brother, and besides, I will surpass the Hokage of all generations and become the most powerful Hokage." In the blink of an eye, it has been a few months since I came to the Great Snake Pill Base. At the same time, Orochimaru seems to have had some real success in the study of forbidden arts. At least, under Hitomi's attention, there have been a lot of successful experiments. However, in general, it does not seem to be in line with the taste of Orochimaru. At the same time, Orochimaru's snake nature seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he looked at himself with a look that made people squirt a little blood. Yes, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with an extremely hot expectation. It seems that he is looking forward to Hitomi's riding wheel. At the same time, although I don't know if the sound of the village has been formed, Orochimaru always seems to be hiding a lot of things from Hitomi. For example, some ninjas who sometimes appear, Hitomi seems to have seen in the original book. For example, the brothers seem to be quite small now, although they are close to the left. However, the strength is very strong. At least, the strength of the average middle ninja level. At the same time, there is also a cold and proud look. Of course, the one that surprised Hitomi the most was the guy Jun Mario. The look in Hitomi's eyes was like a real tool. Yes, this guy completely uses himself as a tool, and it seems that he is proud of it. This Jun Malu, at this time, is definitely the strongest. Perhaps, even the four of them are no match for him. Of course, Hitomi at this time also seems to have a sense of confidence that she wants to defeat this guy. After all, Jun Maro doesn't seem to know anything about his abilities. However, Jun Maro's ability is clearly mastered. Moreover, this guy's bones are powerful though. However, to a certain extent, it will still be broken. Moreover, it seems that ninjutsu is also useful for this guy. Moreover, as a master of physical arts, he shouldn't know how to use illusions. The illusion of his own riding wheel bonus, whether this guy can resist it is still a question. It's a pity that now, as the best container of Orochimaru, Uzumaki Hitomi doesn't dare to mess around. At least, this guy doesn't have the ability to commit murder under Orochimaru. Of course, in the past few months, he has learned a lot of medical ninjutsu she his hands. This guy is really an absolute genius in terms of talent in medical ninjutsu. At the same time, he is also a genius who is smart enough to a certain extent. In some daily training, sometimes when accompanying Hitomi to combat training, he can even fight with Hitomi without using the riding wheel and the psychic beast. His brain can analyze any environmental factors in the battle. At the same time, compare the guys who will hide. At this point, even Hitomi recognizes Do's strength very much. Of course, Hitomi didn't have a clue about the forbidden technique of Orochimaru when he studied that place. However, what is certain is that the current Orochimaru should be studying the power of the filthy earth reincarnation technique. At the same time, it seems that he is also studying the power of the Sharingan and the Thousand Hands clan. Hitomi, who was practicing his own thunder escape ninjutsu, suddenly saw the appearance of Do. At this time, with a smile on his face, Do raised his eyes slightly. "Hitomi, Lord Orochimaru is looking for you." Hitomi immediately stopped the movement in his hand, and immediately followed the footsteps of Do. "What the hell is going on? Your expression looks like you're smiling, but I can feel that seriousness," Hitomi whispered as she moved closer to her pocket. At this time, Do suddenly became serious. "You should know, I'm going out to be a spy soon, right? Moreover, you should also know that my spy direction is Konoha." Hitomi nodded his head. Yes, Orochimaru did say this a few days ago. Moreover, even the identity was helped by Tuanzang. Sort of, the reward for exchanging power with Orochimaru. Of course, these things are in the eyes of Hitomi. However, it is only in the eyes. Now that I think about it, I suddenly found that the martial arts faction of Tuanzang was the real biggest sinner. At least, without him, maybe the last few big bosses shouldn't have appeared. For example, Nagato and Yakushido, these two guys can be said to be caused by Danzo. However, after thinking about it for a while, if it weren't for the two of them, maybe others would also have interfered. After all, while there is light, there is always a need for darkness. Could it be that this time we are going back to Konoha together? Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then asked with some doubts. Back to Konoha, it doesn't seem to be necessary. At least, in Hitomi's opinion, even if he is a spy, he is very clever. Haven't you been asking me what my ideals and my deepest self are for the past few months? After such a long time, I have finally figured it out. Immediately, after taking a deep breath, he said, "The only thing I want to do now is to kill Tuanzang." When he said this, there was a light of hatred in his eyes. Moreover, with a look of perseverance. It seems to be the kind of ruthlessness that vows not to give up until the goal is achieved. And at this time, Hitomi was stunned for a moment. Even a guy like Orochimaru who understands human nature shouldn't have thought of it. A few words of his own made Do seem to change his attitude. It turned out that the goal was to kill Danzo. "Do you have mistaken?" However, after thinking about it carefully, I was relieved. That's right, this guy in Tuanzang is really a guy who underdraws. If I had the strength now, I might have killed this guy right away. But, we don't seem to have the strength to do so. Hitomi's somewhat casual expression made Do feel a murderous aura. Yes, it seems that this guy also has a grudge against Tuanzang. No strength, we can borrow strength. After sneering, he immediately pointed in the direction of Orochimaru, and immediately walked up again. Hitomi followed and nodded slightly. It's really okay to borrow power, but don't you think that the current power of Orochimaru shouldn't be able to borrow? This guy is completely paranoid. Now, maybe Tuanzang and he are using each other? Do nodded his head again at this time, but turned to a somewhat exaggerated smile. Haha, of course I know, but it can deepen the contradiction between the two. Although, it is impossible for the deal between the two to be spread. But what can we leak a little bit? Do you think, with Konoha intelligence? Hey, that's a good idea. Hitomi glanced at Pocket seriously. Secretly said in his heart, no wonder, this guy seems to be more cunning than Obito in the last moment. Of course, the last ability of Obito and those techniques of the Pocket, Hitomi at this time has almost forgotten. However, it is conceivable that the two are strong. Nodding his head, Hitomi suddenly thought of a very good idea, sneered, and muttered a few words in Do's ear as he walked. Suddenly, the two of them sneered and walked towards Orochimaru's laboratory. In the laboratory at this time, Orochimaru was looking at a body like a snake. Of course, the body was soaked in a container. After seeing Hitomi and Do come in, he slowly turned around. Tomorrow, you can go back to your life. Your identity has already been done. Hitomi and Do both nodded yes, and even more, with some respect. I have to say that under such a spy mission, Do's acting skills are really good. Orochimaru took out a scroll from his arms, threw it directly to Hitomi, and looked at Hitomi with a blazing look. Hitomi, give this scroll to that old guy in Tuanzang, and, remember, if you really don't want to stay in Tuanzang, at least, you can find me. The magnetic voice, which was originally very attractive, was extremely disgusting under the action of licking the tongue. What's more, with a feeling of numbness on the scalp. After the pupil nodded, Orochimaru said again, I have to say, the more I study the writing wheel, but the more I want to get such power. Ninjutsu requires a huge chakra, physical arts, and a good body, so these two can only be done under the premise of a body that will not age. However, the writing wheel eyes of your Uchiha clan can be above any technique. Orochimaru paused as he said this. Immediately, he said again, it's a pity that your eyes haven't even opened the 3 hooks. If you open the 3 hooks, I'll study you now. That burning gaze once again made Hitomi shiver. After nodding immediately, he picked up the scroll and said goodbye to Orochimaru. Looking at Hitomi, who was already far away, he turned his head and glanced at Do. This kid, is there really no 3-hook jade state? Do shook his head and said objectively, Tuanzang also said that he didn't open the 3-hook jade, only, the writing wheel eye of the double-hook jade. It can be said that it is a genius among geniuses. Oh? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly, and then asked again, Genius Sanja, of course genius. It's a pity, it seems that Tuanzang is also waiting for his power to write the wheel eye. Otherwise, I will do it. Do laughed directly and shook his head. Lord Orochimaru, don't you wait for him to open his eyes before taking this body? Tuanzang, do you still need you now? If you can already master the power of the Sharingan, you can take it directly. Moreover, that old guy seems to be just using you. Do seemed to think he was very smart, but Orochimaru looked at Do with some seriousness. Immediately, he sneered, now that I haven't studied the thorough writing wheel eye, I still have grasped the general direction. Do you really think that Tuanzang is using me? When Hitomi Uzumaki and Do walked out of Root Space at the same time, they both had a strange smile. Hitomi smiled that Danza really thought that he was controlled by his prohibition. And what laughs is the stupidity of Tuanzang. Do you really think that Orochimaru will give him the real research results? Or are these two guys stupid and didn't find out their intentions? Hitomi, we're going to go back together in the future. Looking at the prosperity outside, at the same time there is a little desolation in my heart. I don't know, big brother, are they doing well? Hitomi was slightly stunned, he was just very casual at that time, and he actually flickered the direction and wrote of the pocket. Thinking of this, he also shook his head a little helplessly. Let's take one step at a time, at least, it's best to be ambushed before it is exposed. In this way, we can maximize the information. Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled before walking in their own direction. Along the way, Hitomi looked at the prosperity of Konoha and felt a little touched. Although, it's so calm. However, I don't know how much dirty work is going on underneath. The current Konoha seems to be really too bland. The third generation is only carrying out some of the statecraft of the second generation, but on the contrary, in their own power and the internal strife against the Uchiha clan, there seems to be no way at all. Sometimes I think that if I combine the two of Sarutobi and Danzo, maybe I am the best politician in the real world, just like the second generation of politicians. In the midst of such cranky thoughts, Hitomi has come to his home in the blink of an eye. Although it seems to be a little remote, it has a sense of serenity. However, you can only be truly at ease when you get home," chuckled, with some self-deprecation, and walked directly into his home. In an instant, a figure rushed towards him. Velocity. Belch. It's too slow. Besides, I don't know if I've already discovered such a hidden technique. The right hand was raised high, and the moment the figure's fist was about to reach his cheek, a punch was thrown out. Suddenly, with a bang, the figure flew out of the distance with a punch, fell to the ground, as if he couldn't get up all of a sudden. However, Hitomi was a little surprised. Naruto Uzumaki, this kid, how did he come to his house? Actually, he attacked himself? Could it be that he went to the wrong house? Immediately, he went out of the house again to take a look at the surrounding environment, but unfortunately, it seemed to be that place. Only then he walked into the house a little depressed, looked at Naruto who was still struggling on the ground, and instantly came to him and picked it up. "Boy, you dare to come to my house to steal something, you are quite bold." The fist was already raised high, and of course, Hitomi was just pretending at this time, because he found that there were a lot of dark members around him at once, and those people of the Uchiha clan are a little evasive. That's why I wanted to beat Naruto to see where the bottom line was for those members of the dark department. "You're the thief? Aunt Keiko brought me here, and, who are you?" Naruto struggled, but he was a little shocked in his heart. Unexpectedly, one move gave himself seconds. Moreover, this guy's strength is so huge, it seems that he is not a few years older than himself. Hitomi, who is already 9 years old, is 4 years older than Naruto. Moreover, in terms of physical surgery, Hitomi took some time to really study it. Just then, another familiar voice appeared. "Hitomi, put Naruto down, this is the child I invited to live in our house." Is he Hitomi-sama? Naruto's mouth opened wide at the same time. Hitomi, on the other hand, was a little depressed, and she couldn't imagine that as soon as her mother spoke, those dark ones retreated. When all three of them sat down, Hitomi Uzumaki was also a little shocked by Naruto's ability to heal himself. This guy, the circle of face just now is directly half swollen. Now, it's only been a long time, and the swelling has almost disappeared. This guy really deserves the power of a human pillar. If you can cultivate it well from a young age, you will definitely be a powerful ninja. Ha ha. Aunt Keiko, I didn't expect that big brother Hitomi was so powerful. But, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will surpass yours, but I'm more inspirational than the ninjas of the Hokage. Naruto began to boast to himself again, and even people like Hitomi seemed to be a little envious when he said it. This guy is simply a natural cheerful and optimistic god. In such an environment, he can develop such an optimistic spirit. Thinking of this, Hitomi smiled and patted Naruto's head. "If, with your current strength, maybe, you can't even beat me, let alone surpass the Hokage of the past generations, I'm a genius who graduated at the age of 7. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then began to be happy again. Teach me ninjutsu, a powerful ninjutsu that can defeat ninjas, haha. Don't worry, brother Hitomi, I'm a very genius existence." The corners of Hitomi's mouth twitched slightly, and Keiko Uzumaki covered her mouth and chuckled. "Yes, this kid really is the lord who can bring joy." Immediately, He's weird laughed. "You seem to have brought the weight that I trained myself to do when I was a child. So, you try the seal of ninjutsu. Look, this is the order of the seal of the wind escape gale palm." Hitomi's rapid seal, perhaps, is really not even a second. Of course, the seal of this technique is also extremely simple. After the seal was completed, a strong wind suddenly spat out from his mouth. Suddenly, the trees in the grove began to stagger. In particular, some small trees were directly hung up. Seeing such power, Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then immediately became happy. Hands suddenly began to seal. But, however, Naruto's not seal talent was indeed inferior to a certain extent. Unexpectedly, because the speed was too fast, the next few seals were forgotten. Scratching his head, he glanced at Hitomi embarrassedly. Brother Hitomi, I forgot." Aren't you a genius?" Hitomi was a little speechless. This brainless, straightforward ninja doesn't seem to have developed that kind of temperament yet. Hitomi was helpless, looking at Naruto's pitiful eyes. She could only slowly seal. Of course, he also taught him the method of refining chakra. Unfortunately, this kid, chakra is indeed a bit scary. It's a pity that it seems to be disturbed again. Some messy feelings. After a long time, although the seal will be completed, the chakra will also be refined. However, there is one thing that makes Hitomi a little helpless. No matter how it was sealed, it seemed that the gale palm released by Naruto always felt like a breeze of wind. For a whole afternoon, it ended in failure. Naruto himself was about to lose confidence, and it seemed that he was a little depressed. "Okay, let's get here today, and tomorrow, it looks like I'm going to have to give you a training camp. First of all, I'll teach you how to use chakra well. Otherwise, you'll never be able to practice." At this point, he patted Naruto's head and smiled. "Boy, you're still far behind, at least, at my level, it will take at least a few years." Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly, looking a little funny. At the same time, it seems that he has made up his mind. Keiko Uzumaki had already prepared dinner. At this time, she was waiting at the door of the house to watch the two of them. The corners of his mouth showed a slight smile. As long as you can see your son, it is the happiest thing. After the three of them had eaten dinner, Naruto had already gone to sleep. At this time, he may be really tired. And looking at Hitomi, who seemed to be sitting there looking at some ninjutsu scroll, Keiko sat opposites. He's the son of the demon fox, originally. Keiko Uzumaki seems to want to explain. After all, Hitomi's father died in the chaos of the Nine Tails. However, Hitomi shook his head with a smile. If the son of the demon fox is the son, Hokage-sama didn't directly seal this kid. It's just the son of the fourth Hokage-sama. Is this true? Keiko Uzumaki was stunned for a moment, as if she had taken in a Hokage's son at once and couldn't react. Hitomi Uzumaki also smiled at this time, pointed to himself and said, "Now I am surnamed Uzumaki, since he is also surnamed Uzumaki, then, I can be regarded as a member of the same clan. Moreover, my mother can accept it, but I didn't expect it." Keiko Uzumaki also laughed, originally, thinking that maybe Hitomi would get angry and take in a demon fox. However, now it seems that Hitomi is worried about whether she can accept it. Does this kid have the talent of a ninja? Keiko asked with some concern after thinking about it. It's still fun to see the child's spirit of striving to become a Hokage all day long. Hitomi Uzumaki smiled and nodded, glancing towards the room where Naruto was sleeping. Yes, his talent is very good, it depends on him, whether he has such perseverance. Just like me back then, if I don't have the perseverance to give up, then, I will be a waste material for the rest of my life. However, I didn't give up. So, the day I grow up, that's when I take off. Now although I can't compare with those real masters, at least, I have the power to protect myself. In the woods, Naruto Uzumaki at this time was bruised. It seems that there are scars on his face. At this time, Hitomi Uzumaki was looking at Naruto Uzumaki in training with his chest in his chest. This guy, chakra is so huge that even he can't compare. Is also a whirlpool, and it seems that his chakra is even larger. However, there are some difficult points. That is, chakra's control is too bad. There is already the interference of the Nine Tails, and it seems that he can't use chakra. Therefore, Naruto at this time was completely busy. Of course, the practice of climbing trees like this is also training his chakra chi. The method of using his own chakra is completely because of the movement of the chakra scalpel. While comprehending this skill, you can also make good use of chakra. However, Naruto didn't seem to be able to do it. The Vortex clan has a powerful ability to repair. And Naruto, with the help of the Nine Tails chakra, his repair ability is even more powerful. At least, several times more powerful than Hitomi. Moreover, the physical strength seems to be very good. Therefore, in Hitomi's thoughts, as long as the use of chakra can be controlled, then Naruto should be even more powerful. Fang Dun was originally to restrain Lei Dun. At the same time, the speed of the wind escape is even faster. Instantaneous water stopping, which can be called instantaneous water stopping. Originally, his instantaneous technique was very fast. However, at this time, if Hitomi uses the instantaneous technique, it will be even faster. Because, he also used the wind attribute of chakra. Of course, this is just the beginning. Therefore, it cannot be compared with the water stop, and of course, it cannot be compared with the 4 generations. And Naruto, too, is the wind attribute. Moreover, his signature stunt, Spiral Pill, has not yet been practiced. Of course, the shadow clone technique doesn't seem to have been obtained. However, at this time, if you can use chakra well, you will be even more powerful in terms of physical skills and stamina. So, these days, I have been teaching Naruto how to use chakra and physical arts. Naruto's talent for physical skills is still quite strong. At least, in terms of strength and speed, it's pretty good after a long period of weight training. It's just that it still seems a bit bleak in chakra training. By the time Naruto had actually climbed to the top of that tree, it was already the 8th day. However, Hitomi still felt that it was not enough. So, I found a bigger tree, hoping that Naruto could train better. At this time, Itachi and Suzuki slowly walked from the other side of the woods. Hitomi didn't turn around, just chuckled twice, and said, "I didn't expect that this guy of yours would also bring his younger brother to this place to train." Itachi still smiled like that, patted Suzuki's head, and stepped forward. "You're not the same, this should be the Naruto Uzumaki you said." "Well, yes, chakra is very powerful." "No, it's the 9th day, this kid, talent is still not good," Hitomi said lightly after chuckling. Naruto, who had just landed, turned over directly. "What, brother Hitomi, isn't my talent good? Haha, now, even with such a tall tree, I can climb to the top at once. Humph, this little ghost, I don't know if I can go up yet." Suzuki next to him, when he heard this, it seemed that he couldn't stand it. Towards the tree that Naruto had climbed, he rushed towards it at once. It's just that it's barely a third of the way, and it seems to be the limit. Unexpectedly, it was about to fall. Take out the kunao and make a beautiful one to the ground. However, at this time, there was a look of blow in his eyes. Itachi stepped forward and patted Sasuke on the head and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged, Naruto, that kid, you can climb such a tree in 9 days, I'm sure, you can do it in a week at most." "What? Bragging? If you can go up in a week, aye. Naruto's language talent was already poor, and he didn't seem to think of anything after thinking about it for a long time, but instead, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he said, "I'll treat you to a Chiraku ramen." Hitomi had the urge to beat people, and Naruto at this time seemed to be a person who really couldn't think well. Patted Naruto on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Sasuke, if you can go to the top of the tree so quickly, I can give you a big gift on Naruto's behalf. Teach you a very powerful technique." "Really?" Sasuke was immediately overjoyed, and he was also full of confidence. Since Brother Itachi has said so, then, he must complete this kind of training. Moreover, Hitomi, this guy, although he doesn't like this guy very much. However, among the Uchiha clan, it is still quite famous. Uchiha Sanja. This third person is talking about Uzumaki Hitomi, although, he still has Uzumaki as his surname. However, the level of genius of Itachi, even if it is a character that Itachi often mentions, how can it be so bad? Oh, is it a very powerful ninjutsu? What kind of ninjutsu? Itachi smiled, but wanted to know what Hitomi said about ninjutsu. After all, Hitomi this guy, even Itachi doesn't seem to see through it. Just like that mission, in the end, he saved everyone. Even the human pillar force was the same, losing to the old man. Butaki, until now, Itachi still thought that the Hitomi who finally defeated the old man was definitely not what he saw from the outside. It's just a physical technique. Hitomi smiled he, and then quickly sealed. In an instant, a shrill voice appeared on the right hand. At the same time, it also has an extremely exaggerated glow. This ninjutsu is the ninjutsu I invented after seeing Kakashi's Rachel, Chidori. Of course, it's actually a reference to his ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is very strong. After speaking, he instantly appeared in front of a giant tree. A split-second attack directly pierced the tree. Unexpectedly, a big hole of more than 30 centimeters appeared. Sasuke's eyes lit up. This ninjutsu is indeed powerful enough. However, I don't know if I can learn it. Is it a thunder attribute ninjutsu? A very powerful ninjutsu. Itachi nodded his head, but then said very seriously, however, this kind of ninjutsu is still too young for Sasuke. At all, he can't master it. Sasuke, the nature of this ninjutsu has changed, and the absolute difficulty has reached the A-level ninjutsu. Now you can't grasp it. Itachi explained earnestly. At the same time, as if to encourage Sasuke, he said, "If you can step on this big tree, I can teach you more control shuriken skills." Itachi's shuriken technique, but even his father said that it was not an opponent. At this time, Naruto made a big fuss. "Brother Hitomi is eccentric, unexpectedly, why don't you teach me such a powerful technique? Moreover, I didn't promise you, as long as you learn the treading of water and physical skills I taught you, then I will teach you the Gale Palm. Gale Palm's attack range is very wide." Okay then. Naruto pretended not to care, but in fact, his heart had already started to why. Moreover, with an infinite yearning. Sasuke, on the other hand, suddenly looked at Naruto. "Shorty, look, it doesn't take 7 days, I can learn it in 6 days at most." It seems that the two are still discussing where to find a higher tree. Does she practice this tree climbing ability? Naruto snorted, and his head turned stinky fart. "By then, I may already be able to tread water." Ha. Between laughing, he was directly picked up by Hitomi and walked in the direction of the stream. Pointing to the small river in front of him, he shouted, "What are you stinking about? Aren't you just climbing a tree? When you really learn to tread water, I'll teach you ninjutsu right away." "You stupid." Suddenly, Naruto's head drooped a little. This treading water is really much more difficult than climbing a tree. Moreover, if you always fall into the water, you may really waste time, and besides, it will also waste your physical strength. Why don't you teach me physical skills first, big brother? I found that my physical skills are improving very quickly. Naruto snorted, looking very proud. It's a pity that he was knocked down by Hitomi's punch in an instant. Suddenly, it fell into the river next to it. Blowing his fist, Hitomi looked at Naruto, who began to swim to the opposite side, and said coldly, "Just like you, it's also called very good physical skills." This shows that this kid doesn't seem to have much ninja talent. Do's voice suddenly appeared. It's a pity that it didn't scare Hitomi, because, from the close to the pocket, it has been discovered. The ability of the strongest eye is manifested here. Not necessarily ninja, sometimes it's will, determination, and hard work. Just like you, though not a genius. What's more, I don't even know who I am. However, there is also a place for it now. Just understand where you have flaws. We can truly master the flaws and become more powerful ninjas. Hitomi's words came out, and Do was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he nodded his head and said softly, Orochimaru's side, I have been in close contact with Tuanzang recently. Maybe, I am discussing the matter of asking for a few more experiments. Hitomi frowned and sneered, it doesn't matter, the current Tuanzang, although he is making a deal with Orochimaru. However, tomorrow may be summoned by the third generation. Perhaps, the Uchiha clan will have a good fight with him. Oh, you seem to have found a way, asked Do softly, with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Hitomi turned around and shook her head, of course, but it depends on the Uchiha clan and the spy troops of the Danzo, who has more information, the best. It's a lose-lose situation, then, it's cheaper for us. In the dark secret room of the root headquarters, Tuanzang looked at the information under his command and had a headache. Unexpectedly, the connection with Orochimaru was discovered by 3 generations. Kakashi, this guy, actually killed one of Gen's intelligence officers, and from it, 2 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes were obtained. At the same time, it seems that the scroll was also robbed by Kakashi and handed over directly to Sarutobi/. If it weren't for Hitomi and Do coming to report, maybe I wouldn't know it now. In other words, maybe Hinata will find me right away, asked Danzo with a cold voice as he crumbled the scroll. What's more, there is a look of hesitation. Beside him, Jitai was also a little flustered at this time. After all, if it is known by the 3 generations, then, something abnormal may occur. In case, after all the high-level unanimity, deal with the words of Tuanzang. So, Jitai was also a little unexpected. However, at this time, Do and Hitomi glanced at each other, and then the corners of their mouths were slightly hooked. Of course, this news was leaked by Hitomi like Kakashi unintentionally. It's just that I didn't expect Kakashi, who treats the affairs of the village more than anything else, to act immediately. Such a cycle has received such a miraculous effect. Thinking of this, both of them had the urge to laugh. After Tuanzang sneered, he seemed to have immediately thought of a countermeasure, and immediately waved his hand, you two, go back first. Remember, this matter can't be mentioned to anyone. Yes. The 2 of them nodded immediately, and in an instant, they disappeared in an instant. Looking at the 2 who had disappeared, Tuanzang laughed coldly, the person hiding in the dark, do you think I won't be able to catch you? I can't spare my hands now, and outside, in a hidden building. This, it seems, is a place for real civilian life. Unexpectedly, there is no ninja breath at all. On the roof of a 4-story building that looked relatively tall, he stood coldly, looking at the village below. Seemingly, something out of mind. At the same time, Hitomi also seemed to be a little distracted. Suddenly I thought of a topic when I was watching the Hokage in my previous life. What is a ninja, what is a village? Now that I think about it, among Suzuki's 3 questions, it seems that the most interesting one is, what is a ninja, and what is a clan? For Uzumaki Hitomi, there is no meaning at all. The Uzumaki clan has long been annihilated in the history of ninjas. Do they also want to take revenge on this world? Moreover, because almost all of the Uzumaki clan's physique is a human pillar force, do they also have to take revenge on the village? What is the village? The village is the place where they belong. Yes, a measure to achieve peace. For Hitomi Uzumaki, there is no point to talk about. What is a ninja? At this time, the Whirlpool pupil also seemed to be a little confused. He took a deep breath of late-night cold breath and said blankly, what are we? You have never been able to find what you are? But, sometimes, I will do the same. Didn't you say that when you can't find yourself, you learn to set a goal and an ideal? At this time, the pocket, although he is doing something that makes Hitomi incredible. However, it seems that he has not really changed yet. At least, in his eyes, Orochimaru still seems to be that godlike existence. At least, even if he wanted to kill Danzo, he could still respect Orochimaru. My ideal? Actually, my ideal is very simple. That is, to be a ninja who can feed his family. Hopefully, my mother will live happily and safely. Then, find a woman who can live a good life and marry and have children. And then, honor my mother together, hee. Isn't it stupid? Do was really stunned for a moment, and when he turned his eyes to look at Hitomi, he looked a little shocked. In his mind, this guy, as it should be, is a person who wants to be the pinnacle of the ninja desperately. But what happened to you? I want to be a powerful ninja again. Become a ninja who is afraid of me, even if it is a powerful character like Orochimaru. Even a cunning person like you is a ninja who is afraid of me. Do you think I can realize such a ninja dream? Do was stunned again, and then began to laugh. I suddenly feel that in fact, sometimes you guys are really incomprehensible. Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Today, the questions I asked are indeed a little different from my previous self. Anyway, be yourself and protect the people you cherish. Well, that's it. Early in the morning, a roaring voice could be heard in the Hokage's office. Even the Hokage's protectors were a little frightened. Danzang, do you think someone is framing you? And what evidence is there that it is framing you? In this scroll, it is all your notes. And these riding wheels, although I don't know what's going on, one thing that can be proven is that at least, you have a connection with Orochimaru. What evidence can prove that I have a connection with Orochimaru? So, I'll at least fake it, and I won't be able to wrong you directly next time. Tuanzang replied not to be outdone, and at the same time, the eyes that looked at the ape Fei Ri were extremely cold. It seems that they all want to fight the impulse. The three generations shook their heads comfortably, and then pointed to one of the containers of the riding wheel, and said, "This container, in addition to the medical class, where else is it? Moreover, it seems that you went to the medical class some time ago to get a lot. Moreover, it seems that such a thing as the riding wheel can be obtained by an intelligence department like you. Now the dark part, don't think that you have really infiltrated it. I want to know something, it's still very easy." Tuanzang sneered again, and then turned to look at the two advisors. At this time, Tuanzang took out a scroll from his bosom and said, "This is something that my subordinates found a few days ago. You can take a look." Immediately, he threw the scroll directly to the ape flying sun. It seems to be very casual. However, there was a hint of conspiracy in his eyes. Ape Fei Ri first looked at the two advisors, and then directly opened the scroll and looked at it. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked towards Tuanzang. "What you said is really true?" Tuanzang sneered, and said again, "What kind of person am I? As a classmate in the friendship that began when I was a child, I think you all know it. However, the Uchiha clan has been a problem since the second generation of Hokage-sama. The current power of the Uchiha clan, we can still stop it, but it will be a while, I don't know. Some time ago, Hitomi Uzumaki's mission was not my idea, but the Uchiha clan's idea. I just let Hitomi Uzumaki go undercover. Of course, this is also some information brought back by Hitomi Uzumaki." When he said this, Tuanzang sneered again. "Ape Fei, you are too eager to think about peace. In this situation, I think it's time to confirm the thoughts of a few people. After all, is this question an unsettling factor that can upset the village?" Ape Fury frowned, and the pipe on his mouth kept smoking a lot of smoke. The two advisors, on the other hand, took the scroll and looked at it directly in a bit of a hurry. When the two of them finished reading, they slammed to the ground. "The Uchiha clan, hateful. So, is it planning a coup d'état?" Looking at the anger of the two advisors, it was hard to say. Instead, he looked at Danzang with some distraction. "Do you mean, the Uchiha clan will frame you?" "Yes, now, there is really such a possibility. Moreover, Kakashi killed my spy though. However, if it was really me, would I be so unconcealed? At the very least, I should send a more powerful character." Tuanzang quibbled again, as if it really made sense. And at this moment, in the Uchiha Patriarch's study, Hitomi was sitting opposite, looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who was thinking, and said, "I don't think this will be able to defeat Tuanzang. After all, Danzang and Sandai were taught by the same teacher." At the same time, if Danzang falsified other evidence, it would instead point the finger at the current Uchiha clan. In the same way, the power of the Uchiha clan may also be really valued. So, when the time comes, you'll really point the finger at the Uchiha clan. "What do you mean? Let's go to the three generations to explain." The Uchiha clan, why do I have to explain? They love to believe it or not, of course. If you betray us, then Naruto Uzumaki's kid, but he has always been taken care of by the old Sarutobi. Do you plan to take him in like this? Uchiha Fugaku was angry at first, and then asked in a cold voice. This made Hitomi a little angry. These guys really regard the glory of the clan as more important than anything else. Unexpectedly, there will be such a situation. It seems that the original idea has deviated a little. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku again, Hitomi spoke. "Since you don't believe me, then, let's do it first. Today, if we continue to talk like this, it will make us all feel bad. Another point, Naruto Uzumaki is not what I want to take in. I found out when I got home. Moreover, it was not up to me to say that those members of the dark department appeared around my house." After saying that, he turned around and left the study. Sometimes, it doesn't have to be said very clearly. At least, the more you understand, the more likely it is to have flaws. Say such a thing, just leave it to Uchiha Fugaku to think slowly. If the Uchiha clan is still so arrogant, maybe it's really not far from the extinction of the clan. The two guys who have opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel, I both hope for peace. And he doesn't have any sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. At least, he wasn't raised by the Uchiha clan, and if it weren't for the Uchiha clan, he wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation since he was a child. Naruto with his original weight, the corners of Hitomi's mouth cracked and he smiled slightly. On the other side of the forest, the figure of the weasel had already appeared at this time. At the same time, Suzuki also appeared. However, Suzuki seemed to be extremely confident at this time. What's more, with a kind of arrogance unique to the Uchiha clan. "It seems that you have mastered the ability to climb trees. Uchiha, it's really the surname that gives the name of genius." Hitomi said something faintly and laughed. Suzuki snorted coldly. "Aren't you from the Uchiha clan?" However, looking at Itaka's eyes, it seems that this sentence is indeed a bit excessive. However, Hitomi didn't seem to be angry at this time. Instead, after glancing at Suzuki, he said slowly, "To be honest, I'm really not from the Uchiha clan. It's just that with your blood, it's just that the writing will is not invincible. At least, the first generation has already suppressed Ban Yujiao. Besides, my current surname is Uzumaki." Naruto, who was wiping his sweat this time, expressed his opinion. Yes, big brother has the same surname as me, Uzumaki, not some bullshit Uchiha clan. After hearing that he had become a bullshit Uchiha clan, Suzuki was also a little angry at this time. Since he was a little sensible, he has been instilled with the strength of the Uchiha clan, but he can't stand the contempt of his own clan. After taking a few steps forward, he threw a punch at Naruto. Although, in the eyes of Itachi and Hitomi, this is indeed slow and makes people a little unrefreshed. However, in Naruto's eyes, it was still very fast. Originally, Itachi seemed to want to stop it, but Hitomi was indeed stopped. Sometimes, you should let him know how to fight. Flowers in the greenhouse will die as soon as they go out. Actually, it's the same with ninjas. Itachi was stunned for a moment, then looked at it quietly, and asked at the same time, "It seems that the dark surveillance of the Uchiha clan has been getting tighter and tighter recently. Moreover, several times he even came to the ethnic settlement to check. Is there any action?" Even, with a look of pleading. Was he begging me to tell him what it really meant, or was it already aware of something? At this point, Suzuki and Naruto had already exchanged several moves. Thanks to this nearly a month, Hitomi has been training Naruto's physical skills almost every day. Therefore, Naruto at this time was able to tie with Suzuki. Watching Naruto and Suzuki's fist and kick fight, Hitomi whispered, "Perhaps, the Uchiha clan may be rebelling." Of course, most of the things were actually done by the old guy in Tuanzang. The matter of his alliance with Orochimaru was discovered by the 3 generations by a small move by me, but it was pushed to you Uchiha clan. Hitomi said something that seemed to be a half-truth. At the same time, there are also some doubts. It seems that the Uchiha clan is a rebellion forced by the group. However, Itachi is a real understanding person at this time. Although, I don't know what the hell is going on. However, one thing is certain, the Uchiha clan may really be rebelling. It seems that in order to enter the dark department, become a spy, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan always seem to let themselves participate in some missions that can be selected for the dark department. Furthermore, I have been preparing for the promotion of Nakashinobu next year recently. Hitomi is now 9 years old. Moreover, he is about to enter the age of 10. As for himself, he is about to enter the age of 11. In just 2 years, the original Uchiha Sanja seems to have been until now. Stopping the water seems to be grounded, and he is a strict assignment. Hitomi has also entered the roots. Hitomi, it's best not to get involved in this kind of thing. After all, you are not very trusted among the Uchiha clan. When the time comes, what I'm most afraid of is that I'll hurt you in turn. Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Itachi. This guy seems to really think of himself as a friend. Smiled slightly indifferently and said, "You should also be careful, don't do those thankless things. In case, if there are 3 long and 2 short, my friend can be worried." Itachi smiled and nodded. At this time, Suzuki and Naruto actually knocked down the tree from the ground while they were talking. Moreover, at this time, the 2 of them were able to use tree climbing to fight. This made Hitomi and Itachi both surprised. After all, these 2 guys are still untrained in the case of climbing trees to fight. Unexpectedly, it was really self-taught. Hitomi smiled and said, "It seems that Naruto's kid usually doesn't have a very good brain, but when it comes to fighting, he will become flexible." Itachi also smiled and nodded his head, but at this time, Suzuki didn't seem to have learned the power of fire escape. However, it was clear that he had already begun to learn how to throw shuriken. Hitomi and Itachi both frowned, and an instant appeared at the entrance of Konoha. Although it was still early in the morning, the sun didn't seem to be pouring down yet. However, one of the ninjas began to train upside down. It looks like it's extremely strong. And the 2 janitorial ninjas at the door all looked at the man who claimed to be a Konoha beast with a helpless expression. It seems that this guy is going on a mission today. However, the other 2 teammates have not yet arrived. This guy has been waiting here for half an hour. However, the 2 teammates still didn't seem to come. As a shinobi, he didn't lose his temper even after waiting like this. Perhaps, those 2 guys are even more powerful masters than him. At this time, the gate guard seems to be looking forward to it. Those 2 can make a person who can wait. When the sun breaks through the thick fog and has reached the ground, the other 2 ninjas had already appeared at this time. Looking at the figures in the sun, the 2 are tall and short. In particular, one of them is almost as tall as a child. When the gatepost really came, I couldn't help but be surprised. Known as a genius, Kakashi made a lot of contributions in the 3rd Ninja War. As long as it's a ninja in Konoha, there don't seem to be many who don't know him. The other, however, is an even more genius-like figure. Now, he is already a member of the Shadows. Because the root belongs to the spy force of the Dark Department, but it is also under the jurisdiction of the Dark Department. So, in their eyes, they are definitely members of the dark side. Of course, Kakashi at this time is also a member of the Dark Ministry. However, unlike this guy, this kid has already entered the shadows at the age of 9. It can be seen that his great strength. Moreover, among Konoha and the 3 masters of the Uchiha clan, everyone has heard of it. Although his surname is still Uzumaki, most people still regard him as the Uchiha clan. When Akai saw Kakashi and Hitomi a little late, one of them jumped up. "Yo, Kakashi. You're late again today. Also, you kid, you dare to pretend to be cool for me." As he said this, the man had already appeared behind Hitomi. The leg swept straight over, and the speed was extremely fast. However, of course, Hitomi at this time should not be underestimated. Just turned his head, and the foot that was about to kick his head had stopped. It wasn't until Hitomi flashed away that Kai had just woken up. Hitomi and Kai were both shocked. Hitomi was surprised that Kai could wake up from his Sharingan illusion so quickly. Of course, the current Hitomi is still just a writing will eye of the double-hook jade, so it doesn't seem that the eyes are very powerful. Kai, on the other hand, was surprised by the strength of this kid. Unexpectedly, it was only an instant that the illusion was activated. Moreover, he was shocked for a second. If he was an enemy just a second, then maybe he was dead by now. Kai thought that this guy's writing will eye was much better than Kakashi's. Of course, it was just such a moment, and the 2 people at the gate were also shocked. At the same time, I thought, these 2 guys are not simple. If it was me just now, I would have been kicked by the leg. Or, you've already entered the illusion, and you can't get out so soon. It's just that I'm underestimating the enemy. Akai didn't seem to admit defeat, and rushed directly towards him, and Kakashi even looked lazily, without the slightest intention of stopping. Akai jumped high and shouted, "Konoha Great Whirlwind." A roundhouse kick appeared. This speed, it was indeed fast to the limit. Fortunately, I also put a little effort into physical skills. During the time he was training Naruto, he didn't give up his cultivation. Hitomi has always wanted to use the wind attribute chakra in the instantaneous technique. The instantaneous technique just now didn't use this trick. At this time, it is really time to test. Suddenly, Akai's kick was originally thought to be a kick. It seems that he doesn't feel it at all, and Akai has a lot of combat experience at this time. It seems that I understood something in an instant. In midair, one turned around, just enough to block one of Hitomi's sideways kicks. With a click, after landing on the ground, 2 consecutive heel fights, his eyes became serious. Kakashi, too, directly used the writing will eye to check Hitomi's movements. The instantaneous technique just now, even Kakashi didn't even find out what was going on. Akai's strength. Kakashi knew very well that if he really fought, you may not be able to win, and even if you win, it will definitely be very difficult. It was only a few tricks just now, but Kakashi was surprised and shocked. I remember that when we completed the task together, although this guy's swordsmanship was indeed very good, however, it doesn't seem to be very powerful in terms of physical skills. But there is something like this kind of development. This guy's physical skills are so powerful. Pick up, pick up. On his shoulder, Pikachu seemed a little irritable. This guy on the other side has been attacking Hitomi like this, making it look a little hot. And Akai, at this moment, immediately rushed over. Because, he saw Hitomi actually stroke the mouse-like pet on his shoulder. When he was about to reach Hitomi's side again, the mouse that was still on Hitomi's shoulder seemed to be angry for a moment. The sudden flash of electric light, even Akai was slightly stunned for a fraction of a second. And what Kakashi originally wanted to remind, it seems that it is too late now. Because, getting the electric light has already touched Akai's body. After a scream, Hitomi appeared on top of Akai and slammed into Akai's waist. Suddenly, with a bang, Akai landed a little helplessly at this time. Moreover, the body is paralyzed, although the waist is not that kind of severe pain. But when I moved, there was still a bit of a piercing feeling, and the 2 gate guards seemed to be frightened at this time. Just those few moves, any move doesn't seem to be something they can block. All of them, wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads. And Kakashi, picking up Akai, who was still paralyzed, said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry I forgot to tell you, although the mouse on that shoulder seems to be a little weak. However, it's Hitomi's great power." Akai looked at Kakashi with a grumbling face. It's like a teammate who has been pitted. Look, even Kakashi was a little embarrassed. "Now, let's go," Hitomi said with a smile as she looked at Akai. This guy is just a character who likes a challenge. At the same time, he is also a hot-blooded ninja. Just like his apprentice, he is hot-blooded and cute, and he also has some advantages that he doesn't recognize. After the corners of Akai's mouth twitched slightly, he nodded helplessly. Today, he was defeated by a 9-year-old child. If those guys knew, they would laugh to death. At this time, Kakashi, who was his lifelong rival, should also laugh in his heart. Kakashi didn't laugh at Akai, because, at this time, he was also thinking in his heart, if it's yourself, can you block those tricks just now? The answer is that if you are careful, you can still block those tricks just now. Moreover, Akai can definitely block those tricks. However, another question came to mind. It's also a riding wheel, but the Uchiha clan is really orthodox. Unexpectedly, it can be used to such a degree. When I thought of riding wheels, I also thought of the origin of my own riding wheels. A little sadly, he directly picked up Akai and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Immediately, the three of them left the village in an instant. Let the two gatekeepers behind him have a look of envy. These guys, but they're all real masters. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, watching the battle in the crystal ball, although everyone is gone. But the three generations frowned. There was such a technique. What the three generations cared about was not the psychic beast Pikachu and the other moves. What I care about is the instantaneous technique. Hitomi's instantaneous technique was too fast. Even the three generations were scared just now. I thought that I had penetrated the space ninjutsu of 4 generations. However, if you look closely, although in terms of the attainment of the instantaneous technique, it seems that it is really about to catch up with the 4th generation. But there are still some gaps. However, after all, the other party is only a 9-year-old child. Kakashi, is it really as you said? This kid is definitely not a spy pawn of the Uchiha clan? Thinking of this, the 3rd generation turned around and looked at Chao Yang with his hands behind his back. A little stunned. I have to say that the trees in the Hokage world are indeed a bit huge. It's just like a primeval forest. However, there are things like cameras, but they are a little hard to accept. It turned out now Jitai looks a little excited, and he is indeed a little excited. He could finally kill the Uzumaki Hitomi who had upset him a little with his own hands. If this kid died, then he would be the 2nd person in the real roots. Since, after returning from Orochimaru, he brought the corresponding medical ninjutsu. At the same time, he also brought back Orochimaru's greetings to Danzo. At this time, he can be said to be truly an unreachable existence under the root group. Even if, sometimes to look up those ninjutsu materials, you can go directly to find them. And you don't need to talk to Tuanzang. Moreover, if you want to come, you can come once, and if you don't want to come, you cannot come. It seems that the 2nd person in his roots is not as good as him. Now you don't know if you're still a cow or not. Did they kill 20 people? It doesn't matter, I'm the real elite of the roots. You and Kakashi Akai must have been seriously injured by now. At this time, it's time to kill you. Thinking of this, Jitai is about to laugh directly. You're about to approach the town, perhaps, you're going to see your poor dad soon. Jitai sneered, and just wanted to say something about to leave. At the exit of the woods in front, there seemed to be a figure. At the same time, this figure was extremely panicked when he saw several of them, even, with some suspicion of escaping. Teran, the figure just now is the Uzumaki Hitomi. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this fluctuation of chakra. Moreover, it should be that the injury is more serious, and it seems that even the chakra is more than half less. The perception ninja behind him immediately stepped forward and said, at the same time, he also looked at Jitai. Hee, you 3 squads, go to town and find Kakashi. And I'm just following this kid. After glancing behind him, he casually took the elite ninjas among the 10 roots and chased them in the direction of Uzumaki Hitomi's escape. However, these 40 people had not been out for long before 2 more figures appeared. It's not good, let's run away. The ninja led by him, after seeing his people, turned around and ran away with the ninja. Kakashi, Mate Kai. This time, you're dead. The 2nd leader of the root team sneered, and then immediately followed. After glancing in the direction where Jitai was running, he clenched his sword. Jitai, if you want to kill my disciple, you have to ask if my sword agrees. But Jitai in front of him is not in a hurry at all now. Looking at the Uzumaki Hitomi in front of him, who was running slower and slower, he sneered and said, you run. You should run faster. Otherwise, I'm going to catch up. However, the Uzumaki Hitomi in front of him seemed to really hear it. Unexpectedly, the speed is really faster again. This made Jitai, who originally wanted to slow down a little, stunned for a moment, and immediately, some of the big ones quickly sped up. Until the whole forest seemed to be in the back of his mind for a long time, Jitai seemed to have noticed something wrong. Where the hell did this guy run away? It's impossible, let's run away to such an endless place. Thinking of this, Jitai directly stopped. It seems that there is something wrong in my heart. At the same time, he whispered, be careful of the embankment, don't be overshadowed by this kid. This kid is very insidious, he said, and seemed to slow down his pace. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he lost the Uzumaki Hitomi. At this moment, the land on all sides seemed to be resurrected, and it was directly erected into walls. Unexpectedly, he locked 11 of himself in an instant. At the same time, Kakashi on the other side also roared Earth Escape Earth Formation Wall, and Akai roared angrily Explosion. Suddenly, countless explosions sounded in the stone room that had blocked all the retreats. In an instant, even the earth began to shake. This time, it should be successful, right, said Akai laughing, but both Kakashi and Hitomi were a little hesitant. Yes, just now, ordinary people really can't react. However, Hitomi understands that this kind of technique is still too slow. If it is Nagato, if Vientiane Tianyan and Xiao Nan release the shuriken, they will definitely be killed in seconds if they don't have time to defend. However, in the current situation, there is still some time for the earthen wall to be erected and the detonation charm to explode. If it's a master of extremely fast sealing, it's really possible to defend against it. Kakashi himself said that if it were him, he could defend it. It's just that you might get a little injured. The earthen wall began to slowly collapse. It was full of smoke and dust, and I couldn't even see a shadow clearly. However, at this time, Hitomi has already made a move. Dozens of kunai with detonation charms instantly appeared outside the smoke and dust. At the same time, several figures shot up from the smoke and dust. Boom! The detonation charm still exploded, although, those flames and waves of chi did make one of the ninjas fall away in an instant. However, it seems that at least 6 ninjas are still alive. The ninja who was swept away by the air wave was just about to struggle to get up, but Hitomi had already appeared in front of him. The remaining 6 people immediately stood up in a defensive form, and the leader was Ji-Tai, with a pair of cold eyes. I really didn't expect it. You can know so quickly that I'm here. Even, they have already set up a bureau waiting for us. It seems that you should have your own source of information. Hitomi had a cold face, nodded his head slightly, and said with a smile, I still know that you have wanted to kill me for a long time. Moreover, I know that you seem to have brought 50 ninjas with you when you came out. By the way, when you led the team out, it seemed to say that this time you will definitely kill me. However, it's a pity that it doesn't seem to be there now. Ji-Tai was stunned for a moment, and even felt a little empty. When he first led the team out, he did say that. But how did this kid know? Could it be that there were spies under his command? It's not us, Ji-Tai, we've always been with you. How do you have time to pass on information, said one of the ninjas, who looked as white as a dead man's face. Ji-Tai thought about it, and he was right. At this time, how could he doubt his companion? If the kid was allowed to take advantage of it, it would be terrible. However, one of the ninjas stabbed in an instant. At all, it didn't make Ji-Tai react. At the same time, the ninja on the other side pushed Ji-Tai away. After being stabbed in the chest, it looks like he is not alive. And the ninja next to him directly punched the ninja's body, but it didn't seem to be a real punch. Rather, it's just a chakra. Suddenly, the ninja came to his senses, looked at Ji-Tai with an angry face, and his face was full of horror. No, Ji-Tai, I just looked at Hitomi's eyes, and then it became like this. Hearing such an answer, even Kakashi was shocked, not to mention Ji-Tai. After snorting coldly, he immediately said, don't look at his eyes, Uzumaki Hitomi, I didn't expect your illusion to have reached such a point. It seems that the apprentice of Zishui is really not in vain. Zishui's illusion talent and strength are well known even to ninjas in other countries, not to mention the ninjas who are also Konoha. Until this time, Ji-Tai also understood the horror of riding wheels. These are all real ninjas who are masters of ninja strength. Unexpectedly, just a pair of eyes, and the illusion was immediately cast. And now, Kakashi thought to himself, sure enough, it still needs someone from the Uchiha clan to cast the Sharingan, which is really powerful. And in the distant woods, a pair of eyes narrowed slightly, and then immediately became happy and smiled. I've already solved one, and I'll leave the remaining 4 to you, Jita, leave it to me, Hitomi whispered confidently, and one of them rushed forward, along with Kakashi and Akai. After Jitai sneered, he instantly followed Hitomi's footsteps, and his hands were still in mid-air. Huo-dun, how fireball technique. Hitomi, who had just landed, was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that this guy's sealing speed would be so fast. At the same time, Jitai, who had just released his ninjutsu, quickly sealed it again. It seems that it is the seal of ninjutsu again. And Hitomi, after sneering, opened his mouth directly. The entire how fireball actually entered Hitomi's mouth in an instant. And at this moment, Jitai, who had just finished the seal, seemed to be stunned for a moment. However, in order to be sure, Jitai still released the ninjutsu that had already been sealed, Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. Bang! After a sound, Jitai, who had been cut into 2 pieces, instantly turned into a piece of wood. It fell to the ground and sent out a puff of smoke. And Jitai appeared in another place, and a rare serious look appeared in his eyes. I can't imagine that you bastard still has such a natural bloodline power, and you can absorb ninjutsu. Thinking of this, even Jitai was directly stunned. After all, such a talent is indeed somewhat amazing. Of course, Hitomi suddenly became angry at this time. What he hated the most was that others called him a mongrel. It's like the Uchiha clan when he was a child, and they always bullied him. Moreover, he also scolded him for being a mongrel. He can't stand it. In an instant, the ninja knife was pulled out and stabbed directly towards Jitai. Speed, extremely fast. In just an instant, the two of them made 4 or 5 moves. Of course, it's all a ninja knife battle. And with just 4 or 5 moves, Jitai was a little overwhelmed. What he was good at was ninjutsu, not this kind of swordsmanship. Moreover, Hitomi has always learned from a swordsmanship master like Yuan. Therefore, if you use swordsmanship, you are not an opponent of this kid at all. Therefore, at this time, Jitai took a sword on his arm, and after turning a few heels directly to the back, his hands were sealed again. This kid's speed is too fast. If he keeps sticking like this, maybe he will be consumed by this kid. So, at this time, Jitai just wanted to distance himself. When Hitomi wanted to step forward, Jitai slapped the ground violently and shouted, "Psychic technique." Suddenly, a huge vulture appeared in front of Jitai. Jitai, on the other hand, stood directly on the vulture's back and flew up. In this way, Hitomi suffers a loss. After all, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. If you unleash those large-scale ninjutsu, maybe Hitomi will have to defend passively. However, at this time, Hitomi sneered. In an instant, he fled into the forest. On the other side, Kakashi and Akai also seem to be entangled by those two ninjas. These two ninjas, two are masters of physical arts, and two ninjas who happen to be ninjutsu and illusion types of ninjas, cooperate. Kakashi and Akai even fell into disadvantage. Of course, Hitomi at this time obviously fell behind. Standing on the vulture's back, Jitai kept throwing the detonation charm. I have to say that this tactic is quite good. If it's a detonation charm, then it has the power to explode in addition to the flames. So, at this time, Hitomi also had to run around. However, the forest is not far from itself. I believe that as long as he hides in there, then Jitai will not dare to do anything. After all, the vulture's size is too large. If one is not good, it will kill you when the time comes. Of course, Jitai at this time seems to have discovered it a long time ago. In an instant, he took out 8 kunai with detonation charms. I have to say that Jitai's kunai throwing is still quite level. In just an instant, the 8 kunai exploded in front of Hitomi. That kind of sky-high aura also made Hitomi retreat 6 or 7 times in an instant, and then he could stop. At the same time, looking at Jitai's position, he seemed to become extremely serious. After sneering, he immediately formed a seal in an instant, and shouted, "Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique." Among the Fire Escape ninjutsu, this ninjutsu may have the largest range. Of course, relatively speaking, chakra consumption is the smallest. Although the fireball looks a little small, it forms a hexagonal shape and heads towards the vulture. The vulture, on the other hand, flies even higher with a wave of its wings. In other words, those small fireballs at this time couldn't hit the vultures and Jitai at all. At this time, Jitai seemed to be more relieved. At this moment, a black claw suddenly appeared in the sky, so that Jitai, who was originally a little relieved, did not react at all. Only, one sideways. Unfortunately, even one of them seemed to be caught by the sharp claws on the fingers. Suddenly, blood was dripping from his arm. The vulture, on the other hand, was directly penetrated by such a catch. Suddenly, it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared directly. At the same time, the demonic beast that released the claw of death would not give up so easily. Once again, the claws of death appeared. Jitai was nervous, and then after a turn and a ninja knife appeared, he used his strength to avoid it again. And at this time, Hitomi, who had already separated into a shadow clone, jumped directly towards Jitai's position. Halfway through, it seems that the height is still not enough. Immediately, the shadow clone directly swung his arms, stepped on the shoulder of the shadow clone, and jumped again. This time, it was just in front of Jitai. Jitai, who had just dodged a blow, was really scared at this time. When she tried her best to dodge, Hitomi began to laugh. "Don't you often laugh at Mr. Yuanta? Then, I'll use Mr. Yuanta's stunt to kill you today." After saying that, IHE's slash has been pulled out. Suddenly, the head and body have been separated. Blood poured down, soaking Hitomi's sleeves. There was no way to seal the hands, and the person was chased and beaten by the demonic beast in the air. Moreover, in the midst of such a high altitude, if you can still block this sudden Juhi slash, then, this guy is definitely a shadow level strength. At the very least, if you fight Hitomi, it might be a different situation. It's a pity that Jitai is not a master of the shadow level, and Hitomi has the help of demonic beasts. At the very least, the strength can surpass Kakashi's existence. Moreover, he also knows that Jitai's psychic beast is an animal in the sky. I also know that Jitai has chakra with the two attributes of fire and earth. Suddenly, when it comes to attacking, it is definitely an attack method with fire attributes. A series of attacks and strategies were all based on the information given by Yuanta. Of course, it is also indispensable to stop the water. Shisui said that any ninjutsu has its weaknesses. It's just that you know his weaknesses. There is no right ninjutsu, only ninjas who really use ninjutsu. Until now, Hitomi still believes in this sentence. The battle here is over. In midair, Hitomi, who had nowhere to focus, was pulled by the demon beast and said with a smile, "I have to say, your tactics are quite good. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sneak attack like this." Then, the demonic beast that had been in the sky waited for an opportunity to sneak attack. Of course, this tactic, in fact, Hitomi has already thought about it. Don't talk nonsense, let's go back right away and help Kakashi and Akai, Hitomi said coldly, and at the same time, with the help of the demon beast, one turned around and shouted loudly towards the forest, "Thank you, teacher." In the forest, Tai, who had been surprised by the appearance of the demon beast, also showed a relieved smile at this time. Yes, he's already out of school. Yes, he's a ninja in his own right. At the same time, Kakashi and Akai are under unimaginable pressure at this time. Unexpectedly, the four of them fought together, and they had such combat power. Kakashi's left shoulder seemed to have been injured. At the same time, there seemed to be a little blood on Akai's chest. However, at this time, Hitomi instantly fell from the sky. At the same time, after the separation of 3 shadow clones, all started to stamp, all of a sudden. Even those 4 ninjas couldn't react for a moment. Fire escape how fireball technique, wind escape great breakthrough. A combined ninjutsu made Hao's fireball even more vigorous. In an instant, it appeared in the coverage of the 2 people in the back. Suddenly, boom, after a loud explosion, 2 of the ninjas didn't have time to react, immediately smashed. At the same time, the other 2 ninjas flashed out. It seems that after just sending a breath, Hitomi Chidori who suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust hit the heart directly. The other, just as he was about to retreat, suddenly appeared from the ground with a claw of death. Suddenly, after being caught in the heart, he was crushed and died. At this moment, there were 4 upper ninja seconds. It can be said that it is Hitomi's most powerful power so far. Of course, it is also due to sneak attacks and luck. Go to Nagato's side right away. It seems that there seems to be something wrong with one of my shadow clones, Hitomi said without the slightest joy. The demon beast sneered and nodded its head, then vanished. At this time, Kakashi and Akai helped each other out. When he saw Hitomi, he shook his head helplessly, especially Kakashi, and smiled bitterly. It seems that I really can't see through you more and more. Just now, I can actually attack from the sky. However, Kakashi and the others did not find the demon beast. Of course, at this time, the night does not seem to be easy to find. After all, chasing the game has been since noon. Only now is the real end of the battle. In the sky-high buildings of Yuin village, there are a world of pipes and rainwater. At this time, Hitomi was a little helpless. The doppelganger of Akai just now had been blown up, and this shadow clone of his own, maybe it will explode immediately. Seemingly, those ninjas are about to get here soon. It's a pity that Nagato still hasn't moved at all. It's like you've entered an empty city. The secret chamber in the tower, the heavenly Deo Nagato and the animal Deo Nigamon appeared outside the tower. Said to Xiao Nan, who was a paper clone beside him, "This kid, did you really bring 40 Konoha shadows?" Xiao Nan patted Pikachu, who was anxious to go down, and said lightly, "Yes. This kid seems to be really good at scheming. It seems that these 2 are shadow clones." Nagato nodded his head, and at this time, he was a little curious. In the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, it can be clearly felt that these 2 ninjas with different appearances are obviously the shadow clones of that kid. It seems that one of them has already been blown up just now. However, since they have already been brought here, there is no possibility that those ninjas will go back. It's just that the current Nagato really wants to see the strength of the demon beast that has just entered the Rain Hidden Village. Last time, although it was just a simple hand-to-hand move. However, just one move can show the power of the demon beast. That kind of erratic whereabouts ability, that kind of ability, the ability to use ninjutsu in an instant. Already, the kind of ability that can unleash ninjutsu without applying chakra at all. At the same time, it seems that the psychic beast on Xiao Nan's shoulder also has such power. It is this kind of power that makes Nagato very careful. Now, the 6 realms of oneself are not truly completed. At the same time, the kind of ninjutsu that can be launched without chakra also makes Nagato want to see what kind of power it is. Unfortunately, this time it was a shadow clone that was dispatched. If it were an entity, perhaps, all of this kid's strength would be exposed. After all, it was the 50 elite ninjas of the group. At this time, the ninjas of the 40 root squads had directly surrounded Hitomi, who had transformed into Kakashi. And among the 40 ninjas, there seemed to be some doubts. The Akai just now was obviously just a shadow clone. However, it may be that this guy wants to cover his companion and disguise it. However, at this time, Hitomi was in a hurry and almost came into contact with the shadow clone. It's all brought here, but it hasn't come out yet. It's just a shadow clone. Is it possible? Do you still want to see the strength of your shadow clone? Thinking of this, Hitomi at this time was also a little helpless. After glancing at the sky, his hands quickly sealed. Fire escape how fireball technique. Suddenly, a fireball with a diameter of more than 7 meters blasted towards the numerous ninjas with an extremely hot degree. At the same time, after the 2 heels retreated repeatedly, their hands were sealed again. This time, the seal is the seal of a shadow clone. After the 3 shadow clones appeared, the 3 of them continued to seal. One is a wind escape, one is a fire escape, and the last one is a thunder escape. Fire escape Hall on fire technique, wind escape great breakthrough. Suddenly, the roaring fire dragon turned into a giant dragon and bombarded the many ninjas under the growth of the wind. The other shadow clone directly turned into 1,000 birds with his right hand and headed towards the many ninjas. The original fireball has been blocked by a dirt escape, and the power of the dragon fire and the wind escape was directly blocked by the water array wall. Of course, it also adds the great waterfall technique to resist it. At the center of the entire explosion, a world of water vapor appeared. Everywhere, there was fog. Unexpectedly, the two figures couldn't see clearly. However, it was also instantly perceived by those sentient ninjas. At the same time, the ninja knife had been inserted into the heart of the shadow clone. With a bang, it turned into a cloud of smoke. When those ninjas were a little shocked, once again, it was another ninja who won the lottery. At this time, the real shadow clone was pulled into the sky by the demonic beast. Looking at the bloodthirsty demon beast, Hitomi sneered and said, "Want to go down and fight?" Yes, at this time. What about the time to really manifest my evil? The fog was huge and he couldn't see any movement clearly, and the moment the demon beast swooped down, the pupil of the shadow clone hit directly. Of course, they couldn't sense the traces of demonic beasts. After all, the demon beast didn't have the slightest chakra reaction. Moreover, such a scene is more suitable for him to assassinate. Suddenly, the probability of screaming in the group of ninjas suddenly increased. At the same time, some ninjas shouted, "Don't be in the fog, let's go out immediately. Otherwise, he will assassinate all of them." One by one, they ran towards the towers of the pipes that towered into the sky. However, what they didn't notice was that a few of them had black gears on their backs. At the same time, his face darkened. The ninjas who were originally followed by those large troops equipped with black gears suddenly started to do the trick. One by one, it seems that they have been summoned by the evil of the demon beast. Unexpectedly, a civil war began. Suddenly, a large number of screams appeared. Those who didn't know what was going on were directly killed by their teammates, and those who were injured by their teammates fought back, and those who were originally fine really didn't dare to move. One by one, they began to be vigilant. "I'm afraid that my teammates around me will kill me all at once. In that case, I will really die unjustly." Nagato, who was standing on a tall tower in the distance, was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. That psychic beast that looked like a demon was even more evil than himself. Of course, Nagato didn't feel that he was evil at this time. Instead, feel great. Yes, the man who wants to make the world peaceful again. And Xiao Nan frowned deeply, turned his head and asked, "These ninjas, what's going on? Fighting each other, isn't everyone with such ability?" Obviously, it's because of the psychic beast. Do you see some ninjas on their backs? Those black gears, if you don't pay attention, they're embedded in this thing. Then, it seems to be controlled by that guy, Nagato whispered, and at this time, he was also a little surprised. What kind of technique is this? Actually, there is such power. Nagato thought about it, and those ninjas who were elites certainly thought of it. Just now, in the fog, I didn't notice. Therefore, after some screams, there seems to be no reaction. Only now did I realize that in fact, after the screams, there were not many casualties. Instead, a black gear appeared on their backs. Thinking of this, almost all the ninjas who didn't fall for this trick were in a team of several people, attacking the 7 or 8 companions who were equipped with black gears. Of course, it's all the front that lures the enemy, and then the back ones directly destroy the black gears. Within 3 minutes, the ninjas were all recovering. The black gear seems to be a spiritual power, and even if it is destroyed, there is not the slightest trace of blood. This kind of technique makes those ninjas even more afraid. One by one, they looked around at Kakashi. It's a pity that there doesn't seem to be a single figure at all. Moreover, my black gear is not so powerful that it cannot be destroyed. However, I can roughly understand my tactics. At this time, the demon beast flew directly in the air and looked at Hitomi who was hiding on the side and said with a smile. However, that self-confidence made him even more evil. Like a real demon. 33, we killed so many people at once, and we did our best. If that guy doesn't come out again, I can't do anything about it. Hitomi nodded his head, meaning that the demon beast could also retreat. After all, anyone needs physical strength. Even if such a Digimon doesn't have the physical strength, it may not even be able to perform its stunts. Well, we can do it too. Nagato whispered and flew straight towards the ninjas. It looks very relaxed. Xiao Nan nodded his head and quickly followed. At the same time, Kakashi and Akai in the town are a little uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Hitomi didn't have anything to do. At most, it was a bit more chakra. Under the tower, the rain was still dripping. The blood of the ninjas mixed with the rain slowly merged into a stream of water that flowed towards the sewers. At this time, the demon beasts were surprised by Nagato's combat effectiveness. With just 2 powers, it took only 3 minutes to kill so many elite ninjas. I have to say that even as a demon, he is a little frightened. Looking at Hitomi's eyes, he also became respectful. This master, it is simply a bit too bold to be able to negotiate a deal with such a master. After Nagato cleaned up those ninjas, he looked towards the side of the tower. Hitomi smiled helplessly, then climbed directly onto the back of the demon beast and landed on the opposite side of Nagato. I have to say, you surprised me, with your strength just now, although you haven't really grown up yet. But at least, I already have the strength of the organization, Nagato said in a low voice, perhaps because the body of this Yahiko on the other side was originally a corpse, and his face was expressionless. It looks very serious. Hitomi slowly climbed down from the demon beast's back, and there was a slight movement in her heart. Yes, if you join the Xiao organization now, it is indeed safe enough. At the same time, it can also be a good way to protect the mother. After all, Nagato wasn't the kind of ninja who threatened people. However, that Afei is not necessarily. Afei's strength can be determined to be absolutely powerful. Of course, I also know that Afei is with soil. His spatial ninjutsu has been developed to a certain extent, and even if it is 4 generations, it may not be able to compare. If this guy threatens himself with his mother. Hitomi shook her head helplessly, and then said, you can leave me a place. At least, if I can't make it through Konoha anymore, I can really join you. Now, even though you have sealed me, you can't trap my heart. Nagato suddenly felt amused and nodded his head. I will leave a place for you at any time, but, in the future, I will contact you, just send this guy. Stretching out his hand to the demon beast, Nagato said lightly. At the same time, when Xiaonan landed, it seemed that Pikachu was very reluctant, and he wanted to come over because he was worried that the 2 bosses would directly kill their masters. Unlike the psychic beasts of the Hokage world, Hitomi's psychic beasts have the rule that the master dies and the psychic beast dies, and the master lives for himself. So, even if it's a demon beast, you can only listen to Hitomi's orders. Hitomi smiled and nodded, and said, don't worry, as long as everything I know about Konoha will be truthfully reported to you, then, I'll go first now. After finishing speaking, he came to those corpses, took out a scroll directly, and sealed it. Immediately, without waiting to say more, it turned into a cloud of smoke with a bang. Originally, this was just a doppelganger. And the demon beast, after laughing weirdly, immediately turned into a cloud of smoke with a bang. Outside the forest, after a simple bandage, Kakashi stood up and directly took out a scroll. Immediately, the body of Jitai on the other side and the bodies of these ninjas were sealed into the scroll one after another. These corpses are not to be obtained by ninjas from other countries. Of course, Hitomi doesn't have that kind of thought. Although, there were a few ninjas over there who seemed to be the blood inheritance boundary. However, for Nagato, this blood inheritance is just rubbish. Even Afei, the masked man, may not pay attention to such a blood succession. There are no first-generation cells, no writing wheels, and no other powerful bloodlines. For the masked man, this kind of blood inheritance is almost the same as not. And Nagato, even more. Now he may only believe that his own strength is the most powerful. So, even when he looked at himself sealing those corpses, he didn't say anything. It wasn't until Kakashi had sealed them all that he sat down and sighed. At this time, we can only go back to Konoha first. Moreover, it seems that there is no need to go to Yuin village over there, completely. It is a ghost made by Tuan Zhang. And at this time, Hitomi's shadow clone came back. So all of a sudden, his face was a lot more rosy, and it seemed that the chakra had more than doubled at once. Smiled and nodded, and said, yes, over there in Yuin village, my shadow clone has come back just now. Moreover, all the ninjas in Yuin village were wiped out. However, they also promised me to hand over those corpses to us. Kakashi nodded, believing Hitomi very much. After all, if it weren't for Hitomi's information, maybe the current self and Akai would have been killed. I don't know how to say it, though, I'm pretty stupid. However, I know that this time Danzo-sama was really wrong. Did he take revenge on us for what happened last time? Actually, at such a big price, let our ninjas in Konoha kill each other, Akai said, his body shaking. Although Hitomi didn't take it seriously, he knew that Akai seemed to be crying at this time. Yes, even if it was for the sake of the village, but this was too extreme. Unexpectedly, the ninjas of Konoha were sent to hunt down and kill the ninjas of Konoha. The consumption of this, no matter which side it is unbearable. After all, everyone is a ninja of Konoha. Moreover, the people sent by Tuan Zhang this time turned out to be some extremely elite ninjas. This kind of thing makes Hitomi unbearable. So many elites, even if it's Tuan Zhang, it seems that it is impossible to have a good time. At least, for a certain period of time, he doesn't have such a strong strength. Okay Akai, don't talk about it. We'll rush back now and report it to the 3 generations of adults. At the very least, one thing is certain, maybe the last incident was really done by Danzo, and not the Uchiha clan. Kakashi stopped Akai in a cold voice, patted Akai on the shoulder vigorously, and immediately left. At the same time, the 2 people behind him shook their heads a little sadly and followed Kakashi's footsteps. The night is very deep. It was as deep as a black cloth that directly enveloped the entire sky, making it impossible to see what was underneath. At this time, outside the forest, which was originally full of bloodstains, the space rotated for a while, and a figure in a white mask appeared. A short time later, another figure emerged from the land. It looks like it's directly connected to the earth. That kid's strength is good. A 9-year-old kid has such strength. Isn't it simple? It seems that the dozen or so ninjas on Nagato's side were also solved by that kid. Just now I saw him trading with Nagato. It was obvious that he also seemed to have some hatred for Konoha. In particular, he obviously has a pair of riding wheel eyes, but he takes the Whirlpool as his surname, which is not simple. The dialogue between Black Jew and Bai Jew did not affect the masked man. At this time, the masked man seemed to be thinking about something, and after a long time, he said, "This kid must pull down the organization." "Oh, are you sure?" asked Heiju coldly, as if questioning. After all, the current Konoha doesn't seem to have a lot of high-end combat power. However, there is an ape flying and slashing, there is a group of treasures, and even more, there is an occasional return to the self. These people, plus so many ninjas, if they really besieged them, they would only be able to escape. The masked man smiled coldly, and then said, with such a huge loss, "Do you really think that Danzo will let that kid go? Kakashi has Hokage to take care of, after all. He is also a member of the Dark Department that originally protected the Hokage. What's more, it protects the Pillar Force. So, the absolute Hokage's descendant. It's just, do you think that kid with the power of the Sharingan but the surname Uzumaki, can anyone keep him?" What the masked man said is indeed good. Originally, it seems that the current Uchiha clan is not as powerful as it used to be. And, now, it seems, at a critical juncture. In the Hokage's office, the scene at this time was a little scary, all corpses. Even the many elite ninjas who were in the shadows were slightly stunned when they saw this scene at this time. And the 3 generations of apes flying to the sun are even more shocked. He felt a sudden pain in his heart, as if something had knocked on his heart. "What you said is true," Ape Fei said at this time, a little hesitant. Moreover, with a sense of sadness. Hitomi was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out an envelope. This is what Xiao Nan has prepared a long time ago, and it can be regarded as the rhetoric of Yuin Village. At the same time, it can also be regarded as a certificate for Yuin Village to make friends with Konoha. Ape Fei immediately opened it and looked at it. For a long time, Ape Fei seemed to be a few years older. Turning around and nodding his head at Kakashi and the others, he said, "You guys go first. By the way, let those autopsy team come over." Hitomi understood that maybe the 3 generations at this time were planning a showdown with Danzang. However, he also knew that this guy seemed to be weak from the time Orochimaru left. And, at this time, something like this suddenly appeared. Speaking of which, it makes him even more difficult to mix. However, speaking of the combination of Tuanzang and the 3 generations, it is really a perfect match for Konoha. 1, leaves bathed in the sun, and 1, count as roots in the earth. It's a pity that Tuanzang is a person who sometimes does things too extremely. Take this time as an example, although Kakashi and himself seem to be a little embarrassed by that matter. However, it won't be directly killed like this. No matter what, it is also a great battle force of Konoha. Just like that, is there really something good that can't be done? When he came out of the Hokage's office where Sarutobi was slashed, Hitomi was a little aimless now. Itake may have 3 years to go, and it's going to be wiped out. 2.5 years to be exact. Now, it's winter. After this winter, when it comes to the new year, then I will be 10 years old. However, now I seem to be able to draw with Itake compared to Itake. But what if Itake opens the kaleidoscope riding wheel? Amaterasu, he is not afraid. After all, he has Natsu's ability to absorb flames. Even if it is a divine fire, it can be swallowed directly into the stomach to digest. However, if it's a monthly reading, until now, Hitomi hadn't thought of a solution to the monthly reading. In all cases, a Kai can perform physical skills without looking at his eyes. However, that's also because Itake was standing there stupidly. If it really starts, Itake's physical skills are definitely not bad. Even, maybe it's the same level as Kakashi. So, you don't know when you really get into the monthly reading. Moreover, the last Susanoo is even more powerful. It's simply a real nirvana that integrates offense and defense. Now I can't deal with this move. Although, he is not from the Uchiha clan, and it is difficult to guarantee that Tuanzang will go to fool Itake into killing him. Moreover, that masked man with soil is definitely not easy to deal with. I don't have that kind of space ninjutsu tricks, and even if I am now, I can't fight him. Unless, with Amaterasu like Itake. Damn! I can't imagine that I am obviously not weak. In front of these divine skills, I can only helplessly act like a fool. If this time it is not the wind god sword that is shaken, it would be good if it is the nebula chain. Then, even if it is a battle with soil, it is also certain, no matter if you hide in that space, I can always find your location, and then defeat you. Shaking his head helplessly, Hitomi's heart was a little confused at this time. And at this time, a beautiful children's voice appeared. Suddenly, it attracted Hitomi's gaze. "Uncle, here are 2 meat buns." A girl who looked extremely well behaved, after taking the meat buns from the uncle's hand, walked towards her side while eating happily. However, it was immediately understood. "I can't imagine that this guy when I was a child was so cute. It's a big-eyed doll-like existence, and Hinata definitely has the kind of cuteness, and every day at this time it seems that I also found the person in front of me." At first, he was stunned, and then suddenly as if he knew something, he pointed at Hitomi and said loudly, "You are the ninja brother who graduated at the age of 7. Yes, he didn't expect that Tian Tian would still recognize himself. Suddenly, Tian Tian seemed to suddenly have a bad smile, and in an instant, after stuffing the bun into his clothes, a kunao shot towards Hitomi. After a snap, Hitomi directly grabbed Tian Tian kunao's head. There was no superfluous action at all when he picked up the white blade empty-handed, and immediately, he smiled bitterly and made a face. I have to say, what do you mean by that?" Tian Tian was stunned for a moment, and then immediately became happy. "I didn't expect you to catch my kunao empty-handed. Am I the best among our peers?" Again, Hitomi almost collapsed. What was this kid thinking about? It should be a girl, make a promise. Every Saturday comes to challenge herself, and, if she doesn't pass the challenge, she keeps trying. And he didn't even have a chance to refute at all, so he just ignored it. What's more, he directly said something that made the Uzumaki Hitomi almost collapse again. "If you lose, then I will marry you and make you my husband." He. That's what I said every day at that time. However, this sentence almost made Hitomi have the urge to vomit blood. A little girl who seems to be 6 years old at most actually said that she wants to marry you? Could it be that I also quibbled that it should be a man marrying a woman? So, Hitomi looked a little lost, and when she walked home, Naruto seemed to be attacking again. After directly lifting the camouflage cloth, his hands slowly sealed. About 10 seconds later, he roared violently, "Wind escape Gale Palm." Unfortunately, the moment Gale Palm appeared, Hitomi had already appeared behind Naruto. After kicking out with a slam and pushing Naruto far away, he roared, "Are you going to be an idiot for me? Will you be hit by your slow ninjutsu, or do you think that your strength is very strong now?" Naruto touched his head and said helplessly, "Brother Hitomi, I only recently learned this ninjutsu. However, I found that I really got stronger. When I used this ninjutsu, even Sasuke was shocked. However, these days, it seems that he is also practicing some ninjutsu." Hitomi was speechless again. In front of children, ninjutsu is always the most powerful. If you use such a slow sealing technique, you might be able to kill this guy in seconds. Unlike Uzumaki Hitomi's side, the face of the 3 generations of Hokage at this time was extremely poor. At the same time, in the office, there are 2 advisors and Tuanzang. Of course, at this time, Danzang's face was even worse. After taking a deep breath, Danzang said directly, "It seems that Kakashi and Akai are back. I still underestimate their strength and cunning. It should be Hitomi's credit." The 3rd generation nodded his head slightly, and then said, "Don't you want to explain?" Looked at Tuanzang, as if he felt a little regretful. Tuanzang shook his head and said, "No need." From the moment Orochimaru left, "I believe you have an opinion on me. To tell you the truth, in fact, although I have been restrained by you in the past few years, I think what I did was right." "Why?" said the 3rd generation at this time. It seemed that he was very hesitant. After all, he himself knew that he was under the sun, but Tuanzang was really operating in the dark. "Of course, the purpose is all for the benefit of Konoha. As you said back then, we're the best partners. However, you are in the sunlight of Konoha. However, if there are no roots, no matter how good the leaves are, they will not grow. So, I can only make the root that is buried in the ground." Mito Minion coughed and said with some bitterness, "However, in this case, you can really only be in the dark. Perhaps, the current Uchiha clan knows about it. After all, they've always wanted to plant spies into the shadows." Tuanzang suddenly laughed, and then slowly stood up. "Let them in. After all, even if I turn to the shadows, I need manpower. By the way, with so many people lost this time, it's time to make up for it. Why did you do it to Kakashi and Matekai?" Sarutobi still didn't promise anything, but Danzo felt like he knew the answer. As he walked towards the outside of the office, he said coldly, "Mainly, it's still Hitomi's kid. To be honest, it's mainly against Kakashi and Matekai, it's secondary. However, Hitomi's boy, from the moment I started to place the seal, I seem to have a premonition. This kid may bring harm to Konoha. Moreover, a few days ago, I suddenly discovered that even his swordsmanship teacher, who was also my old subordinate, Uinta's seal, had been unlocked by him. His own seal, not to mention. What can be met, this kid? The degree of harm is too great." Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. Speaking of which, Hitomi Uzumaki was already more than 10 years old at this time. The original height has also changed further. Now he has a height of 152. Of course, among his peers, it is already considered high. However, what bothers him the most recently is that Tien Tien and Naruto are two guys. Tien Tien has already gone to the ninja school, and soon, in another year, maybe Naruto will also pass. However, at this time, the two seem to have made an appointment. In the morning it was Naruto's challenge, and then, in the evening, it became a daily challenge. However, in general, the daily kunao technique has gotten better and better. At the same time, what also surprised Hitomi was that except for the chakra a little less, Tien Tien seemed to be extremely talented in puppetry. This little girl's control over chakra is definitely to the extent of a talent. If he can learn Cho's attack blade, his current strength will definitely be able to graduate without the slightest problem. Of course, Naruto's situation made Hitomi a little worried. This guy seems to be getting more and more disturbed by the chakra of the Nine Tails. Originally, although the seal was a little slower, it would at least release the gale palm. Moreover, after several months of training, the speed of stamping has become significantly faster. It's a pity that after each seal, it seems that the gale palm released is always very weak. Sometimes, not even a single piece of rotten wood can be blown up, not to mention the power of something. However, the flow of physical arts taught by Hitomi and the physique he possessed gave him extremely strong confidence in physical arts. At least, Sasuke sometimes can't even beat Naruto with his physical skills. At the same time, the skill of throwing kunao has also been trained by Hitomi to have some appearance. Of course, the two of them have been trained, and at the same time, they are also studying some techniques on their own. In order to understand Naruto's sealing technique, he first began to study the four-elephant seal and the Bagua seal. It's a pity that Hitomi doesn't seem to understand these two techniques very well, not to mention, use it directly. And in the development of Chidori, he has developed a spiral pill. This spiral pill is actually a little easier to say than developing Lei Dun's ninjutsu. After all, the cultivation method of the spiral pill is directly drawn in the anime, and the thousand-bird stream is not mentioned at all. If it weren't for the fact that Kakashi's Rachel had been examined with the Sharingan, Hitomi might not have studied Chidoriga first. At this time, Hitomi can easily use the spiral pill with one hand. When Naruto saw it, he was always very keen on Hitomi's ninjutsu. It's almost noon. Although, ninjas mostly will have quests. However, an elite shinobi like Hitomi certainly can't have a mission every day. Always, there is time to rest. However, he has also understood a little lately. Whether it's the three generations, or the Danzo, or the advisors and the Uchiha clan. It seems, at the same time, an agreement was reached. A lot of dangerous and sacrificial tasks will be assigned to Hitomi, which also makes Hitomi a little frightened. These guys, who don't know how to do it, actually dealt with themselves in unison. At the same time, it also made Hitomi want to leave Konoha directly. The three generations are okay, sometimes when they are assigned dangerous tasks, they will be properly reminded. What's more, sometimes I ask him some questions about Konoha's opinion. Then, with that, let him go straight back, and did not give many dangerous tasks. However, the Uchiha clan and Danzo make Hitomi worth being strange. The two groups of people seem to have reached an agreement all at once. Unexpectedly, they will pick up dangerous tasks for Hitomi to complete. It's been 2 times in a row, and if it weren't for Hitomi reacting, maybe it would really hang. One of the tasks turned out to be to track down Orochimaru, if it weren't for Do's help. It was that time that he may have been discovered by Orochimaru. Of course, in those 2 dangerous missions, Hitomi also gained certain benefits. That is, 2 new skills have been learned. Hitomi Uzumaki. Hokage-sama summons a member of the dark side suddenly appeared behind Hitomi, and after saying a word, a teleportation technique left. In terms of instantaneous techniques, the members of the dark side are all masters. Of course, when you encounter those extremely powerful characters, you will become a soy sauce player. In the case of the current Hitomi, with the addition of new skills and the evolution of the writing will of the 3 hooks, he could easily take out 10 members of the shadows without alarming anyone. After smiling bitterly, it suddenly occurred to me that this time there might really be some dangerous mission. Just pray that Sarutobi to kill that old guy, and try to maneuver as much as possible, so that you can suppress the power of the Uchiha clan and Danzo. Thinking of this, it is also an instantaneous technique to flash away from this place. In the Hokage's office, the 3 generations at this time looked at the scenery outside the window with their hands behind their backs. When he heard the Uzumaki Hitomi coming, there was a slight change in his eyes. It seems that there is a little compassion. More of it, with some unbearability. Old man Hokage, what's the dangerous mission again? Hitomi asked helplessly as soon as he entered. At the same time, there is also some weakness in my heart. After all, he hasn't reached the real shadow level yet. In other words, super shadow level strength. If he had that strength, he wouldn't have been so scared. In case, if he really encountered a very dangerous mission, his life would still be in danger. Seriously, do you have a hatred for Konoha? Last time, you and Kakashi faced so many life-threatening missions. Moreover, it seems that you have always been assigned dangerous tasks lately. The voices of the three generations appeared, and at the same time, there was also some sadness. Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. It's not against Kanaha, it's just against the hatred of some people. Now I'm at least growing up under Kanaha's aura. And, at least, Kanaha gave our mother and son a way to live. Hitomi was telling the truth. At least, when he lost his father, the subsidies given by Kanaha could support the two of them. Although, my mother always goes to set up a stall to earn money, and it seems that she wants Hitomi to live better. But a few years ago, he did live on Kanaha's relief money. The three generations smiled slightly, and then nodded their heads. Hee, some people, sometimes it's for this village. Of course, you probably don't like to hear that. Hitomi Uzumaki smiled and nodded. He really didn't like to hear such words, and besides, he had been getting more and more careful these days. At most, he had sent demonic beasts to find out the information. This is your mission this time, try to be careful. Maybe, there will be a very powerful mission, maybe. After the third generation finished speaking, Hitomi Uzumaki immediately took the scroll and left in an instant. At this moment, Danzang and the two advisors walked into the office at the same time. Looking at the three generations who seemed to be getting a little old, Danzo said, sometimes, you should make up your mind. Instead of thinking about it like this. Last time, the evidence I gave you can make it clear that this kid may have joined some evil organization. When Danzang took out that evidence, it really shocked the three generations at that time. Unexpectedly, this kid joined such an evil organization at such a young age. Even, there are people like Orochimaru inside. So, at this time, the three generations seem to be a little tired. What's more, with some pressure that people feel. However, among all this evidence, it only means that he had contact with those people, but it has nothing to do with it. What I hope is that it is better to give him a chance. At least, his talent. When the three generations just wanted to defend a few words, they were stopped by Zhuan Xiaochun. Talent? I even suspect that he may have some kind of secret art that can peek into any detail. Otherwise, he, a child who was only more than 10 years old, could actually study Kakashi's tricks, and even more, he could study the tricks of 4 generations. So, when it's almost time, will you study Madara Uchiha's tricks? Speaking of this, the 3 generations also hesitated for a while. Yes, this kid is indeed too talented. Those tricks, some ninjas simply don't dare to imagine in their lifetime. However, it was all suddenly mastered by this guy. However, at this time, the 3 generations still shook their heads. It is absolutely impossible to have such a secret technique. No matter what, the technique of the 4th generation is sealed in the scroll. How can he see it? Of course, I can't imagine his talent in art. After snorting coldly, Tuanzang immediately threw a scroll to the 3 generations. Above, it is very clear that the process of a pupil mission is indicated. Among them, there is a photo of talking to a traitor. When they saw this, the 3 generations began to look at it carefully. Yes, this was the last mission. Let him go to Wien village to investigate the matter. Forest, the forest of Tanokuni. At the same time, it can be regarded as a small stronghold of Uzumaki Hitomi here. At the same time, it is also a place where people can feel quiet. Inside the forest, a large field of rape flowers swayed in the breeze. On the hillside next to the rape flowers, there is a wooden farm that is not very large, but it is definitely not small. The stream flows slowly along the foot of the mountain, giving this idyllic forest a bit of paradise. At this time, by the stream, a young girl slowly picked up a set of water, and said to a huge blue and white giant wolf that looked next to her, I found that I like this place more and more now. The giant wolf smiled in a low voice and said, well, the place that the master is looking for is really good. Sometimes, though, I find that your master seems to be a little grumpy. Especially when you see me. The girl smiled faintly, but did not answer. Instead, carry someone to the hillside. The giant wolf, on the other hand, changed from a lying position to a standing position in an instant. It also made the girl who hadn't walked a few steps feel weird for a while. The eyes that looked at the giant wolf became serious. She knew that the giant wolf was very sensitive. And, as a wolf, the nose is particularly spiritual. Someone seemed to be approaching. However, looking at the giant wolf's expression immediately, it became a little flat. The giant wolf was relaxed and seemed to have some joy. With a bang, a white mist rose up, and the figure also appeared. A young man with a long sword on his back, looking extremely handsome. At least, when he looked at his side, he had a certain helplessness. If you don't cut the injury, it should be about the same. The young man took a few steps forward, and the giant wolf slowly followed behind. Like a bodyguard. Shiro didn't speak, but a voice came from the hillside. If there's something to do, just come in and talk. The boy and the girl named Shiro nodded their heads and immediately followed. When I came to the house, there were 2 ninjas wearing gas masks. It's just that when I saw the boy and the giant wolf, I was extremely vigilant. At this time, the 2 of them still remember the events of that night deeply. It's this guy who directly blocked Mizuki's blow. What's more, it seems that he still took a few of his own people out of the encirclement, although, at that time, they had already been killed to the periphery. However, the arrival of the Mizukage still made them very panicked in the end. After all, at that time, Zeboleton was already seriously injured. Moreover, it seems that there is no chakra left for Shiro. If this continues, it may be necessary to sacrifice a few more brothers before you can really escape. Perhaps, these people may never be able to come out again. Although, those brothers who were injured or brought out, in the end, only the two of them followed and never beheaded adults. But this kid's strength shocked everyone. After all, he's only a 10-year-old. What's the matter? He sat down on the couch, though he didn't seem to be hurt in the slightest. However, you can find out by listening to the sound of breathing. His internal injuries should not have healed yet. This guy, though, didn't reach the real quasi-shadow level. However, the power of the silent killing technique can definitely reach the strength of the elite Shangnin. Of course, the water escape technique is also very powerful. Hey, I'm not having a good time now. I'm being targeted by Konoha's higher UPS. Unexpectedly, they were all sent out to carry out those fiery tasks. The boy who came here is Hitomi, who has already gone on a mission. However, at this time, it seems to be extremely free. It's like a child. Of course, if you don't cut it, you don't dare to treat this guy as a child. Even if by Joe himself, he may not be his opponent. This guy didn't have the slightest reaction to the fog concealment technique. Moreover, when I was still learning knives by myself, I often heard the master mention a few geniuses. Of course, this guy is one of them. Although, in the end, the master died in battle. But when he came back, the guy Ching still handed over the big knife to himself. Could it be that you need to add me to this mission? Your strength should be enough, right? In Zeboleton's heart, Hitomi definitely has shadow level strength. However, Hitomi herself knows that she is not yet at the shadow level. At most, that is, the strength of the quasi-shadow level. After all, if he faced that kind of shadow level master with extremely rich combat experience, he would still be eaten to death. Hitomi shook her head slightly, and then said, "This mission, although it may be a little troublesome. However, if it weren't for being destroyed by you like last time, it would be really easy." Who knew that you kid could hide in Mizukage's office? Unexpectedly, it has not yet been discovered. He snorted coldly, a little helpless. Went to assassinate the water shadow himself, but inadvertently broke the wall with a water escape technique. As a result, the figure of this kid was exposed. However, this kid is the real assassination master. Actually, you can hide in Mizukage's office without being discovered. I have to say that even the most advanced assassination technique with silent killing techniques is not the opponent of this kid. How do I know? You went back to assassinate Mizukage that day. You're no match for Mizukage, and you even want to assassinate Mizukage. Even if you want to change the system of the fog concealment, there is no need to be in such a hurry. However, fortunately, you had better use the fog concealment technique, so now those guys should think that you saved me. Hitomi suddenly became angry, and a task that was originally easy to complete was actually destroyed by this guy. Let the demon beast squat for a few days, and then sneak in to find some scrolls. As a result, the scroll was found, but this guy assassinated Mizukage and exposed himself. Yes, the higher UPS do think that you were rescued by this guy. A magnetic and cold voice slowly emerged from the mural. Immediately, the voice of the demonic beast also appeared, and the two ghost brothers, as well as no matter how much they don't cut, seem to be nervous all of a sudden. This guy is definitely more evil than Hitomi. Unexpectedly, you can hide directly in the painting. In the end, it seems that there is no way to come out to help. However, the strength is definitely even more powerful, and the giant wolf beside him sneered, "It's you guy again. Garuruman, I said it, I'll do things for my master now. If you don't like me, you can duel me." The demon beast sneered, but Garurum instantly turned into a dead face. "Yes, I can't beat this guy at all." Hitomi frowned directly, looked at the demon beast that appeared, and said, "Did you hear what they said?" "What did they say? Could it be that the old man who slashed the day also agreed to get rid of me?" He nodded his head slightly. "Those old guys, especially Tuanzang, said that you were saved by the traitorous ninja of Wian village." Then, he took out another scroll and gave it to the old man 8 Fei. "I saw it, though. It seems that you reported your meeting with Nagato and the intelligence officer in Akatsunika to Sarutobi Hichi. So, speaking of which, the demon beasts didn't know what to say. After all, if this continues, something will happen sooner or later. However, Hitomi Uzumaki's mother is still in Konoha, and at this time, it is absolutely impossible to let his mother out of the village. Hey, it seems that there is also this kind of political conspiracy in Konoha, but what is the matter with Nagato and Xiao Xiao? From the tone of the demon beast just now, it could be heard that Nagato's absolute strength was stronger than these two combined. Such a powerful character ignited the heart of no longer beheading. It seems that I am only now realizing it. In this world, there are still quite a few powerful ninjas. the leader of an organization that is dangerous to the world. Hitomi said coldly, and then looked at Zay Bullet and Chop. How about it, follow me. Perhaps, I can fulfill your wish. Anyway, you owe me my life. Moreover, maybe I can give you a lot of benefits. Immediately, although Zay Bulletin's face turned cold, it was as if he was struggling in his heart. After a long time, he said, do you want me to join the organization you said? Uzumaki Hitomi nodded his head slightly, and then smiled. Don't worry, my identity in it is only known to the leader. Even if it is other members, it is not known. And you can only be considered my subordinate, and of course, it will not restrict your freedom. I just want to ask you, though. Yes, indeed a request. If something happens to me, please help me take care of my mother. Immediately, Hitomi's face turned cold, and he became a little serious when he looked at Zay Bulletin and the others. No longer looked at the Ghost Brothers. The Ghost Brothers were actually more willing to follow Hitomi. After all, this kid is too young though. However, the strength is so strong that it is respectable. And no matter how much you don't cut, you also know your strength. At least, in front of the demon beast and Hitomi, he was definitely not an opponent. However, he was a little unclear about the benefits of Hitomi's words. However, it seems that following him will not change much. In the midst of the dense forest, here is a shortcut to the village of Sand hidden in the Land of Wind. At the same time, it is also the most common path used by ninjas. At this time, about 30 ninjas jumped and fell in the dense forest. In the world of the Hokage, the environment is too good. Such a huge tree can be said to be everywhere. Of course, it's only on the land of the Konoha Fire Country. Otherwise, if you go to the Land of the Wind, you may be full of sand. And Iwanan village is no better than that. In the dense forest, Hitomi sneered and said, I saw that the ninja who was the leader was not there. It was the Uchiha Kurihara of the Uchiha clan. When I first entered the Uchiha clan, this kid was just a shinobi. Unexpectedly, now they have become leading the team to shinobi. The Uchiha clan, is it really so powerful? Asked in a cold voice. At the same time, there is also a hint of doubt. In the past, he had also killed people from the Uchiha clan. However, no particularly powerful presence was found. Of course, at that time, he was only a middle ninja, and the ninjas he encountered were at most the level of the middle ninja. So, relatively speaking, I really don't know much about the Uchiha clan. Moreover, since the Second Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan has truly withdrawn from the political stage of Konoha. Hitomi also smiled faintly at this time, and then said, wait for you, after you reach the real shadow level, and then, if you fight with the Uchiha Itaki again, you will know the power of the real Will I. Moreover, maybe he can defeat you in an instant. Of course, Hitomi said that if he didn't reach the shadow level, then Itaki would at least have the strength of the super shadow level. When the time comes, take care of your fog concealment technique, and people will directly open Susanoo, and then, you're really stupid. However, at this time, no matter how much you don't believe it, you still don't believe it. Immediately, after the hands were sealed, he shouted in a low voice, fog concealment technique. In an instant, those ninjas directly entered a dense fog before they had time. Most of the Uchiha clan don't have a riding wheel at all. And a few, it is a hook jade and a 3-hook jade. Of course, at this time, Uchiha Kurihara had already opened the 3-hook jade riding wheel. At the same time, he looked around coldly, and said, everyone be careful, this is the fog concealment technique. Little Mist, dare to block the way of my Uchiha clan, it's like looking for death. In an instant, all the Uchiha clansmen began to shout. What's more, with a very arrogant scolding. He didn't speak, and at the same time, his body had begun to be extremely calm. The silent killing technique has already begun, and this guy is really in a good state of mind. Unexpectedly, they all began to launch silent killing techniques. At the same time, that kind of cruel tone says that people have 8 key parts. Say how you want to die. Of course, Hitomi in the shadows actually feels really funny right now. Fog concealment, plus silent killing and fog instant. I have to say, it's really powerful enough. However, in fact, as long as you want to have the same ability to perceive other people's actions, it is useless at all. For example, Kakashi's ninja dogs. For another example, if there is a white eye of the Hyuga clan, perhaps, it will really die a miserable death. Of course, if the Uchiha clan is concerned, even the riding will eye of the 3 hooks does not have such an ability. If it is a kaleidoscope, then this fog concealment technique is useless. After all, Kakashi, who had the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye at the time, had no way to gain insight into the action of not slashing again. After a period of deterrence, the silent killing technique was finally launched. At the same time, in the dense woods, bursts of screams appeared. It wasn't until after the 8th scream that he retreated without slashing. However, a bloody mark appeared on his shoulder. It seems that he was stabbed by a ninja. This made Hitomi stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Kurihara still has some ability. Unexpectedly, in an instant, the life of an Uchiha clan could be exchanged for a position that would not be cut again. It seems to be a ninja with a sense of chakra. Therefore, at this time, when he wanted to kill the ninth ninja again, he instantly stabbed at that perceptual ninja. However, Uchiha Kurehara appeared in time, and it's so hurt that I don't cut it anymore. However, the other ninja was still slashed to the shoulder. In such a thick fog, although most people would panic. However, the Uchiha Kurehara, who has the eyes of the Sangatama riding wheel, is still a little better than the average ninja with a little better insight. When the perceptual ninja reported the position of no longer slashing, a bunch of kunao and shuriken shot again. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's kunao and shuriken seemed to be very skillfully thrown. Even though he dodged so many kunao, he was hit in the calf by a shuriken in an extremely unbelievable arc. Suddenly, he retreated back towards Hitomi. He whispered, "Why, there is a sentient ninja who takes so long to notice me. I have to say that the combat power of the Uchiha clan is indeed somewhat strong. It's just that for a moment, if you don't cut it again, you can be sure that if you continue to stay in the thick fog, you will definitely die." Hitomi pulled out the long sword at her waist and sneered, "That isn't a perceptual ninja, but a real perceptual enchantment. So, now I can only fight hard." No longer stunned, but it became more cruel. With an extremely cold smile, the decapitation knife in his hand was on his shoulder, and another instantaneous technique disappeared. At the same time, Hitomi also began to act. Patted the Gerurum beside him and said with a smile, "Try to use a special move. If you can't beat it, just run away." Gerurum nodded, and also rushed directly into the dense fog. Demon Fox Flame. Suddenly, a ninja screaming and burning all over his body fell directly from the tree. At the same time, the demonic beast also began to act. The demon beast that had just appeared threw out 10 black gears in an instant. In unguarded situations, black gears still work well. As for Hitomi, 3 shadow clones appeared in an instant. At the same time, one uses the wind escape, and the other uses the fire escape. The other, on the other hand, rushed directly into the dense fog and began to slash. Oh no, there are a lot of them. No, this guy will have a wind blade on his long sword, not his ninjutsu. Why kill me? What's the matter, you bastards, dare to betray the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, the entire dense forest was filled with screams. Moreover, with a large explosion sound. 30 ninjas, not much, but not less, definitely not less. It's a pity that this time the Uchiha sent out is not a real elite. In less than half an hour, they all fell to the ground. Obviously, there are a few that are still hanging on the trees, and there is basically only half a breath left. And the White and Ghost brothers are responsible for making up for the knife. Of course, in fact, Bai didn't make up the knife at all. This guy doesn't dare to kill people at all. At this time, Hitomi was carrying the Wind God sword, and looked coldly at the Uchiha Kurehara who had been cut off one hand and one foot, and said, unexpectedly, "You still died in my hands." And at this time, Uchiha Kurehara did not have the slightest fear. It's just that he looked at Hitomi's long sword with a final smile. This is what they call the Wind God sword. Such a sword is indeed very rare, and it can actually send out a wind blade. In this case, there will definitely be a lot less chakra. The durability of the combat power is even stronger. Hitomi was slightly stunned, and then smiled. "You are quite tough, but you are really sure that the Uchiha clan will avenge you? These can only be called fighters in the Uchiha clan at most, and not the real elite." Uchiha Kurehara smiled bitterly, and after taking a deep breath, he said, "From the moment you came in, I knew that between you and me, there must be only one possibility to live. However, when I accepted this task, I actually always thought that this time I would win. It's a pity. You also have strong partners. However, the 2 groups of ninjas outside the 2. It's something you can't deal with so easily. After all, this time the Uchiha clan just sent me a ninja. And finally, to tell you a secret, hee. Now almost all the forces are pointing the finger at you. Are you ready to die? And, your delightful mother, As soon as the mother finished speaking, Hitomi swung out a sword. Suddenly, Uchiha Kurehara's head was thrown up directly. What's more, let Hitomi directly dig out the pair of 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes. After glancing at Bullet and Chop, who was standing behind him, he snorted coldly, "Let's go now. There are about 30 ninjas coming this way." Immediately, an instantaneous body technique disappeared. In a small town in the land of winds, the wind and sand are flying. The scorching sun made the ninja's skin feel unbearable. On the street, it looks extremely cold. There are not many people, and it is even more like a dead city. However, when you actually enter the tavern or casino, you will find that it is really overcrowded. In the VIP gambling room of the underground casino, the Whirlpool pupil was sitting stupidly at this time, and seemed to be a little sad. The other group sent by Tuanzang is definitely the elite of the elite. Moreover, there should be about 30 people. Compared to the last 50 people, maybe more elite. And in the roots, although it is very likely that there will not be such a large number of elite ninjas. However, if there are 3 generations, even the shadows will be dispatched. Moreover, it is highly likely that he will not be able to go back this time. Thinking of this, Hitomi Uzumaki couldn't help but think of Nagato. If you ask Nagato to solve it, it will definitely be easy. It's a pity that it's impossible for me to rely only on Nagato now. At least, there is still a fight. Demon Beast, Garuru Beast, don't slash again, plus his own quasi-shadow level. Uzumaki Hitomi doesn't believe that he hasn't had the strength to fight yet. At least, many of his abilities have not really been brought into play. He glanced at Zay Bulletin Chop, who was closed his eyes and recuperated next to him, and said, in such an environment, are you sure that you can use the water escape? Zay Bulletin Chop was stunned for a moment, and then nodded his head. Although you can use the water escape, this place is too dry. I shouldn't be able to exert my strongest strength, however, if you cooperate with the fog concealment technique. It is. Is it windy? Hitomi Uzumaki said with a wry smile. If you don't cut it at this time, you will nod your head embarrassedly. Indeed, it is very windy here. If, in such a geographical environment, you use the fog concealment technique, perhaps, you really dislike yourself for having too much chakra. Kind of, inexhaustible suspicion. Uzumaki Hitomi nodded, but instead looked at the demonic beast. After glancing at each other, the demon beast and the Garura beast said, to be honest, we really don't have the slightest influence on this environment. Of course, the most important thing is a few of them. Why don't we lead it out and try it? The demon beast's voice was cold, and after speaking, it looked towards the master of the Uzumaki Hitomi. Uzumaki Hitomi shook his head helplessly, and then said, these guys really seem to have an extremely smart commander. Unexpectedly, knowing that we seem to have no advantage in fighting in this place. So, I've been in this place. And, you should also know that from the last temptation alone, I could feel the degree of cooperation of these guys. A few days ago, Hitomi Uzumaki went to try to lead to the forest on the other side. It's a pity that these guys are really cunning and a little too much. Unexpectedly, there was no temptation. When Hitomi Uzumaki led them to the forest, they all retreated. What's more, Lai is not leaving in this town, and the task that Hitomi Uzumaki has to accomplish is to monitor the entire Wind Country. In other words, it sounds better from Cheyenne Village. The problem is that monitoring the village is at least a task that will take a long time to complete. So, in other words, if Kanaha doesn't recall those ninjas, then basically there is no possibility for Hitomi Uzumaki to go back. Moreover, if you just consume it like this, it will not be good for the Uzumaki Hitomi. In case, if those old guys send a group of people again, then, now it's really yourself who is dead. Thinking of this, Hitomi Uzumaki had another headache. As he stood up and walked out the door. Suddenly, I was stunned. Immediately, he made a gesture towards the people in the room. It seems, is a gesture of preparing to retreat. However, the door was ringing. Is there anyone here? I'm here to deliver food. Hitomi was stunned when he heard this voice. The corners of his mouth curled, and the door opened in an instant. At the same time, he changed his voice and said, I'm sorry, we don't need food here. I don't know, is there a master? I want to challenge the ninja master. You kid. Suddenly, someone slapped Hitomi Uzumaki's head and squeezed indirectly. And if I don't cut it again, I feel a strong momentum. He is playing with a knife, and of course he can feel the sword chi on the person. At the same time, I also felt a surge, like a chakra that cut everything. Teacher, why are you here? At this time, the Uzumaki Hitomi was very happy. If Yuanta was added, then the success rate would directly increase to about 80%. One thing, about 80%, can definitely be done with confidence. Therefore, Hitomi Uzumaki at this time will be so happy. However, Yuentai, who had just come in, looked extremely relaxed, patted Hitomi Uzumaki's head, and said with a smile, if I don't come again this time, perhaps, your kid will really die here. Really, the old guy from the Ape Flying Sun Slash is also involved. Hitomi Uzumaki obviously thought of something, and asked with some seriousness, with a kind of momentum that makes people feel cold. Yuentai was stunned for a moment, and then secretly said in his heart, the child at that time was also a great master with great momentum at this time. This kid is really a real sharp sword. It's just that what's going on in the village? Is it really impossible to negotiate? Thinking of this, he shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that your information came very quickly. You're right, half of the people sent to snipe you this time are people from the shadows. Definitely the best of the best. That's why I'm here. But, teacher, if you come, maybe that guy in Tuanzang is. Hitomi Uzumaki said with some concern. How difficult Tuanzang is Uzumaki Hitomi knows very well, and he knows Tuanzang's strength. If you just have a real root, you can't deal with it yourself. Moreover, he has been cultivating talents in recent years, and at this time, the 3 generations of Hokage are even more powerful, although, it does seem to be a bit old. However, compared to the later battle with Orochimaru, it was much more truly powerful. As far as Hitomi knew, at least, the current Ape Flying Sun body slashing technique could definitely win against him, and at this time, in the dark part, there are those powerful ninjas. If, for people with kaleidoscope riding wheels, especially for existences like Obito and Itachi, it is really nothing. However, compared to those two, he seems to be a little inadequate. After all, my own writing will I is not really open. At the same time, the skills obtained these times, although the combat effectiveness has increased greatly. It's a pity, if you really count it, after being besieged, you can only fight desperately. Well, though, we're still a little sure. At least, to a certain extent, we have a fight. And, with your words, teacher, then our chances of winning are at least 80%. Hitomi Uzumaki said with an affirmative look at everyone in the room. Yuan Tai laughed, and looked into the room in a blink of an eye. If the ghost man of the fog is not killed, you psychic beast, then, add you and me. The odds are okay. However, the most feared thing is not really a question of whether there is a chance of winning. Rather, it's your mission this time. Hitomi was silent again. This time the mission was obviously to die. However, Hitomi still smiled at this time, although, it depends on whether they recall or not. However, this time I don't have to go to Cheyenne Village at all. I've gathered information, and I can just find a place to hide. After all I need is intelligence. Then, after dodging this sniping, I can hide well. Yuan Tai was stunned for a moment, suddenly laughed, and patted Uzumaki Hitomi's head. It's still your kid who has the ability. No, it's the information provided by that organization. Hitomi was stunned, but still nodded. At the same time, the office of the 4 generations of Kazekage in Sand Hidden Village. Across the desk, there was a ninja with Konoha for a guard. Dressed in the dark, he also carries a ninja knife unique to the dark part. And the 4 generations of Kazekage looked at the scroll in his hand with his head down, a little hesitant. After a long time, he asked, what do the 3 generations mean? This is a confidential mission. No, when the time comes, it will blame us for designing it, right? The main thing is to hunt down a Konoha middle ninja. Moreover, it's also a middle ninja who is only 10 years old. I have to say that these Konoha guys are really good at it. A 10-year-old ninja, even in the ninja world, is a little famous. At least, Kazekage was well aware of this kid's strength. In the last Zongnin exam, he was able to defeat 10 with 1. Moreover, the kind of ninja who can defeat the ninja who participated in the selection of various countries with physical skills alone, such a child, can he be killed directly? Is it willing? The member of the dark department on the opposite side nodded his head slightly, and then said, Lord Kazekage, you can rest assured of this. If this mission can be successfully completed, I have all the wanted warrants here. Please take a look. The shadow ninja took out a scroll from his ninja bag and handed it over again. At the same time, with some respectful looks. At least, the 4 generations of Kazekage are very comfortable now. When Kazekage finished watching it, he also had some shock. Indeed, this is indeed a wanted warrant. However, does Konoha really want this kid? Then why? You have to kill him before issuing a wanted warrant. At this time, Kazekage still had some questions. After all, as long as a wanted warrant is issued, then, he is a traitor. Why do you need to kill him before the verdict is made? The shadow ninja smiled faintly and said helplessly, because, we are afraid that he will run away directly. This kid's strength has definitely surpassed the level of Shangnin. Moreover, he still has a Misty S-class traitor by his side, and the ghost man will not be killed. At the same time, he seems to have several companions with absolutely powerful strength. So, for the sake of him cannot run away. So, the flying sand rolled with tiny stones, slowly flying. The scorching sun shone in the sky, turning the already golden sand mountains into golden reflections. In the hot air, there was a strong smell of sweat. A group of ninjas galloping in one direction. At the head is an extremely tall-looking figure. At least, more than 2 meters tall. The entire head was wrapped in a black turban. On the face, he wears the mask of a cat-like animal. However, it can be seen that the strength of this ninja is definitely the most powerful among all ninjas. Not only is it fast, but also the amount of chakra of this ninja is very amazing. Even at such a distance, you can feel it directly. At this time, the Uzumaki Hitomi, who had been hiding under a protruding rock, frowned slightly. It seems, there is some confusion. With a ninja team of this strength, perhaps, it may be very serious damage even if it is really a shadow level. It's just that he is a quasi-shadow level. What is it for? Could it be that his own harm is really that great? Even if he was discovered by them in contact with the Xiao organization, he didn't have such treatment, right? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Hitomi shook his head helplessly. However, the next moment the figure was gone. As a main attacker, then he has to instantly let the team of this formation collapse in order to really gain an advantage. Otherwise, even if you add Yuanta, if he is dragged down, then he will also become dangerous. At least, if you don't kill an Yuanta, you can't afford it. This formation is obviously led by the ninja as the main attacker. And the last row is definitely medical or perceptual ninjas. However, I have now cut off all the chakras. These guys will never be able to sense it. Thinking of this, Hitomi had to thank Tou. At least, the medical ninjutsu he gave him was really useful. Yes, at a critical time, directly cut off your own chakra. It's close, it's pretty close. As soon as the ninja in the lead passed by, Hitomi had already appeared at the back of the line in an instant. At the same time, it instantly appeared behind a ninja at a breakneck speed. No chakra, no teleportation. However, this speed is really so fast. Finger gun. After plunging into the ninja's neck for a moment, he immediately whispered, "Shave." After disappearing again, another finger gun appeared. At this time, the ninja behind could react. Yes, after 3 or 4 missions that almost died, Hitomi Uzumaki got these 3 skills: Finger Spear, Shave, and Spiritism Gururuman. In the moment of reaction, Shave appeared again, directly appeared beside the 3 or 4 ninjas, and the wind god sword in his hand slashed horizontally. Suddenly, a large wind blade also appeared. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 ninjas were directly cut into 2 pieces like wooden stakes. At this time, the ninja who led the team also appeared. His hands quickly sealed, and in an instant, his mouth violently spat out a fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters. It was the Uzumaki Hitomi that was also very good at the fire escape fireball technique. The Uzumaki Hitomi, who had retreated, disappeared again after his feet landed, appeared on the other side of the rock, coldly watching the location of the explosion after the fireball passed. Judging from the ninja's shot and combat experience just now, it is indeed powerful. At the very least, the speed of the seal is extremely fast, comparable to that of Kakashi. Moreover, the reaction speed is also amazing, and the ninja also looked towards Hitomi. The ninja knife was already unsheathed and held in his hand, and after running slowly for 2 steps, an instantaneous body slashed directly towards Hitomi. However, at this moment, a figure instantly appeared behind Hitomi. The ninja knife also appeared at the same time, instantly resisting the ninja's attack. When there was a sound of metal colliding, there were even some sparks. As soon as the 2 figures were staggered and separated, the big knife that could not be cut also appeared at this time. However, the skills and physical skills of this dark army captain are indeed extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, after twisting with the help of his body in mid-air, he avoided the big knife that did not cut again, and immediately, after kicking and cutting the blade, he staggered and fell towards the ground. After talking about it for so long, it's actually just a blink of an eye. When the captain of the Dark Army landed, he looked at the 3 of them coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Uzumaki Hitomi, don't cut the peach land again. I can't imagine that you guy is also here." At this time, Yuta stood beside Uzumaki Hitomi and whispered, "You have to be careful of this guy is Jitai's senior brother. Akiyama Zaki is much more powerful than that guy from Jita." Hitomi Uzumaki nodded. If Jita was a slightly more powerful shinobi. Then, judging from the skill just now and the speed, after solving the 2 of them in an instant, Hitomi Uzumaki sneered, and then pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, "It turns out that this is how Konoha treats his ninjas. I worked so hard for Konoha that I ended up with such an ending. I have to say, you have to get ready." The few secret ninjas on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, and then directly snorted coldly. They didn't reply, but instead watched for the Uzumaki Hitomi and the demon beast's attack at any time. It can be said that in such an instant, they have lost no less than 10 ninjas. Moreover, all of them are extremely elite ninjas. If there is no good plan, perhaps, you can really only wait for death. After all, the strength of the Uzumaki Hitomi is there. Moreover, his psychic beast is even more weird. He can actually use the corpse of a ninja to use his ability. The demon beast does not belong to this world. His ability, of course, is not bound by this world. It's just that, of course, he will also be hurt by the attacks of this world, otherwise, he is really invincible. "You go and help the teacher, here, I am enough alone," Hitomi said in a low voice, and in an instant, the demon beast slowly sank to the ground. The ninja on the other side was even more vigilant. Immediately, the formation of several people was directly assigned. The Nara clan stood at the back, and the body ninja attacked directly. Moreover, there is a large swarm of bugs behind him. With such an attack, Hitomi didn't find it strange at all. Instead, after sneering, he moved to the side of the physical ninja in a shaving moment again. The wind god sword swept out with a sword, and after a bang, the physical ninja directly turned into a log. Suddenly, in the sky, the ninja had already used Konoha Flow's physical technique. However, Hitomi has long since found out. Without waiting for the attack of the shadow and the physical technique, another shaving turn appeared directly in mid-air. The wind blade of the Enmo sword has appeared, towards the bottom, straight down. This blow, if it hits, may be able to kill at least 1 person. At this moment, a puppet suddenly appeared in front of Windblade. After a bang, the puppet was directly shattered. And at this moment, an extremely powerful gale also appeared, and Hitomi, who was directly blowing, leaned over and fell on the sand. On the other side, there were apparently 4 ninjas who had already appeared. There were 2 puppeteers and 2 masked Cheyenne Shang shinobi who helped up the ninjas of the Nara clan, and another member of the Dark Tribe who appeared whispered, "Fortunately, our rescue is relatively fast. Otherwise, you guys will really die." the ninja from the Nara clan whispered sorry. And the ninjas of the Oil Girl clan are even more helpless. Hitomi's speed is too fast, at all, it can't keep up with such a rhythm, and his bugs don't have such a fast speed. At this time, Hitomi was completely furrowed. With a very cold expression, the 4 sand hidden ninjas who joined now plus the members of the Dark Department are definitely not easy to deal with. At the same time, on the other side of the 2 battlefields, it seems that 2 ninjas have also been added. In this way, even the Demon Beast, which is a mobile supporter, may be very difficult. Uzumaki Hitomi, I have to say that your strength is indeed too strong. Moreover, it is possible to have such a speed without applying chakra, said the mask darkly, and at the same time, with some trepidation. Such a traitor, if he is really not besieged, then, wait until he grows up. I don't know if the Hokage is his opponent. Moreover, this guy seems to be just over 10 years old now. Even if he is about to be 11 years old, this strength is too terrifying. Perhaps, this guy is the Uchiha clan, the real number 1. The Uchiha 3 Masters, Hitomi Uzumaki has always been ranked last. However, at this time, the captain of the Dark Army obviously thought that their ranking was wrong. After Uzumaki Hitomi looked at both sides in a blink of an eye, he immediately said with anger, Konoha is really the most hypocritical village. Actually, he and Cheyon's alliance came to besiege me. Is it really necessary to do this? At this time, Uzumaki Hitomi was obviously extremely angry. If you don't cut it over there, the one who suddenly joined made him a little hurt. After all, the current strength is not as strong as it will be in the future. On Yuanta's side, there were many wounds on his arms, shoulders, and legs. It is conceivable that at this time, Yuanta also felt struggling, although, just now these wounds were exchanged for the lives of 5 ninjas. However, it seems that he has reached his limit. Plus, the sand-hidden shinobi who suddenly joined again. In such an environment, on the contrary, it helps them to play. If I can go back alive this time, then I will definitely come back with a real betrayal. Moreover, it would be good to find a way to transfer my mother out immediately. Otherwise, that guy from Tuanzang really doesn't know what method he will come up with. It's just a betrayal, no matter what the method is, it's right. After the Dark Army leader sneered, he immediately waved his hand. Suddenly, everyone was surrounded. After Hitomi Uzumaki inserted the sword back into the scabbard, his hands quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, more than a dozen shadow clones appeared. The only powerful thing in the Uzumaki clan is Chakrator, who has good physical fitness. However, this is a sharp weapon in the real Hokage world. For example, the ferret does not have a good body. No matter how powerful it is, it can only be regarded as nonsense. After more than a dozen shadow clones appeared, some used large wind escapes, while others used large fire escapes. Even the thunder escape, body arts, and swordsmanship were all used. Among them, the combination of the dragon fire technique and the gale palm was instantly dodged by the ninjas of the Nara clan and other ninjas. However, it wasn't until he dodged that he realized that it wasn't the 2 of them who were dealing with it. Suddenly, another ninja was sacrificed. Immediately, almost everyone was also entangled by this shadow clone. The 3 shadow clones directly entangled a ninja. The original 3 ninjas, plus the other 4 and the Dark Captain. 8 ninjas were entangled by more than 20 shadow clones. I have to say that even the Nara clan is a little envious. After all, this guy's chakra is too powerful. Moreover, this kid doesn't matter if it's swordsmanship or body art, ninjutsu, or illusion. Unexpectedly, you can be proficient in everything. At this time, the captains of the dark troops became more and more frightened as they got older. This kid really has to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, 3 generations of adults will be in danger. After all, the ape is already old. And this kid is just about to go to his peak. No, this kid isn't an adult at all. Of course, Hitomi is also very sad at this time. Although, there are nearly 30 shadow clones. However, there is not much chakra left for him. He didn't have an infinite chakra like Naruto, and he had so many shadow clones like he did now. Moreover, it has always been those shadow clones who use chakra and physical arts. Such a state is also a burden for him. Hitomi Uzumaki, hiding behind a rock, is panting for breath while waiting for an opportunity. He still has one trick that he hasn't used, although the armed color is domineering. However, he has not yet cultivated enough to fight sustainably. Also, if you keep fighting, you will be tired. Therefore, he is mainly looking for an opportunity now. The Dark Force commander had just dodged a Chidori dash and immediately used the stand-in technique. In an instant, 1,000 bird-sharp spears had appeared. Directly, cut the wood. On the other hand, the ninja of the Hand Oil Girl clan is using bug attacks while searching for Hitomi's whereabouts. At the same time, he yelled at everyone, these are all shadow clones. His real body should be hiding these shadow clones. It seems that chakra is almost the same, however, I can't find my true body. Except for those few Cheyenne ninjas, the other Konoha ninjas were all shocked. Originally, I thought that among these shadow clones, there was at least one real body. However, the ninjas of the Oil Girl clan, those bugs also have the power to detect. That's why I believe in him so much. Moreover, even the Oil Girl clan didn't seem to have found out at this moment. The shadow on the ground had directly penetrated the corpse and entangled Hitomi. The other two puppeteers, the puppets, have already come up. One of the sharp knives stabbed Hitomi's head, and the other slashed directly into the chest. When there was a firelight, the clones of the other two Hitomi appeared next to the other puppeteer in an instant. Kunao has been pierced into the chests of the two of them. Fire escape, how fireball technique. The dark troop leader obviously already knows that this kid seems to be ineffective against forbearance. However, the appearance of the fire escape has reached the eyes of Hitomi. At this moment, Hitomi smiled. Fortunately, it's not a wind escape, otherwise, I would really have to hang up. Opened his mouth, and the fireball was swallowed directly. At this moment, almost everyone was directly stunned. The ability to absorb flames is very rare. Perhaps, not really. At least, all of these ninjas were frightened. At this moment, even if it fell, the puppeteer's fingers still moved, and in an instant, a puppet shot out countless thousands of copies again. After a few sounds, there were still many Kianben directly stabbed into Hitomi's body. Because the domineering of the armed color has not really cultivated to cover the whole body. Therefore, Hitomi can only protect its vital parts. At this moment, the ninjas of the Nara clan seem to have discovered something, and immediately shouted, "This kid is not all ineffective, his kind of power can only be protected to a part." Not good, Hitomi secretly said in his heart, and then the two shadow clones immediately reached behind the ninjas of the Nara clan with an instantaneous technique. As soon as it appeared, it was directly slashed down. The speed was so fast that even the ninjas of the Nara clan didn't seem to react. On the neck, a faint fine mark appeared. The man also began, slowly falling to the ground. At this moment, two wind blades suddenly appeared in front of Hitomi. Directly back and forth, he began to cut his body, even if it was armed and domineering. It doesn't seem to be that fast either. You can only protect your vital parts. Suddenly, after a few pops, 4 or 5 wounds appeared on his waist and arms and legs. At the same time, the blood began to flow slowly. However, at this moment, the secret ninja who could control people was finally killed. At the same time, on Hitomi's side, there are only 2 ninjas left. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the pain in his lower back suddenly cleared up. At this time, Hitomi was also seriously injured. Looking at the last two ninjas, he immediately smiled bitterly. Is this necessary? As a result, it has become like this now. Yes. The voice showed the heaviness of several people, and at the same time, the long sword had already penetrated Yuentai's chest. It's just a moment, and Aki Yamazaki appears instantly, as if the distance and timing have been calculated. Ze Bullet and Chop has been dragging this guy over there, but at this time, Ze Bullet and Chop was all injured all over his body. It's just that when he saw the long sword penetrate Yuentai's chest, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Now, even Hitomi Uzumaki was stunned. The demon beast that had just appeared and killed the last ninja seemed to be stunned directly. And the Geruru beast was covered in blood at this time. Teacher! The long sword that appeared in an instant suddenly made Hitomi's power seem to be drained away. The whole body became weak, and even more, with a kind of like the end was coming. At this moment, the skill lottery machine once again reminded the voice to appear. Due to extreme sadness, there is a lottery once. Yes, use the skill lottery machine immediately. At this moment, Hitomi Uzumaki seemed to have an idea at once. After whispering a word to turn it on, the lottery machine began to flash with light. At the same time, at this time, Hitomi's heart began to be really nervous. Congratulations, I have obtained the ability of the thread fruit. Suddenly, a voice was like a real hellish death, making the Uzumaki Hitomi directly about to collapse. At this time, Geruruman suddenly began to smoke all over his body. A stream of light made Aki Yamazaki stunned for a moment, and immediately took a dozen steps back in a row before stopping, and Hitomi, the wolf form of Geruruman, began to stand up. Moreover, with a very special aura that only beasts have. Bounce the line. Suddenly, a cold voice appeared. Immediately, Aki Yamazaki suddenly felt a sense of vigilance. Just when I wanted to transfer, my heart was penetrated in an instant. He didn't even react, his eyes widened, and he didn't seem to react to what he had killed him. At this moment, Geruruman suddenly turned into a humanoid wolf. Immediately, he jumped up high, and before the sand shinobi had time to react, a sharp claw of Caesar had appeared, and in an instant, the sand ninja who had no time to dodge was directly torn apart by the beast's claw. And at this moment, the Dark Force commander was already preparing to escape. At this moment, the demonic beast that appeared on the ground, and the claw of death had also appeared. Looking at the black claws on his chest, the Dark Force commander smiled bitterly at this time. At the same time, there is also a kind of incredibleness. It all seemed so sudden. Especially, the kind of spring line just now. There's no chance for people to react, of course, without the slightest chakra. Absolutely, the weapon of victory. Aki Yamazaki, who slowly came to the end, was at this moment, and his hands were quickly sealed. Although he has fallen to the ground, his eyes at this time are extremely vicious. Even if I'm dead, I'm going to take you to the funeral. The explosion that appeared in an instant was as powerful as a tailed beast jade. The whole ground began to shake directly. What's more, it turned into a mushroom cloud and slowly rose into the air. The entire explosion lasted for 2 minutes. Then, it slowly stopped. In the center of such an explosion, unless, you know space ninjutsu, otherwise, it is to fly into the sky at a breakneck speed. If you don't have such an ability, then sorry. You can only die in this explosion in the end. The demon beast pulled the orc Garuruman, while the Uzumaki Hitomi was directly holding Yuentai and standing in the air with no slash. Yes, in an instant, the vortex Hitomi still used the ability of the thread fruit. First, he flew in the clouds to hang himself in the sky, and then, he used the parasitic line to directly make him stand in the air without chopping. At this time, the corners of Yuenta's mouth trembled slightly, obviously looking extremely difficult. Uzumaki Hitomi's tears crossed his cheeks and slowly fell, only to hear Yuenta say in a low voice, "In my life, at least there is at least you as a descendant, hee. It's worth it. But, it's better this time, don't meet Kanaha again, I'm afraid. Danzang won't let you go." "Well, I know, but don't worry, teacher, you will always be my teacher, you will always be my dearest teacher." When he heard Uzumaki's words, a very happy smile appeared on the corner of Yuenta's mouth. Immediately, he closed his eyes. "Even if you don't cut it again, you will sigh at this time." Helpless, besieged by such an elite, absolutely helpless. If it weren't for the fact that Hitomi seemed to have suddenly comprehended something, otherwise, he might have hung up. Of course, at this time, he was a little scared. That Aki Yamazaki still has such a secret technique. Unexpectedly, he could use his own chakra, and then drive the atmosphere to explode. The blow just now was absolutely as powerful as the tailed beast jade. Hitomi was stunned again at this time, and then, after snorting lowly, he said, "Get out of here immediately, those guys in Shan, they're coming this way again." The demon beast and the orc Garura both looked at the huge pit below, sighed helplessly, and immediately followed Hitomi's footsteps. When the fourth generation of Kazekage came to the deep pit, even a character like Kazekage was directly stunned. Such an explosion, such a power, even if it is oneself, may not be able to stop it. Not to mention, to fight against such ninjutsu. It's just that those search and inspection troops have already started to search hard. However, only Kanaha's shadow can be found, as well as some small fragments of the ninjas of his own country. At all, I couldn't find anything related to Uzumaki Hitomi, although, it is as powerful as the tailed beast jade. At least, though, it hasn't reached the power of the real Deodara self-detonation. So, it stands to reason that some traces can still be found. However, if there is no trace of this, it is absolutely escaped. The sensing troop sensed that just now there was an extremely weak chakra walking in the northeast direction. Just at this moment, a sentient ninja leader knelt down on one knee and reported to the wind shadow. However, after saying it in general, some of them couldn't go on. Smack, Tuanzang slapped it on the table. At this time, his face was a little solemn. Even more, with an angry look. That's right, even if the 3 generations of Hokage Face Sun are here, even if the 2 advisors of Kanaha are here, but Danzang still did it. The above content is really unacceptable. Pay such a large lineup, and even more, so many elites. Unexpectedly, it still didn't work out. Moreover, this environment is still in the desert of the Land of Winds. Then, even the ghost people have no room to play. The 30 people paid by the Uchiha clan, if they can be compared to their own 30 people, they are absolutely distressed to death. However, the number of people sent by the Uchiha may not exceed 3 in terms of the number of people who write the Wheel of the 3 Hooks. But the ninja team composed of the dark part of the group and the Kanaha is a real super elite. Perhaps, it can eliminate the lineup like the Uchiha, more than 2. Therefore, at this time, the group is so angry. Of course, almost a month has passed since this happened. But the problem is that in this short month, plus the 3 months that sent the pupil out, that is, in just 4 months, the espionage organization in the group was destroyed by Hitomi. Moreover, the 4 generations of Kazekage also sent a message, saying that this time they really suffered a loss. The current Uzumaki Hitomi was obviously just deliberately looking for trouble in the sand-hidden village. In the past month, nearly 20 elite ninjas had died in the sand-hidden village. At this time, Sarutobi's son looked at the scenery outside the window with his hands behind his back, and he didn't seem to care about the extent of this incident. But the 2 advisors also frowned at this time and stopped talking. I said last time, I'll go there in person, and now, I'm afraid that kid won't know where he's hiding. After shaking his head helplessly, Tuanzang immediately looked towards the 3 generations. It's just that the 3 generations at this time are still silent. Alright Chop, this kid's harm is no longer what we expected. It's just that it's so big that it's more than an S-class traitor. Maybe. Should we not directly take his mother as a person, kill him? Although he was a little hesitant, the current Tuan Zhang still said it. However, at this time, the three generations directly turned around. That kind of sharp eyes, it seems that Tuan Zhang hasn't seen it for a long time. Immediately, summon him back. After saying that, Ape Fei Ri/ turned to look out the window again. After a long time, the voice slowly appeared. At least, every time I assigned those dangerous tasks, he went to carry out. Even if it has something to do with the organization you're talking about. But for one thing, he's at least a ninja of Konoha. And, at least, he's done a lot for us that most ninjas can't do. Even this time, it's still the same. Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, and then he glanced at the two advisors. He stood up and walked out of the office in silence. And before the advisor left, he still said, however, as long as it is harmful to Konoha, then he should get rid of it. It's not your Konoha, it's everyone's Konoha. After saying that, he closed the door and left directly. Ape Fei Ri looked a little tired at this time, and a person muttered, such a talent, such a ninja, do you really want to get rid of it? Although, it may be 11 years old soon, but this child is a 10-year-old after all. Why should this be? Konoha village, isn't it just to protect peace? Unlike Konoha's side, the 4 generations of Kaze Cage at this time were holding this information scroll with some trembling. In the morning, 3 more ninjas died. And this only ninja who escaped back seems to have really been put back to deliver the message. Unexpectedly, after finally telling the ninja abilities that attacked him, he still died. From the last time, to besiege that kid until now, a whole month. If it really counts, then at least 30 ninjas died. Moreover, almost all of them are elite ninjas who are focused on training in the village. At this time, he was a little bitter. The last cooperation mission, I really don't know if it's right or wrong. Although Konoha really compensated a lot of money in private, those elite ninjas can't be cultivated just by using money. At this time, he also seemed a little weak. That vortex pupil is indeed extremely powerful. Moreover, none of those buddies died. It can be said that unless there is a shadow level sortie, otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat that guy at all. Perhaps, with his current strength, he may have reached the shadow level. His brows furrowed slightly, and he looked into the distance. Perhaps, the 3rd generation Hokage should recall him immediately. Since such a lineup is dispatched, it seems that all the troops have been wiped out, so, will it be directly locked up in the Ghost Lantern City in Kayan Village? At this time, the Wind Shadow also seemed to have a trace of sadness. It seems I've sensed that I might meet that kid again. Maybe it's a minute. In the middle of a pastoral field in the country of Tenno, it was already early autumn at this time. Maybe it's going to be winter soon. From the hillside, it looks golden. As soon as the breeze blows, the golden leaves begin to fall. Dead leaves fall to the ground with a rustling sound. In such an environment, on the hillside, a tombstone stands directly there. At the same time, a figure that is not very large, but not small, leans against the tall tombstone, quietly, looking at the scenery down the mountain. There was no movement at all, and it was as if he was asleep with his head down. Soon, a black figure slowly rose from the ground. There was some magnetism in the cold voice, hee. Unexpectedly, that kid's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Now, just by using those methods and physical techniques that use the scythe, you can defeat an ordinary Shangnin. The young man didn't look up, but just said in a low voice, is there a chakra that cultivates the dark attribute? If the chakra cultivates the dark attribute, he can really come to me. The demon beast hesitated for a moment, and said again, the chakra of the dark attribute you are talking about, but I really feel it. But, it seems to be very weak. The boy was Uzumaki Hitomi, but at this time, the bags under his eyes looked very large. It seems that I haven't slept well for a long time. Nodding his head slightly, give him a year at most. If there is not the slightest progress, then Fei Duan is not suitable for using this kind of power. 1 year, give him another year, give him these simple spells. Then, go to Yuin village and give this scroll to Nagato. After taking out a scroll directly, he handed it to the demon beast and said coldly. The demon beast nodded, and immediately, after glancing at the 2 figures in the distance, one tall and one short, said with a smile, speaking of which, I really want to compete with those 2 guys. Uzumaki Hitomi glanced at the demon beast coldly. At this time, he had learned a lot of skills again. For example, the full capacity of the thread fruit. Another example is the orangutan beast psychic skills, as well as all the moves of the Navy 6. I have to say that if Hitomi at this time is using this kind of Naval 6 style, he can definitely kill the current Akai. This is strength. Of course, it was also in the state that Akai did not open the 5 doors. If he directly opened more than 5 doors, then he would need other powers, and the arrival of the orangutan beast and the sudden super evolution of the Garura beast gave Hitomi a lot of power. The orangutan beast is an Avenger skill obtained after strangling Aki Yamazaki. The other lionman is a skill that dodges after the explosion. Navy 6 is the skill obtained after this counter-assassination. I have to say that in this world, the lion beast definitely has the strength of elite forbearance. Of course, there is still a bit of a gap with demon beasts, however, if you compare it to Orc Garuru and Orangutan Beast, even demon beast seems to be a little bit different. Then, you can use the black gear to pull it over and directly become your own power. Well, all the Digimon here may not be the match for Demonman. Even Hitomi himself may not be able to beat it. It's a pity that his black gear is now like a real virus. Moreover, it has just become a virus that manipulates people. Then, the power is also minimized. Now you are not their opponent. Let's go about your business first, Hitomi whispered. The two figures in the distance were already approaching. The orangutan beast waved its arms and said boredly, "Boss, can you please don't send me on such a mission next time? Give me some cables, haha, I might be able to wipe out a village." Hitomi was stunned. He knew what the orangutan beast was capable of. With a slight frown, he immediately looked at the Orc Garuru. "We will probably have to leave this place soon. The orangutan beast is indeed powerful if it uses that kind of black cable. However, he also has a bad point. That is, there seems to be no cable in this world. Therefore, it can only be helplessly singled out. However, this guy's defense is even more powerful than that of the demon beast. If it weren't for the weapon attached to the chakra, it wouldn't be able to stab that layer of skin at all. As a ninja in the shadows, Kakashi has always recognized his tracking level. However, at this moment, I don't know what happened, and suddenly it seemed to be turned upside down. I have never recognized myself like this, and even more, I have never encountered such a situation. Originally, the person who was following him well has now disappeared all of a sudden. Even, my own ninja dog seems to have not been able to find a clue. Looking at the empty forest in front of him, Kakashi was a little helpless. Moreover, with some irritation. This time, the task is to summon Hitomi Uzumaki back. However, it has been nearly half a month since I came out, and I can't even find anyone. Finally, I found a related character, but as a result, I lost it. It turns out that someone is really following us, haha. Your standing dog isn't that powerful, but at least it's useful. A strange voice appeared, and Kakashi immediately turned around and looked at the two figures in front of him, one tall and one short. However, at this time, the Orc Garuru seemed to be a little angry. Leng snorted, "The guy who pretends to be a monkey doesn't necessarily have to be that strong." Immediately, he looked coldly at Kakashi on the other side. However, Kakashi was even more surprised at this time. Unexpectedly, even these two guys didn't seem to find out when they got behind him, not to mention, why did they lose it? Parkour. Kakashi frowned, and then looked at the ninja dog next to him and whispered. Obviously, he wanted to ask why these people were standing behind him, and they didn't even notice it. "Don't ask about this little thing, my love Ray, but the ability to make all power disappear, it's just such a small point, obviously not as powerful as the one next to me." As soon as the words fell, the two cloaks and cloaks were also thrown off. Suddenly, the appearance of a wolf body and an orangutan was revealed. Kakashi's heart was suddenly shocked. This is the recent news from the shadows, the sand-hidden killer? After frowning, the speed rushed forward. The Orc Garuru was stunned for a moment, and then tilted his head helplessly. It was the orangutan, which was extremely warlike at this time. Unexpectedly, he also rushed over. And at the same time, a punch has been swung out. Kakashi dodged the blow, and secretly said in his heart that his speed was so slow. However, when Chidori was about to stab into the back of the orangutan beast, it seemed to disappear all at once. Unexpectedly, it was as if there was no chakra. He shouted, "Dark necromantic orb." Suddenly, a necromantic orb was thrown out directly by the orangutan beast. Kakashi dodged and there was a loud bang. 4 or 5 trees suddenly fell, and puffs of smoke and dust also floated up. However, at this time, Kakashi still didn't seem to be able to use chakra. "Kakashi, be careful of this guy, it was this guy who glanced at me just now, and I suddenly couldn't follow it. I couldn't even sense the chakra. And when I returned home, Hitomi Uzumaki looked a little tired at this time. Looking at the figure of my mother busy making dinner, I don't know what's going on, and there is a tear in the corner of my eye." Blinked his eyes, shook his head and whispered, "Don't worry. I will definitely protect you, at least, if Tuan Zhang dares to do that kind of thing again, then I'm going to kill him." Although, Hitomi herself single-handedly went straight to the roots. But when I really talk about it, I am still a little cautious in my heart. At least, now all 3 generations have spoken. Then, the other families will definitely not interfere. Even the Hayaga family of Konoha does not dare to speak against themselves now. And the words of the Uchiha clan, I believe, will not say anything about themselves now. At least, in this siege, they even sent 30 soy sauce fighters. Although, not that kind of elite. But the people are still dispatched, so it means that they have the intention of getting rid of me. Perhaps, it is with Tuan Zhang and the 3 generations, and it is impossible to say what has been achieved. Itaki is already in the shadows, and it seems that the task has been completed quite well. and he seems to be about to enter the dark department directly under the 3 generations. When the time comes, it seems that we really have to make a good layout. At least, I can't let my mother have any mistakes. Tuan Zhang decided that I would definitely rebel anyway. On the contrary, it is the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi Sun Slash, but they can make good use of it. It's a pity that if I take my mother out of the village right now, I will definitely be noticed. At this moment, a voice directly interrupted Hitomi's contemplation. Look at the sneak attack of this genius. Ha ha ha. Immediately, after a bang, a figure was directly punched out of the window by Hitomi. After rolling on the ground for more than 10 meters, it was able to stop. You're trying to sneak up on me, too. Hitomi Uzumaki smiled and slowly walked out the door, looking at Naruto moaning on the ground. And Keiko Uzumaki, after it seemed that she also found out that it was Naruto, covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Unexpectedly, I haven't seen you in almost this year, big brother, you are getting stronger again. Naruto rubbed his head and stood up. Every time I see this kid, I always seem to feel very festive. At the same time, with a feeling of relaxation all of a sudden, he stepped forward, patted Naruto's head, and said with a smile, but, in general, your physical skills have become amazing. Now if you just use physical skills, you may be able to be a shinobi. Really? Naruto suddenly became happy, and after a compliment from Hitomi Uzumaki, the two went home and started dinner. After eating, when Naruto's whirring sleep sound had already appeared, Hitomi suddenly flashed out and sat directly on the roof and looked at the moon in the sky. However, at this time, the weasel seemed to look very tired. At the same time, with some sincere eyes, he looked at Hitomi Uzumaki, smiled softly. Hitomi Uzumaki said, "It seems that you have become a lot stronger again. I can't compare to you. I can't imagine that you have become so powerful now." Itake's brows furrowed deeply when he said this. Sighed and said lightly, "It seems that your appearance this time is not going well." From the eyes of the eyes, it can be seen that Hitomi seems to have a trace of sadness. Hitomi Uzumaki hugged his knees and smiled bitterly. "Yes. Very unpleasant. The Uchiha clan wants to kill me, and Danzang also wants to kill me, but I can't think of it. Even the 3 generations have agreed. If it weren't for Mr. Uinta, maybe I would have died now." Itake was startled, and immediately sat down and looked at the moon in the sky. "What the hell do you think? Why, do you want to contact those people?" "Oh? You know that organization too?" Hitomi Uzumaki suddenly became a little interested, and when he looked at Itake, there was a hint of doubt. Itake nodded his head and then whispered, "After learning about that organization from Danzang, the 3 generations of adults sent me to investigate. I have to say, this organization is really powerful. Even I've just found the tip of the iceberg." Uzumaki Hitomi nodded his head and laughed. "Actually, it's not that all the big countries don't know. I don't want to get rid of this organization. There may be a lot of hidden tasks between the major powers, and they may all be handed over to this organization to solve. I'm going to follow you from tomorrow." Itake also laughed at this time, patting Hitomi on the shoulder. "You're still my good brother, though. You'd better be careful lately. Perhaps Danzang will come to you again for trouble." After saying that, a moment disappeared. Hitomi smiled helplessly, then looked towards the woods next to her. "Come out, Do. Even the Itake just now has already discovered you." Although he said this quietly, Do still flashed out from the edge of the woods. I put my glasses on and jumped to Hitomi's side and sat down. After the two were silent for a long time, Do whispered, "I already know about Uinta's affairs. I can't imagine that when I went to Orochimaru's side, so many things happened." As the middleman between Tuanzang and Orochimaru, Do's affairs are still relatively busy. Moreover, this guy is indeed the material for spying. Even if he wanted to kill Tuanzang, he couldn't even let him notice it. Unlike himself, it seemed that he had just set up a game, and he could make Tuanzang react immediately. Uzumaki Hitomi nodded his head and turned his head to look at Do. "It seems that you have been very busy these days." When Do heard this, he was also slightly stunned. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded. "You want to protect your mother, so you came back. From what I know about Danzang, at least one thing about you are wrong." "What is wrong?" Hitomi was stunned, but she didn't react. Who understands people's hearts? Perhaps Orochimaru knows it very well. Who understands the process of those conspiracies and understands Tuanzang's thoughts? Perhaps this guy knows very well. Under Tuanzang, under Orochimaru, it is not easy to be a spy for such a long time. At least, his value is also there. Danzang is that you are in this village, but you are still working for Konoha, so you will not move your mother. You always think, if you get your mother out, maybe he'll let you drill this basket instead, Do whispered. However, it seems to be very confident. At this time, Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "Are you so sure? What if Danzang directly kidnaps my mother and then threatens me?" "Now you don't have such strength at all." Hitomi nodded his head. It was true. Unless there is a person who can single-handedly pick up a village, otherwise, absolute. Moreover, the current 3 generations in Danzo are also old. But at least they weren't old enough to fight Orochimaru, and Danzo wasn't old enough to fight Sasuke. The two of them now still have the strength of the shadow level, plus the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. If these guys are added, and those ordinary ninjas, with such a strength lineup, plus that Jiraiya occasionally comes to Konoha to take a look, if he runs into himself, he will definitely be hung up with the title of a traitorous ninja after dying in battle. Then, Tuanzang may kill his mother directly. Thinking of this, Hitomi pouted bitterly. What should I do then? Could it be that I have been staying in Konoha like this, but I can't kill Tuanzang? At least, when I go to look for the third generation today, I can clearly feel that even if I have not been in contact with the Xiao organization at all, he absolutely believes in Tuanzang and not me. At this time, Do also smiled bitterly. He nodded his head and said, "You're right, but if we can lure the group out, hey, it's hard to say, however, you might be very dangerous if you do so." Uzumaki pupil nodded, looked at his hands, and then as if he had made up his mind, he said, "You better be careful on his side, at least, don't see the flaw. At least there's still you who should be." After being stunned for a moment, he nodded his head seriously. "Don't be too anxious. At least, after I have some information, let's do it again. Tuanzang, this guy is not easy to deal with. Even Orochimaru is not necessarily his opponent," he said, just as he was about to leave. Hitomi asked directly. The Great Snake Pill has found a way to cultivate the Dragon Earth Cave Immortal technique. Came to the shadows and took a set of armor and ninja knives that were unique to the shadows. However, Hitomi obviously didn't use it. "I just got a black ninja suit, and after putting it on, after taking a cat head mask, I took a set of black cloak robes, and quietly left the dark department." Outside Konoha village, Itachi was already standing there waiting for Hitomi at this time. When he saw a pupil that looked extremely simple and had no defense, Itachi was a little helpless. This guy seems to have never been normal since he came back. Even some of the rules and peculiarities of the dark department, in his eyes, seemed to have become very normal. He nodded his head towards the Uzumaki pupil, and then said, "Let's go. Today's task is to patrol the border. It's not easy." Uzumaki nodded her head indifferently, and immediately followed Itachi towards the woods. In the duty room at the border, several ninjas at this time looked a little lazy. "I just finished my shift, and I'm obviously a little tired. When I walked to the post, I was in a state of laziness." After a few people ignored it, there seemed to be no situation, and they immediately nodded their heads. At this moment, 4 figures appeared at the side of the post at a very fast speed, rushed directly at one of the ninjas, and before the ninja could react, Kunao had already inserted it into his chest. "Enemy attack!" After the Konoha ninja led by him shouted violently, Kunao shot out again and again. It's just that the opponent seems to be really quite strong. Unexpectedly, after dodging again, the 3 people behind him had already stood in a zigzag shape. Fire escape dragon fire technique. Wind escape great breakthrough. Suddenly, there was a boom. This ninjutsu was so strong that even it was too late to react. After all, with Fang Dun's ninjutsu, the speed was too fast. However, the last Konoha ninja seemed to be under his control at all. Unexpectedly, after 2 jumps, he directly dodged the composite ninjutsu of fire escape and wind escape. At the same time, he crawled to the ground and saved his life for the time being. And the ninja of another country who had already killed one person with Kunao suddenly opened his eyes when he just landed. The other 3 ninjas, with a look of surprise on their faces, hurriedly looked in that direction. I saw a shadow ninja wearing a cat face mask, standing there quietly. At this point, the explosion had disappeared. Another Konoha ninja lying on the ground suddenly stood up, and after a few fights, he stood directly behind the child. "My body, how can I move on its own?" At this time, the Konoha ninja obviously didn't react. Fire escape Halon fire technique. A deep voice sounded in the woods next to the child. However, the speed was extremely fast, and the seal was formed in an instant, and at the same time he roared, "Wind escape crush." Suddenly, the overwhelming flames from the wind exploded like a super explosion towards the 3 ninjas. One of the ninjas seemed to be the quickest to react. As soon as the dragon fire technique sounded, it had already jumped high and flew directly towards the post next to it. Suddenly, the post dodged this trick. At this time, Itachi slowly walked out of the woods and turned his eyes to look at the ninja rescued by Hitomi. At this point, the sentry ninjas seemed to have reacted as well. The one who saved himself just now should be the dark ninja in front of him. However, both of them look like children. Especially the one in front of him, obviously even the voice is a child's voice. 2 adults, I don't know why they attacked our Konoha Okina. However, one thing is for sure, they are definitely enemies, the ninja replied as soon as he bowed. However, at this time, Uzumaki Hitomi instantly turned his head to look at the ninja hiding behind the post. In an instant, a shave disappeared, directly stood in the sky with the moonstep, and looked coldly at the ninja who continued to hide. After frowning slightly, he said lightly, "Oh, it turned out to be a traitorous ninja, but I didn't expect that he would dare to attack our Konoha." At this time, the rebellious ninja's whole body trembled. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. However, Hitomi Uzumaki wouldn't give him this chance. Instantly appeared in front of him, a finger gun hit the chest. However, it didn't break his heart. Immediately, it dragged towards the weasel like a dead dog. After throwing it directly to the ground, he said lightly, "Your illusion is a little more powerful, you should torture it." Itaka nodded his head and immediately launched the Sharingan illusion. Suddenly, the ninja said the purpose of attacking Konoha one by one. It turned out that these traitors were hired. This time, the purpose turned out to be a sneak attack by pretending to be a ninja from the sand-hidden village. Then, after leaving the sand-hidden village here, he began to run away. As for the hired village, it turned out to be the grass-hidden village. This made Itaka slightly stunned. After all, the strength of Kaien village was there. At all, I don't have the strength to directly confront Konoha like this. In case, if the mission fails, it will definitely be my own destruction. Thinking of this, I just wanted to ask something. A sharp voice sounded, and at the same time, the Chidori sharp spear on Hitomi's finger pierced directly into the ninja's heart. Suddenly, the ninja seemed to lose his breath in an instant without the slightest chance to justify. "I believe in your illusion, since you can't even ask about your illusion, then. Definitely this guy doesn't know who hired them," Hitomi whispered and walked slowly towards the woods. "It seems that the task has been accomplished." Itaki thought for a moment, then nodded, and immediately followed Hitomi's pace and walked in the direction of Konoha village. It wasn't until the two of them walked away that the ninja at the outpost reacted. As if he had collapsed, he sat on the ground, looked in the direction where Itaki and Hitomi had disappeared, and muttered, "The little ghost is really powerful now. How do I feel, even more powerful than that Kakashi?" After smiling bitterly, he ran directly to clean up his companion's body. In the Hokage's office in Konoha village, after listening to Itaka's report, Sarutobi became a little unsure. Immediately, he looked at Hitomi behind Itaki. However, it seemed that Hitomi didn't bother to pay attention to the three generations at this time, and walked out of the office directly. When she was walking on the street, Hitomi also pondered at this time. If it was really Kaien village, maybe it wouldn't be possible. However, the current situation of Kaien village did not have that kind of strength at all. After all, if they don't unlock the box of enlightenment, then they don't have that kind of courage. In case, if that's the case, it may be because they need a lot of chakra. Then, let the other big powers help catch those ninjas and send them to Ghost Lantern City. In this way, they will lose a little money at most. On the contrary, there is a lot of chakra. Thinking of this, Hitomi also has a headache. Because the cat-faced mask is tilted directly to the other side, it looks like a child imitating the shadows. Ahead, there was a sudden noise. At this moment, Hitomi suddenly frowned deeply. Immediately, an instant appeared in the park in front of her. Seeing that Naruto seemed to have really been insulted by the parents of those children, suddenly, a wave of anger appeared. After flicking two fingers, the two adults began to beat each other. Naruto scolded at first, but at this time, he saw that the two adults seemed to fight directly. Moreover, although it was very reluctant, it was indeed after the two of them fought, and they were also a little stunned. At this moment, Hitomi slowly stepped forward. When Naruto saw Hitomi's figure, he immediately became happy. It's just that Hitomi is still wearing a cloak and robe, wrapping her whole body together. He smiled faintly. It seems that these two guys, after seeing me, realized their mistakes. Naruto is indeed a bit of an idiot in this regard. So, I laughed without thinking about it, and the two adults on the other side scolded even harder. However, in less than 2 minutes, the two adults at this time had blue skins and swollen faces. Voices begging for mercy also appeared, although, they don't perceive that it is the thread that controls their body. But, at least, I know that it was only after the child appeared. However, they did know that at this moment, a voice appeared beside them in the costume of the Dark Ninja. Suddenly, a chakra weapon flew towards Hitomi's cheek. However, at this moment, the weapon seemed to be directly pulled by something in an instant. After the chakra knife was stunned, it immediately turned around and flew away with another chakra knife that shot again. At the same time, the second chakra knife did not fly far, and was suddenly pulled back again. When she saw the real ninja tool, Hitomi was also stunned. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Feian. This guy should be Asma. It's you. Although Feian was taken away, Asma did not flee after landing at this time, but looked at Hitomi with a frown. The last time he walked down the street, it seemed that Akai had greeted him. However, this kid didn't even pay attention to it. What's more, he didn't even say hello. When asked if Akai was his apprentice, Akai hesitated. In the end, I realized that even Akai didn't seem to be his opponent. Asma's eyebrows twitched slightly, and the corners of her mouth seemed to twitch. If you want to ask Asma now, what is the topic he hates the most? Perhaps, it is the son of the Hokage. Now ask Asma the person he hates the most. Perhaps, it is the 3 generations of Hokage apes to fly the sun. Although, he has always carried out his orders. Moreover, sometimes they can only do what they are told. However, it has to be said that he doesn't like to always borrow this kind of 3rd-generation Hokage son to add to himself. The anger was already on the body, although Fiyin seemed to hang in midair out of thin air. He was still staring at himself from time to time, and even, this ninja in the shadows seemed to have the breath of his whole body directly injected into his body. After snorting coldly, just when he wanted to step forward, 2 flying swallows in midair catapulted directly over. However, the speed was very slow. After holding the gloves directly, Hitomi said lightly, "If you don't have a weapon, you are not my opponent." Immediately, he pointed at Asuma from afar. At this time, Hitomi looked like he had instantly become a real assassin. His eyes were also slightly closed. "Do you dare to underestimate me?" Asuma roared angrily, and then the chakra of the wind attribute above Fiyin surfaced. Attacked in one fell swoop. This time, Hitomi didn't use the IAI slash. While his eyes were closed, the strongest eye was still observing Asuma's every move. The wind god sword was slowly raised, and in an instant, the two of them had already exchanged 3 moves. At this speed, Naruto next to him didn't react. After Hitomi turned around, he became interested in Asuma's physical ninjutsu. Still with his eyes closed, after the wind god sword was erected, he attacked again. And after the two of them had made more than a dozen moves in a row, Asuma realized that this kid was really strong. Moreover, he was obviously using a weapon that was infused with wind attribute chakra. Unexpectedly, this kid can still block it with this long sword. Obviously, this kid's long sword is also a rare good weapon. After nearly 20 moves have been right, the two of them are directly separated. However, Asuma at this time seemed to have some doubts. Such a child, such strength, has never heard of it. Moreover, this kid seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Of course, it is also because Asuma has become a guardian ninja that he has not returned to Konoha village. So, it can be imagined. Hitomi Uzumaki, although she has been very famous in Konoha in the past few years, however, no matter how big it has not yet reached the state of spreading to the entire ninja world. Even now, at most, it means that Hitomi is a genius and not a real master. After the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, he sneered, with such a little strength, he is still a master who protects the daimyo. I don't want to play with you anymore. As soon as the words fell, the wind god sword was waved again and again. Suddenly, one after another wind blades were released, as if there was no need for chakra. Asuma was startled at first, and then flipped onto the tree in a succession of several heels. When I looked down again, I was a little surprised. Bang dang. After a few soft sounds, several big trees in the park were directly cut off. It is conceivable that such a wind blade, if it really cuts down on a person, will definitely end up being cut in two. And the other two, the adults who have been under control, seem to have been unraveled by the pupil at this time. Hitomi looked at the two people who ran away and sneered, "The guy who didn't plant a seed can only bully children." At this time, Naruto Uzumaki also seemed to react, and suddenly became happy. "Big brother, what kind of ninjutsu is this? I want to learn, ha ha ha. It's amazing, hee hee. Although this ninjutsu can be taught to you, you can't learn what I do. However, let's go back first." As he spoke, he turned around and left directly with Hitomi. At this moment, Asuma Fiyin Wind Attribute Chakra appeared and attacked again. Hitomi turned around with a sword, and suddenly, another wind blade popped out. However, at this time, Asuma had already prepared, and directly blocked it with the wind attribute Fiyin. Hitomi's brows furrowed, and at this time, he seemed to be a little annoyed. After an instantaneous shaving, the wind god sword slashed out 2 wind blades in a row behind Asuma, and his long sword stabbed towards Asuma's heart. After blocking 2 wind blades in a row, Asuma's chest was also opened at this time. At this moment, a sharp voice appeared. In an instant, he broke through to Asuma's body and stabbed towards Hitomi's wind god sword. However, Hitomi's reaction was obviously extremely fast. On the wind god sword, 1,000 bird streams have already appeared. Also, after a sharp sound, boom, there was a loud explosion, and even the ninjas next to the park rushed to arrive. The first to arrive were Akai and Red. When the two of them saw Hitomi and Kakashi and Asuma after separation, they were also a little stunned. "Hitomi, Kakashi? How can you not call me, bastards, you two bastards?" Akai was the first to speak, but at this time, the Uzumaki Hitomi once again inserted the Enmo sword back into its scabbard. Turning around, he walked in the direction of his house with Naruto Uzumaki, and Red clearly felt that the atmosphere was not right, and it was definitely not a competition or anything. You can go to a more spacious place than you can try. Moreover, in the park here, there are traces of the battle just now. The 2 big trees next to it were directly broken. Looking at the whirlpool pupils in the distance, Asuma smiled bitterly. "It seems that we are old. I actually lost to a child." Kakashi sighed helplessly, and then said, "Even I am not sure that I can win this guy. But how did you fight each other?" Asuma blushed and began to tell. However, when he said that Hitomi didn't know what technique to use to make the 2 adults beat each other, Kakashi was visibly stunned for a moment. And when Asuma said that Hitomi directly used swordsmanship and wind ninjutsu to defeat him, even Red was stunned for a moment. Asuma's strength, they all know it well. At least, he has the strength of an elite ninja, and the tactics in his head are also quite good. Although, I don't know what kind of ability Hitomi is. However, with his eyes closed, he can fight Asuma for nearly 30 moves. This kind of strength is definitely something they dare not imagine. Akai suddenly became enthusiastic, and raised his hands. It seems that he can also be my opponent. Ha ha ha. However, it seems that I can't beat him. I was at the gate of the village last time. Although it was only a few tricks right, however, he also lost to him. Moreover, it seems that his psychic beast is not around today. Kakashi was stunned again, thinking of the orangutan he had encountered when he went to find Hitomi and returned. That orangutan alone didn't seem to be an opponent himself. Thinking of this, Kakashi was a little embarrassed at this time. In the Hokage's office, after Asuma finished reporting the information at this time, he didn't speak, but he still stood in front of Sarutobi. What's the matter? Ape Fei knew immediately that Asuma might have something to say. After saying a word lightly, he put down the scroll in his hand. Who the hell is this, Hitomi Uzumaki? I'm going to lose to him today. Besides, if he just uses swordsmanship and win ninjutsu, I'll lose to him, Asuma said, her head bowed. It seems that he feels ashamed. Ape Fei was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly, threw a scroll to Asuma, and said with a smile, look at this, you will know. This year, Hitomi was 11 years old. This year, Itake was 12 years old. When a 12-year-old child, with an 11-year-old child, went on a dangerous mission, even 3 generations had a feeling, Konoha, is there really no one? Moreover, it seems that these two boys can always complete the task perfectly. Although, being in the dark department, the positions of the two of them are not to be underestimated. The current Itake, I don't know if it's because of Hitomi's help or something else, has become the captain of the dark department, and at this time, Hitomi is the first team leader in the history of the dark department without a team member. At the age of 11, becoming the leader of the Shadow Division sub-team was enough to make him proud. However, Hitomi was not proud at all now. At least, in his opinion, the 3 generations in Danzang at this time seemed to be monitoring him even more. Even sometimes when he was cultivating with Naruto, someone was watching. Of course, these shadows don't dare to come directly to monitor. Rather, he stood quite far away, or somewhere the average sentient ninja would not be able to sense it. In Konoha village, next to an unknown stream. At this time, Naruto had already learned to tread water. However, the Nine Tails chakra is eroding more and more. It seems that it has begun to interfere with Naruto's chakra. Of course, sometimes Hitomi wonders if she should directly reinforce the seal, or go and meet these 9 tails. But if the old man of the 3rd generation wants to be crooked again, then he will definitely not have any good fruit to eat. The current Hitomi doesn't think that she has the strength to fight against a village. Helplessly, he patted his head and headed towards Naruto, who was stepping on the water to learn physical shi. I have to say that Naruto's physical talent is quite good, although, in the seal area, there seems to be some urge to laugh. But if he is really serious, his talent is definitely not worse than Sasuke's. At least, the current Sasuke can only be tied with Naruto. If you learn the spiral pill and the shadow clone technique, then the current Sasuke is definitely not Naruto's opponent. Thinking of this, Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. If I pass on the shadow clone technique to Naruto, I don't know what the ending will be. I don't know, will that idiot teacher find him to steal the scroll? Anyway, stealing the scroll, she is just learning a shadow clone technique. Thinking of this, he waved his hand at Naruto, and when Naruto saw it, he immediately ran towards Hitomi. It looked like he was very excited. Is it good to teach you a forbidden technique? Perhaps, this technique can make people an invincible existence, Hitomi said in a bewitching voice, and at the same time, there were some selfish motives. Now, let's start teaching him the shadow clone technique and the spiral pill. I don't know, can Naruto directly kill a upper ninja in seconds now? In the past, Naruto, even if he could only use the shadow clone technique and the spiral pill, could directly kill a upper ninja in seconds. Of course, also with the cooperation of tactics. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded his head with great joy. Is it the ninjutsu that defeated that uncle last time? Hurry up and leave it to me. I will definitely learn it seriously. Hitomi smiled and nodded, and began to explain to him the principle of the shadow clone technique, and some of my own experience in using the shadow clone technique. Speaking of which, his shadow clone technique seems to have been comprehended from the skill machine, so it can be well controlled. No, a lot of chakra is wasted. However, Naruto is a human pillar of power. No matter how much he wastes it, it will be fine. However, imagination is beautiful, reality, and cruel. Originally, I thought that Naruto should be able to learn this shadow clone technique very quickly. However, when I really put it into practice, I really found out. Why didn't Naruto in the past know how to do 2 doppelgangers? This guy even has the power to tread water and climb trees. However, it will not be used for other ninjutsu. It's like the Gale Palm and the Great Breakthrough that he taught him. This kid is completely an idiot-like existence. Obviously, Gale Palm and Great Breakthrough are the same level of ninjutsu, but he can make Great Breakthrough the same as B-level ninjutsu. Gale palms, on the other hand, turn into breezes. With such an ability, even Hitomi is in a cold sweat. It's really a little embarrassing for Irika-sensei, such a student. It makes Hitomi break out in a cold sweat when he talks about it. Looking at Naruto, who was a little chakra exhausted, Hitomi just wanted to go over so that he could take his time. Naruto turned his head suddenly, and after his eyes opened suddenly, he roared, "Big brother, am I stupid?" This. Seeing the tears in Naruto's eyes, Hitomi suddenly didn't know what to say. Do you really say that you are really stupid? Big brother can defeat that uncle at such a young age. That uncle knows at a glance that he is a powerful ninja. However, I'm so old now, and of all the ninjutsu you've taught me, none of them have learned it well. Wow. When he said this, he suddenly burst into tears. At this time, Hitomi suddenly had the urge to cry. This kid, really, it's too strong. Took 2 steps forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Since you can't learn this, then I'll teach you another kind." Before the word ninjutsu could be uttered, Naruto stood up suddenly. After the hands were quickly sealed, in an instant, the shadow clones that were separated were still similar to the original ones. All of them are either lying on the ground, or they are simply becoming very large. I always feel that I haven't finished controlling my chakra. I'm Hitomi Uzumaki's younger brother, but the younger brother who was a genius on the first day. If I can't even learn a shadow clone technique, it will be very embarrassing. Immediately, he laughed. Hitomi was sure that the current Itachi was definitely not his opponent. However, if there is a kaleidoscope writing wheel-eye directly, then it is really not necessarily. After all, this guy's Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu are really the techniques of whoever touches and who dies. Moreover, Susanoo is simply an absolute killing technique that integrates offense and defense. These techniques are combined together, unless he also opens the kaleidoscope writing wheel-eye, perhaps, get a particularly powerful skill. Otherwise, I'm really not sure. However, I blessed Feng Dun and Lei Dun in the 6 naval techniques, and I should deal with these 2 techniques, and it is no problem to escape. After all, no matter how fast your eyes are, at least you can escape. Thinking of this, he looked at Naruto, who was still practicing, and said with a smile, "Well, that's good, but I can give you a very special ninjutsu." "But, big brother, I haven't even practiced the shadow clone technique well," Naruto said embarrassedly, but it was obvious that he was very concerned about the very special ninjutsu that Hitomi said. Hitomi smiled, and then his hands quickly sealed, and after pressing it on the ground, there was a bang. Suddenly, a white mist rose, and a tall figure appeared at the same time. "It's called psychics, but my psychic is different from other people's. First of all, you have to get the approval of the psychic beast, and then he will give you a special psychic seal before you can summon such a psychic beast." Ha ha. Speaking of which, my psychic beast is very powerful. Moreover, my psychic beast does not need to sign bloodstains, nor does it need a lot of chakra. Just a little bit is fine. Between the jokes, the white smoke has disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the strong body of the lion beast has also been revealed. When Naruto saw the appearance of the lion beast, his eyes suddenly lit up. What's more, with an extremely obscene gaze, he looked at the lion beast. This, you want to fight with a child." When the lion beast saw Naruto, it was stunned for a moment, and then frowned deeply. Originally, he was very thoughtful about Hitomi sending the orangutan beast and the orc Garura to kill the ninjas who came out of the sand-hidden village to carry out the mission. Now, such a child suddenly appeared, which made the lion beast who always upheld justice very angry. Hitomi stretched out a finger, shook it, and said, "No, no, no. Not to fight with a child, but to ask you if you can have a psychic relationship with him." Sonorously said, "Yes, as long as you defeat me, you can become a psychic relationship." Hitomi's psychic beasts almost do not belong to this world. Moreover, because these psychic beasts are all the power of the skill machine to change the rules to adapt to this world. Therefore, they have all become psychic beasts that need to be sealed to come out. Of course, they can also go back to sleep in the skill machine. It's okay to just come out and not go back. Like orangutan beast, orc Garuru, lionman, and Pikachu. So, they don't exist, and they can have a few more people to sign a contract or something. After all, none of them belong to the same ethnic group. Each has its own way of channeling seals. And, of course, with their consent. Of course, Hitomi is the exception. He is the master of the skill machine, then, the master of all the skills that are shaken out, so, even if the lion beast hates Hitomi very much now, it can only bow its head and become his combat tool. "Really?" Naruto said in surprise first, and immediately rushed up. Only Hitomi knows that the power of the lion beast is not so simple to defeat. The lion beast plus the defensive physical skills and his own skills, the Beastmaster Fist and the Soul Brain, at least, the current Kakashi can only fight with him. In the Konoha Hokage's office, Itachi looked standing straight at this time, receiving orders. Hitomi, on the other hand, looked loose and staggered, but even those shadow ninjas behind them didn't dare to say anything. After all, none of the 3 generations of Hokage said anything about him. Moreover, the strength of the people is there, even if the 5 people behind them are all up, it may not be enough for others to stuff their teeth. Fire Temple, what you wouldn't say is that the little ghost who sealed the remaining chakra of the Nine Tails, right? Hitomi said lightly with both hands in his hands. This kid is obviously also a somewhat tragic figure. However, there are some tragic characters, I like them the most. The three generations were stunned, but they didn't expect Hitomi to know. At this time, some people also found that this kid's information was too powerful. Not only did he get the information of Cheyenne Village in that state, unexpectedly, his understanding of Konoha Village is also so deep. No, Tuanzang said that when he was in Gen before, it seemed that he often went to the intelligence room to check the information. I see, this kid may know Konoha best. Ape Fury nodded his head, and after taking a puff of cigarette, he said, this time, I want you to investigate the matter of that pseudo-human pillar force. Of course, it's better to pay more attention to him, otherwise, if he goes berserk again, the Temple of Fire can't afford it. Itachi nodded his head slightly, and then walked out of the office. Hitomi hesitated for a moment, but finally didn't say it. After all, a lot of things were none of his business. Moreover, the current Konoha is the real organization that monitors itself. The two captains of the two detachments took a few members of the Dark Department out of the village directly and ran towards the Temple of Fire. Although, the teleportation technique is indeed fast, there are a lot of chakras that can be consumed. It is impossible for an ordinary ninja to use the teleportation technique to rush directly. Of course, there are some ninjas who have a lot of chakra. However, there are definitely not many such ninjas. After running in the woods for nearly half a day, everyone came to the gate of the Temple of Fire. At this time, looking at the Temple of Fire, it is indeed a little dilapidated. The monks all looked listless, and some were even bandaged. When he saw the masked Konoha shadow sect coming, a monk immediately ran to the side of the main hall. When I saw the two leaders, I was obviously stunned. It seems that I didn't think of anything. At this time, the land should have been properly guarded ninja, then, Asma should not be regarded as a guardian ninja. Hitomi's brows, after frowning slightly, pulled the cat face mask to the side. We are the dark part of Konoha to investigate this matter. Itachi also pulled the dog face mask to the other side, and then nodded his head. However, it was not spoken. But the member of the dark department behind him immediately came out and began to introduce him. As for the other members of the dark department, they all wiped the fine sweat on their foreheads, and these two detachment leaders could be said to be the most powerful detachment leaders they had ever seen. However, both of them had very obvious shortcomings. Itachi is not good at talking, and no matter what he does, he is cold. It feels like an iceberg. And the other one, it's a completely hot ninja. Or, if one sentence is not right, it is the master who is going to. In the open space next to the woods outside the Temple of Fire, the mood of the land at this time was a little complicated. However, I am also happy about it. Seeing that Sora seemed to have suddenly become a little expectant, he couldn't help but thank the captain of the detachment opposite. However, it seems that the captain of the detachment opposite is obviously not easy to mess with. Looking at the expressions of those middle ninjas, it can be seen that although this kid is young, his strength is really not bad. Absolutely strong. Hitomi still feels so lazy, but his eyes are extremely sharp as a wounded beast, revealing a sense of violence. I'm going to start working, Hitomi said lightly, then looked at the ground and nodded. At this time, suddenly the fingers flicked a few times. Suddenly, the land on the opposite side seemed to be attacked by something all at once. After his face changed, he directly took out a handful of kunao, attached chakra, and turned around and slashed. At this time, Hitomi had already appeared in front of the earth and land. The wind god sword was already out of its sheath, and after a sword stabbed out, kunao was suddenly stabbed off. After Dilu turned his head a few times in a row, he could stop his figure. However, at this time, he was also shocked, and until now, he still doesn't understand what kind of ninjutsu the one just now is. Others may not know, but the weasel has clearly discovered it. Unexpectedly, the steel wire that appears out of nowhere can actually control the human body. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that the chakra of the land was quite good, it would have been controlled. The 5 middle ninjas under him were often controlled by Hitomi to play. When he saw Hitomi attack again, a scepter suddenly popped out of Jilu's sleeve. Moreover, it looks a bit like a scepter of a spear. Even Hitomi was stunned for a moment and didn't react. How the hell is such a long thing hidden in the sleeve? However, the wind god sword has already been attacked. Both of them have very good physical skills, and they have come and gone back and forth with more than a dozen moves, and they don't even know whether they win or lose. Overall, though, Hitomi has the upper hand. After all, he was the one who was attacking all along, and the Earthland is the sword that has always defended Hitomi. At this time, Dilu's heart was already shocked. This kid's swordsmanship is inevitably too tricky. Now, he can only defend, and at all, he doesn't even have a chance to fight back. Although I thought about it like this, I was very surprised by Hitomi's age and strength, but my face remained the same. While defending all the time, there is also the idea of wanting to jump out of the attack range at any time. Of course, Hitomi also found out, and after sneering, two figures suddenly burst out of the ground. At the same time, the three of them shouted, "Wind escape, wind blade." After Dilu was startled, the scepter had turned into a curtain of light. After the two sounds, the scepter with the wind attribute directly hit the two wind blades. At this moment, the tip of Hitomi's sword was obviously about to plunge into the light curtain. Dilu's brows furrowed, and he pinched a seal with his left hand. "Come to Ying Thousand Hands kill." In an instant, the scene of the Thousand Hands Guanyin appeared behind Dilu. At the same time, those arms slowly dissolved into palms or fists, and attacked towards Hitomi. Such an attack method, Hitomi has already calculated. At the same time, he also knew that Jilla didn't seem to want to get hurt. That's why the attack was unleashed like this. "However, your technique is too slow." A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and on the wind god's sword that stabbed out, the thousand-bird sharp spear had already appeared. In an instant, the heavy palm pierced Dilu's shoulder. At the same time, a moment disappeared. "Ah!" Dilu screamed in pain and fell to the ground. At this time, Hitomi had already appeared behind Dilu, and the seals of his hands had already been knotted. "Fang done, vacuum jade." A pop sound appeared, and 6 or 7 bullets in a row grazed Dilu's shoulders and arms directly. Shot in front of Dilu, 6 or 7 pits that were about half a meter long suddenly appeared. "Lord Dilu." Several ninja monks ran towards Dilu when they saw that Dilu was injured. When they lifted up the land, it was obvious that they wanted to besiege Hitomi. Hitomi smiled coldly, and then pointed to everyone. "Sora, do you want me to put on a show for you? Kill all these ninja monks." Moreover, several of them were all locked in. It can be said that at this time, the ninja monk realized that this kid's strength was a little too strong. Moreover, how many people did this kid kill? Unexpectedly, there is such a murderous aura. No, it's not just murderous, it's that kind of evil spirit. Really, terrifyingly. Alright, Hitomi, that's almost the end of the game. We still have to go back to hand in the task? Besides, since you have already collected the apprentice, then you have to go back to the record. Itaka slowly stood up and said lightly. And the middle ninja behind Itaki obviously began to persuade a lot of good words. However, Hitomi didn't look at them at this time. He just nodded his head at Itaki and looked at Sora. Of course, Sora had already begun to worship Hitomi at this time. Unexpectedly, even Lord Dilu was not his opponent. Moreover, the kind of majestic voice that will kill you all. It's like killing an ant. He also knew that it was just talk. I don't really want to do it, but at least, one thing is clear. This guy is really, as he said, very powerful. After laughing bitterly, Jilla stood up with the support of the ninja monk. After taking out a scroll from his bosom, he threw it to Hitomi. "This is a little bit of our heart in the Temple of Fire. Since you are willing to take the emptiness as a disciple, then there are some things you need to know." Immediately, he stepped forward and whispered a few words in Hitomi's ear. Hitomi glanced at Sora, smiled and nodded. However, he thought about it in his heart. It seems that the creation of the empty rampage and the pseudo-human pillar force are much earlier than the original. Could it be because of one more of yourself? Or is it that after killing too many Dark Masters, it has made Konoha a little weak? After shaking his head, he returned to Konoha directly with Sora. In the Hokage office, Hitomi spoke directly to the 3 generations and went home with the heir. At this time, Naruto was happily returning home. Just after arriving home, when he saw the empty brought by Hitomi, he was immediately shocked, and immediately looked at the empty with hostility. "Big brother, who is this kid? Are you the younger brother that the teacher said? I want to see if I am your opponent." As soon as the words fell, the empty had already attacked with a punch. Hitomi, on the other hand, still sits and watches the jokes. Naruto's speed and physical skills have really become too much stronger in the past 2 years. Unexpectedly, he also made more than a dozen moves against the heir. And, obviously, they have the upper hand. However, at this time, Sora did not use the dogpaw weapon. After all, if you can't stand that weapon battle, you might really be seriously injured or killed if you can't stand it. And after all, Naruto is Hitomi's younger brother. What if you offend the teacher's younger brother and don't teach him the true arts? However, this kid is really very powerful. The two of them were already out of the house and fought directly in the woods. At the same time, Naruto, who originally had an absolute advantage in physical skills. Hitomi, who was sitting on the roof, looked at Naruto's moves, and shook his head helplessly. It's still that problem, it's so hard to control chakra. In the Temple of Fire, Sora has always taught himself ninjutsu. As you can imagine, his talent is definitely not bad. Even, a ninja who belongs to the category of geniuses. As mentioned in the scroll that Jillo handed over to him, this guy's father is Hema, and the monks hate this guy more. Moreover, after the last rampage, you can imagine how uncomfortable he will be in the Temple of Fire in the future. However, since it's handed over to me now, then, you will also have good luck. At this moment, Naruto's hands quickly sealed, and suddenly, another wind escaped. Wind escape great breakthrough. Suddenly, after a gust of wind blew, even Sora was stunned for a moment and did not react. And Naruto, after seeing such an effect, his helpless eyes fell a little. Taking advantage of this gap, the speed of the void is extremely fast. By the time Naruto reacted, the fist was already in front of Naruto's eyes. After dragging his head hard against the back, he dodged an empty punch. And at this time, a whip leg also followed. Naruto stepped forward with both hands, and was kicked out with a kick. However, the hands had apparently resisted most of the force. After a flick on a tree, Sora attacked again. However, at this time, the void will only be a physical technique. Moreover, it seems that the physical skills are not very good. Some messy looks. And Naruto, anyway, after such a long period of training, this is still quite good. At the very least, he can be supported by physical arts. However, what made Hitomi a little depressed was that Naruto didn't seem to have a really good head. Unexpectedly, he began to distance himself again, and then his hands quickly sealed. When he saw the seal, even Hitomi was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Naruto clapped his hands on the ground and shouted, "Psychic technique!" Suddenly, a large cloud of white smoke rose, and a tall figure also appeared. "Naruto, do you need me so soon?" The lion beast's voice came out calmly and powerfully. At this time, Hitomi on the roof suddenly had a headache. It turned out that Naruto's most powerful thing was still his mouth. So fast, he can actually psychic lion beasts. Moreover, this guy is a little cheap. This guy is willing to be helped by a little guy's psychic? Brother Lion, I'm going to compete with this kid, let him see. As the younger brother of Big Hitomi, how can he lose to such a wild boy? Naruto roared loudly, his eyes looking extremely excited. As soon as he heard the word wild child, Sora suddenly became angry. After a sudden sharp pain came from his right hand, it began to spin with the power of the wind, and the lion beast frowned slightly. The child's hand actually had an evil feeling. Without waiting for Naruto to talk nonsense again, the lion beast instantly appeared beside Sora. Immediately, he pinched Sora's neck, and Sora didn't have the ability to resist at all. And at this moment, Hitomi also instantly appeared next to Naruto. A punch slammed into Naruto's head and scolded, "This is your future companion, a psychic lion beast, who actually came to beat his own companion. Isn't your head broken? Moreover, maybe it's really like you." Hitomi's voice became softer as he spoke. As for the lion beast, he let go of the empty and nodded his head. "Naruto, Hitomi is right, this time, I won't help you either." As soon as the words fell, with a bang, it turned into a cloud of white smoke, and it actually entered the sleeping space directly. "No, you can psychically create such a powerful guy, and besides, it wasn't you who defeated me, I don't accept it." Although Sora was shocked by the strength of the lion beast just now, he was obviously not convinced. Moreover, it seems that there is some hatred for Naruto. After all, Naruto just now did scold Sora's heart. Hitomi frowned, sighed, and said, "Sora, Naruto is also an orphan, and this." Hitomi was a little speechless, but Naruto at this time was also extremely sensitive, and suddenly felt an empty mood. Immediately, he jumped directly off the trunk of the tree. He bowed to Sanaki and whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, it's just that I don't want you to take away my big brother." Hitomi clasped his hands together and said with a smile, "Actually, Naruto was able to defeat you just now with his physical skills. But, you guy, are you really a stupid person? Obviously, his physical skills can suppress him so that he can only defend passively, and he even distances himself to release ninjutsu. Finally, he even uses psychic magic." Seeing Hitomi at this time, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then he slammed a punch on Naruto's head. Suddenly, another big bag rose. After a lesson, under the call of Keiko Uzumaki, the three of them went directly back to the house and began to eat. At this time, the Uzumaki family seems to have become more spacious. With the identity and status of the Uzumaki Hitomi, the Uzumaki family at this time has obviously become a small villa. At night, when the stars came out and the moon lifted its veil, Hitomi's eyes opened suddenly. At the same time, he muttered, "It seems that Sora with the 9 tails chakra may be controlled by the 9 llamas," and immediately appeared in Naruto's room after getting up, frowned slightly, and the 3-hooked jade writing wheel in his eyes began to turn. The pupil at this time is not the pupil who has just opened the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye. At the very least, he has fully developed the power of the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye. Whether it's insight or illusion ninjutsu, he can see completely clearly with these eyes. The 9 tails in Naruto's body had obviously been seen, and he stood directly outside the iron door, quietly looking at the arrogant 9 tails. At this time, the 9 tails also obviously looked at Hitomi with some vigilance. "Hitomi Uzumaki, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, there is even a Sharingan. I have to say, those stupid people of the Uchiha clan have created a monster," said 9 tails grimly, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. The corners of Hitomi's mouth hooked, and then he sneered, and said, "9 llamas? I have to say, your demagogic methods are also very powerful. After being turned into a psychic beast by Uchiha Madara with a writing wheel eye, and defeated by the Thousand Hands pillars, it was sealed. Now, it is still sealed on the body of the child of the Uzumaki clan, haha. Speaking of which, you are the most tragic tailed beast. Nine Tails was stunned for a moment, and then his whole body trembled. It seems that there is a huge chakra pressure that makes people feel dizzy. Tailed beasts are tailed beasts, especially the Nine Tails. Even if there is only half of the positive chakra body left, there is such a powerful chakra. Hitomi thought helplessly in her heart. Roar, who the hell are you? Hitomi Uzumaki, Hitomi Uzumaki. You little imp of the Uzumaki clan, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? Do you think I don't know? Almost all the shadows are watching you, ha ha ha. What's the use of you no matter how powerful you are? It's not that you're being watched by those bastards in Konoha, and you're not, you don't dare to let me out. If you have the ability, you should let me go out and have a look. Roar, little ghost, I'll kill you. It seemed that the Nine Tails were really angry at this time, and suddenly a huge chakra appeared directly from the iron gate. Immediately, a fox's head began to gather outside the iron gate. After the mouth opened suddenly, roar, a huge chakra directly seemed to erupt, swarming towards Hitomi. The eyes of the three hooks began to rotate in an instant, and after a rapid moment, he directly grabbed the corner of the fox's head shape, and suddenly, his hand began to exert force. Boom! Suddenly, the massive chakra began to dissipate. At the same time, a faint chakra began to flash on Hitomi's 5 fingers. After flying up, he slammed down on the iron door. Roar, seal for elephant sealing technique. Suddenly, the iron gate, which was originally a little loose, became even stronger. After doing all this, Hitomi looked a little tired at this time. Little ghost, when I get out, I'm definitely going to kill you. You wait for me, roar. Nine Tails roared in anger. That look was worse than killing him. However, at this time, Hitomi sat down cross-legged, smiled faintly, and said, actually, sometimes I've been thinking that a character like Naruto, such a good old man, I really don't know if I can control you, huh? Seeing that the iron gate was really strengthened again, the Nine Tails at this time became quiet after bursting out with such anger. 9 llamas, to be honest. At that time, the old man of the 6 realms asked you to wait for someone who would make you tailed beasts willing to help him. I don't know, does Naruto count? Ah, what do you mean? The 9 llamas asked lightly with a frown. This kid seems to know too much. Even if you know your own name, then you also know the things of the 6 paths, which is normal. As soon as I returned to the room, I felt like I was slumped on the big bed with some weakness, and suddenly, there was a ding-dong in my head. This sound was like a heavenly sound, and it shook the spirit of the whirlpool pupil. It's been a long time since I've heard anything like this, and probably, it hasn't been seen since I came back. Thinking of this, the consciousness immediately entered the space of the skill machine. At this time, the skill machine is always on the light, waiting for its choice. Successfully stop Naruto Uzumaki's 9 Tails from going berserk, and reward you with a lottery. Hitomi Uzumaki took 2 steps forward, then tapped his head and pressed it. The skill machine suddenly began to shake with a red light, and as the light stopped, the skill also appeared, unexpectedly. The skill that appeared this time, the skill is still Psychic Flying Mantis. After frowning slightly, he immediately stretched out. The Flying Mantis may also be a good skill. At least, there is an empty Psychic Beast. I just don't know if there will be a mouth like Naruto in the sky when the time comes. The Flying Mantis is a very stubborn Pokemon, and its strength will definitely not be worse than that of the Lion Beast. Perhaps, it may be a little stronger than the Lion Beast. Thinking of this, Hitomi, who just wanted to withdraw from the consciousness space, was suddenly stunned again. Successfully stopped the empty 9 Tails from going berserk, reward a lottery, whether to start or not. There is such a good thing. It's a pity, if I can win the lottery so easily every time, I may be invincible. Hitomi shook his head, scratched the back of his head and tapped it again, and suddenly, the skill machine light turned on again. Until it slowly stopped, Hitomi Uzumaki's mood was still quite excited. Skills, give me a better skill. It doesn't have to be too good, at most, as long as there is a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, or a reincarnation eye, it will work. Suddenly, in the midst of this prayer, the red light stopped directly on a child's avatar. Congratulations, I have obtained the ability of Ichinoya Heaven, Yin and Yang technique. What is this? Hitomi was a little stunned, a little unclear about the situation. However, after the use of those techniques that immediately appeared in his head, he was also pleasantly surprised. It can be said that this little guy's skills are very powerful. It's just that it's not used in the best place. Moreover, this kind of magic seems to be more afraid of fire. In case, when I meet that kind of guy who is very powerful in fire escape ninjutsu, I will be a little annoyed. However, when I think of my innate 3 attributes, Hitomi at this time also seems to think of the power of flame. If it is the 3 attributes, then, I don't know if thunder and wind can be combined, but wind and fire can definitely be combined. Moreover, it can definitely increase the power of fire. Thinking of this, I thought again, if I can have very powerful materials, then, my own Shishin materials, can also be very powerful. Shaking his head helplessly, he said secretly, forget it, let's ask others tomorrow. At least, I don't know so much now. Hitomi Uzumaki, who casually walked into a weapon shop, was also worried about what to use to make shikigami at this time. Yin-yang technique, speaking of which, is still somewhat similar to ghosts. But if there is a medium, then this power is even more powerful. But this kind of paper is too hard to find. Seems to remember that Xiao Nan seems to be an expert in paper escape, but other people's papers seem to be unique techniques. By the way, if it's a unique technique, then, as long as you can find a paper that can carry chakra, it's fine. If you add your own wind escape chakra, it's definitely even more powerful. When she walked into this weapon shop, Hitomi Uzumaki immediately asked, "Boss, is there any paper that can hold chakra?" Originally, when he saw a ninja wearing a dark costume come in, the boss was still a little surprised. After all, the weapons of the shadows are provided directly by the village. Moreover, their weapons should be relatively good weapons. However, when I heard such a question, I was still stunned for a moment. Immediately, it seemed to be thinking. However, at this time, the whirlpool pupil was a little hot. You should have said, you shouldn't have just thought, are you despising me? Or is it that even an ordinary person can stop me now? Uzumaki Hitomi roared a little hotly, although his voice was still a little childish, but that kind of evil aura made the boss unable to resist it at all. This, ninja-sama, I seem to have it here, but I need to find it. The boss immediately turned around and started looking for it. At this moment, a kawaii-looking girl walked into the weapon shop while biting on a meat bun. Hitomi, who pulled the dark cat-faced mask aside, immediately wanted to avoid the girl when she saw her. However, it seems to be a beat slower. Hitomi Uzumaki. The girl is Tian, and when she saw that it was Hitomi Uzumaki, after the meat bun in her hand was stuffed into her mouth, the two kunao had already ejaculated. With 2 clicks, the 2 kunao were directly caught by Hitomi's one hand, and after his face changed, he said in a low voice, "I'm now, but the captain of the dark department. If you attack the captain of the dark part like this, you may be killed directly by me." Even if it's an ordinary lower or middle ninja, sometimes it's shocked and can't move. Although it was only released a little, it also made Tian dare not move. At this moment, the owner of the ninja shop had already come out. Seeing the 2 kunao in Hitomi's hand and Tian, who was a little frightened, he immediately stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry, Lord Ninja, our young lady, I don't know the rules between ninjas, this. Aren't you the boss here? How do you call this guy, miss? Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to react immediately. Perhaps, most of the ninja shops in Konoha village should be opened by the Tian family. Otherwise, there would not have been such a ninjutsu. This kind of family ninjutsu is not something that ordinary people can support. A fight may require thousands of ninja equipment. Uzumaki Hitomi is not good at all, it's better to be ninja. When I saw Tian, who was already scared, and suddenly cried, even Hitomi was a little depressed. Scratching his head, he looked directly at the boss. The boss understood what was going on, and immediately took out a few tricks of paper and handed them to Hitomi. These tricks are all pieces of paper that can carry chakra. But that's all we have to offer. The others have been made into detonation charms. Moreover, all of our paper is imported from the country of craftsmen. The country of craftsmen? Asked Uzumaki Hitomi with some surprise after being stunned for a moment. Of course, he also knew the country of craftsmen, and remembered that at that time, Qingming, the founder of the country of craftsmen, seemed to be a plot. However, the strength is too bad. I was knocked out directly by a person who didn't break out into the lead. I have to say, what kind of forbearance tools in the country of craftsmen, it's a very practical thing. Thinking of this, he directly picked up a few pieces of paper and gave the money, and walked out of this ninja shop. Tian wiped his tears while looking at the departing Uzumaki Hitomi, turned around and asked, "Uncle, what is the captain of the dark part?" The dark part is the department that protects Hokage-sama, and moreover, they are all ninjas who perform very dangerous missions. Their strength is very strong. I didn't expect that the ninja-sama just now turned out to be the captain of the dark department. You're still so young, the boss muttered, and Tian's eyes suddenly had a striking like light. Hitomi, who had already gotten the paper, went straight to the woods near his house, and then began to make the first shikigami. Although the crafting god does not use chakra, it is very mentally demanding. It can be said that Hitomi is very focused at this time, and she has been so focused that beads of sweat the size of beans are densely covered on her forehead. It wasn't until the sun went down that the production stopped. Looking at the few shishin in his hand, he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, if you can carry chakra, then you can use chakra to protect these papers. Even if you encounter a ninja of the fire escape system, it seems that you don't have to be afraid. Moreover, if you add the chakra of the wind attribute, then it will be even more powerful. Thinking of this, Hitomi began to laugh in her heart. Unfortunately, however, there are no subjects who have been tested for this technique. Thinking of this, an instant disappeared. At the same time, it appeared by the stream where Naruto and Sora were training. However, at this time, Naruto and Sora actually fought against Sasuke. It seems that the two of them are very angry with Sasuke. As I said, Hitomi is Konoha's first day. How can this kind of thing be wrong? Since you don't admit it, then, I'll teach you a good lesson. Naruto said this, and rushed straight over. The two immediately started fighting, but Naruto at this time was not the original Naruto, and he could be killed by Sasuke in seconds. Although, in terms of physical skills, it seems that Sasuke is indeed stronger. However, there are not many differences. Both of them can climb trees and tread water, so at this time, they hit the trunk of the tree at once. Sora also obviously found that Naruto at this time did not seem to be Sasuke's opponent. Immediately, he also pulled out his claw weapon and rushed up to assist. After Sasuke frowned slightly, he dodged towards the stream with another heel fight. At this time, Naruto directly stepped on the water and followed. It's a pity that the current empty sky can't tread water, and can only stand by the stream to do it in a hurry. At this time, Hitomi, who had been standing on the trunk of the tree, was helpless for a while. In terms of physical skills alone, these two guys seemed to be good enough to endure the situation. However, Naruto, this guy, who knew that Sora couldn't tread water, actually followed him. Really brainless. Moreover, since you're not a companion, you can just use spiritism. Suddenly, Hitomi became a little helpless. At this time, Naruto, who seemed to have been fighting for a long time, was also a little impatient. After a false move, the two consecutive heel fights took more than a dozen steps back, and at the same time, both hands quickly sealed. Seeing Naruto's seal, Sasuke's seal was obviously faster than Naruto's. Wind escape Gale Palm, fire escape how fireball technique. Suddenly, the two ninjutsu collided in mid-air. However, at this time, the corners of Hitomi's mouth twitched slightly, and he scolded, "Idiot, don't you know that Huo Dun is K Feng Dun?" As Hitomi said, as soon as Feng Dun touched Huo Dun at this time, Hao's fireball became even bigger. Unexpectedly, it turned into a large fireball with a diameter of more than 7 meters. Boom! After a bang, the whole stream seemed to break all at once. At the same time, rain began to fall in the sky. The corners of Sasuke's mouth hooked, and he sneered, "Is this your strength?" Naruto's fist clenched like a wounded lion. Suddenly, his hands were sealed again, and after pressing his hands on the ground, he shouted, "Psychic technique." At this time, the lion beast looked a little depressed. However, when he saw that Naruto's clothes were full of small holes, and his face was a little burnt, he suddenly looked at Sasuke Uchiha. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke was also obviously stunned, and after frowning his eyebrows slightly, he sneered, "Do you think that you can defeat me by calling out a guy who is not like a lion and a person who is not like a human?" The next moment, a punch was sent to Sasuke's face. Although, it has not yet played its strongest speed. However, it's still enough to deal with such a guy who is almost not even a little ninja. As the fist was about to reach Sasuke's cheek, the lionman jerked to a halt in its movements. At the same time, the Lion King Maru's short sword at his waist has been drawn. After a heel fight, he swung it directly. Suddenly, the sound of dang dang appeared, and a large string of kunai was knocked away by the short sword. However, at this time, behind him, there seems to be a kunai coming from his dead end. After frowning slightly, the lion beast frowned slightly, and then didn't pay attention to the kunai behind it, and poked out his left hand Beastmaster fist. Suddenly, a shockwave in the shape of a lion's head appeared. Boom! At the same time as the explosion appeared, after 4 or 5 huge trees fell in a row, a figure flashed. After hugging Sasuke directly, he stopped towards the stream. "Hitomi, it's too child's play for you to teach Naruto such a dangerous technique." At this time, even Sora was stunned. Naruto was even more frightened. The lionman's punch just now had such a power, which Naruto didn't expect. Sora, on the other hand, pointed to the back of the lionman, and although there was kunai there, it was not very deep. It was just a little skin trauma, and I pulled it out casually. Hitomi also appeared directly by Naruto's side in an instant, pulling Naruto's collar and flashing to the stream. When he looked at Itachi, he smiled hesitantly. "You can also teach Sasuke such a technique." Moreover, Naruto had no intention of killing Sasuke at all. "If the lionman gets angry, even you won't be happy." The lionman walked out of the stream, because the stream was only around his waist, and he didn't know how to tread water. Nodded and said with a smile, "You're too worried, I'm just planning to scare him. Moreover, your younger brother also seems to be a little messy. The fire escape just now, if it weren't for Hitomi's reaction that was quickly dispersed, Naruto would be dead now. That's why I want to teach him a lesson." Itachi then looked at Sasuke. He had just arrived here and had just happened to see Naruto unleash his psychic spell. Moreover, the lionman really wants to hurt Sasuke's appearance. That's why in a hurry, he attacked the lion beast. And what about Hitomi? Just now he did use the ability to absorb flames to help Naruto offset some of it. Otherwise, Naruto might have been seriously injured at this time. After all, such a big fireball. After the wind escaped, the temperature was even higher. Naruto doesn't know anything about instantaneous movements now, and he doesn't have any ninjutsu that can resist this move. Obviously, it's definitely not good to be hit. At this time, Suzuki also seemed to lower his head. After taking a deep breath, he snorted and said, "This time, I lost. However, you are only a psychic skill, and the others are not my opponents at all. If it weren't for him, you would definitely lose." Itachi frowned, and his voice became a little cold. "Even if it's a psychic technique, it's a kind of technique. If you lose, you lose. There's nothing to deny." However, when Suzuki heard this, he was suddenly a little stunned, and shook Itachi's arm abruptly. "Don't even my brother help me, you." At this time, Hitomi looked quite angry, "Just because of me and Itachi, who was more genius to attract the matter. Last time, I said that ninjutsu and ninja equipment are used against enemies, not when playing with companions. Unless, you already have a certain certainty. But, obviously, you didn't listen. And, as your brother, everything is for your sake, but what about you? Just thinking about competing for those fame and fortune, even if I can't compare to the ferret? Could it be that the two of us still have a piece of meat? And you?" When the scolding Suzuki rose, Hitomi pointed at Naruto and Sora, and suddenly, the two of them were punched again. At the same time, Hitomi turned his eyes to look at Suzuki, and immediately said, "Since, you think I taught Naruto a different technique? Then, the psychic beast also has to recognize its master. If I don't teach you, you can accept it. If you don't believe it, you can ask the lion beast. However, I can teach you another ninjutsu, that is, it depends on you, whether you can learn it or not." However, after Itachi was stunned for a moment, he immediately stopped it. "No, they are still young now, and they can't teach them other dangerous techniques. Those techniques may hurt their bodies." "Brother," Suzuki was a little angry. Could she learn advanced ninjutsu? Why didn't his brother let him learn she? However, Hitomi Uzumaki at this time obviously did not let go of this opportunity. Stretched out a finger and shook it. "No, Itachi, you're wrong. There's no need to carry everything on your shoulders alone, and sometimes, you need to share it. Don't be obsessed with your own strength, otherwise, you will die a miserable death. And, don't underestimate Suzuki either. Perhaps, he is the truly powerful ninja." Immediately, he looked at Suzuki and said in a low voice, "Gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will hand over all the ninjutsu that suits you to you. However, if you don't learn it, that's your problem." After frowning slightly, Itachi smiled helplessly, and then nodded in agreement. And Suzuki, fists clenched. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to learn that ninjutsu. Looking at the Uchiha brothers who turned to leave, Hitomi turned to look at Naruto and Sora. At this time, Naruto and Sora both lowered their heads, as if they had realized their mistake. The lion beast, on the other hand, smiled bitterly and disappeared into a cloud of white smoke. "Let's go home." After sighing helplessly, Hitomi took the two of them home directly. However, a few people who had just arrived at home suddenly found that there seemed to be a few more people in the house. After frowning slightly, she thought that this was not a residential area, so no one should come to visit. Moreover, almost all the people of the Vortex clan are dead, and in the village, there don't seem to be many people who are familiar with their own home. Kurama clan. Hitomi's heart moved, and he suddenly knew what he meant. Is it for Kurama Yakumo's business? So, in other words, Red at this time doesn't accept Yakumo, so it seems that they want to find me to see if they can find the cause of Yakumo's poor physique. Or, you can try this. Thinking of this, Hitomi smiled faintly, and then sat on the sofa. "I don't know what disease this person is looking for me to treat. To be honest, you can't blame me if you can't cure it. I'm not afraid, but I can't always protect my mother." This kind of thing is not the result that Hitomi wants now. The ninja was obviously stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "Of course not, I just want to ask if I can cure it. In fact, I don't have much hope." Looking at the middle-aged man's expression, Hitomi was a little stunned. After thinking about it, he reacted. The Kurama clan can be said to be a race that can be equal to the Uchiha clan with illusions, so its powerful illusion bloodline still has shortcomings. Just like the Uchiha clan, the more powerful the eyes, the more time they use is about to run out. The Pommel Horse clan has a very poor physique, and it is not suitable for any physical arts. Therefore, when they are on the battlefield, they basically use illusions to kill the enemy. There will definitely be no phenomenon of physical art killing enemies, let alone other ninjutsu and the like. Thinking of this, the pupil nodded and said in a low voice, "I'll go, but I won't have to wait until after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." When Kurama Kanjayun, the patriarch of the Kurama clan, heard this, he nodded and left with a smile. Hitomi, on the other hand, pondered. Yakumo's physique was so bad that he couldn't become a ninja at all, otherwise, his body would collapse directly. However, how to treat such a body? At the same time, he also began to think carefully about the records and the scrolls of Fujirinka. It seems that such a physique is really not suitable for being a ninja. However, there is another possibility. That is, it can directly stimulate her cells, and then make those cells grow faster. However, if this is the case, then Yakumo's life may be reduced a lot. Perhaps, at most, he will not live past the age of 40. Thinking of this, when he heard the sound of his mother calling for dinner, he shook his head helplessly. Immediately, I walked towards the table. Early in the morning, Suzuki came to the stream as scheduled, and after looking left and right, he immediately noticed that Hitomi was already standing on the trunk of the tree. After sneering, Hitomi said, "As an apprentice, I came so late. I have to say, you're really a bit lazy. It's not like I said what time I arrived, just what time I arrived. At the very least, you should wait for your teacher, this is the basic obligation as an apprentice." Suzuki's face changed slightly, but he still said, "I'm sorry, old man." "Teacher." Hitomi jumped down and nodded her head, although, Itaki is indeed very busy. There are really very few detachment leaders like me in the dark department, after all, it is impossible to be so idle. So, don't blame the ferret. Sometimes, even what you see with your eyes is not true, but it is true with your own actions. Suzuki was stunned for a moment, and then as if he didn't understand. Hitomi shook her head helplessly, saying this now, it can only be said that it is just a preventive shot for Suzuki. After the hands quickly made a mark, it was as if 1,000 birds were screaming in their hands. At the same time, the electric light also flashed. This technique is called 1,000 birds. Truth be told, it wasn't me who initiated it. It's Kakashi, Mr. Kakashi, the leader of Konoha's dark technician class. Besides, this technique was developed when he was 12 years old. Suzuki was stunned, but his heart was shocked. Did you create a jutsu that Hitomi Uzumaki recognized with at the age of 12? So, how strong is that Kakashi? I copied it from him when I was on a mission with him. It's these eyes. Suzuki immediately showed a proud expression. Even if it is called Uzumaki Hitomi, but you still use the power of the writing wheel. However, Hitomi immediately put away the writing wheel. Put away the writing wheel. However, the strongest eye, which is covered by hair, can still be seen clearly. So, after sneering, he said, "To be honest, if you haven't evolved into a kaleidoscope, even if it's a 3-hook jade, but I can kill a group without opening my eyes, don't you believe it?" Suzuki snorted, obviously not believing him. However, at this time, Hitomi didn't care about Suzuki, and said again, "I know you don't believe it, but instead, if you don't have a thunder attribute and don't understand the change in nature, then it is impossible to use it. Even if the copy came, it still took me 2 weeks to learn. I can see it clearly." As soon as the words fell, Hitomi's right hand reached out and rushed into the woods. Suddenly, giant trees began to fall one after another. At the same time, after Hitomi landed again, Chidori also disappeared. This trick is such a strength. Perhaps, it is impossible for you to learn it now. This scroll, you take it back yourself and take it back to be a good staff officer. If you don't understand something, you can come to me right away. Of course, if this move is not for the help of the writing wheel, it may not be able to hit people at all. If you don't believe it, when you really learn it, you'll know. Suzuki, who was holding the scroll, stood there dumbfounded. He knew the power of that technique just now. But if you can't learn it, then, myself, it's really. Hitomi's instant body is extremely fast because it has joined the wind chakra. In an instant, they arrived at the clan of the Kurama clan. As soon as he appeared, Kurama Kanjayun ran over. It seems that this guy was waiting at the gate early in the morning. Next to Konyun is the sea of Pommel Horse Cloud standing from the Pommel Horse clan. It looks like he's a little nervous. Yakumo's ability, as long as he wakes up, is definitely a very powerful illusion master. This is the pride of a real clan, and it is also the rise of a clan. So, if it can really be cured, then it is equivalent to the Kurama clan owing Hitomi a great favor. A favor that can't be repaid at all. Seeing that Kurama Kanjayun was a little flustered, Hitomi smiled faintly and said, "Take me to see it first. After all, I don't know what the cause is." Obviously, there are some unbelieving looks. After all, Hitomi is too young. What about an 11-year-old, some of whom are still in school? But the dark white cloak and cat-faced mask are somewhat convincing. After all, an 11-year-old child is already the leader of the dark department. Even Uchiha Itachi, such a genius, didn't become the captain of the dark part until he was 12 years old. When everyone came to Kurama Yakumo's room, Hitomi at this time clearly felt Kurama Yakumo's nervousness. What's more, as if he had been hit by a demon in his heart, he trembled a little. And in Yakumo's eyes, there was an unconscious resentment. Yes, it's resentment. Originally, she might have been studying Shi by now. However, at this time, she couldn't learn any ninjutsu at all. Even to become the lowest level of shinobi has become a wish. "You guys, can you go out first?" Hitomi said in a deep voice, her voice a little cold. However, Kurama Kanjayun and the others also began to slowly exit this room. When the last Konyun wanted to help Hitomi close the door, he heard the last sentence after a while, "No matter how screaming you hear, you can't come in. This treatment may take up to a day." Kurama Konyun was obviously stunned, and then nodded his head. When Kurama Kanjayun walked out of the room and closed the door, almost all the clansmen who were more talkative looked at Kanjayun. That kind of hopeful look made Konyun a little uncomfortable. The Pommel Horse clan has fallen out. What's more, with a feeling of withdrawing from Konoha's political stage. Yakumo looked at Hitomi a little nervously, and Hitomi looked as cold as a real piece of ice at this time. However, Hitomi looked extremely serious at this time. If I cured you of your physical disease, but you will only live to be 40 years old at most, I wonder if you want to. Hitomi said this as if she had killed an innocent child. Although some of them couldn't be spoken, they finally said it. After all, this is a question of the future of a ninja in the future. Yakumo was happy at first, and then immediately turned into a resolute look. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he asked, "But why didn't you ask my parents first? What if they don't agree?" Hitomi laughed at this time, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "But, haven't you already made a decision now? Why do you have to ask your parents? They are just the ones who gave birth to you and raised you, but it is you who really make the decision." Yakumo was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. "Be my teacher. If you become my teacher, I will definitely be a very lucky person." "Not necessarily, probably, it may be monitored." Ha! Although Hitomi was smiling at this time, yes, the 3 hooks in his eyes were turning rapidly. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal. After frowning slightly, he shouted in a low voice, "Reincarnation, a dream in 10 years. Suddenly, Yakumo fainted and fell to the ground. At the same time, it is as if you have entered a fantastic space. At this time, because she was rejected by Hong, and then, she was ordered by her parents not to be a ninja. However, such a huge pressure made her unbearable at all. At this time, one day, for some reason, my parents died in a fire, and he can't even see the death record. At the same time, Teacher Hong didn't know why, and suddenly sealed his illusion power. At the same time, at some point, a conversation between Mayo and Red was heard. Then, I spent an unknown number of years in such torment. Until one time, when Teacher Hong came to see him, he finally entered his illusion space. Moreover, there are also a lot of Red disciples at the same time. Among them, there is a guy called Naruto Uzumaki. This guy. The real reason is stated. Unexpectedly, it was he who killed his parents. At this moment, Yakumo was really about to collapse. The moment Dang Hong hugged himself, tears flowed. It was also at this moment that Yakumo, who was lying on the ground at this time, woke up. However, Hitomi was tired and sat down on the ground. On his forehead, there were beads of sweat the size of these beans. I couldn't help but secretly say in my heart, this technique is really difficult to control. Almost, it really made her fall into reincarnation. However, this technique is really powerful. Unexpectedly, it actually inspired that demon. Actually, in the dream, Kurama Yakumo did inspire the Edo monster. However, this Edo monster turned out to be a kind of chakra collection. It's just a chakra collection of evil thoughts. So, when sealing this Edo, accidentally it was directly devoured by the skill machine. This is another big chakra? Thinking of this, I suddenly thought of those empty 9-tailed chakras. I don't know, those chakras can be devoured by themselves. After frowning slightly, Uzumaki Hitomi turned his eyes to look at Yakumo. Old teacher, are those things real? Is it an illusion, or a real dream, or facts? Yakumo at this time looked extremely struggling. It's like a serious illness. Moreover, with a kind of pain and exhaustion. This illusion is too powerful. If it really goes on like this, and there is no final destruction of Edo, then, just like Azenami, people will fall into samsara. And this illusion is also an illusion that Hitomi spent 2 years creating. However, the requirements for writing wheels are very high. Even, the requirements of chakra are very high. As a vortex clan, Hitomi's chakra itself is already very powerful. However, after performing this trick, there was a feeling of difficulty. Hitomi now, even if he really uses other ninjutsu, at most, you can only use some ordinary regular D/C level ninjutsu. Hitomi sighed and chuckled. Some of them may really be dream illusions. But the other part is true? And I did use the illusion on you just now. Moreover, it is a very advanced illusion. All I can say is sorry. In order to eliminate the trace of injustice and demons in your heart, I can only do this. Kurama Yakumo struggled to stand up and asked repeatedly, in other words, is Mr. Hong's matter true? Of course, if you feel uneasy, you can choose not to be a ninja. No, I'll be a ninja. Even if it is, it can only be a year. This is the hope of our entire Kurama clan, and it is also my hope as a member of the Kurama clan. Yakumo shook his head and said firmly. Immediately, a smile suddenly appeared. In your illusion, teacher, I almost killed someone who wanted to protect me. Moreover, they also killed my parents. Since they have already died once, then use my life to repay them. At the very least, we want to revitalize this clan. As he said this, Kurama Yakumo's tears also fell, directly, dripping on the floor. At this time, it looks extremely sad. Hitomi laughed, and after standing up, she said seriously, take off your clothes, and then sit cross-legged. Later, it might hurt. Well, you'll have to at least stand up. Otherwise, even I can't save you. It hasn't evolved into a kaleidoscope writing wheel yet, so it's not very good to control time. Although, it has been 10 years, but in fact, it has taken nearly 4 hours. Now, maybe it will take another 2 hours. After careful calculation, the chakra consumed by Hitomi is indeed a little too much. However, at least it can support the yin-yang escape technique of treatment. Kurama Yakumo blushed at first, and then immediately took off his clothes with his back to Hitomi, and did it cross-legged. And at this time, Hitomi realized that a girl's body was naked in front of her, which was really unbearable. Fortunately, the body is still small. Otherwise, there will definitely be that kind of desire. Yakumo's skin is really white. The white one is a little unbelievable. At the same time, there is also a kind of morbid whiteness. The weak figure was there, and even the pupils who had been drawing the magic circle seemed to be a little unbearable. After sighing, the circle had already been drawn at this time. At the same time, the hands begin to stamp. Suddenly, a blue chakra scalpel appeared in his hand. Hold back the pain, if you really can't stand it, just call it out. Hitomi whispered, then stretched out her finger and began to draw on Yakumo's back. Blood stains appeared, and it seemed that the entire back had become a blur of blood. However, even though Yakumo bit his lips, he still didn't make a sound. Hitomi secretly said in his heart, such a strong willpower, just with this willpower, he is definitely a powerful ninja. Without wasting time, his hands quickly formed a seal. At the same time, his hands slammed on Yakumo's back. Suddenly, the whole room was agitated, even like a storm. And Hitomi, looking at the weak back with blurred blood, shouted violently, Yin-Yang Escape Activation 10 Sealing Technique. As the name suggests, this Yin-Yang Escape is to activate all the cells of Kurama Yakumo. At the same time, seal those cells that are useless for direct aging. In this way, although Yakumo's cells were reduced a lot at once, this is because, if it is activated, many cells will collapse and die all at once. However, human cells are only a little bit at most. It can be said that there are no extra cells at all. Well, the other cells, though, divide the useful active cells. However, it is clear that it is not possible to continue to split like this many times. Someday, it will run out. Wait until the day it is exhausted, that is, the day Yakumo dies. Moreover, it will live at least 20 years less than the average ninja. If the average ninja has a lifespan of 60 years, then Yakumo has a lifespan of 40 years at most. Sighing helplessly, Hitomi had no choice but to do so. This is a girl's dream. This is the hope of a family to rise. At the same time, this is also a woman who has stood up again for the sake of her dreams, and the strength that she has exchanged for courage. Yakumo, listen. When you entered my illusion just now, it also stimulated your illusion blood. In this case, you may not be able to control it well. However, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Don't hold grudges. In that case, the Ito monster in the dream will reappear. Moreover, it is the chakra produced by your cells that is used. Then, even I may not be able to save you at that time. Of course, I will transcribe some of the methods used in illusion and the use of your blood relay power into your memory. Now, calm down. After Yakumo heard this, although blood was already flowing from the corners of his mouth, there was still an ethereal state in the seal of his hands. Although his hands were pressed on Yakumo's back, the pupil at this time, the writing wheel eyes turned again, transcribed the seal. Suddenly, Yakumo's head seemed to understand something all at once. Unexpectedly, there are a lot of illusion terms and the way to use one's own blood inheritance power. Some people will ask why Hitomi knows how Yakumo's blood relay is used. Why, from the time of entering the illusion of a dream in 10 years, in fact, Hitomi's spiritual power has always followed. As the sun sets, a faint afterglow shines through the window into the room. At this time, Hitomi was also covered in sweat. With such a powerful chakra output, even the Uzumaki clan can't bear it. Smiled bitterly and said secretly, it seems that the amount of chakra in his own is still too small. Otherwise, it would not have been so difficult. However, Kurama Yakumo at this time was in good spirits. It's like a child who has been reborn all of a sudden. After slowly getting dressed, he turned his head to look at Hitomi, who was lying on the ground with some difficulty, and Yakumo suddenly seemed to have some motivation. Secretly, I made an oath in my heart. Old teacher, are you all right? Yakumo asked a little nervously, looking at Hitomi, who was already soaked in sweat, and it was indeed a little heartache. Shaking his head weakly, Hitomi whispered, you are basically no problem being a ninja now. And, perhaps, even more talented than the average person. Coupled with your illusion talent, at least there is no problem at all in being a ninja. He. However, I'm hungry right now, can you get me something to eat right away? Yakumo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Nodding vigorously, he ran out. Almost everyone in the Kurama clan who spoke to them ran to the room with a look of surprise on their faces. Not to mention anything else, just looking at Kurama Yakumo's face, they were pleasantly surprised. Moreover, when I heard that I could become a ninja, I came with a look of great excitement. Of course, at the banquet that was set up, even for people like Hitomi who had seen too many cruel scenes, their index fingers moved. On the other side, Kurama Kanjayun and Kurama Yunhai both looked at Yakumo with excitement. With a grateful look, he bowed to Hitomi. Thank you very much for Hitomi-sama's generosity, we Kurama clan owe you a great favor. In the future, as long as there is any request, if you don't violate Kanaha's system, you only need a word, and our Kurama clan is on call. The corners of Hitomi's mouth curled, and she nodded with a faint smile. The promises of the ninja world are generally not very trusted. Except, it's a few very special people. If, at this time, Jiraiya said this, then Hitomi might still be happy. After all, the Kurama clan is indeed weak right now. As far as Kong Yun and Yunhai are concerned, if Hitomi really wants to make a move, maybe the power of the entire family is not Hitomi's opponent. When the wine and food are full, Hitomi at this time still looks relatively comfortable. When you're eating, if almost everyone flatters you, you'll be absolutely upset. Hitomi suddenly thought of the officialdom of her previous life. No wonder so many people like to be officials. Just this kind of flattery, you are used to hearing it, you are absolutely reluctant. However, in the world of ninjas, they always act by deception. So, basically, Hitomi just listens and doesn't do much to answer. For example, Kurama Unkai said, "Are you still from the Uchiha clan now?" Hitomi didn't answer, just smiled and shook her head. What the hell is going on, let them think. At least, the current Kurama clan does not have such a powerful force to endanger themselves. It wasn't until Hitomi was about to leave that Kurama Kanjayun and Kurama Yunhai suddenly knelt down, and immediately said, "Please take Yakumo as an apprentice." Hitomi Uzumaki suddenly frowned, and from the time she first came in, she directly called Hitomi's name. After Yakumo goes out, he is called an adult. As you can imagine, the Pommelhorse clan is quite successful in terms of being a human being. Otherwise, under the trend of Kanaha and such a trend, it is absolutely impossible to survive. At this time, Yakumo immediately knelt down and bowed to Hitomi, "Please take me as an apprentice." This time, Hitomi was depressed. Obviously, it's all the teachers shouting, and he even said that he would accept you as an apprentice. He smiled helplessly, and then glanced towards Kanaha's Hokage building, and it was not until nearly 10 minutes later that Hitomi said, "Aren't you afraid of the suspicion of the three generations?" Kong Yun and Yunhai were both stunned for a moment. Hitomi pointed to Kurama's family emblem and then to herself, and said softly, "You should know, since I came back last year, I seem to have been watched by the shadows." Kong Yun and Yunhai glanced at each other, and obviously felt a pressure. If you are monitored by the shadows, then even the third generation will begin to be suspicious of Hitomi. Looking at the expressions of the two, Hitomi's voice at this time became a little cold. "Do you know why you are being monitored by the shadows?" "That's because..." After a pause, Hitomi said again, "That's because, in a mission last year, the 30 elite dark ninjas sent by Danzu and the three generations to assassinate me were all killed by me." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant was cold. Even Kong Yun felt a cold chill, which directly stimulated his tail vertebrae. After trembling all over his body, he looked at Hitomi in some shock. Those who can enter the shadows are definitely the elite ninjas among the elites. Even if it is a middle ninja, it can be regarded as a talent whose strength is biased towards the upper ninja. Unexpectedly, such a master of the shadows was killed by 30 people. Moreover, it was even more unthinkable that it was actually done by a child who was still 10 years old at the time. Do you know why Red doesn't take Yakumo? Because she saw the monster in Yakumo's blood inheritance, and the third generation must know about it. Today, I can help you cure your physical problems. Perhaps, tomorrow the third generation will send Red over to see if Yakumo is dangerous or not. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Red one directly when the time comes. So, if I really accept Yakumo, a disciple, then I believe that you Kurama clan may also be suspicious of the higher UPS. Although, I took over the Sora of the Fire Temple, but, at least, Sora is an orphan. Moreover, they also know the details of emptiness. But you're different. As he said this, Kurama Kanjayun and Kurama Yunhai stood up one after another. But Kurama Yakumo still knelt on the ground. With an extremely respectful attitude, he shouted again, "Please Hitomi-sensei, take me." This time, even Kurama Kanjayun seemed to frown, pulled up Yakumo, and immediately whispered, "Don't apprentice anymore, at least, until Hitomi's suspicion is lifted. And we're doing it for your own good." Yakumo seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by Hitomi. "I can accept you as a disciple, but we don't need to be called master and apprentice externally. Every Wednesday of the week, wait for me by the creek near my house. This is the best way to get along with me." Hitomi finished speaking, and turned to leave the Kurama clan's land, and Kong Yun and Yunhai seemed to sigh. Unexpectedly, Hitomi Uzumaki would be suspicious of the higher UPS. No, perhaps, something big was really committed. But such people are often the most dangerous existences. If they are implicated, then it is very likely that they will be exterminated. The current Kurama clan doesn't have the strength they used to have. They can't afford to pay for such losses. Looking at Yakumo, who had already begun to cry, Kongyun also looked a little helpless at this time. Yakumo, let's do it according to Hitomi's meaning. At least, this can save your life. Yakumo looked at the direction where Hitomi disappeared and nodded his head silently. However, the fists clenched all at once. The nails were deeply inserted into the palms of the hands, dripping bright red blood. In the early morning, it was just after 7 o'clock. At this time, the stream was extremely quiet, and there was even a lot of fog that had not yet dispersed. However, at this time, Suzuki was already waiting here. I studied the Chidori stream for a whole day, even though it was indeed a detailed indication on that volume. Chidori is actually a change technique that exerts the thunder attribute to the extreme. Of course, such an extreme is not understandable to Suzuki now. Unlike those ordinary ninjutsu basically rely on seals to promote the operation of chakra. Then, in the form of a chakra released in the form of surgery. Chidori, on the other hand, has been changing its nature and form from the beginning, but from the scrolls, you can see the power of this technique. Its penetrating power can definitely easily penetrate many defensive ninjutsu. However, it is also possible when the Sharingan can see the direction of the enemy, and he is a member of the Uchiha family, and Suzuki believes that he can open his eyes. But I don't know if I can learn this technique. A punch hit the trunk of the tree. Suzuki gritted his teeth and said, damn, how could I not be able to learn it? Am I really so bad? No, this ninjutsu is not a problem for you to be so good. Rather, it involves the question of whether you have the nature and form of chakra. Of course, the mastery of chakra is also one of them, Hitomi on the tree said lightly. At the same time, after turning over and jumping down, he chuckled again. This technique, you must at least understand one thing, the change in the nature of the chakra and the change in form. However, there is also one thing that you didn't notice. What? Suzuki was stunned for a moment, and really didn't react. For a child who is only 6 years old, such a technique is indeed beyond their comprehension. Thunder attribute, although you have a thunder attribute. But, to be honest, your ray attribute is not really developed. You're basically learning the fireball now, right? Hitomi sighed slightly, and laughed again. Actually, a ninja uses the most physical arts. For example, if you know that thousand bird ninjutsu, but if I deal with you, I can defeat you directly with physical arts. If you don't believe me, you can try it with the fire escape ninjutsu you're good at. I'll just stand here, as long as I move, I'll lose. Suzuki hesitated a little when he heard this. Don't worry, if you defeat or be killed by you, then the captain of the dark part, are really in vain, Hitomi said with some amusement. However, Suzuki obviously also knows Hitomi's strength. Immediately, he nodded his head, and his hands quickly sealed, fire escape how fireball technique. If I really want to kill you, you won't be able to stop this kick. Don't think that only mastering more techniques is powerful. You have to remember one thing, as long as you are proficient in any technique, then this technique alone is enough for you to use for a lifetime. Suzuki was stunned, but still asked, so, what about physical arts? If you just use physical arts, you may never be able to beat others. Especially, if you encounter a ninja attacking from a distance, it's not completely useless. Hitomi smiled, stretched out a finger, and shook it. In an instant, he directly broke the giant tree next to him with a single punch. At this time, Hitomi has the ability of the Navy Type 6, so his strength has reached a certain level. Even Tsunade's strange power is not too much. After picking up the giant tree, the wind god sword suddenly turned into a dozen giant spear-like existences. Pointing at these giant spears, he smiled and said, if there is a physical skill like mine, then I can do this directly. In an instant, more than a dozen giant spears were all shot out. Bang! At this moment, Suzuki didn't even notice when he shot out a dozen giant spears at once. Moreover, the opposite side will definitely not be less destructive than a How fireball technique. Even bigger. As far as I know, among the ninjas whose names can be counted, there's a guy named Matekai. Well, yes, I even did a mission with that guy. He can only do physical arts, not other ninjutsu, but this guy is only specialized in physical arts. However, he could reach Kakashi's level with his physical skills alone. Oh yes, Kakashi is the ninja who invented Chidori. By the way, I seem to have told you, Hitomi said as she explained. Actually, is there such a ninja? Can he compete with Kakashi just by virtue of his physical skills? Suzuki suddenly felt a little inferior. Seeing Suzuki like this, Hitomi laughed at that time, my second teacher, Uchiha Shisui. By the way, you should know him, he once told me. Any technique is flawed. As long as you can keep your own heart, then there are flaws in any technique. It's okay, defeat him after finding the flaw. Uchiha, stop the water. Suzuki was shocked again, of course he knew the name of the stop water. That's a genius-like figure on par with Itaki in the Uchiha clan. It's Wednesday? As a teacher, I'm going to be busy today. It should be almost time now. Hitomi's voice just fell, and in an instant, Kurama Yakumo appeared. Immediately, Naruto and Sora appeared. At this time, Sasuke was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, at this time, Hitomi was already a teacher for so many people at such an age. Sasuke, if you can, be my disciple. After all, Itaka doesn't have that much time, but I have a lot of time. Of course, there will still be a few missions per month, but at least one thing is certain. I can train you very well, so that you can master the techniques that you are suitable for, Hitomi said in a seductive voice, and Sasuke at this time saw that Naruto and the others were all smiling and nodded. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Hitomi. Old teacher, Sasuke at this time can be said to be convinced. Yes, maybe it's a kind of luck for yourself to follow such a teacher. Haha smiled, and Hitomi nodded at this time. Immediately, after jumping directly onto a tree, he said, "You have all learned to climb trees, then, let's all follow." Immediately, he took the lead and rushed directly towards a steep cliff. When everyone came here, they were a little depressed and even had a kind of doubt. Can this steep be turned into a training ground? Or do you want to train them here? Hitomi's hand, pointing to this steep cliff, said lightly, "This morning, the thing to be trained is like me. Send these stones to the top." As he spoke, he picked up 2 stones weighing more than 20 kilograms and ran towards the steep cliff at a rapid pace. In an instant, it appeared on the top of the cliff. Looking at the 4 people below, he pointed to the cliff and smiled. "What, don't you start yet?" The 4 people were startled at first, and then immediately picked up those stones to make a running pattern. In this way, you can train your physical skills and balance ability, as well as your own chakra ability. This trick may be the method that the 3 generations of professors have come up with. However, this teaching method has indeed exceeded Hitomi's imagination. As a teacher, the 3 generations are indeed the most powerful. However, this training method has made Hitomi a little busy. Especially Yakumo, at this time, although she has learned how to use chakra. However, in general, the amount of chakra and the proficiency of its use are not as powerful as Sasuke and Naruto. Of course, at this time, Sora's talent also came into play. The farthest I ran was empty, and Sasuke was second and Naruto was third. But Yakumo turned out to be the 4th. Sasuke's heart was a little angry. How could a disciple who had just received it surpass himself as an Uchiha clan? And Yakumo, as an illusion-type ninja, originally used chakra more powerfully. After a morning of training, in the end, it became Sasuke first, Yakumo second, Sora third, and Naruto became 4th. After all, Naruto at this time said that the amount of "I still underestimated your speed." The voice of the red sand scorpion slowly came from the smoke and dust. At the same time, the current figure is also revealed. The red cloud has been thrown away directly, but the scorpion at this time looks even more headache. There are traps and hidden weapons all over the body, and it seems that there is no less than a ninjutsu mechanism. However, Hitomi is still quite calm now. Although, there are no puppets of those who manipulate them. However, such a scorpion is not yet its own opponent. Unless, using the red secret technique 100 machines drill. If you use 100 machines drill, then, with that kind of numerical advantage, it is very likely that you can also injure yourself or die outright. As for the mechanisms and hidden weapons of this body, it can be dodged perfectly. Ever since the success of adding the Wind Escape Chakra to the Navy Type 6, Hitomi has also found out. His current speed can be said to be about the same level as the ninjutsu of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow. Of course, if it's with those flying Thunder God Space ninjutsu, then, there's still a long way to go. However, this technique is still not really fully developed. Hitomi is the most abundant and can only be used to add to the shave. If you can add the other 5 styles, then, just by virtue of this technique, Hitomi can definitely become a shadow-level powerhouse. The smoke and dust slowly sank to the ground, and the cave at this time seemed to be bombarded by some powerful ninjutsu. Everywhere, there are flying rocks and fine sand. As for Hitomi, the corners of his mouth turned up a little strangely. "I have to say, you are the most powerful trader I have ever seen. It's absolutely not okay to use illusion on you, because, even his own body seems to have become a puppet. However, with these techniques alone, I can easily kill you." The figure of the red sand scorpion has been completely revealed. When he heard Hitomi's words, he also said lightly, "Your physical skills are indeed very powerful. However, I don't know if ninjutsu will work. Is there a long-range attack?" As soon as the words fell, a burst of flames rushed into the sky. However, what Hitomi is most afraid of now is, perhaps, it's the ninjutsu of the fire escape system. Got Natsu's ability to absorb flames, but it's a super skill that can absorb real god-level flames. Just after opening his mouth, all the flames were sucked straight in. Even the scorpion, who was accustomed to seeing the world, was stunned for a moment, and almost didn't react. After absorbing all the flames, Hitomi smiled and shouted, "Give back your flames." Suddenly, a larger flame than the original flame appeared. However, the scorpion also reacts relatively quickly, directly pulled out the scroll, and his hands suddenly turned into water. Directly towards the flames. Suddenly, when he was only 2 meters away from him at most, he directly blocked it. However, Hitomi doesn't make such a single attack. While spitting out the flames, an instantaneous spell came to the top of the scorpion, and the Enmo sword in his hand had already been swung. A wind blade with a diameter of more than 3 meters shot down directly. The scorpion that stepped on the tightrope that came out of the belly of the body also seemed to be aware. Without looking at it, the steel cable flashed directly to the other side with the scorpion. At the same time, the 2 leaf knives on the waist directly rotated. Unexpectedly, it flew up in an instant. Instead, he attacked Hitomi's side. With this sword alone, you can't get close to me. Unexpectedly, now he rushed up to die? Thinking of this, Hitomi also directly used the moonstep to fly in midair and wait for the scorpion. Red Secret Technique 100 Machine Exercises. A calm voice appeared, and the moment it flew up, hundreds of puppets also appeared. Suddenly, they all went towards Hitomi to besiege them. Just when he saw hundreds of people rushing towards him, Hitomi was really startled. Although the Wind God Sword can blow up the wind blade, if it is a strong wind blade, it still needs to enter the chakra yourself. Moreover, the speed of these puppets is also very fast. Although, hundreds of people don't seem to be very neatly controlled. However, they have a unique speed. Yes, some puppets are supposed to be hidden weapon streams. When Hitomi was still 10 meters away, he had already begun to launch the hidden weapon. The overwhelming Kunao Shuriken and the 1,000 guns are all poisonous, and the average ninja will die here with just such a move. But what kind of person is our Uzumaki Hitomi? Even the Hokage dares to challenge. Of course, you won't be intimidated by such a hidden weapon. In the moment when the moon step kicked down, he had already turned to the cliff on the other side. At the same time, his fingers began to flick. Originally, those overwhelming puppets suddenly seemed to go crazy at this moment. Suddenly, they beat each other. And, what looks extremely strange is that it seems that these puppets are attacking indiscriminately. Generally, it is mainly to directly destroy the other party. At this moment, even the scorpion was a little stunned. If you sense it carefully, it's not a puppet controlled by the chakra line, but a real thin line. It's so fine, so thin that you almost can't feel it. However, the line seemed to grow out of the ground or cliff walls to control the golems. What kind of technique is this? Is the puppeteer's blood inheritance boundary? Or has Konoha already developed such a ninjutsu? Red Sand Scorpion, I said that I need the Red Secret Technique 100 Machines exercise, and you really gave me such a move? You know, if this move comes out, you will lose to me. Hitomi said loudly, and at the same time, her fingers flicked faster and faster. At the same time, the scorpion was for a moment, just for a moment. Although, it doesn't seem to take more than a minute at all. However, in these short tens of seconds, he almost killed 2 people in seconds. At this time, the 5 of them regrouped again. Looking at Hitomi's eyes, there was a slight change. At the same time, with a look of shock. No wonder, at such a young age, you can become a shadow. Unexpectedly, there is such strength. Indeed, it is unimaginable for several of them. Gisuk had already stepped forward at this time, but he really wanted to release the ninjutsu just now, but he only found out at this time. The pain in his chest had made him a little unable to stand. However, this guy sometimes has a bullish temper, and that's really the case. Hitomi glanced at Guji a little depressed, and then said, "It's impossible to use ninjutsu or physical art anymore, otherwise, if this insect in your chest explodes, no matter how powerful my medical ninjutsu is, it won't be able to save you." When Guji was about to say something, Hitomi smiled and said in a low voice, "I promised the old man that I must take you back, otherwise, I'll have all my titles erased by him." Kasuke sighed helplessly, and then jumped away again, running into the distance. Hitomi, on the other hand, looked at the 5 of them coldly and said with a smile, "Yes, just now, in that moment, you can still have such a subtle cooperation. If it's an ordinary master, it's really going to be buried in your hands. It's a pity that I'm not an ordinary person." After the words fell, he rushed forward again. This time, the speed is even faster than the previous one. It just disappeared in front of the eyes of the 5 people in an instant, and the boss seemed to be aware of it. Suddenly, Kunao pulled out and blocked behind him. With a choking sound, while the bitterness was not disconnected, the boss also fled directly with the instantaneous technique. And one of the 4, one of them jumped directly to the ground. And the other 3 are attacking Hitomi one after another. These guys, if you want to talk about physical skills, are really good. At least, when the 3 of them went up together, Hitomi could only hold them down and beat them, but couldn't really kill them. And the boss once again unleashed the spell of the blasting worm. In the originally dark forest, a burst of white light suddenly flashed. At the same time, Hitomi's eyes compared, and he slashed out directly towards the 3 of them. One of the 3 turned into a puddle of water, and one turned directly into flames. And in the end, the guy seemed to disappear directly. Boom! This trick's Juhi cooperated with the wind escape chakra. Suddenly, countless wind blades shot out. In the light, the attached blasting worm also seemed to be blown away in an instant. At the same time, Hitomi once again looked towards the boss of the Xianyuan crowd. Earth escape rock technique. Suddenly, a huge fist made of earth and stone rose, smashed directly into Hitomi, who flew forward. However, the only drawback of too done is that it is too slow. It's just that he hit the phantom of Hitomi, and after the real Hitomi's eyes opened suddenly, he just wanted to cut it down with a knife. In the shadow of the boss of Xianyuan, it suddenly stretched out, directly stabbed at Hitomi's eyes, choking, and the ninja knife shattered. Hitomi's wind god sword slashed towards the ninja's head. Earth escape sclerotechnic technique. The ninja who released Earth escape seemed to react at this moment. Suddenly, he stepped forward directly and blocked Hitomi's knife. However, when I saw Hitomi's eyes, I was almost stunned. This kid is actually laughing. Yes, really smiling. Among the Xianyuan crowd, the guy who used the Earth escape suddenly became a little angry. A kick kicked towards Hitomi, and at this moment, the ninja knife, which could not cut into his arm, suddenly made a sharp sound. Suddenly, it seemed to become more sharp. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the arm. The bosses of the Xianyuan crowd seemed to have discovered it a long time ago, and they flew missiles with both hands. More than a dozen bugs catapulted directly in front of Hitomi. Hitomi kicked at the ninja, and after borrowing the force, his body swirled. The moment the Chidori knife slashed, the insects were cut in half. At this time, the Xianyuan people also took advantage of this to fight separately. He took 7 or 8 steps back in a row before stopping, and the boss looked at the arm of the ninja. Yes, if you really slowed down by half a beat, this arm is really not guaranteed. It was only now that it was discovered that the wounds of the ninja could be seen bones. When the 5 of them gathered again, they all had a headache. Although, there is nothing fatal to it. However, this guy's attack power is too strong, and it's extremely fast. If you don't send someone to attack and entangle him all of a sudden, you will definitely be attacked by him. Moreover, is this guy really only the age he seems? How can he have any experience, such an old way? Hitomi slowly put the wind god sword back into its sheath, slowly sealed it with both hands, and said lightly, "It's better to solve you quickly, right? Otherwise, the body of the old man Kasuke will make me worry." Saying this, he pressed his hands to the ground. Suddenly, psychic technique. Suddenly, a large basin of smoke rose up. At the same time, several strange voices also appeared. I said, "Master, when the king was having a good time, you actually called me out. Hitomi-sama, is there an urgent battle? If this battle wasn't for justice, I probably wouldn't have participated." Suddenly, orangutans, lionmons, and orcs Geruru appeared. The figure of the 3 of them, although it is considered small among the Digimon Tyrannosaurus, is definitely a medium-sized existence in this world. The Xianyuan crowd on the opposite side also obviously felt struggling at this time. After the boss frowned, he bit his finger and pressed it on the ground. Psychic technique. Suddenly, there was also a rising white smoke, and the sound of clattering also appeared. It turned out to be a giant centipede and a giant spider. At this moment, all the Xianyuan people jumped onto the spiders and centipedes, as if they had begun to fight in real time. Hitomi slowly walked in front of the 3 psychic beasts and said coldly, "Now, I'll give you a chance. Or, kill me, or, surrender? So, what is your choice? Up." The Xianyuan 5 didn't talk nonsense at all, but attacked directly. Too done, too long spear. Suddenly, more than a dozen sharp pillars rose directly from the earth. Hitomi and the 3 psychic beasts jumped high, but it was the orangutan, and the moment they jumped, they kicked out of the pillars. Suddenly, with a click, 3 or 4 pillars snapped in response. Fire escape flame bomb. Water escape water flow whip. The fire bullet attacked the orangutan beast, and the water flow whip was aimed at the 3 people in the sky. The orangutan beast sneered, and suddenly a dark necromancy ball was thrown out. His skills don't need to be sealed. So, it's faster. And the water whip didn't hit anyone at all, and was directly torn off by Caesar's sharp claws. Beastmaster Fist is the lion beast. At this moment a Beastmaster Fist is used, directly towards one of the centipedes. The speed of centipedes is not very fast. Suddenly, he was directly hit. Bang! After a bang, the centipede that had been punched by the Beastmaster fell to the side of the woods, but it was a spider, which seemed to be extremely useful. At this critical moment, a large net was spit out towards Hitomi in midair. This big net, even 1 person and 2 beasts can be directly caught in the net. Hitomi's brows furrowed, and he immediately stepped on the lion beast's shoulder, and after jumping up, he suddenly shouted, "Wind escape thousand-faced wind." After a few snaps, the spider's web broke instantly. At this moment, the boss of the Xianyuan crowd jumped high, and at the same time as his hands were sealed, a light also appeared. The orcs Geruru and the lionman both closed their eyes. Hitomi, on the other hand, doesn't need to be scared at all even if he closes his eyes. It was the orangutan beast that played a role at this moment. Wearing sunglasses, he jumped high suddenly. Just as the boss finished the seal, he grabbed his ankle and threw it to the ground. At the time of the bang, the boss's ninjutsu seemed to have appeared. The five brothers were a little surprised at this time, and they cooperated with each other one by one. Even if it's a quasi-shadow level, it seems that it can't bear it. Moreover, the ninjutsu just now, even if it is a shadow level, will suffer. Is this kid really as young as his face? At this time, the five of them were all a little bitter. In such a short period of less than 5 minutes, such a situation occurred. Completely, in a state of being pressed and beaten by this guy. Dare to use the powerful flames here to burn this king, it's like looking for death. Just when Shan Yuan seemed to feel that something was wrong, the words that suddenly appeared in the flames in the sky made everyone stunned. Immediately, another voice appeared, Caesar Sharp Claw. Suddenly, the flames and chi waves were directly torn apart. At the same time, both the orangutan and the orc Garuru attacked directly towards the ground. The lion beast, on the other hand, also attacked after blocking the flames with a short sword to defend it. Suddenly, the five-man formation was broken up. As soon as the orangutan hit the ground, it released its own love rays. Suddenly, the bosses of the Shan Yuan people seemed to have lost the means of using chakra all of a sudden. Directly stunned there, no reaction. The light of the orangutan beast's love is actually activated by sound. So, the others didn't find out. However, at the moment of jumping away, he just dodged the blow, directly punched the face of the boss of Shan Yuan, and immediately flew out of the distance. At the same time, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. At the same time, the orc Garuru, Kanaha 55 years, the beginning of the year. Although it was only mid to late February, it was just the 20th. However, the weather seemed to be heating up all of a sudden. Everything is starting to recover, and Hitomi seems to have gone from winter to spring. Every day, I carefully study my own flames. Moreover, even if he taught the four little guys, he directly became a shadow clone. Of course, even the shadow clone is not comparable to the few little guys now. And Hitomi's plan has obviously begun. On the 20th, in the Hokage's office, an extremely important piece of information was received. It seems that the shadows of Fog Hidden Village have appeared on the Konoha border. Meantime, on the other side, at the junction of Yuin Village, it seems that several sneaky figures have been found. At the same time, a village was outright exterminated. A series of things made the three generations of Hokage unable to react at once. Moreover, with a strange thought. Why, everything happened on this day. Moreover, Yuin Village should not intersect with Weian Village according to reason. Moreover, in the past few years, although Weian Village seems to have improved somewhat, however, there is no strength that can directly fight with Konoha. At least, the current Konoha is indeed full of talents. And it was on this day that Jiraiya returned to his village. Is staring obscenely at a women's bathroom at the same time and kept muttering, sure enough, it's still the most spectacular in Konoha, haha. At the same time, on this day, Itaka suddenly visits Hitomi, called Hitomi, who was practicing blood ninjutsu hard, to his side. On the banks of the river, on the trunk of a huge giant tree. Both of them sat like this, but the weasel seemed to look even more gloomy at this time. It's like a guy who has died of a loved one. And Hitomi, too, uncharacteristically remained silent. The two of them looked at the river without saying a word, and it had been nearly 40 minutes. Ordinary people will think that the two of them are neurotic, but only they know it in their hearts. It seems that the other party has sensed a little secret in their hearts. Do you want to kill Tuanzang? In the end, it was Itaki who opened his mouth first. However, after saying this, there was silence again. It can be said that Itaki is also one of Hitomi's few friends. Moreover, it is considered a relatively close friend. At least, they have performed tasks together. Together, the companion of birth and death. Together, follow the friendship of learning Shi Ninjutsu with the water stop. Hitomi didn't say much at this time. He just smiled and nodded, and then smiled. The four little ghosts seemed to be enrolled in school. You are also 13 years old, hee. I am also 12 years old. I can't imagine that time flies so fast. I just don't know if I can escape this time. Why don't you choose to give up? Perhaps, after giving up, it will be more relaxed. Itaki asked again, with some expectation in his eyes. Hitomi hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head. Do you think Tuanzang will let me go? Also, Mr. Uinta's hatred, I won't forget it. Speaking of which, this time the Uchiha clan also sent elites. Itaki was stunned for a moment, and then nodded helplessly. Yes, 10. These 10 elites can combine ninjutsu. Even if I do, I'll have a lot of effort. Hitomi's not very tall figure stood up directly. As long as you and teacher Zishui don't make a move, I'll be lucky, otherwise, I won't be stupid to find such a trouble. Itaka seemed to laugh at this time. In an instant, the two instantaneous techniques disappeared. On the snack street, Hitomi eats to her heart's content. If you don't eat it now, if you don't succeed, you really can't eat. So, at this time, Hitomi eats more ruthlessly. At the same time, the table opposite seems to be more ruthless. Dingza had a treat, and brought the children and adults of the three families to eat barbecue, and the barbecue of this house is indeed quite good. When they sat down, they found that the one next to them was actually a child wearing a beige dark cloak. It seems that he is definitely not very old. Suddenly, Luju was stunned for a while, and after whispering a few words in the ears of Dingzo and Hai, they all looked towards Hitomi. Inheriting the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Hitomi looks really handsome. Of course, this kind of handsomeness is not the kind of handsome guy's handsomeness. Rather, the real Jingtai is handsome. If you look closely, you will find that there is still some baby fat on Hitomi's chin and cheeks. The appearance of eating barbecue is a little savored. Hitomi Uzumaki, it's really rare to see you here. Narashika-san nodded at Hitomi and whispered. Hitomi stopped eating, and immediately looked at the people in that place. However, Shikamaru was a little surprised at this time. Even some shinobi will call their fathers by their predecessors. Moreover, it was my father who greeted him first. It can be said that this little guy is definitely not ordinary. I just don't know, it's a big relationship or a terrifying strength. Hitomi turned his eyes to look at the three of Shikamaru, and when he saw Ino's face suddenly blushed a little. The corners of his mouth hooked, and he smiled unexpectedly. This next generation of pig deer butterflies has appeared. Hee, your son is good, he looks like a smart guy. Huh? Luju was stunned for a moment, and then became a little embarrassed. What do you mean, it looks like a smart guy? Hitomi suddenly seemed to think of something, and pointed to the three children and said, as a senior, I always have to give you some greeting gifts. Just send this. Immediately, 3 bamboo dragonflies appeared on the table. Hitomi picked up a bamboo dragonfly, put it directly on her head, and spun it directly. Suddenly, the whole person flew. As one of the skills, he still knows how to make bamboo dragonflies. So, I also made a lot of it for Naruto and others to play with. The 3 children, seeing such a thing for the first time, all snatched it with a hot head. Luju's eyes widened, and suddenly, the 3 of them quickly took it out and put it on the table. Hitomi got down from mid-air, picked off the bamboo dragonfly, and said with a smile, why? Don't you like this thing? But I snatched it from a ninja family. They are just celebrating the start of school, and they don't need such expensive gifts. Hitomi immediately turned pale and said coldly, it looks like they look down on me. Anyway, I'll leave it here. As soon as the words fell, he left directly. At this time, the trio of pigs, deer, and butterflies was even more embarrassed. Hai said in a low voice, this kid is not easy to mess with. I think, let's take it first. Dingzo and Luju nodded helplessly, as if admitting. Ino was still immersed in Hitomi's handsomeness, while Shikamaru frowned and looked pensive. Leaving the barbecue shop, he came to the ninja shop aimlessly. It seems that the ninja tool that I have always liked is the Wind God sword. Moreover, the other ninja equipment had only bought those pieces of paper that could carry chakra. Just as he was about to walk in, a young figure followed behind him. Moreover, jumping directly is a whip leg. The corners of Hitomi's mouth twitched, and when she turned around, she grabbed it. Suddenly, a small figure appeared. It's a doll-like day, and it seems that it is very uncomfortable to be choked by the neck. After putting down Tian, Hitomi whispered, aren't you going to be a great female ninja like Tsunade? If you're not even an opponent, how can I become a ninja like Tsunade-sama? Although, the Tian family seems to be trading in ninja equipment. However, now she doesn't know how to use ninja spiritism. After all, it was Akai who was inspired to learn Shi. However, the ability to throw kunao is not small. As if he suddenly thought of something, Hitomi directly took out a scroll and a bamboo dragonfly, and said in a low voice, these 2 things are for you, and the secret technique of manipulating the blade in this scroll is more powerful. This is a bamboo dragonfly, which is more fun. Of course, as long as you carry it on your head, you can fly to the sky. Suddenly, it began to fly. After taking it away, he stopped the rotation of the bamboo dragonfly and handed it to Tian. When did you learn this ninjutsu, and come to me again to challenge? And every day, he stood there stunned, as if he didn't react. This scroll is actually the loot that the orangutan beast found when it killed those sand-hidden ninjas. In terms of puppetry, there is no one who can be a puppet in Konoha. It's this kind of attack blade, if you learn it well, plus the technique of manipulating psychic ninja every day, it can definitely increase the power. Thinking of this, Hitomi laughed to herself. It seems that he has done something very special, and just walked out of the street, and suddenly, another figure fell into his eyes. That's right, this guy with big nerves, with hard work, can learn Akai's physical technique. However, at this time, Rock Lee still looked a little decadent. With his head down, he walked stupidly. Hitomi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately followed. I remember that before I was 7 years old, I seemed to be like Lee Luo. No matter what kind of ninjutsu it is, you can't learn it yourself. Because, there is no chakra at all. Even if it is a physical technique, although it is good, it will not be able to complete the business at all. At this time, Li Luo came to a small forest, as if he had begun to train his physical skills. Hitomi smiled slightly, and an instant appeared in front of Li Luo. Suddenly, the frightened children were a little stunned. Hee, I'll teach you a particularly powerful physical technique. It's the power of that kind of ninjutsu. Do you want to learn it? Hitomi said directly. Suddenly, Li Luo's eyes lit up, as if he had obtained the most precious thing in the world. Look, this move is called Arashi's foot. He needs a lot of foot strength, of course, he doesn't need chakra. So, in the middle of the battle, the absolute use of below is his method of making moves and training methods. Bidding farewell to Xiao Li, Hitomi at this time seemed to be really idle. At this time, Hitomi had a problem in her heart, and she didn't know whether it was irritability or anticipation. Let's say it's anticipation, something that seems impossible. After all, if you don't get it right, the plan this time is to die yourself. It's not irritability, it's like a terrible premonition. Yes, it's a terrible premonition. It's like a premonition that something is about to happen. At the moment when he was in a trance, the air behind him fluctuated for a while. Hitomi frowned slightly, and the next moment, a somewhat frightened voice appeared. Hitomi-sama, I'm here to pass on the word. The third generation Hokage-sama, let you go. After all, Hitomi in the shadows is really a legend. Like, the position of the Hokage in the legend of Konoha. Hitomi's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and then a shave came to the side of the dark part. Just when the ninja in the shadows was about to make a move. Who knows, Hitomi just patted him on the shoulder. Then, he even whispered, actually, your fire escape ninjutsu is still good. However, your physical skills are too bad. Even if I don't use ninjutsu, I can kill you with physical skills alone. It's better to work hard. As soon as the words fell, one shave disappeared again, and the shadow ninja is sitting on the ground. Cold sweat flowed down his neck as if he was dripping out. I'm scared to death. If my physical skills are as powerful as yours, then even Akai's seniors will commit suicide. Unlike the dark ninjas, Hitomi at this time came to the Hokage's office and looked at it when he picked up the scroll. This time, dour he didn't make it too big if he didn't cut it. Unexpectedly, it almost seemed that even Union Village and Wuyan Village were involved. The most outrageous thing is Yuyan Village. The current Yuyan Village is absolutely monolithic. Perhaps, the remnants of Hanzo have almost been wiped out. However, you actually involved the people of Yuyan Village? When the time comes, if Pain gets angry. Just the current self, but I can't afford to mess with it. Did you see anything from that? Said the third Hokage's tone at this time. Of course it's going to be strange, Hitomi sighed secretly in her heart, and then, she asked a little strangely, how can it be related to the three ninja villages all of a sudden? Could it be that there will be any ninja world war? Ape Fari also nodded his head obviously at this time, and immediately glanced at Hitomi seriously, and said in a low voice, should I believe you? This time, you are the only one who went. I'll send reinforcements right away. Hitomi nodded before disappearing. Also at the same time, the root of the ABP. At this time, a root ninja suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words in Danzo's ear. At this moment, the ninja of the Uchiha clan who was hiding behind the group suddenly turned his eyes with three hooks. Immediately, a kick was made to the abdomen of the root member. Suddenly, boom! After a bang, the ninja was kicked a long distance before he could stop. At the same time, the Uchiha ninja said in a low voice, this guy has been used by someone else's illusion? I think it should be Hitomi Uzumaki. Even I barely saw it. Now, even if you help him get rid of it, maybe there will be a temporary amnesia. And Tuan Zhang, just a stunned god, immediately gathered a group of subordinates. Suddenly, those subordinates who had planned to go out rushed back to Gen's headquarters one after another. At this time, Tuan Zhang's heart became a little empty, and he said in a low voice, I didn't expect that this kid's pupil technique has reached this realm. Wrong. Since he can use illusion to control a ninja, then, it is very likely that he can control more, so, please Uchiha clan, help take a look. However, at this time, it was also suddenly a little competitive. Hitomi, Itachi, Shisui. The three geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Especially Hitomi, in the past few years, even the reputation of the ninja world has been very great. Moreover, after opening the writing will eye of the three-hook jade, it seems that the strength has become even stronger. If his illusion can be broken, then it will also be an honor for them. Suddenly, all the Uchiha clans are gearing up. Danzang's work efficiency is still very fast, at least 2 hours later, except for those ninjas who went out on a mission, almost all the root ninjas actually appeared in front of the 10 elites of the Uchiha clan. However, until now, even those who have agreed to convey the message in the roots seem to be a little stunned. And the 10 Uchiha clans, the moment the eyes of the three-hook jade writing wheel opened, they seemed to be suddenly stunned. Almost all the roots, not even one of them was hallucinated. And the ninja just now, I don't know what's going on. It was as if he had been suddenly spelled. The 10 elite ninjas, after glancing at each other, at this time, it also seemed a little difficult to do. If you really haven't been illusioned, that's it, but if you really have an illusion, then these people themselves will also be regarded as spies. At that time, even the patriarch will not be able to speak. At this time, Do's brain is spinning rapidly. It seems that I want to find a good way to come. However, when he saw the ninjas of the Uchiha clan with that panicked expression, even Do was stunned. What's the matter? Didn't they see Hitomi's illusion? Or did Hitomi not use illusion to lure the group out at all? What the hell is going on? If the 10 of us can't do it this time, then we will really be suspicious of the group. Moreover, even the patriarch may not have a good time. At that time, if the real thing is really big, then our clan may not even be uprooted by the higher UPS. At this time, Tuanzang seems to be even more empty-hearted. It's like you've really done something wrong. However, it seems that another idea has come to mind. In the ear of the ninja captain of the Uchiha clan, after whispering a few words, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "In the next 3 days, everyone will not be allowed to leave this base for half a step." Although Tuanzang's brows furrowed, he still said softly, "Your mission is also suspended, let me stay in this base." Suddenly, Do was a little dumbfounded. However, of course, he also knew Tuanzang's temper, and he didn't dare to say anything at all. He doesn't have the same strength as Hitomi. It was only then that Do understood the importance of strength to a ninja. Of course, he suddenly understood why he felt a sense of restlessness these days. Perhaps, this time he may lose a friend, and Danzo returned to a secret room with the ninjas of the Uchiha clan and a few of his cronies. At this time, Tuanzang looked a little gloomy. What's more, it's a little scary. Even you, don't you see? Could it be that there aren't so many illusions at all, it's just for one person? Tuanzang frowned, looking incredulous. It seems that all this is a little untenable. After all, Hitomi's age is there. Moreover, even if you follow the strongest illusion to stop Watashi, but this kid doesn't look like he has a kaleidoscope at all. Could it be that the people of the Uchiha clan didn't see it at all or didn't want to help? At this moment, a close confidant of Tuanzang next to him suddenly asked, "Danzo-sama, I don't know if you remember." At that time, it seemed that when Hitomi opened his eyes, almost all the people up and down Konoha didn't notice it. Moreover, even if he has opened his eyes now, he generally maintains the state of the three-hooked jade. However, we never noticed that his left eye seemed to be covered with hair all along, and we had never seen him. Suddenly trembling, Tuanzang also remembered at this time. It seems that this is really the case. Moreover, the real strength of this guy, he doesn't know very well. I just know that I have destroyed the elites he sent in 3 generations, a total of 30 people. Among them, there are also several elite-level ninjas in Sand Hidden Village. But what exactly is his trick? In other words, it seems that it is not clear at all where the power is. Kawahima, let you investigate his true strength, is there any result? Tuanzang frowned and asked directly. Kawashima was a little embarrassed at this time, and said in a low voice, "To be honest, I have been in the dark for so long. However, There was a piercing sound of weapons clashing, and after a burst of sparks, Hitomi's wind god sword was finally blocked. At the same time, a foot kicked towards Hitomi's stomach. After a heel flip, he avoided the kick. At this moment, it seems that all the ninjas in the root base can see the real scene clearly. Stop the water? Hitomi's voice became cold, like a killing god who destroyed the world. Looked at the water stop that blocked his sword, and looked towards the 3 generations again. And at this time, in addition to Ataki, Kakashi and the others finally understood. It turned out that these people were really caught in illusion. From the moment he started, Hitomi was actually standing in place, and Tuanzang was only kicked out more than 10 meters away. However, just now, although they avoided the attacks of those psychic beasts in an instant, they did not avoid Hitomi's illusion. Hitomi, let it go? Originally, it was just your personal grudge, but, are you going to destroy Konoha now? Shisuizui's brow furrowed slightly. Looking at Hitomi's eyes that seemed to be soaked in blood, he sighed and said in a low voice, "And at this time, Hitomi has just found out. Because of his own blow, not only did he destroy the entire base of the root, and just now, with the blow of his psychic beast, he also agreed to cause the buildings next to him to collapse. Although, this is not much, but this is Konoha village after all." He sneered and said in a low voice, "Teacher, this may be the last time I will call you. Do you think that the current Konoha can let me kill Tuanzang directly? If you want to kill him, then at least you have to fight against the entire Konoha as a whole. Even the Hokage won't let me kill Danzo, right?" Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, and then nodded his head. And in such a short period of time, Akai, Asuma, and Hong, these elite ninjas, also rushed to the scene one after another. However, after seeing those psychic beasts around Destruction and Hitomi, I suddenly felt a chill. So, now I'm just focusing on killing Tuanzang, and I don't care about other things. As soon as the words fell, he suddenly rushed towards Tuanzang again, and the attacké, after a frown, immediately turned to the side of the water. Yelled at Hitomi, "What the hell is going on, isn't it, aunties?" Before the words were finished, the wind god's sword and the thunder god's sword of the pupil suddenly turned into real wind and thunder swords on both sides at this moment. On the wind god's sword, countless wind-type chakras formed a wind-type long sword of more than 3 meters like countless small wind blades rotating back and forth. And on the thunder god's sword, the original Chidori has become a real Chidori sword at this time. The length of more than 3 meters makes ordinary ninjas feel afraid. On the ninja knife that stops the water, chakras suddenly appeared. Immediately, when the sound of dang-dang rotated back and forth, it only took 2 moves, and it broke directly. And the weasel also attacked, of course, when it comes to physical skills, especially this kind of swordsmanship. Itake doesn't seem to be Hitomi. Near the country of vegetables, one out of the mountain kernel. At this time, the escort looked extremely spectacular, but the person who was guarding it looked like a prisoner, and was directly locked in the carriage. Moreover, the carriage was covered with iron railings and windows, like a prisoner's carriage. At this moment, the carriage made a clattering sound and slowly drove through this section of the road. At this moment, several guards dressed as ninjas in front of them suddenly stopped. Immediately, his hand slowly stretched out for a moment, signaling the people behind him to stop. And in a dense forest in the mountain pass, a few footsteps slowly appeared. One of the footsteps was extremely loud. It's like wearing a pair of shoes made of steel. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. These people, who look like the ninjas mentioned by their masters, what should we do? And in the dense forest, several people and beasts appeared in an instant. Steel Garuru looked at the group below and said in a low voice, "Hasn't the master woken up yet?" The battle Tyrannosaurus beast holding Hitomi shook its head helplessly, and then turned its head to look at Sabeki beside him. These people, what kind of guys are they? Fighting the Tyrannosaurus beast's words made Sabeki feel a chill. He knew the power of these two psychic beasts, even if he broke into Konoha with his master to fight. In the end, when he came out, the owner fainted directly. On the contrary, the two were not seriously injured. Moreover, these small injuries are nothing at all for such a big man. Sabeki looked at the group carefully, and then finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said in a low voice, "These are from other countries, not from the country of vegetables. So, send out the protons." Protons didn't bother for a moment, and then frowned. Xianyuan Zhong smiled softly, and Yusuji said, "As a weakened country, we really need a proton." At this moment, Hitomi coughed and opened his eyes. After glancing around, he immediately asked, "Where now? Where's it?" Because his body was relatively weak, and his voice was very soft. And those ninjas and guards from other countries can't stand it anymore. These guys, though dressed as ninjas. However, as soon as it came out, it was ruthless. What makes people very popular is that they are still there to be judged. It seems that he doesn't take these people in his eyes at all. With a sneer, the ninja who was the leader waved his hand, and suddenly the 3 guards walked towards the side. At the same time, he pulled out the long knife at his waist. "What kind of ninja are you? It's okay, don't chirp here. Hurry up, get out of here." As soon as the word roll came out, the guard clearly noticed that his eyes suddenly seemed to see an upside-down figure, and he didn't have any intuition. At this moment, the other 2 guards almost didn't sit directly on the ground with weak legs and feet. "Hurry," he clenched his weapon as if it were defensive. "Hitomi-sama, this is the country of vegetables. Didn't you ask them to send your mother to the country of vegetables before you went to Konoha? Now, your mother is in a farm in the country of vegetables?" Sabeki said a little nervously, with some flattering taste. When he heard this, Hitomi looked at the group, frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, "Kill all these guys." At the same time, there are also ghost brothers. The 2 of them, plus Zay Bullet and Chop and Sabeki, quickly rushed towards the group. Of course, before rushing over, it seems that the heads of the 2 guards were cut off directly. At this time, the group seemed to be ready. However, being prepared is being prepared, and the difference in strength still shocked them a little in their hearts. Just now, those 3 guards who didn't kill again, those wandering ninjas didn't find out how they stabbed at all. Not to mention the swordsmen of other countries. Although it looks very fierce. However, all of them were a little weak in their legs and feet. Originally, I thought it was a good errand, but now, all of them were about to cry. The reason why Zay Bulletin is called a ghost man is that its powerful ghost aura and murderous aura are unbearable for ordinary ninjas. Then, not to mention those wandering ninjas and national swordsmen. In today's country, there are very few people who are actually fighting, almost, but there is no existence. Then, these swordsmen are basically in a state of pampering. Moreover, he is not a swordsman in the Iron Country. There is no such power, and the method of using chakra. It is conceivable that if you don't kill Sabeki with the Ghost Brothers, you will be wiped out by this group of 30 people. Moreover, it didn't take much time at all, and almost everyone fell in a pool of blood. In just 3 minutes, there was not even a sound of moaning. At this time, in the iron carriage, the child who saw the scene immediately covered his mouth and did not even dare to speak loudly. At this moment, no more people looked towards the carriage. At this time, Hitomi, who was supported by Bai, slowly walked towards the carriage. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared. It's a pity that before he really got close to Hitomi, he was already cut down by Tsubeki with a hand knife. At this time, Tsubeki is not the previous Tsubeki, at least, in terms of physical skills and fire escape ninjutsu, it can definitely be called the level of elite ninja. Of course, his own chakra is huge. Plus, the experience of fighting and the professor of Hitomi. It can be said that reaching the level of elite shinobi seems to be a very easy thing. Kakuno-ho, Lily Nojo? Hitomi walked slowly in front of the two, as if the two of them were still trying to struggle. Suddenly, the two ghost brothers stepped forward and grabbed their necks at once, and at the same time, they pressed their throats with kunao. The two of them seem to be relatively young now. Compared with the current ghost brothers, the strength is still a little weaker. After all, after Hitomi's training, it is impossible to be very bad. This is the country of vegetables, how about you want to take the princess of the country of vegetables? Kikuno asked loudly, but a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. These guys are just too powerful. In the moment just now, surrender. Fat Cut and the other ninjas lowered their heads one by one. When she heard this, the corners of her mouth were smiling, and the Wind Demon clan looked dejected one by one. Don't worry, it's not about enslaving you, it's about helping each other. Perhaps, because of my relationship, you will have a reputation throughout the ninja world. Hitomi said in a bewitching voice. Of course, the Wind Demon clan, who was originally a little depressed, also had their eyes lit up when they heard this. The decline of the Wind Demon clan is irretrievable, and even in the current village, there are few real shinobi. Moreover, among the 50 ninjas, perhaps nearly half of them are at the level of the lower ninja. Such a village, let alone a mercenary mission. If you don't kill such an existence, it seems that you will be in danger of being wiped out. Sabeki, let them pack their bags immediately, we're going back to the country of vegetables. Of course, if any of them don't want to. Hitomi said this, her hands slamming towards the sky. It kept beating, and in less than a minute, a bear's paw-shaped shockwave of about 1 meter was ready. Slammed it out, and suddenly, boom! In the woods next to the village, there was a sudden explosion. The magnitude of the shock wave made the entire forest disappear. If you look closely, you can clearly see it. It seemed that the entire ground had been lifted up. The ninjas of the entire Wind Demon clan were all panicked. Unexpectedly, there would be such a powerful ninja. Just now, if he hadn't come to make his people loyal. Instead, if you come directly to exterminate the clan, this ninjutsu alone can make the entire village disappear. Thinking of this, they all swallowed their saliva one by one, and their legs and feet seemed to be a little weak. Sabeki also obviously swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this time, and nodded vigorously, guaranteed to complete the task. Immediately, he walked towards those ninjas. And Hitomi, after taking out 1,000 paper cranes and throwing them directly into the sky, turned into 1,000 paper cranes made by just one person, sat directly on the 1,000 paper cranes and said, I still have some things. After you rest here for 2 days, go back immediately. Yes. In Yuin village, Hitomi at this time slowly sat on 1,000 paper cranes and flew towards the highest tower. Although, it's raining outside. However, for Shikikjutsu, it will be fine. This time, Hitomi was suddenly called to the ABP, but Hitomi didn't expect it. However, Hitomi also guessed on the way. I think I can report there as a new member. And it's always time to show your strength. Otherwise, even Hitomi, who is not directly covered by Zero Nagato, will be able to get away with it. On the outer path golem of the tower, Xiao Nan was standing at this time. At this time, Xiao Nan still looked so cold. In the cold, with some amazing beauty. Pikachu on Xiao Nan's shoulder, when he saw Hitomi coming, he pounced directly. The current Pikachu, to be honest, is still a little weak. Compared to Hitomi's other psychic beast, the strength is indeed a little weak. However, if it is at a critical moment, it will definitely not be too bad. If, come across a water escape system or that kind of body art system, Pikachu can attack them very efficiently. Today, what's the matter? You called me from so far away. Hitomi frowned slightly, and put on a coat of red cloud. And, bring a ring with blood-red pupils on it. The master you introduced has already appeared in the dawn. Well, at least you should let everyone know. After all, we're all one organization. I'm afraid, when the time comes, my own people will beat my own people. Xiao Nan said in a low voice, turned around and walked inside. This is not Xiao's real base. This place can only be regarded as Nagato's base. Led by Xiao Nan, the speed of both of them was not slow. After leaving the tallest building in an instant, he stopped in a corner of Yuin village. In an instant, the two of them disappeared in an instant. In this base, there are already a lot of people standing at this time. Heavenly Deo Nagato, Red Sand Scorpion, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Ju, Orakimaru, Kakudu, and Fei Duan, who had just entered this organization not long ago. When Fei Duan saw Hitomi, his anger was really unimaginable. In an instant, he swung towards Hitomi's side, and, compared to 4 years ago, the flying section at this time was relatively powerful. Of course, there was no way to compare it to an existence like Akai. However, if you don't open the 8 doors dungeon, the current Akai is a physical technique similar to that of the flying section. Hitomi looked extremely calm at this point, when the bloody scythe was about to touch Hitomi. When the flying section thought that this guy would be able to be turned out immediately, Hitomi slapped him out. Suddenly, boom, after a bang, the flying segment was directly catapulted out of the distance. It's as if it's been embedded directly into the wall. At this time, Hitomi put on his gloves again and said in a low voice, "You were not my opponent 4 years ago, and now you are even less of my opponent." It was Orochimaru, who looked at Hitomi with interest. Those 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes, in his eyes, looked so beautiful. "Damn! You bastard, if I hadn't taken the scroll, how could I have only been able to use these physical techniques? If I could curse the arts, you would definitely not be able to beat me," Fei Duan said viciously, and at the same time, with a very unimaginable excited expression. Yes, over the past few years, Hitomi will check his progress. And every time he progresses, he will be given a new technique to learn Shi. Until now, Fei Duan really thought that there were still a lot of scrolls in Hitomi. However, Hitomi really didn't have any extra scrolls at this time, spread out his hands, and shrugged his shoulders. "What kind of curse technique? The last scroll I gave you, is it a summary of all the techniques? Don't be weak, blame others. Okay, don't make trouble." This is the new member, Hitomi Uzumaki. Presumably, everyone should have heard this name. In this month, he is the most famous rebel in the ninja world. Tiandeo Nagato said in a deep voice, and at the same time, looked at all the ninjas. "That look is obvious. If you think the Uzumaki Hitomi is not qualified, you can try it yourself." The scorpion didn't speak, and it was clear that he didn't want to ask for trouble at this time. Originally, there was a fight between 2 people. Hitomi's ability, even now, he hasn't figured out a way to crack it. And Orochimaru, he stood directly opposite Hitomi. Obviously, he seemed to want to fight. However, at this moment, Fei Duan was directly in front of Orochimaru. Immediately, after swinging the scythe, he said in a low voice, "Since the seniors don't come to test it, then, just let me, an old opponent, come." As soon as the words fell, he rushed straight up. And Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, didn't say anything, just turned his head to look at Hitomi. It's like looking at a child you care about. For a long time, even Hitomi couldn't stand such a look. Immediately, he sneered, "Why, now it's like this, don't you beg for mercy? I'm not a ferret, he's your son, so you can tolerate him, but I'm not." However, at this time, Fugaku and Mikato laughed. It's like smiling at a child of your own, and it makes people feel a warm feeling. "Ha ha ha, I finally know what I'm missing." Hitomi was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. After taking a deep breath, he whispered, "I've been protecting the people I want to protect, but sometimes, you're really trying to get tough. Although it has been protecting everyone who wants to protect, but, in fact, it is you who need protection the most. Your mother, the father who wrapped you, may be the one who worries most about you before he dies. Just like the 2 of us, even if we die, we are worried about whether our son will be able to bear such a heavy burden." At this time, Itake could not cry silently. The hands holding the ninja knife trembled at this time. It turns out that those I want to protect are the ones I want to protect the most. Hitomi suddenly sighed. At the same time, he turned his eyes to look at Fuyu. "As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I don't care if you want to rebel or the Uchiha clan who are guarding Madara's will. However, since a mistake has been made, it is necessary to atone for it. I believe you know this. Although, you have come to snipe me many times. However, you also understand that if you don't die this time, those high-ranking people in Konoha won't believe Itake, and it's very likely that even Suzuki will be killed. So, don't say it." Itake roared and slammed into Hitomi. In an instant, Hitomi was directly pulled down into a world of illusion, and this black and white world of illusion made Hitomi feel as if she was trapped inside. However, at this time, Hitomi still looked relaxed. "You should know that with the disciples of Zishui, our illusion skills should be similar. Moreover, I opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel before you. So, my illusion is above you." As soon as the words fell, Hitomi had already come out of the moon reading world. If you use the Hitomi technique alone, the current Hitomi kaleidoscope's illusion strength will definitely not be worse than Itake. Moreover, he has the assistance of the body of an immortal. It can be said that it is better to control the power of the writing wheel. Of course, this kind of pupil is not an existence that can be eliminated in a month's reading. Itake's left eye suddenly flowed blood, and at the same time, his voice became cold. "If you really do something to betray Konoha, I will kill you even if you die." Hitomi shrugged her shoulders, sighed and turned around and walked towards the door. "I'm too lazy to care about these things, I'll leave the rest to you." As soon as the words fell, a body disappeared in an instant. Of course, at this time, Hitomi had already gone to find the wealth of the Uchiha clan. Compared to other things, this is what Hitomi wants most. Even if it's the writing wheel eye of the 3 hooks, Hitomi only took a pair. Speaking of which, although there are more people in the Uchiha clan, however, what can really open your eyes to the 3-hook jade is a handful. Even if it's this pair, it's just a matter of keeping pupils just in case. When Hitomi found those cultivation scrolls and treasures of the Uchiha clan, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to be so rich. All of a sudden, there was a wealth that reached $1 billion, and even Asena's head needed 30 or 40 to achieve. And other gold and silver jewelry, of course, there will be no less. Of course, after saying this, except for the Itaki and the vampire monster, the Oanai shark was already stunned directly. This guy can't be a liar, right? As a member of the Uchiha clan, he also sent the writing wheel eyes out. However, when Hitomi took out a glass bottle, even the Oanai shark was stunned. It can't be fake. At this time, Deidara was obviously a little hesitant, and moreover, he still agreed with his ninjutsu very much. So, immediately asked with some hesitation. It seemed like Hitomi was joking with him. However, at this time, Hitomi looked even more obscene. Pointing to the writing wheel eye in the glass bottle, and then pointing to his own 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, he said with a smile, "If you want it, 20 million taels, how about it? Very cheap, right? Of course, this is absolutely true, otherwise I will use my writing wheel eye to show you." Immediately, the 3-hook jade directly rotated, and suddenly let Deidara enter the illusion world. Then, it was immediately released. At this moment, even Deidara showed a look of surprise. Hitomi pointed to the Itaki who was coming back soon in the distance, and whispered, "That guy is the person who shows our wheel eye brand, and of course, I am the salesman. You see, as long as 20 million children are not bullied." At this time, even the weasel couldn't help it. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he whispered, "Hitomi, I said last time, I don't object to you using other people's writing wheels, but don't get me involved." Itaka knew that the Uchiha's 10-man squad alone had allowed Hitomi to get at least 10 pairs of 3-hooked eyes. Then, when the door was destroyed, it seemed that he also received a pair of 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes. Therefore, at this time, Hitomi has at least 11 pairs of 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes. Even if it's a group collection, maybe there won't be such a quantity as Hitomi. However, it was something that Itaka didn't even expect to sell like this. "Can I buy a pair?" said the ghost shark in a low voice that couldn't help but be impulsive, and at the same time, it was also a little surprising to Hitomi. After all, this 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye is real. However, if everyone in Akatsuki pretends to have one, I'm afraid that the people of Konoha will come to besiege it. After all, this thing is a real forbidden. Even if it's a group of people, it's impossible for the people of Konoha to see it. I only believe in my strength, my art is the most powerful ninjutsu in the world, how could I like this kind of writing wheel? Deidara sneered, and then immediately clasped his hands on his chest and said coldly. And the ghost shark seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and reluctantly stood by Itaka's side. It's Hitomi, who became a little helpless at this time. Deidara is an absolutely powerful guy. Of course, the battle with Suzuki would definitely be the end of death if Suzuki didn't write the wheel eyes. That silent cell bomb alone is not something that ordinary ninjas can dodge. Therefore, Deidara's strength really lies in his own ninjutsu, and if he has a writing wheel, then maybe it will be even more powerful. Since I lost, then I will follow you. By the way, is this my future teammate? Said Deidara as she looked at the vampire beast with a frown. Hitomi was bored, shrugged his shoulders, and whispered, "Then I'm leaving." As soon as the words fell, the vampire beast nodded its head, and then left the car with a seal on both hands. At this moment, even the weasel was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there are psychic people who make these things. However, Deidara snorted and immediately took a closer look. It seems that he was originally a clay stylist, and he was very interested in this new type of war carriage. In particular, the gargoyle-like monster was particularly intriguing to Deidara. And the death beast, which is a coachman, looks like he is just a coachman at this time, although holding a chain scythe. However, it doesn't seem to have the slightest combat effectiveness. "Aren't you coming up yet?" Hitomi said as she opened the window of the carriage and turned to Deidara and Itaki and the Oanai shark. Although the three of them frowned, they still walked into the carriage relatively honestly. When he got on the flying car and returned to the Flower Ninja village where Hitomi was located, the ghost shark still looked a little unsatisfied, and pointed to the flying horse lane of the vampire monster. "To be honest, you have a good thing, can you sell it to me like Hitomi? The price is definitely negotiable." Suddenly, the vampire monster and Itaki were helpless for a while. The corners of the vampire beast's mouth twitched, and then he smiled. "I'm not short of money. You should talk to Hitomi about what you can sell." At this time, Sabeki and Zei Bulletin appeared with Regulus. Of course, when the people of Hanashino village saw the vampire demon beast's flying car, their eyes lit up one by one. After a bang, the gargoyle and the death beast also disappeared with the carriage. At the same time, the ghost shark suddenly looked towards Zebu. Immediately, after frowning, he said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that if I don't kill you, I will actually do things under your hands. Moreover, no more slashing is the most powerful ninja used in silent killing. Perhaps, the sword technique is not very powerful. However, after Hitomi's training, I believe that it will definitely not be bad. Dried persimmon ghost shark. No longer cutting off the eyebrows without eyebrows, he also wrinkled at this time. Immediately, Bai also stepped forward and stood in front of Zebu. Hehe, don't be nervous, these guys are all people in the organization, just come to visit, Hitomi quickly explained. And Sabeki had a bitter face, and cried helplessly, boss, you are finally back, if you don't come back, this village will really not be able to operate. The consumption of just one day is not something that can be consumed by the current Flower Ninja village. Originally, it was said that it could be consumed for 3 months at the latest, but now, it is the time limit of 3 months. If Hitomi doesn't come back, Sabeki will really collapse. After all, with so much money and the current village not yet operating, of course, it is impossible to be self-sufficient. Hitomi laughed, and immediately threw a scroll directly to Sabeki. This is what you want, although not a lot. However, it can support at least a year, however, this year will be hard for you. As soon as the words fell, he immediately ran towards his house with a few people. The current Huayan village is obviously not very large, in general, it is just a ninja village that is at most nearly 60 ninjas and their families. Moreover, if this development continues, even if it will not be able to be the same size as Yuan village or Kayan village in 10 years, it is not certain. After all, population is the most important thing. Of course, being a ninja is even more impossible. After all, if you don't even have a small caravan, how can you become a ninja? And if you don't have a rich life, it's even less likely to hire a ninja. Your place is very good, said a man with facial paralysis like Itaki with a smile at this time. At the same time, he looked out at the grass. Although the flowers are coming to an end, there are obviously some that are in full bloom. Also, because of the relatively small population, it is extremely quiet. In the distance, there were many sounds of children making noise or training. If you talk about retirement, this is indeed an excellent place. Even people like the ghost shark seem to like this place a little. Of course it's good, this place, but it was chosen for my mother. It's a pity that she may not be able to enjoy it now. Hitomi sighed, to the point of sadness that did not change. On the contrary, with a yearning-like look. How did you come up with the idea of building a ninja village? After all, this is not something that ordinary people can afford in terms of population alone. Moreover, if you want to raise these people and then you can run them, you can't just use money and people. Talent. This thing is very important, the Itaki whispered, with a surprising intelligence. Yes, even the 3 generations of Hokage have said that Itaka's IQ is definitely very high. Even when you're 7 years old, you might think about things with the Hokage's mind. Hitomi nodded, well, that's good. It does require a lot of talents, and it also needs a lot of masters. However, my ninja village is just a very small ninja village. Hey, a small ninja village doesn't need too many management talents and real masters, it just needs to get by. And, if it's a master, I'll train it myself, after all, I'm still young. It seems that this kid's ability can really only be a terrorist, really. I can't say anything about it, the corner of the ghost shark's mouth twitched, and then said helplessly. However, Hitomi seemed to be very interesting, and said to Deidara, who was a little depressed, you are also interested in building a village. Deidara suddenly became a triple black line on the top of his head, and sneered, compared to building a village, I am more suitable for destroying a village. Well, your ninjutsu is indeed quite artistic. It's a pity that your ninjutsu still has a lot of shortcomings, to be honest. Hitomi nodded after hearing this. Do you also think my ninjutsu is artistic? But, the shortcomings? How can my ninjutsu be flawed? Oh? You mean I'm afraid of falling for the illusion? Don't worry, if this guy competes with me again, I can definitely kill him. Deidara looked very happy at this time. At the same time, there is also a sense of pride. No, you're definitely no match for him, because Itaki hasn't really used his full strength yet. Of course, I also know that you didn't use your full strength either. However, your biggest drawback is, as soon as he touched Lei Dun, he was dumbfounded. Deidara's eyes suddenly opened, and he suddenly became helpless. Yes, Tu Dun is not as strong as Lei Dun. Therefore, generally speaking, when you encounter a thunderbolt, it really becomes a state of dumb fire. Moreover, if you want to talk about air-to-ground, even if you are too far away, then there is no point in it. The current Deidara has not cultivated that kind of very fast bomb, so it is basically not long after the development of this clay ninjutsu. Therefore, a ninja like Hitomi who also has the ability to stay in the air, for the current Deidara, it is indeed a little difficult for him to find any sense of superiority at all. Hitomi smiled slightly, and then her right hand suddenly turned into 1,000 birds. Throwing it towards Deidara's position, all of a sudden, it turned into countless thousand birds and shot towards Deidara. After a few clicks, he whispered, that's it, you can't dodge it at all. If my Chidori spear pierces you directly, then you will be a real dud. As soon as the words fell, Chidori changed her form again, turned into 1,000 birds, and the sharp spear instantly passed through Deidara's cheek, and immediately, even Deidara was a little weak. After all, this child, who looks about the same age as himself, seems to be above his strength. The Itake and the Oni shark, on the other hand, frown slightly and look towards Deidara. The current two have not really understood Deidara's strength. Even Hitomi said here that using Thunder Escape could restrain Deidara. However, these two people are obviously not going to be thunderous. Moreover, it seems that they don't believe much in what Hitomi said just now. Deidara, who can deal with illusions. After all, Itake's illusion is recognized as powerful by the order. Then you say, what can you do to change all this directly? You know, my clay explosion ability is really flawless. If you can let me go further, in the future, it doesn't hurt for me to listen to you directly in the organization. Suddenly, Hitomi's eyes lit up. In terms of Deidara's strength, in the Xiao organization, it can be at least at the same level as the Ghost Shark. After all, the Ghost Shark's technique also limited him to have no way to deal with Deidara in the sky. Although, after the Oni shark has a shark muscle broadsword, the amount of chakra is incomparable to all ninjas. However, Deidara is not a melee ninja at all. After glancing at the weasel and the ghost shark, he immediately said, let's go to the valley outside the village and say, hee. Just let people see my new technique. Of course, if you two are interested, you can also come and have a look. Saying this, Hitomi threw out 1,000 paper cranes and sat directly on top of them and flew towards the outside of the village. And after the vampire demon beast sneered, it immediately flew up directly and followed outside. After Deidara ate a lump of clay in his palm and mouth, he immediately threw out a small bird, which turned into a big bird and jumped up and chased after Hitomi. However, the ghost shark and the weasel both glanced at each other and saw different techniques. Hitomi's ninjutsu seems to have never been shown in the organization, including the technique that the ghost shark said before that can bounce off the big snake pill shulker snake hand with one slap. Itake has never listened to what Hitomi said. Perhaps, this is the technique created after betraying Konoha. At this time, the two of them were very silent and chased towards Hitomi. At this time, this valley is full of rocks, and what can be met is that this valley seems to be still under construction, but it is not well built. However, Hitomi and Deidara are both standing on top of their own birds, and they are both real air forces. And the weasel and the ghost shark ran directly to the side of the vampire monster, quietly watching the duel in the sky. Deidara, didn't you say that your technique is very powerful? So, let me see if there are any flaws. Of course, I can use Thunder Escape. And, with my new technique, Hitomi said loudly, as both hands pulled out a pile of white paper from the red cloud. Deidara sneered, and immediately put her hand into the ninja bag on her waist again and began to eat the explosive clay. Hitomi sneered, and then threw out countless paper cranes. Suddenly, the 1,000 paper cranes began to fly towards Deidara. Though not very quickly. However, Deidara can only dodge. After all, he didn't know what these paper cranes were for. At this moment, several paper airplanes appeared in front of Deidara, who had just made a lot of bird bombs, at a very fast speed. Immediately, Hitomi raised one hand and shouted in a low voice, boom. Suddenly, the 6 paper airplanes exploded directly. At the same time, the 8,000 paper cranes instantly surrounded the entire circle of explosion. Moreover, Deidara, who had just dodged those explosions, instantly found that no matter which direction he was heading, those 1,000 paper cranes seemed to suddenly explode. Suddenly, Deidara was directly stunned there. At this time, Hitomi once again sealed, and shouted in a low voice, boom. Suddenly, the sky turned into black smoke and flames, directly covered up Deidara's figure. Of course, Hitomi at this time would not directly kill Deidara. It's just that he's preparing to subdue Deidara. Ahem. Suddenly, Deidara, who came out on the fly, was depressed for a while. Yes, those bomb clays of their own are modeled out. However, it still seems to be too slow. I didn't have time to release it before I was killed by Hitomi directly. It seems there's no time to prepare for yourself. The ghost shark and the weasel below looked at Hitomi with some surprise. This kind of technique is really unprecedented, and even in the whole process of the technique, only the moment of the explosion of those paper airplanes made them feel a little chakra fluctuation. It can be said that the whole process of the operation, then the extremely fast flight of those paper airplanes and thousands of paper cranes did not have the slightest fluctuation of chakra. This kind of technique is really powerful. In particular, paper airplanes can be caught off guard if they suddenly explode when no one else is even noticing. Even Deidara at this time thought that Hitomi's technique seemed to be even more artistic than his own. Suddenly, a continuous sense of frustration made Deidara directly silent. Defeated by the writing wheel, that is someone else's bloodline is good. Such a bloodline is not something he can get casually. Of course, he also knew that even if he asked for Hitomi's writing wheel, he might not be able to use it at all. That's why I worship Itaka's writing wheel eyes like this. That kind of thing makes him care about it very much, and it's also very hot. Itaka's empty eyes made his self-esteem break through in an instant. Let him, can't calm down. This is the biggest flaw in Deidara when he fights Suzuki in the future. Suzuki, who has already consumed it, doesn't have chakra, but he always has such an inferiority complex. I don't like others to look at him with such eyes, this so-called art ninjutsu. Don't be discouraged, you can't learn this ninjutsu of mine, but you have another way. That is, craft an explosive rune bomb that can carry explosive runes. So, even if your modeling ninjutsu is restrained by thunder escape, it can directly detonate your explosive clay. In this way, even against the thunder ninja, there is not the slightest disadvantage to lose, Hitomi said seriously, but there was some helplessness in his heart.